If you stand by and watch your biological parents being beaten to death in front of you, wouldn't your conscience be troubled? Realizing that Tang Guowen and his wife were on the verge of madness, seemingly ready to beat them to death, Chu Shang and his wife were terrified and desperately called for help in all directions. But their heinous actions had stirred up the wrath of heaven and earth. Even a normal person would find it hard to resist the urge to go and teach them a lesson. How could they possibly run over to help? The surrounding police all watched with indifference, tilting their heads 45 degrees to gaze at the dilapidated roof, seemingly curious whether the rat that had just run over the beam was male or female. As for Chu Ling, who was called by name, she stood by coldly, occasionally stepping forward to help kick a few times. She now hated Chu Shang and his wife so much that only a fool would help them. "My lord, my lady, stop, quickly. If you keep fighting like this, someone will be killed. We must trust the judge. He will surely ensure that these two villains receive their due punishment. So please don't fight anymore. I beg you not to fight anymore. DRIZZLE doesn't want you to become murderers. I beg you, please don't fight anymore. If you must, then hit me instead. At the moment when the Daoyan couple were in despair, a heavenly voice sounded. Looking up, their biological daughter Tangro stood in front of them like an angel descending. At that moment, Chu Shang and his wife couldn't help but shed tears, deeply moved. Indeed, only a biological daughter would feel compassion for them. This was the bond of blood relations. The decision to exchange children at the beginning seemed to be right after all. Their child was not like Chu Ling, a cold and heartless bastard who stood by indifferently, completely unappreciative of their hard work in clothing, feeding, sheltering, and raising her over the years. 18 years ago, they made the mistake of letting Chu Ling stay, not strangling her on the spot. Now it seemed to be a grievous error. At this moment, Chu Shang and his wife, who were smug with satisfaction, were unaware that Tangro didn't actually care about their life or death. Her toothless intervention was merely because she felt these two idiots were her biological parents after all. If she watched them being beaten to death without a flinch, it would appear heartless, affecting her pure and kind image in the Tang family's eyes. By bravely standing up now, she highlighted her goodness while preventing Tang's father and mother from making a mistake, avoiding actually causing a loss of life and gaining their gratitude. Killing two birds with one stone. Such a perfect combination. However, to Tang Ru's surprise, her confident calculations were met with Tang Guowen's fierce roar. "Get out!" In an instant, Tang Ru stood stunned in place, her face full of disbelief, tears welling up in her eyes. From childhood to adulthood, this was the first time Tang Guowen had been so ferocious towards her, even yelling at her to leave. Could it be true what they said? Finding a new love, forgetting the old. By retrieving the new daughter, were they planning to abandon her, the old daughter? Seeing Tang Ru's tears, Tang Guowen instantly calmed down a lot. He opened his mouth, glanced at Chu Ling beside him, and ultimately chose to remain silent, not rushing forward to comfort Tangro, his precious daughter, as before. Nevertheless, ever since learning about the suffering of his biological daughter over the years and Tangru's duplicity, Tang Guowen had already made a decision in his heart. Why? Why should his biological daughter suffer so much, while those two beasts treated their daughter like a treasure? This is unfair. Furthermore, if Tangro continued to stay at home, wouldn't she fall into the trap set by Chu Shang and his wife? Added to Tangru's deep scheming nature, which they had failed to notice for 18 years, Tang Guowen couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. Perhaps it was time to find an opportunity to send Tangro away. These past few days, my wife was on her period, so we didn't do anything. I've decided to take a bold step and quit masturbating. Even though I'm married, I don't know why. I just can't quit masturbation. I find myself doing it more times than being intimate with my wife. When no one is home, I can't resist opening those websites and end up doing it on my own. Maybe watching too many inappropriate videos has raised my excitement threshold so high that I no longer find pleasure in real-life interactions with women. Especially when you realize that reality falls short of your expectations and imagining is much better. When you watch those videos, you're idealizing women in various ways, but when you actually interact with women, you'll realize it's not the same. The feeling is completely different. Maybe distance does create beauty, the so-called out of sight, out of mind. Especially since the women in those videos are diverse, with top-tier bodies, while in reality, well, most are just average people. I really should quit, watch fewer inappropriate videos, and find a way to restore my brain's health. Chapter 373 Tang Ru's Suspicion. Could it be that Lin Zhuan is the mastermind behind everything? 2.5 minutes later, Chu Shang and Dao Yan, with bruised and swollen faces and faces ashen, happily received a pair of silver bracelets. Under the tight escort of the police, they were then taken to the police cars, one after another. Next, what awaits the couple will be a judgment of justice. During this period, the Tang Guowen couple quietly accompanied their biological daughter, taking care of her attentively, ignoring Tang Ro, who was not far away with tears in her eyes. Woo woo woo. Feeling neglected by her parents for the first time, Tang Ru's eyes turned red, tears streaming down her face. This time she wasn't pretending to cry, but truly felt wronged and shed tears. Mainly because of the attitude Tang Dad and Tang Mom had towards her, which was drastically different from before. Tang Ro, who was always proud, couldn't accept this sudden disparity. Especially with Chu Ling by her side, as a stark contrast, it tore at her heart, driving her to almost madness and jealousy. Observant people could see. Due to today's events, the attitudes of the Tang Guowen couple towards their true and fake daughters have completely reversed. Or, the couple has now completely awakened and realized who their real daughter is, the one they should care for and cherish. Realizing this, while feeling aggrieved and jealous, Tang Ro couldn't help but feel a strong sense of panic. Even though the likelihood is only a negligible 5%. But she had a strong sense of impending doom, of being kicked out of the Tang family, and having everything she had snatched away by Chu Ling. Damn it! If it weren't for those two idiots, how could I end up in this embarrassing situation? Tang Ro knew very well. From now on, the focus of Tang Dad and Tang Mom's attention is likely to shift gradually to Chu Ling. It was difficult for her to continue being the sole focus of the Tang family like before. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but gnash her teeth in anger towards Chu Shang and Dao Yan. If it weren't for these two disturbing the situation, she would surely still be the center of attention. How could Chu Ling have the chance to surpass her, even threaten her position? Little sister, don't be sad. Dad and Mom don't not love you, it's just that Zhaoling, her background is indeed a bit tough. I was starting to get emotional listening to all of that, not to mention Dad and Mom. Those two were really over the top. I almost couldn't resist stepping forward to kick them. Dad and Mom, in their excitement, momentarily couldn't hold back their anger. That's why they scolded you a few times. I believe you can understand, right? But don't worry, those two, even though they are your biological parents, but you are you. You are the family we watched grow up. We will never be biased against you because of those couple. Once Dad and Mom calm down, they will definitely come to apologize to you, and will continue to treat you well in the future. So don't be sad. Don't forget, you still have third brother by your side, as well as so many siblings who love you. Just as Tang Ro was full of anxiety and confusion, beside her, Tang Chuan suddenly spoke to comfort her. After all, she was the little sister he watched grow up, and Tang Chuan felt he could understand what she was worried about, signaling to Tang Ro that she didn't need to worry. However, Zhaoling has indeed suffered a lot over the years. It wasn't until today that I truly empathized with her. It seems we have to treat her better in the future. After all, she's our sister. At this point, Tang Chuan sighed softly. After the twists and turns of today, his impression of Chu Ling had greatly changed. He inwardly questioned if he had been replaced back then. Tang Chuan felt that under the torment of Chu Shang and Dao Yan, he might have long ago suffered a mental breakdown, perhaps not even reaching adulthood, and would have ended up suicide due to being unable to handle the pressure. It was evident how strong Chu Ling must be to endure it all. All right, let's get on the car, little sister. Dad and Mom are urging us. Soon. Tang Chuan shook his head, dispelled the distractions in his mind, stopped thinking further, turned his head to greet Tang Ro, and then got onto the car by himself. With the arrest operation now concluded, everyone was preparing to leave the Chu family village. As Tang Chuan walked away, the gloom in Tang Ru's eyes didn't dissipate but deepened. Because from Tang Chuan's words and expressions, she sensed his changing perception of Chu Ling, unknowingly becoming more friendly. This was a very bad sign. There was a time when all the Tang family members clearly revolved around her, and their attitude towards Chu Ling was lukewarm. But now, the wind had suddenly shifted in a huge way. Tang Ru's face darkened, not knowing where the problem had arisen that led to the situation developing uncontrollably in a short time. "Little Ro cousin, what are you daydreaming about? Get on the car, you owe me one." At this moment, Lin Zhuan's gentle voice came. Tang Ro looked up and through the rear window, saw his profound smile on his face. It seemed like all the negative changes began with the re-encounter with this cousin before her eyes. Could it be? Impossible. At this moment, Tang Ru's thoughts were in turmoil, thinking about many things. In the end, she smiled bitterly, shook her head, extinguishing some unrealistic thoughts. This cousin was unremarkable, even stooping to degrading a man's dignity and marrying into the family. Where did he have the ability to orchestrate all this? Don't forget, Tang Ro was involved in everything that happened today from start to finish. Lin Zhuan had hardly spoken a few words the whole time, just stood by watching. He wasn't a god. How could he silently manipulate everything under her nose? In conclusion, Tang Ro was 95% certain that her recent unfortunate ordeal was due to her own bad luck, completely unrelated to Lin Zhuan. Fortunately, the current situation wasn't too bad. Even if Tang Dad and Tang Mom were distant towards her, Tang Chuan and her other brothers at home still cherished her as their little sister. Therefore, Tang Ro felt her future was still promising. Boosted with confidence once again, Tang Ro opened the backseat car door. "Cousin, there's a seat available next to you. Can I sit there?" "Of course, gladly." Lin Zhuan grinned, pointing to the empty seat next to him, completely nonchalant. Chapter 374. The Chushang couple lost everything. They had nothing left. Boom boom boom. WS. Everyone boarded the cars, the sirens flashed, and 7 to 8 cars roared on, heading north. Soon, they left Chu family village. And at that moment, the villagers watching as the police car's taillights disappeared were suddenly in an uproar, gossiping about the strange events that had occurred in the village that day. After all, the idea of swapping a wealthy child had only been seen in the news before, but now it had actually happened to someone they knew. How could the villagers not be amazed by this? It was likely that for a long time in the future, the story of Chu Ling being swapped as the daughter of a wealthy family would be a juicy topic for the villagers to discuss over tea and rice. What the heck Chu Ling, that little girl, is not actually the biological daughter of Chu Shang and Dao Yan. She is the child of a wealthy family in the city. Wow. No wonder Chu Shang and his wife hated their own child so much. Turns out she's not their own daughter. Dao Yan, that woman sure knows how to deceive. She managed to hide it for 18 years. If the police hadn't come today to arrest them, perhaps one day in the future, this wicked couple might have actually succeeded. Terrifying. Those well-dressed noble people, I feel like I've seen them on TV. One of the couples even seemed to be a famous celebrity. I never expected this. Chu Ling's background is so extraordinary, it's like soaring to the sky. Going directly from a poor commoner to become a wealthy daughter in the city. I'm so envious. I'm going home to hang my dad up for 7 days and 7 nights to make him confess that I was swapped. My real father is actually the richest man in the world. Damn, what kind of dream are you having in broad daylight? How did you get such good luck? I wish I had known earlier. Back then, I should have helped that child Chu Ling more. If I had, maybe her wealthy parents would have accidentally leaked some information enough to change the fate of my ancestors for 3 generations. Various exclamations of disbelief kept coming from the villagers. Most of them actually knew and had seen Chu Shang and his wife. After all, in such a small village, they were practically always in sight. In the eyes of the villagers, Dao Yan and Chu Shang were a perfect match, always lazy and indulgent, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. But no one could have predicted that they would be so audacious, swapping their own daughter into a wealthy family, and successfully for 18 years. Only today, due to a fortunate coincidence, it was exposed. Oh my god. I remember now. 18 years ago, It seems there was indeed a young couple passing through our village who stayed at Chu Zhang's house and even had a premature baby. I vaguely remember too. I was young at that time. Driven by curiosity, I secretly went to Chu Zhang's door to see what was happening. So it was at that time. This daring couple Dao Yan and Chu Shang took the opportunity when no one was paying attention to secretly switch the newborn babies. Successive villagers recalled events from the past, exclaiming in surprise. It was all because the Tang family's convoy, sent to pick up Su Shuyan, was too luxurious, opening the eyes of these rural people who had never seen such extravagance before. This made the memory fresh in their minds. But who could have thought that from that day on, the identities of the real and fake wealthy daughters would be switched? This could also reasonably explain the doubts that had lingered in the villagers' hearts for these years. Why Chu Shang and his wife could be so cruel as to abuse their daughter from a young age, since they weren't her biological parents, so they felt no qualms about being harsh. Chu Shang is finished. Offending the city's nobles, he's definitely not coming back. He might even get killed by assassins tonight. You, dude, watch too many movies. We are a place governed by law in China. What if they have power and influence? They can't act with impunity. The law will surely deliver a fair judgment. Oops. Maybe. But Dao Yan and his wife broke the law. Even if they're not executed, they'll still be locked up for many years in the future, right? HMPH. They deserve what they got today. If they had treated Little Ling well after the switch, it would have been better. But how did they act? To beasts, they deserve this fate. I propose kicking this wicked couple out of the ancestral hall pedigree. They don't deserve it. Even if they have a chance to return in the future, they should be immediately expelled from the village. Agreed. I really hate those two bastards. Our Chu family village had a decent reputation in the surrounding villages. But now ... A piece of mouse dung ruined the whole pot of porridge. Now we have criminals in our village. The title of being a model village is definitely going down the drain. As for titles and such, that's one thing. I'm worried that after the village's reputation is tarnished, which girl would dare to marry into our village? It was already difficult to find a daughter-in-law, and now it's even worse. Darn. I forgot about that. My son hasn't married yet. If he's affected by that jackass Chu Shang and our family's lineage is cut off, how can I face our ancestors? Quick, quick, quick. Immediately. Kick these two trash out of the family tree. From now on, they are no longer part of our Chu family village. If they dare to come back, just drive them out. For the sake of the young people in the village being able to marry, we must completely draw a line with these two people. The villagers were agitated, collectively shouting to expel Chu Shang and Dao Yan, the two tumors, from the village. Nowadays in rural areas, the bride price is soaring, making it even harder to find a wife. Some rural girls would rather remain single than settle. Especially those who have worked in the city and been dazzled by the worldly charms, they refuse to marry back to the countryside. This has led to a situation where there are more men and fewer women in the village, making the situation even more critical. Often, a rural girl can meet dozens of eligible bachelors at once, causing them to be extremely picky. Even divorced women with children for a second or third marriage are in high demand in the marriage market. In short, in a situation where there are more wolves than meat, if you don't want to marry, there are plenty of others who do. Now that Chu Zhang's situation has emerged in the village, it is highly likely to affect the village's reputation, causing these Chu-named young men to struggle to find wives. How can the people not be anxious? After 2.5 minutes, following a collective vote by the villagers, in the end, the whole village unanimously decided to erase Chu Shang and his wife's existence from the family tree. From now on, these two won't be considered citizens of the Chu family village. If they dare to return to the village, they will be driven out without a second thought. Since Chu Shang is no longer part of our Chu family village, I suggest dividing up what they left behind in the village. After all, they caused damage to the village's reputation, so this compensation is necessary and fair. In the crowd, someone proposed the idea first and once again received unanimous agreement from the villagers. Soon, the villagers gathered in front of Chu Zhang's adobe house, like a swarm of locusts passing through. Several pigs from the pigsty, firewood from the woodshed, mattresses, undergarments, bricks, cups, used condoms, pots and pans. Almost everything that was visible and grabbable was taken away by the villagers. In the end, only an empty adobe house remained. After a collective vote and discussion, it was decided to renovate it into a free public toilet for the village. From then on, completely abandoned by their kindred, Chushong and his wife, unknowingly, lost their last place in the world. Day 1 of quitting porn. 2. On the third day, I have to go worship the gods in the morning. It seems I also have to get a fortune telling. My mom said she wanted to pray for me to have children. The family has been urging me, but I don't want to have a child this year, because I feel mentally I'm still young. How can I be a father? It's unworthy. I wonder if this book will witness my journey from singlehood to blind dates, marriage, childbearing, and all. Damo 3. The wife got paid a few days ago. Her March salary was 3,600. Did some time off. Salary was 3,900. After some negotiation, she reluctantly handed me 1,000. She said she wants to keep the rest for herself. Is that reasonable? Married brothers, how much do your partners hand over to you? Since I got married, I've been giving my mom 4,000 for living expenses these 2 months. Time is passing too quickly. Last month, I felt like I had just given it away. And now this month, I have to give it again. My money. Sigh. I plan to wait a while after receiving my payment before giving it. Brothers with free time, send a free gift. Good people. Safe life. Thanks. W. Chapter 375. Tang family's goodwill towards Lin Zhuan rises again in the magic capital on the return journey. Lin Zhuan leaned against the back seat of the police car, resting his eyes and clearing his mind, lost in his thoughts. Little did he know, his inner thoughts were being eavesdropped on by several chosen ones in the vehicle. Today must be a really satisfying gossip session. I didn't expect Chuzhong's matter to end so abruptly. It seems different from what I anticipated. And my foolish Udodo I remember he was supposed to be pitifully ravaged by his deeply infatuated best buddy at the celebration feast, ending up in a disastrous situation, right? But I don't know where Uncle and the others got their information from, actually helping this brat escape a calamity. Damn it! I never liked this brat from the beginning. I didn't expect his luck to be so good. I was actually looking forward to him being violated by someone. What a shame. The Tang Guoan couple looked at each other, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Oh, our nephew seems to hold grudges. We must not offend him in the future, or else we might be remembered to death. However, deep down, they were grateful to Lin Zhuan. If it weren't for eavesdropping on their nephew's thoughts, the fate of their eldest son and unfortunate daughter would have been extremely tragic. Lin Zhuan single-handedly changed the destiny of the entire Tang family, making him their great benefactor. At that moment, both husband and wife made a silent resolution to befriend their nephew at all costs, not allowing anyone in the family to offend Lin Zhuan. Of course, it wasn't just the Tangguoan couple with such foresight. Chu Ling sitting next to them also harbored immense gratitude towards Lin Zhuan. She owed her escape from the demonic family an embrace of true happiness to Lin Zhuan. Plus, her cousin was her lucky charm. Chu Ling, as the chosen one, needed to hold onto Lin Zhuan's thigh to make her superpowers work. Ding! Supporting character Tangguoan's goodwill increased, rewarding 500 points. Ding! Supporting character Su Shuyun's goodwill increased, rewarding 500 points. Ding! Supporting character Chu Ling's goodwill increased, rewarding 1,000 points. What's going on? I didn't do anything. How come Uncle and the family suddenly increased their goodwill towards me out of nowhere? Lin Zhuan suddenly opened his eyes wide, his mind filled with question marks. He glanced at Uncle and Aunt, realizing they were looking at him with grateful eyes. What's with those looks? What's with those expressions? Lin Zhuan's mouth twitched inexplicably, feeling puzzled. But with the bonus points accumulating, he figured it was a good thing, so his mood remained quite good. Although, Looking at the foolish Udodo beside him made him slightly annoyed. Your whole family increases their goodwill towards me, but you're stubbornly unchanged, huh? I can see your forehead turning dark. You might be heading towards doom. On the other side, sensing Lin Juan stealing glances at him, Tang Chuan raised his brows and said disapprovingly, "Why are you looking at me? There's nothing interesting to see. I know I'm handsome, but that's not a reason for you to sneak a peek." Hemph! The discord continued among the family members, with misunderstandings and frustrations piling up. The dynamics within the family were complicated and changing, leaving everyone, including Lin Juan himself, in a state of confusion. Chapter 376. Ah, my poor Udodo, happy May 4th Youth Day. Strange, isn't it? Uncle and Aunt, when did you start being so kind to me? To actually rebuke your own eldest for my sake. Damn it! Suddenly changing like this makes me so embarrassed. The future of the Tang family is doomed. None of my cousins have a good ending in store. Of course, when they treated me so poorly before, I couldn't be bothered with their lives, not my concern. But now that they are so friendly towards me, it actually makes things difficult for me. What a mess with relatives. I feel uneasy about the prospect of Uncle and Aunt ending up with a tragic hand-in-hand cliff-jumping finale. Oh, forget it. We'll see how things play out in the future. The Tang family will always be my maternal family. If it prospers, it's actually more beneficial for me than harmful. Under certain circumstances, I don't mind giving a few words of advice to these cousins. Whether they believe it or not is up to them. Huh? Will we really end up with a hand-in-hand cliff-jumping ending, like white-haired people sending off black-haired people? Tang Guo-an and his wife exchanged glances, both detecting shock in each other's eyes. With so many warnings from the past, the couple now deeply believed in their nephew's insights. Upon hearing about the tragic future of the Tang family, they felt extremely uneasy. In reality, the couple is not worried about their own fate as much as they cannot accept the idea of white-haired people sending off black-haired people. Even though they don't know which child will lose their life in the future, as parents, they will do everything to protect their treasures in the family. We can't sit back and wait for doom. We must find ways to change the fate of our family. The prophecy hasn't occurred yet. There's still time for everything. Since previous insights have been altered, this time can also be changed, as long as we firmly grasp the golden finger of our nephew. Our Tang family will not end in ruin, but may even overcome fate and rise to greatness. The couple exchanged a glance, their years of understanding allowing them to instantly comprehend each other's thoughts, tacitly agreeing. As the saying goes, when husband and wife work together, their combined efforts cut through gold. Besides, they're the chosen children of destiny. The Tang family is guarded by this divinely matched couple. Meanwhile, sitting between the couple, Chu Ling also overheard her cousin's thoughts through the golden finger, her eyes suddenly firm. Gradually, her gaze became determined, resolved to protect her parents. She has finally enjoyed the warmth of her family, and cannot allow her father and mother to face a tragic hand-in-hand cliff-jumping fate. As for her unfamiliar older brothers and sisters, she isn't too concerned. Especially that blind third brother. Better jump off a bridge soon to avoid causing trouble, gives. However, through this incident, Chu Ling has become more aware of the importance of her cousin. Without him by her side, she might not even realize when disaster strikes in the future. To protect her family, Chu Ling decides to hold onto her cousin's golden thigh tightly, embracing a good life. At this moment, among those who overheard their thoughts, only Tang Chuan was unimpressed. White-haired people sending off black-haired people, jumping off a cliff. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even though he has heard many insights before, confirming that Lin Juan indeed possesses a clairvoyant ability, Tang Chuan stubbornly refuses to accept this fact. In his view, good and evil will be repaid. If not now, the time will come. How could such a despicable cousin possess such extraordinary abilities granted by heaven to let him act recklessly? It's impossible. He is 95% certain. Absolutely impossible. Nevertheless, a hint of doubt crept into Tang Chuan's eyes, as the previous experiences had left some shadows on his mind. To cover up his inner turmoil, he casually scratched his nose, smirking. Just as he was about to make a sarcastic remark, Tang Guoan intervened. Smack. Dad, why did you hit me? Tang Chuan held his stinging cheek, bewildered. Shut up, X. Didn't I ask you to apologize to Xiao Xuan? Why do you look like someone seeking trouble? Looking at his eldest son, Tang Guoan rolled up his sleeves, a look of disappointment etched on his face. This brat, I'm trying my best to mend the relationship with Xiao Xuan, and you are here causing chaos. Know thy child. The moment you smirk, I know you're up to no good. If not you, then who should I discipline? We all want to survive. Now we can only rely on Xiao Xuan. How could you offend him? Facing Tang Guoan's disappointed gaze, Tang Chuan felt both puzzled and overwhelmed by injustice. This biased treatment knows no bounds, right? Who is your biological son, after all? He couldn't help but cast a pitiful glance towards his mother, hoping she would step in and restore justice for him. After all, while any treatment behind closed doors could be acceptable, publicly humiliating him like this seems a bit too much. In Tang Chuan's eyes, Dad must have lost his mind, so his best move is to bring Mom out to suppress him. Mom, say something. Dad is out of line. He hit me. Bang. Yi confronted with his eldest son's pitiful pleading gaze, Su Shuyun, with a stern face, didn't hesitate to give a sizable slap. She could see it. The person described by her nephew as white-haired people sending off black-haired people is likely to be her foolish third son. Look at his expression, his gaze, a sure sign of impending doom. At this moment, Tang Chuan, clutching his symmetrically stamped red cheeks, was starting to doubt his existence in this world. Cousin, I'm sorry. It's okay. As your big brother, I forgive and forget. This level of tolerance, Big Brother still has a tilde 2.5 minutes later, under the martial intimidation of Tang Dad and Tang Mom, Tang Chuan, with tears shimmering in his eyes, genuinely apologized. Even Lin Zhuan felt somewhat heartbroken from the resentful gaze of a forsaken woman worn on him. Ah, my poor tilde chapter 377, Tang Chuan's lifelong love. Life goes on, filming never stops. Dad, Mom, I'm not in a good mood, so I'm going to the Maldives to relax for a few days. Please be informed. Perhaps because he was forced to apologize, Tang Chuan was not happy and decided to implement an out-of-sight, out-of-mind policy, flying overseas with his girlfriend for some private time. Maldives. With whom? My girlfriend, Wu Mengmeng. She asked me a few days ago, but I was still busy with my acting job at that time, so I didn't agree. Mentioning his girlfriend, a rare happy expression appeared on Tang Chuan's face. After living so many years, the only girl who made his heart beat, he had already decided to take care of her for the rest of his life. Didn't I want you to bring that? Meng tomorrow. Bring her home to show me and your dad. Su Shuyun frowned and didn't quite agree. When it came to their son's lifelong matters, she held a cautious principle and wanted to let her nephew take a look and listen to his heart before deciding whether to accept this daughter-in-law. Due to the Tang family background, many scheming women had been circling around their sons for years. Don't let's wait a bit. Meng is a very shy girl. I'm afraid she's too shy. When we come back from the Maldives trip, I'll bring her to meet you and discuss the engagement matters. At this point, Tang Chuan playfully stuck out his tongue, a blush appearing on his face. Observant as they were, Uncle and Aunt Tang Guoan couldn't help but smile, no longer putting pressure. It was not easy for their son to meet someone he truly loved, and they didn't want to interfere too much. They didn't care about the girl's family background as long as she was a girl and truly loved their son. By the way, son, you said this girl's profession is an actress? From the Treasure Island area, right? How famous is she? Is she better at acting in period dramas or contemporary plays? Now that she's developing in the mainland, it's difficult to move forward without connections. If needed, the company can provide her with more acting resources. Because she rarely paid attention to Taiwanese artists, and Wu Mengmeng was probably just a third-tier actress, Su Shuyun hadn't heard of this actress, so she asked a few questions out of curiosity. In the current entertainment industry, having talent alone is not enough. Behind getting famous, one needed capital to support them. And the Su Shuyun Entertainment Media Co. Limited, in her hands, was a comprehensive private entertainment group with great influence in the domestic market, mainly involved in film and television, music, entertainment brokerage, etc. It had cultivated many popular artists like Tsai Zukun, Wang Yibo, Deng Chao, Yang Yang, William Chan, Zhang Han, Yang Mi, and more. If her son's alleged girlfriend had acting skills, she didn't mind nurturing her. Seeing that Su Shiyan didn't oppose his relationship, Tang Chuan couldn't help but feel happy, almost not being able to contain his smile. He had been worried that his parents would stop them from being together because of Meng Meng's humble background, but fortunately, Tang Dad and Tang Mom were not narrow-minded people. She's good at contemporary drama. I asked Meng Meng before, but she said the films she acted in were not really mainstream and felt embarrassed to mention them. I occasionally heard her mention that she mostly takes on action roles, seems to be more intense martial arts scenes. After each action scene, she and the male actor are physically and mentally exhausted, sore and tired all over. But she also said, although she's tired after each action scene, she finds it fulfilling and still loves acting. If given the chance, she wants to keep acting and dedicate her life to her beloved film career, shining brightly. Her lifelong wish is that everyone who watches her movies can escape from the tiresome daily life and find a moment of joy. Remembering Wu Mengmeng's aspirations for her future acting career, Tang Chuan's face was filled with admiration. He had never seen a girl with such firm beliefs. When she clasps her hands together and shyly utters her dreams in front of him, Tang Chuan feels like he sees the light of righteousness. At that moment, he was completely captivated and believed that he had found his lifelong love. In this entertainment until death era, most stars chose to portray a persona, leading a decadent private life while acting just to attract a large fan base, shouting a few family lines, and effortlessly making money from fans. With such a lucrative flow of income, who could resist the temptation? But Tang Chuan's beloved girl Meng Meng was different. Her initial intention as an actress was so noble, not afraid of hardships, hoping that her works could benefit the masses and bring happiness through her roles. Once, out of pity for the girl's hardships, he had proposed the idea of her marrying him and staying home to take care of her, willing to bear the responsibility of being a man. However, Meng Meng's resolute response had left him truly impressed and respectful. Life goes on. Filming never stops. Someone has to work hard. Why can't it be me? Life is already hard. I want to dedicate myself and give people some sweetness. As long as everyone gives a little love, the world will become a better place. If I don't go to hell, who will a ... In just a few words, Tang Chuan was deeply moved, feeling ashamed. A person like her, full of great love and compassion, could be called a contemporary bodhisattva in the flesh. Compared to her, Tang Chuan felt like a despicable clown hiding in the shadows, revealed under the pure light emanating from her. From that day on, he became more determined to do everything within his power to help her achieve her dreams. On the other hand, Tang Guowen and his wife looked at each other. They listened to their son's account all the way, even though they found it a bit exaggerated. But considering their son's unwavering love for her, their first impression was still quite good. At least, as an actor, she seemed quite dedicated. Of course, they would need to meet her in person first. It was especially important that their nephew assured them before feeling relieved. As for Lin Zhuan's heart, they now considered it as the highest decree. Chapter 378. The latter half of Tang Jia's three young ones' tumultuous life was spent with Tang Guowen and his wife, contemplating how to bring their eldest son's deep affection to their nephew's attention. Familiar feelings suddenly resurfaced, brightening the couple's eyes. Wu Mengmeng. TSK. My foolish Aodudu. Tilda has good taste in women. I also like this actress's action scenes. Her figure is plump but not greasy. Not bad. Unfortunately, I can only admire from afar and not up close. If my licking dog cousin knew the true face of his goddess while acting, would he go completely crazy? Relishing in others' misfortunes. Huh. What does that mean? Could this prospective daughter-in-law have a problem? Damn it, can you stop speaking in riddles and tell us clearly what's going on? Tell us already. Geez, this is so frustrating. The Su Shiyun couple remained composed on the surface, but their hearts were in turmoil, like ants on a hot pan. How could they not be anxious when it concerned their eldest son's lifelong decision? Luckily, at that moment, their thoughts resurfaced, and the information revealed this time almost blinded the couple. It seems like the plot has advanced considerably due to the butterfly effect. I remember Wu Mengmeng only collaborated with that guy in the later stages, under the guise of traveling, tricking my foolish cousin to go abroad. Why start the kidnapping operation now? Oh, look at my foolish how-do-do tilde calamity befalls him, yet he remains clueless, still smiling foolishly. Is he fantasizing about a happy cohabitation life with his goddess during travel? It can't be, right? Little did he know. He will soon be deceived by his own goddess, tricked into a fraud theme park in northern Myanmar, living a life worse than death. Tragic. A promising young master from a prestigious family will soon be seen as a money-making tool, exploited in various ways. First, continuously demanding ransom until the eldest uncle's family is drained and can no longer pay. Facing reality, they reluctantly abandon their eldest son. Once the kidnappers realize they won't get any money, seeing my cousin's clean-cut appearance, they force him to entertain various influential guests. Until he's old and no longer attractive, they extract his kidneys, liver, and other organs to be sold. After finally finding an opportunity to escape back to the city, he discovers the Tang family has long since perished, familiar relatives and friends permanently separated. In utter despair, he chooses to self-immolate in front of his uncle and aunt's graves, ending his tumultuous later years. Never expected this. My pitiful how-do-do today is likely our last meeting. After tonight, he will probably be locked up in a dark dungeon in a fraud theme park. With rats and cockroaches as his companions, he will spend his miserable life in that dim dungeon. What should I do? He's my own cousin. Maybe I should advise him a bit. But this kid is arrogant and hopelessly in love, refusing to hear a bad word about his goddess from anyone. I'm willing but powerless. Even if I approach him, it'll likely lead to his insults in return. Headache, headache, help, or not help, help, or not help, help bore. Lin Zhuan rubbed his temples, caught in a dilemma, not noticing the changing expressions of the Tang family beside him. Oh my god, oh. Such a tragic fate for my eldest cousin. Deceived into fraud in northern Myanmar, then selling himself, having his organs extracted. Finally self-immolating at their graves? Terrible. How can one word tragic encompass it all? So tragic. That vile person really has some serious issues, daring to manipulate the Tang family in such a way, toying with my eldest cousin's feelings. Tang Guowen and his wife exchanged a glance, revealing both the anger and relief in their eyes. If not for Lin Zhuan's thoughts foreseeing, they couldn't imagine the nightmares awaiting their eldest son in the future. They determined to stop Tang Xuan's travel plan and find that damn woman, the mastermind behind the plot against the Tang family. The couple were not fools, knowing that Wu Mengmeng was likely just a pawn, with a hidden mastermind behind her. On the other side, Tang Xuan, also hearing the thoughts, coldly snorted, "Me. Deceived to northern Myanmar by Mengmeng? Having my heart and liver dug out? Ending in self-immolation? Nonsense! Complete hogwash! Mengmeng and I have long planned our future together, to grow old together, living a happy life side by side, ending the Mandarin ducks, not the immortals. Our love is rock solid. How could she treat me like that? This must be my jealous cousin's imagination, cursing my Mengmeng out of bitterness for finding true love. Yes. I'm 95% certain this is the truth of everything." Just then, a police car passed by an intersection. Lin Zhuan waved goodbye to everyone as the car stopped at a red light. Planning to get off here already. "Xiao Shuan, you must come to Auntie and Uncle's house tomorrow. To thank you for helping us find our daughter, Uncle will host a feast at home for you, and bring your wife over for some fun. From now on, we'll all be family." To uncover the truth, Tang Guowen and his wife continued to extend invitations. Unable to resist Lin Zhuan's insistence, they nodded in agreement. "All right. If Kinj is free tomorrow, I'll bring her to visit you." After hesitating for a moment, Lin Zhuan turned to Tang Xuan. "Cousin, I suggest you not travel abroad for a while. Your forehead shows signs of possible disaster." With that, Lin Zhuan left without caring for the Tang family's reaction. He had said his piece, and whether Tang Xuan could escape his fate would be up to him now. ****. My nephew is so kind-hearted, it brings tears to my eyes. Despite his son's mistreatment, Xiao Shuan showed no grudge, even kindly reminding him before leaving. Where can one find such a good nephew in this world? Watching Lin Zhuan walk away, Tang Dad and Mom were moved to tears. 1. The next chapter will return to the main storyline with the female lead. 2. My wife, Wu Mengmeng. 3. First day of abstinence from lust. I'm numb, and I failed to control my breaking of the abstinence today. Starting anew, I can do it. The Crown Prince's 10 self-reflection precepts. Hope everyone takes me as an example. Please be informed. Youthful unawareness leads to tears shed in old age. Don't be a puppet of desire. You are your own master. Hold back, hold back, hold back. I have someone I love. I can't let her see me in a fallen state. To succeed, go mad first, to achieve success against all odds. Abstinence for a day, joy for 3 years. Abstinence leads to great success in life. Low-level desire needs indulgence. High-level desire needs self-discipline. Before masturbation, like a demon. After, like a saint. Terminating thought ends desire. Arising thought isn't followed. Arising thought vanishes at once. Vanishing thought ceases entirely. Reward yourself 2.5. Suffer the void for a lifetime. If you can't give up lust, what else can you do? I really need to quit. Today, I don't know what happened, but because I spent most of the time alone, besides my mom, there weren't many people at home. In the afternoon, my mind heated up, recalling some stimulating scenes I've seen before, unknowingly opening the computer browser and smoothly finding inappropriate websites. After watching for a while, my brothers who understand will understand, initially planning to watch for just a minute before closing it. But I couldn't control myself, continuously searching for new explicit stories to read or fast-forwarding through stimulating videos. Before I knew it, the whole afternoon had passed until I returned to my senses, feeling suddenly empty and full of self-blame and pain. That's also the reason why the last sentence took so long to review. Because I wasn't editing, I was watching ... After tapping the end a few times, I finally finished typing at 12 ... Abstinence. I'm addicted. I must abstain from lust. Chapter 379. Turning Point of Destiny. Inside the police car, after watching Lin Zhuan's figure disappear, Su Shiyun turned back with a solemn expression and spoke with an unprecedented stern tone. Zichuan, did you just hear what Xiao Shuan said? Your forehead darkened, which means calamity will befall you when you go far away from home. Immediately cancel your plan to travel to the Maldives. And tomorrow, bring your girlfriend home to show me and your father. Su Shiyun acted decisively, choosing to take the initiative. She wanted to meet the fox spirit that her son couldn't forget in his heart. Damn it! Has Mom gone crazy? When did she become so superstitious? She even believes in such obvious nonsense that only fools would fall for, like darkening foreheads and calamities. It's the 21st century. How can people still believe in this absurdity? Cousin Qian Beast is not a Taoist. Does she really think he can predict fortunes? At this moment, Tang Chuan's face was filled with disbelief, his eyes almost popping out, feeling bewildered. He couldn't comprehend how such ridiculous words could come from his mother, a highly educated woman. This isn't logical, Mom. Cousin is just talking nonsense. Why would you believe him? Besides, I already made plans with Mengmeng in private. How could I go back on my word? She will be disappointed in me. Do you want me to be a promise breaker? Faced with Tang Chuan's strong opposition and unwillingness to compromise, Su Shiyun was almost driven to anger on the spot. What a fool her son is, despite her lifetime of reputation. How did she give birth to such a dimwit? Naive and about to be taken advantage of, still enthusiastically helping others count money. If not for Zhao Xuan's warning, you would have been fooled into Myanmar tonight, spending the rest of your miserable life in a dim dungeon at a certain park. By the time we meet again, we mother and son will be estranged. Shut up! How dare you talk back to your mom? If I tell you to stay at home, you stay at home obediently, nowhere else. If you don't listen, I won't mind breaking your legs to ensure you can't leave the house. Slap! Compared to Su Shiyun's earnest advice, Tang Guowen was much more straightforward, resorting to direct force, giving a few big slaps that left Chuan disoriented. In the end, under the firm stance of his parents, Tang Chuan had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Buzzing sound just then, Tang Chuan's Huawei phone vibrated. Checking WeChat, the sender of the message was His long-awaited goddess Wu Mengmeng. Tang Chuan. I'm already at the airport. Hurry over now. The plane will take off in about half an hour. Thinking about the upcoming romantic trip with his goddess, Tang Chuan's heart raced, unable to contain his excitement. He had planned to find a chance to sneak away, informing later, directly holding hands with the goddess, boarding the plane to the Maldives. By the time his parents realize, he would already be lying on the beach enjoying sunbathing. About the consequences after returning to the country. WELL. I will cross that bridge when I get to it. There will always be a solution. Thinking this way, Tang Chuan was about to agree eagerly. But for some reason, Lin Zhuan's earlier voice of the heart suddenly popped into his mind, and a sense of panic and unease struck him. Almost involuntarily, his message changed to, I'm sorry, apologies. Meng, something came up at home, can't make it. Wanna postpone the travel plan to next week? When Tang Chuan snapped out of it, the message had already been sent. Soon after, feeling a bit guilty, he started making excuses. It's definitely not because I doubt Meng, that's why I postponed the travel plan. I just didn't want to disappoint my parents, hence the sudden change of decision. Yes, that's it. I am indeed a filial son. Okay. If you have something going on, that's fine. Let's go next week. If you need my help, feel free to ask. I'll always be by your side. And don't overwork yourself. Remember to drink water and rest. Looking at the warm-hearted replies from the goddess, Tang Chuan was moved to tears, but also felt ashamed. Just a while ago, he had wavered a bit about Meng. He truly deserved to be cursed. Look at her ... See how understanding my Meng is. Even though I stood her up for no reason, she didn't get angry at all. Instead, she showed care and concern. Which man can resist that? Indeed, this girl is worth spending a lifetime protecting. Next, Tang Chuan sincerely apologized and promised to gift the goddess some jewelry and designer bags as compensation. Lastly, nervously, he invited Wu Mengmeng to his house tomorrow to meet his parents and discuss engagement matters. Okay. Getting a short reply from Meng, Tang Chuan was ecstatic, whistling happily. Suddenly, the rest of the people in the car gave him strange looks. Has this kid's head been messed up by a few slaps to the face? At the airport. Zoom, a woman in a light yellow dress, with tousled hair, watched with a grim expression as the plane flying to Myanmar quickly vanished into the distance. 2.5 minutes later, she dialed a number, and when the call connected, she spoke with a hint of respect. Mr. Huo, there's been a change of plans. Tang Chuan messaged me saying there's a sudden issue at home, and he can't make it to Myanmar for now. The trip is postponed to next week. What could be so important? On the other end of the line came a low, hoarse male voice. When he heard about being stood up, his tone rose significantly, filled with suppressed anger. I've arranged everything on that end. Once Tang Chuan steps off the plane, we can control him immediately. After investing so much in this, now he tells me he can't come? Could it be that he accidentally revealed something that the kid caught on to? Chapter 380. Jaeshu's concert. Bringing Su Kinj to chase stars. No way, Mr. Huo. I am 95% sure. Absolutely impossible, Su Kinj asserted firmly. Tang Chuan doesn't have the intelligence to figure anything out. If he did stumble upon something, with his temperament, he would have questioned me already. He wouldn't have humbly apologized and offered material compensations. He even suggested discussing engagement matters at his home tomorrow. Faced with the man's doubt on the other end of the phone, Wu Mengmeng felt nervous. She hurriedly explained, engagement. Are you sure Tang Chuan's feelings for you are sincere? How confident are you? 100%. Good, come see me right away. Plans have changed. I need you to become a spy at Tang's place. Click. On the other side, Tang Chuan, unaware of the situation, was contemplating how to rescue his idol from his despicable cousin. Eventually, the clueless Tang Chuan decided on a new approach. He opened his WeChat contacts and messaged his idol. Are you there? Ping. As the notification sound chimed, Lin Zhuan, surprised, took out his phone to find the message was from his foolish friend, Ududu. This guy hadn't heard of being Ernest Guaranteed Clown. Lin Zhuan replied out of curiosity. Idol, can I add you to our fan group? Many of my friends adore you, and have formed this group to ask you music-related questions. Once the message was sent, Tang Chuan anxiously awaited his idol's response. Following his probing conversation with L before, he was aware of the close connection between L and his cousin. If he spoke poorly of his cousin behind his back, it might upset his idol. Hence, he decided to let his group friends handle it. Since they were already fans of L, perhaps amidst their conversations, they could gather more information about the idol's identity, aiding in his rescue plan. As Tang Chuan anxiously stared at his phone screen, waiting for a response, the text message typed, "The other party is typing. Okay, no problem. Agreed. 3. His idol had consented. Tang Chuan excitedly opened the fan group notification and immediately began inviting people. Shortly, Lin Juan joined the so-called fan group and saw there were 99 members already, with him being the newcomer, making it an even 100. These people are... Upon seeing the names of the group members, Lin Juan was astonished to find that they were all well-known entertainment industry figures, including Jie Shu, Cai Zukun, Wang Yabo, Deng Chao, Yang Yang, Cheney Chen, Zhang Han, Yang Mi, Deliriba, and more. Despite feeling shocked recognizing the familiar faces, Lin Juan was somewhat excited internally. He had never imagined that the true love fan mentioned by Tang Chuan would be amongst these stars. Yet, recalling Tang Chuan's status and background, their acquaintance seemed quite normal. Hu Jie, didn't Tang San from the Tang family say he wanted to bring the song God L in? Where is he? I don't see him. Jie Shu, there's a rumor that the song God is from the Magic City. Is it true or false? I'm having a concert there today. If possible, I'd love to sing with my idol live on stage. GEM. Jay, are you still half asleep? Please don't daydream during the day. Gives Zhao lying. Excited. L is my idol. I wonder if I could get his autograph when the time comes. Wallace Huo, the Mandarin music scene can do without anyone present here, but it can absolutely not be without L. I will always support L Mao Bai. Just let L take me as a disciple. Last time, listening to his composition Sorrow, it was simply astonishing, breathtaking, and left me speechless. He Jiang, I really want to invite L to Hello Saturday as a guest and interview him on how he writes so many tear-jerking masterpieces. Chen He, I agree with Teacher He. But I'm thinking of inviting L to our run, brother to play name tag. If the song God becomes my teammate, maybe Li Chen with the big iron cow on his head would still dare to challenge me, making him surrender and let me win. Haha. As the group chat buzzed with different messages and memes, Lin Juan curiously scrolled through the chat records. Before he crossed over, he had watched these public figures on TV and had imagined their illustrious lives. However, he always had a clear understanding of his capabilities, knowing how distant the lives of superstars were from his own. Nevertheless, everything had changed now. Seeing the stars referring to L as their idol, Lin Juan was both shocked and secretly thrilled. Tang San from the Tang family, attention everyone. A thunderous roar in the sky, the song God is here in all his shining glory. Let's warmly welcome the idol into the group. Salute. Suddenly, as Tang Chuan had mentioned all members, the stars in the group finally noticed the addition of a new member, who turned out to be none other than the legendary vocalist L. In an instant, the WeChat group erupted into chatter. Numerous big-name stars seemed as elated as devoted fans, cheering for their idol's arrival. Seeing this, Lin Juan could not ignore the group's enthusiasm. However, to maintain an air of mystery, he only greeted everyone briefly before ending his message. Hello, everyone. Following Lin Juan's message, there was a moment of silence in the group before it erupted into wild excitement. Wang Zhengkai, damn. It's really him, a real person. Zhang Yishan, L, you are my true fan. My idol. May I ask if you could mail me an autograph? I'd like to keep it as a family heirloom and pass it on for generations. Cai Zukun, as a family heirloom ... Hilarious, making me chuckle. Wow, tilde Jie Shu, song God, I'm having a concert in the Magic City today. Can you come and give me some guidance on stage? I genuinely admire you and every one of your songs. I even remixed some of your songs like Nocturne and Clear Skies. But for some reason, I feel like I've been living in your shadow. I'm so distressed at tilde Shen Teng. You've got some nerve. Making unauthorized changes to LS song lyrics is totally uncalled for. Even connecting stars in the sky as lines. Who do you think you are, the greedy snake? I feel like punching you in the face right now." Amidst the heated exchange in the group chat, Lin Juan felt a few beads of sweat forming on his forehead, feeling a bit embarrassed. However, he soon became captivated by the news of Jaeshu's concert in the Magic City. Remembering Kinj had once said that her favorite singer was Jaeshu, Lin Juan thought that inviting her to his concert would make her happy, fulfilling her dream of chasing stars. At that moment, Lin Juan made a decision. Starting tomorrow, the first day of abstaining from indulgence, regain self-discipline, start running again. To achieve this, I specially downloaded an abstaining app, planning to check in daily. Abstain, abstain, abstain. Chapter 381. The Mighty Talent of Su Kinj. In the city of Mo, in a dim underground cellar, an unknown bloody massacre was taking place. "Who are you? Why did you bring us here? Please, let us go. We haven't done anything to offend you. Why? What do you want to do? Don't come any closer. Help! No, help me!" After 2.5 minutes, the horrific screams abruptly stopped, and the entire space fell into silence once again. Click! Click! The door to the cellar was pushed open. Inside the room, a terrifying scene resembling a hellish battlefield was unfolding. On the ceiling, several small light bulbs hung high, emitting an eerie red light that scattered on the icy ground. In this deathly silence, dozens of horrifying corpses lay scattered in various corners. The skin of the bodies had lost all moisture, like dry wood exposed to the scorching sun for days, presenting a terrifying gray-brown color. The skin tightly clung to the bones, showing no trace of excess fat, as if all life essence had been sucked dry. Sunken eye sockets contained only dark voids, as if carved out by merciless time. Shriveled lips exposed sharp teeth. Each dried corpse's face bore an endless fear, as if encountering something extremely terrifying before death. Bathed in the eerie red light, the corpses emitted a nauseating stench of decay, remnants of bacteria breaking down their final flesh. Soon, an old and a young figure emerged from the room. The leading person was a stunningly beautiful woman with a cold demeanor. She was graceful and ethereal, her icy aura making her akin to a celestial goddess standing above the clouds, overlooking all living beings with emotionless indifference. She wore a red dress that exuded a unique glamour, as if the red color flowed with life, swaying gently with her movements like a blossoming flame. Her fair skin contrasted sharply with the red dress, accentuating her aloof and chilling temperament. Her deep eyes seemed to see through all the world's illusions, devoid of warmth or turmoil, only coldness and determination. Her beauty was breathtaking, like a marvel of nature that one dared not stare at directly, yet couldn't help but be drawn to. Behind her stood an elderly woman with white hair. She seemed to be hiding some concerns as she finally spoke up. "Miss, there is something I don't understand. Now that you have awakened, why not separate from that unwanted husband?" The elderly lady continued hesitantly, "Your future is extraordinary. An ordinary person like him is not worthy of even a single finger of yours. I have sinned. I should not have questioned Mrs. Decision. Please forgive me." Midway through her words, the elderly woman was suddenly startled, feeling a chill run down her spine. She hastily knelt and bowed, trembling with fear, not daring to take a deep breath. All this was due to the icy gaze the woman cast upon her. "Miss, I was confused for a moment. Please forgive me. I don't want to hear any disrespect towards him from you again." The woman's cold warning made it clear of the consequences for any defiance. She then somewhat mercifully allowed the elderly woman to rise, concluding the matter. "As for the reasons you wanted to know, there are two. Firstly, I was able to awaken from a vegetative state thanks to him. I am unable to kill like he does." As she spoke of the second reason, a softer touch replaced the severity in her eyes. She recounted the events that had occurred recently, memories playing in her mind, stirring emotions within her. She remembered the time her soul was bound in endless darkness, recalling the fear still lingering within her consciousness. Even now, the thought of her helplessness and desperation during those times haunted her. Her reflections brought her back to the man who had saved her, the man who had brought warmth and hope back into her life. Their shared experiences had been brief, but happy, filled with first-time experiences she had never imagined. As the recollections flooded her mind, the woman behind her innocently glanced at a message on her phone. It shocked her to the core, as the normally reserved leader was now smiling beautifully, creating an unexpected atmosphere in the room. Chapter 382. The Verdict of Lin Jianjun. Chapter 382. The Verdict of Lin Jianjun. Hug oh. She laughed. The young master. She laughed W. How is this possible? Even if the sun were to rise from the west, it is still more likely than the young master showing a smile. Grandma Rong was shocked in her heart, shouting incredulously. It seems that from the day she first met the young master until today, it's the first time she has seen a smile on the young master's face. If some of the young brats within the organization were to see this, wouldn't they be insanely jealous on the spot? In Grandma Rong's incredulous eyes, the curvature of Su Qing's mouth gradually widened, like the warm sun of spring, instantly melting away the frost on her face. In those deep eyes, there shimmered a warm light. This smile, like melting ice and snow, was exquisite and touching, like a plum blossom blooming in the cold wind, both enchanting and charming. This stark contrast to Su Qing's usual stern image was so sharp that it could even shock everyone who knows her. Except for Lin Juan, almost no one has seen Su Qing show such a gentle smile, and it is unimaginable what kind of thing could make her smile so beautifully. For a moment, there was silence in the basement. Grandma Rong held her breath, lowering her head, afraid that this surprising glimpse would make the young master feel exposed and resentful, and thus seize the opportunity to silence her. However, at this moment, Su Qing's attention seemed completely absorbed by the text message, with no energy to notice Grandma Rong's strangeness. This guy is really cheesy. Watching Lin Juan call her wife and refer to himself as husband again, Su Qing's cheeks couldn't help but blush. Fortunately, Grandma Rong had kept her head down. Otherwise, she would probably have been shocked to doubt life again by this scene. All right, let's meet at the company. Su Qing did not refuse the man's invitation to the concert. After agreeing on the meeting place, she gently put away her phone, restored the stern expression, gave a few instructions to Grandma Rong, and then hurriedly left. At this moment, the thought of holding hands with Lin Juan and going to the concert later caused ripples in the girl's heart, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves of excitement. Hello! As the saying goes, Gross has heart, reporting 3 Springs. Mother's Day is coming. I'm here on the waterline, wishing everyone an early happy Mother's Day. Have you thought about what gift to give your dear mother or ... Lin Group, Chairman's Office. Ding dong. After receiving a message from his own wife, Lin Juan smiled joyfully. Just then, the door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man with a hoarse face entered quickly, with a flattering look. Boss, I got the tickets. Because the concert is about to start in half an hour, tickets were a bit hard to get. I used my connections, and it took a bit of time. Luckily, it was not in vain. These 2 seats are both VIP exclusive seats, closest to the stage, with the best view. It will definitely bring you and your wife the best audio-visual feast. I heard that they were already reserved by someone else, but I managed to persuade the organizers to sell them to us. Taking the tickets handed over by Ma Yingsh, Lin Juan nodded satisfactorily, patted his subordinate on the shoulder, and praised him repeatedly. Under normal circumstances, at this point in time, it would be a bit late to find scalpers for tickets, let alone such excellent seats. Therefore, even with Lin Group's current status and position, Ma Yingsh spent a full 2.5 minutes persuading the organizers. Risk. Chapter 383. Su Qing's Fear and Worrying. On the highway, a black Maybach was driving smoothly. As a driver and bodyguard with professional ethics, Feng Yan noticed the ambiguous atmosphere in the car and silently raised the partition in the back seat. Seeing this, Lin Juan silently gave the other a thumbs up. This girl is quite understanding, right? Not bad, hehe. Just as Lin Juan was about to make a move on the girl in his arms, intending to take advantage of the situation, Su Qing suddenly said to him, Lin Juan, if one day you find out that I am different from what you imagine, will you despise me? What? What do you mean? Lin Juan was puzzled, not understanding why Su Qing suddenly said such strange words. Just as he was about to tease her a bit, when he lowered his head and met the girl's eyes, Lin Juan was stunned for a moment. For some reason, he seemed to see a hint of sadness, fear, and unease in Su Qing's eyes. Qing, what's wrong with you? Is something bothering you? Realizing that something was amiss, Lin Juan quickly became serious and asked with concern. At the same time, he was filled with doubts. He remembered that in the original plot, after Soo-Kinj woke up, apart from becoming a workaholic and stabilizing the family's financial resources in the company for his returning eldest uncle, there hadn't been any major events for a long time, right? Of course, being a supporting character in the book, most of the author's focus was still on the protagonist Soo-Fan and his confidant. Regarding Soo-King's personal storyline, only when Soo-Fan had just returned did the author focus on describing some of her suffering as a vegetable after Soo family went through difficulties. All of this was to provoke the protagonist Soo-Fan's domineering spirit, providing enough reasons and anger for his revenge in the future. Therefore, there may be some situations happening to Soo-Kinj that Lin Juan was not aware of. Kinj, if something happens to you, please tell me right away. I will help you. As the saying goes, a couple in harmony can achieve anything. As long as we are together, there's no obstacle we can't overcome. I am your husband. No matter what troubles may arise, I will resolve them for you. Trust my abilities. Don't keep everything to yourself, facing it alone. Lin Juan ruffled the girl's head and spoke earnestly. He knew Soo-King's character too well. She liked to bury things in her heart, reluctant to trouble those around her, only wanting to rely on her own strength to solve problems. However, even this cold and proud woman had an unknown side. Beneath her tough exterior, there was a fragile heart. She used to be a gentle and kind woman, but chose to close off her emotions and protect herself with a cold facade after experiencing betrayal and pain. In the eyes of others, Soo-King's presence was so dazzling that it couldn't be ignored. At the same time, she was so domineering and cold that she seemed distant. But in Lin Juan's eyes, the girl in his arms was more like a blooming ice flower, beautiful yet fragile, evoking sympathy. It's nothing serious. Don't be so serious, I was just joking. I'm just worried. If my legs never heal, will you still want me? Faced with Lin Juan's nervous and worried expression, Soo-Kinj smiled and shook her head. Hearing her words, Lin Juan raised an eyebrow and carefully observed the girl's expression. Seeing her calm demeanor without any signs of lying, he finally relaxed a bit and let down his guard. Later on, amidst the back and forth banter as a couple in the car, the female driver in the driver's seat shuddered with goosebumps, almost choking on the dog food feed she received. Meanwhile, when Lin Juan wasn't paying attention, Soo-King's eyes occasionally showed a trace of worrying. Now, in order to avenge her parents and gain powerful strength, Soo-Kinj resolutely embarked on the path of martial arts practice. With the demonic skills her master had imparted to her, she had indeed made significant progress in a short period. If it were the Soo-Kinj before becoming a vegetable. At this moment, she would have been ecstatic, immersed in her newfound powerful strength. But now, she was constantly worried and afraid. Of course, what she feared was not the cries and screams of those whose life force she absorbed during her killings, nor the horrific scenes. She didn't fear slaughter. Since her master had found her 3 years ago, when she realized her fate was destined to be steeped in blood, Soo-Kinj had already prepared herself mentally. The only thing currently scaring her was how Lin Juan might react when he found out she was a serial killer. Expressions of shock, fear, anger, or disgust. Soo-Kinj couldn't imagine what kind of attitude Lin Juan would have towards her the day her dark secret was exposed. She didn't want to gamble. She didn't dare. She didn't want to be loathed, feared, pitied, or treated with strange eyes by Lin Juan. She was very afraid. Everyone, can you tell me what my wife meant by that passage this afternoon? Her usual demeanor seems a bit frigid to me. I thought she wasn't interested in these things, but now what does it mean? Just when I finally made up my mind to abstain and discipline myself properly, to be a pillar of society, she had to ruin my determination. Why is it so difficult? I envy the single guys who can discipline themselves daily and become better individuals. Unlike me, who has the desire but lacks the strength. If possible, I would like to abstain for 100 days. As the saying goes, strain the joints and muscles for 100 days. I can't imagine how strong I would become after 100 days of proper self-discipline. Maybe I could punch the earth into pieces and become a legendary one-punch superhero driven by passion. I don't want to break my abstinence. Don't come near me. Desperate screams. All right, I've decided. Starting from tomorrow, it's day 1 of my abstinence challenge. Chapter 384. Su Qing's past, the Scarlet Society. If Lin Zhuan were to know my true identity, he would surely fear me. No one would like a murderer. Exactly. Even if grandfather knew, he might not understand me. I must hide all of this, absolutely cannot let my family and friends know. In order to protect those I cherish, I must become stronger now. I can only become stronger, strong enough to kill the master. I can't turn back now. No matter what price I have to pay, no matter how many lives I have to take, I must become stronger. Otherwise, not only will I die, but also Lin Zhuan, grandfather, everyone around me, they will all be killed by the master. Su Qing's eyes lowered, her silver teeth clenched, leaning quietly against Lin Zhuan's chest. Her thoughts involuntarily went back to 3 years ago, when she first met the master. At that time, due to her parents' unexpected deaths, the Su Corporation was in turmoil on the verge of collapse. Just as she was about to give up and succumb to despair, a woman wearing a red skull mask with a graceful figure appeared before her without a word, showing her to surveillance videos. And the contents of the videos. It was the scene of her biological parents being killed, and even unknown individuals abusing her mother in front of her father. No, don't go. Please, let me go. Release me. Please let me go. Beasts. You beasts. Don't touch my wife. Don't touch her. Please, I'll kowtow to you. Spare us. In the end, her humiliated parents bit their tongues and perished in the flames. Watching her parents suffer such a tragic fate, Su Qing was filled with unbearable pain and almost went insane. But she couldn't do anything, only watched helplessly as her parents' bodies turned to ashes in the flames. As for the second video, which was equally unbearable for Su Qing to accept, it showed her brother Su Yang being chased and shot in the left chest, instantly killed. It was only at that moment that Su Qing realized her closest family members did not die accidentally, but were murdered. She hated. She was angry. But she was also hopeless with her abilities at the time. Besides being powerless with rage, she couldn't do anything. It was then that the woman spoke in a cold, hoarse voice. Do you want to know who killed your parents? Do you want revenge? Want to kill those people? Then, make a deal with me. A deal that bets your life. As a reward, I will give you the power for revenge. Since that day, the mysterious woman made a deal with Su Qing and became her master. However, to this day, Su Qing still didn't know why the master sought her out that day, what her specific identity was, and what her true purpose was. But one thing was clear to her. It was for revenge, and power was indispensable. At that time, the only person she could rely on was the mysterious master suddenly appearing before her. And the first command from the master was for Su Qing to cultivate her internal strength by her own power within 3 years. It is known that martial artists must start practicing from a young age, build a solid foundation, and gradually cultivate internal strength after years of training. But at that time, Su Qing had long passed the optimal age for martial training. Busy with company affairs on a regular basis, lacking exercise, she was truly powerless, a genuine weak woman. Under normal circumstances, let alone 3 years, it would be impossible for her to break through her internal strength, even if given 30 years. The mysterious woman seemed to understand this very well, and she didn't hold out much hope in her words, just coldly dropping, if you can't do it, then it means I found the wrong person. Just that the mysterious woman didn't even expect. Su Qing's talent far exceeded her imagination, combined with an unparalleled vengeance belief, actually created a miracle. Very good. Excellent. Indeed, I didn't choose the wrong person. From today, you are my direct disciple, the future successor of the Scarlet Society. I will entrust everything to you. You must become stronger, stronger than anyone else. Until one day, surpass me, and personally kill me. If you can't do it, then it means you are not a qualified creation. Then I will kill you first, and then find everyone you care about, one by one, and slaughter them all. Chapter 385, Fate, Inexplicably Wonderful. Everyone gathers again. Chapter 385, Fate, Inexplicably Wonderful. Everyone gathers again. Boom, boom, boom on the wide road, a black Maybach roamed freely, like an elegant cheetah, swiftly passing through the bustling streets. Inside the car, the atmosphere was quiet and warm. The starlit rooftop softly shimmered with light, casting a warm glow on the back seat, adding a touch of coziness to the small space. Perhaps due to some mental stress, the girl who was quietly leaning on Lin Juan's chest gradually closed her eyes without realizing it, slipping into a sweet dreamland. Her sleeping face was exquisitely beautiful, like a fairy in a painting, evoking a sense of pity and love in others. Her long cascading hair fell loosely on her shoulders, swaying gently with the slight bumps of the car. A hint of melancholy could be seen between her eyebrows, as if concealing numerous worries. Fortunately, at this moment, these worries seemed to be comforted by the gentle dream, transforming into a faint smile at the corner of her lips. It seems Sukinj has been through a lot recently. Lin Juan's face was full of compassion. He carefully adjusted the position to make the girl in his arms sleep more comfortably. At the same time, he lowered his head, feeling the steady breath of the girl by his ear. His gaze was gentle and focused, as if wanting to eternally engrave this beautiful sleeping face in his heart. Unconsciously, Lin Juan extended his fingers, gently stroking Sukinj's soft hair, as if playing a silent melody, each note filled with love for the girl. Outside the car window, the scenery kept receding in the background, the streets bustling with activity. Inside the car, it was soft and serene, as if even the air was infected by this tranquil atmosphere. Time seemed to completely freeze at this moment. It wasn't until the car gradually came to a stop that the tranquility was finally broken. However, Sukinj was still immersed in her sweet dream, unwilling to wake up. Seeing this, Lin Juan gently caressed the girl's cheek, smiling tenderly, not choosing to wake her up immediately. Instead, he opened the back door and, in a princess-scary position, carefully carried the still dreaming Sukinj out. Nearby stood a giant sports arena. Amid the sounds of excitement outside, Lin Juan could still hear the roar coming from inside the arena. Truly worthy of Zhou Dong's concert, it's a full house. With this thought in mind, Lin Juan took a step forward and walked slowly into the venue of the concert. On inside the sports arena, rows of seats were filled with numerous fans, chatting excitedly, eagerly awaiting the start of the concert. The overwhelming popularity could be seen from the packed venue, showing just how high Zhou Dong's popularity was. However, this was not surprising. After all, before the emergence of Zhou Dong was hailed as the king most likely to save the Chinese music scene. My seat is over here. Found it. Well, really worthy of the super VIP section. The view is excellent, indeed deserving of the best seat in the house. Kinj, when did you wake up? Just as Lin Juan, holding the sleeping girl, found their designated seats. Inadvertently looking down, he was startled to find Sukinj in his arms waking up sleepily, looking at him. When their eyes met, the tenderness and affection in the girl's eyes almost melted Lin Juan's heart. I just woke up. Can you put me down? Sukinj's cheeks blushed slightly, avoiding eye contact awkwardly, speaking softly. In fact, she had been awakened when Lin Juan carried her out of the car. Yet for some reason, she wanted to enjoy a moment longer in the warm embrace of a man. So, she continued to sleep as if entranced, choosing not to awaken. Soon, the two silently understanding individuals sat down at the seats closest to the stage, holding hands, quietly waiting for the concert to begin. Buzz, buzz, buzz. While waiting, Lin Juan's Huawei phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Who would message me now? Lin Juan looked puzzled as he took out his phone and was shocked to see the sender was someone he hadn't met in a while. By Susu. Opening the message. The content was simple, expressing a desire to meet and discuss something important privately. Lin Juan was completely puzzled, not understanding why Bai Susu would want to meet him at this time. However, looking at Sukinj beside him, Lin Juan decided not to pay attention to this inexplicable invitation and directly refused it. At that moment, Sukinj curiously turned her head. Who is it? I don't know. I don't recognize them. Maybe they sent it to the wrong person. Oh. Ding dong. In a shopping mall, Bai Susu heard the notification sound from her phone and quickly checked it. Immediately, a bit of a wistful smile appeared on her face. Indeed, as I expected, he rejected the meeting. I didn't expect. I had just gone to Jinling for a few days to relax, and he had already become someone else's husband. Not long ago, Bai Susu, burdened with heavy thoughts, decided to travel to Jinling to clear her mind and clarify her true feelings. However, when she rushed back to the bustling city after making up her mind, she received astounding news. He got married. Originally, She thought as long as he hadn't tied the knot yet, she still had a chance. But who would have thought? Lin Juan was now officially a husband, which meant that from all angles, he was a legitimate married man. She probably no longer had a chance in the future. Thinking of this, Bai Suzu's face turned pale, filled with regret and self-reproach. At that moment, a sense of endless remorse surged within her. If only she had understood her feelings earlier and expressed them to Lin Juan. Maybe the outcome would have been different. Unfortunately, there were no what-ifs, only the cruel reality remained. Nearby, a Lolita girl in a school uniform excitedly waved her hands and chattered, swiftly approaching Bai Suzu. Following closely behind her, Su Fan, wearing a white shirt and ripped pants, had a sour expression on his face, carrying bags of clothes. "Susu, I'm done shopping. Let's hurry. Zhou Dong's concert is about to start. We'll be late if we delay. Let's go, quickly. And you, this incompetent bodyguard, I just asked you to help carry things. This should be your duty as a bodyguard, but why the discontented expression? What's with that unsatisfied look? HMPH. It's infuriating. Fortunately, today marks the last day you and my parents agreed to serve as a bodyguard. From now on, you wear your ripped pants, and I'll wear my white dress. We will have no further contact. Chapter 386. She escapes, she follows, she struggles to fly with broken wings. She runs, she jumps, life and death uncertain. Chapter 386. She escapes, she follows, she struggles to fly with broken wings. She runs, she jumps, life and death uncertain. Su, are you okay? Your complexion doesn't look good. If you're not feeling well, let's go home now instead of going to the concert. Seeing Bai Suzu looking very haggard, Chen Kedin quickly supported her with a worried expression. Bai Suzu forced out a faint smile, shook her head, and reassured, "Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Maybe I'm just a little anemic. Resting will help. Let's go check it out. Didn't you say you put in a lot of effort to secure the super VIP front row seat with the best view near the stage? It would be a shame not to go. Besides, Jaeshu is your idol, right? He just had a concert in the Magic City. If you, a big fan, don't go, you might regret it in the future." To ease the pain of heartbreak, Bai Suzu wanted to do something to shift her attention. At the moment, this star concert may be the best choice. Okay. Since you say so, I have no objections. Chen Kedin scratched her head, shrug, indicating she didn't mind. However, when it came to the VIP seat she had fought so hard to get, Chen Kedin couldn't help but feel upset, pouted, pulled her double ponytails, trying to alleviate her inner frustration. Ooh, don't even mention it. I'm so mad about the ticket situation. I had already reserved all the front row seats, but for some reason, the organizers changed their minds last minute. They called me and said the front row was already reserved for other VIP guests, so they wanted to move us to slightly less desirable side seats. Of course, I refused. I argued reasonably, but it was no use. We were still forcefully moved by the organizers. I bet the person who took my seat must have some influence. The organizers risked offending my family just to accommodate him. This increasingly dark and twisted society has once again proven a point. When you're out there, being able to fight doesn't mean anything. It's about connections. Some people think they're tough and look down on others, but they will be taught by society sooner or later. There's an ancient saying, not heeding the words of wisdom, you'll suffer losses right before your eyes. As Chen Kedin spoke, she subconsciously glanced at the cold-faced Su Fan beside her. This poser, seeing as you've been my bodyguard for a few days, I'll generously impart this life lesson to you. How much you grasp it depends on your own understanding. Also, Su, I need to declare to you, my idol has now become ... Oni-chan, ... his musical talent is unparalleled, and there's no one who can compare. Even my former idol Jaeshu can't match. I, the evil eye Shinigami, hereby acknowledge Oni-chan as the strongest in the music world. Be honored. Roar. Chen Kedin patted her chest and expressed her idol change to Lin Juan. Then, she pulled out a black eye patch from somewhere, put it over her right eye, and made a bow down to you, my man gesture. Following that, the young lady placed her hands on her waist and burst into laughter. This exaggerated behavior looked silly and ridiculous. And in an instant, the visitors in the shopping mall couldn't help but glance and throw strange looks at the trio. What's wrong? Susu, don't leave so quickly. Susu, wait for me. Tilda, don't leave me. Susu, how can I live without you? Susu Tilda. Chen Kedin waved frantically, chasing after Bai Susu in the direction she was running. But the louder she shouted, the faster Bai Susu ran. In the brisk pace, Bai Susu had forgotten she was a fragile girl who had just experienced heartbreak and was solely focused on escaping from the embarrassing situation, lest she be dragged to social death. At that moment, in the shopping mall, witnessed by numerous tourists, a touching scene unfolded. She escapes, she follows, she struggles to fly with broken wings. She runs, she jumps, life and death uncertain. Hey, you should be waiting for me. Watching the two girls quickly escape, Su Fan, carrying large and small bags, stood dumbfounded, mouth twitching, facing the curious gazes of the onlookers. Despite Su Fan's steel-like nerves, he couldn't help but feel his cheeks burning. He was being perceived with a caring for the mentally challenged children kind of look. That cheeky demon dared to disturb my peace of mind. Luckily, he was about to get the marriage certificate, and he vowed to part ways with that little devil once the time came. With that thought in mind, Su Fan felt much better, picked up the bags, and chased after them. Chapter 387 Listen to Mom. Su King's Tears. Happy Mother's Day. Chapter 387 Listen to Mom. Su King's Tears. Happy Mother's Day. Inside the gymnasium, as Zhou Dong takes the stage and the concert officially begins, the crowd erupts in excitement. In the best VIP seats below the stage, Lin Juan is curious and interested, observing this famous star from his memory. So young. Isn't this world's Zhou Dong still under 30 years old? Combined with makeup and stage lighting and costumes, he slightly surpasses the person in my memory. Looks handsome and stylish. Lin Juan is in a position very close to the stage, only 5 meters away, so he can hear very clearly and see Zhou Dong very clearly. 2.5 minutes later, after Zhou Dong finishes introducing himself and clears his throat, he prepares to start singing ... Everyone. Because today happens to be Mother's Day, a day to thank mothers. So for my first song, I want to sing the hit song recently released by L. Listen to Mom's words. May all the mothers in the world be endlessly happy, with happiness always present. Let smiles be forever bright like flowers. May life always be filled with sunshine and laughter, happiness every day. Brothers and sisters, happy Mother's Day. Music ... As the exquisite melody covers the entire venue, numerous listeners instantly erupt in excitement. Whistles, cheers, screams, various noisy discussions explode, reaching into the sky. It's actually Listen to Mom's words. This is my favorite song. Long live Zhou Dong, eternal god of L. L is truly amazing. Creating such a timely and fitting hit song specifically for Mother's Day. Truly worthy of being the savior of the Chinese music industry. Sing soon. I really want to hear it ... Honestly, I think Zhou Dong's voice suits this song better ... Don't even say it. Many of my friends around me think so too. His voice really fits. Initially, I thought this song was customized by L specifically for Zhou Dong, right? Of course, L is the original creator. And he sings so well too. Heh. Even though I'm at Zhou Dong's concert, I'm actually a true fan of L. Listening to the lively discussions around him, Lin Juan on the VIP seat felt embarrassed. Especially seeing Zhou Dong on stage, with a look of admiration, boldly declaring himself as a true fan of L. Proudly taking out his phone to show off being in the same group chat with L. Lin Juan's face showed even more strange colors, feeling a sense of embarrassment, having a déjà vu sensation of the father calls the son calls the father. Ashamed and embarrassed, no place to hide, ... Please forgive this shamelessness ... Actually, I'm your true fan, love you ... 3. ... Did you hear that? All the fans in the entire venue are calling out your name. Our L, the god of songs. How about it? When will you have your own concert? I can guarantee it will be a full house, and may even break various records of past concerts by celebrities. I'm absolutely confident about this. Just as Lin Juan blushed, next to him, Sukinj turned her head and spoke with a slight smile. Hearing her, Lin Zhuan's mouth twitched, awkwardly responding, "Definitely next time, definitely." And at that moment, Zhou Dong finally raised the microphone and started singing amidst the familiar melody ... "Little kid, do you have many questions? Why, while others are reading comics, I'm studying drawing, talking to the piano, while others are playing games. I'm leaning against the wall learning my ABCs ... I say I want a big airplane, but I end up with an old small propeller plane ... Mom's hardships ... that you don't show her ... The gentle things, are they in her heart? Whenever you have time, hold her hands more ... hold hands together to dream ... When the first lyrics resonated in the air, the entire arena seemed enveloped in an indescribable emotion. Countless listeners fell silent, sitting quietly, their eyes fixed on the stage, as if Zhou Dong's voice carried them into a world full of memories and warmth. As the lyrics progress slowly, Zhou Dong's voice becomes more affectionate and sincere. Every word, every note he sings is full of love and gratitude for his mother. Those who are usually busy with life, the students among them, seem to be touched in a soft spot in their hearts. Their eyes gradually redden, their vision blurs, tears swirling in their eyes, shining like crystal pearls, but also trembling as if on the verge of falling ... As the emotional lyrics unfold, everyone in the gymnasium reaches a climax. Many in the audience spontaneously take out their phones, turn on the flashlight, and gently sway to the rhythm. Some start singing along softly, some close their eyes, immersed in the emotion. At this moment, whether young or old, male or female, everyone is deeply moved by this song. Countless people remember their own mothers, the days of being cared for and nurtured by them. The arguments, misunderstandings, rebellions, and tantrums they had. Sukinj was already teary-eyed in the VIP seat. Different from others who still have the opportunity to show filial piety, she can no longer see her mother, only left with endless longing and grief. But she clenches her teeth, holding back tears, silently talking to her mother, who passed away many years ago in her heart. "Mom, I miss you so much. I'm doing well now, you don't need to worry about me. And I'm married. I met a reliable man like father. I'm very happy now. Thank you for giving me life and nurturing me to grow up healthy. If there's really another life, I hope I can be your and father's daughter again, let you see me walk towards happiness, to be filial at your knees, accompany you as you grow old. Mom, I really miss you so much." Sukinj sat quietly, her gaze instinctively fixed on the stage. Meanwhile, the emotional melody of "Listen to Mom's Words" filled the air, along with Zhou Dong's heartfelt voice. With the ebb and flow of the song's climax, the girl's thoughts gradually drifted back to the distant past, where she held a deep love for her mother, who she would never be able to meet again. "Listen to Mom's words, don't let her get hurt, Sukinj softly hummed along, tears gathering in her eyes, shining like transparent gems, about to fall like dangling water droplets. She seemed to see her mother's kind face, hear her gentle words. She remembered her mother's teachings and love during her lifetime. At this moment, the image and warmth of her mother were vividly present. Wanting to grow up quickly ... to be able to protect her. Finally, tears silently flowed down Sukinj's cheeks. Intense emotions filled her heart, a mix of deep longing and guilt towards her mother. She wanted to see her mother again, to tell her how well she's doing, how she found a man who could make her happy and went into marriage. She wanted to tell her mother that she had been working hard to live up to her expectations of rising into a phoenix. However, all this was destined to never come true. Sukinj's heart was filled with regret and pain, but she knew she couldn't dwell in sorrow forever. She had more important things to do, revenge. To seek revenge on those who caused harm to her family. Sukinj silently vowed to bring justice for her family, to make all the culprits pay 1,000 times over. This determination and courage gradually straightened the girl's backbone in her tears. She knew she couldn't falter, couldn't show her vulnerable side. Because her parents and her older brother, they are watching her from the heavens, hoping she can live on strongly. Don't cry, you still have me. Suddenly, warmth enveloped Sukinj's hand. Startled, Sukinj raised her tear-filled eyes to see Lin Zhuan looking at her with a concerned expression. As he held one of her hands, his other hand gently caught a tear about to drop, placed it in his mouth, savoring it delicately. Somewhat salty. Even the tears of a beauty are still salty. I thought beautiful tears were sweet. Looks like I was thinking too much. Underscore. After all, tears are a weak acidic transparent colorless liquid. It's normal to be salty. Sukinj. This unusual move left the girl dumbstruck. After a while, she blushed and managed to say, "Pervert, what are you doing?" Underscore. I'm verifying the knowledge our chemistry teacher taught. Observing the girl's emotions shifting from sadness to curiosity, Lin Juan shrugged and smiled. On the other hand, as the song came to a close, Zhou Dong put down the microphone and deeply bowed to the audience below the stage. The gymnasium fell into silence. The listeners couldn't shake off the spell of emotion. Some wiped their tears with tissues, others gently patted the shoulders of family and friends to share their emotions. The entire venue was immersed in a warm and touching atmosphere. Clap, clap, clap. It's uncertain who initiated, followed by thousands of applauding hands, sounding like thunder, lasting, so good, sang so well. Almost cried myself to death. Oh, I miss my mom. I'm taking a bus back to my hometown tomorrow. The song "Listen to Mom's Words" is like a clear spring, nourishing the hearts of many. It's not just a song, but an emotional reliance, a wisdom of growth. This song is truly legendary. And it goes so well with Zhou Dong's voice. It's like tailor-made for him. Honestly, the melody of this song is beautiful and moving, simple yet full of depth. Each note is like carefully carved jade stones, colliding to create melodious tunes. Such melodies easily touch people's hearts, immersing them and reminiscing endlessly. Not to mention, the meaningful lyrics make it breathtaking. Every line in the lyrics feels like a genuine overflow of emotions, letting people feel the greatness and selflessness of maternal love. The transmission of these values inspires and educates people deeply while listening to the song. I think it's not just a song, but a resonance of emotions, a legacy of culture. It makes people reconsider the importance of family and cherish the time spent with family. Today is Mother's Day. On this special day, singing this song couldn't be more fitting. Combined with Zhou Dong's heartfelt voice and sincere emotions, it truly allows me to feel the vastness and selflessness of maternal love. This emotion and tears will surely linger in the hearts of everyone here forever. Really want to see the true face of Elle. What kind of person could come up with such genius songs? Exactly. If the song God, Elle appears before me, I would kowtow with my whole family, thanking him for his contribution to the world. Wishing everyone a happy Mother's Day. How did you all celebrate Mother's Day? I kept it simple, just giving out red envelopes. Aside from my own mom, I also gave them to my mother-in-law. How much did you give to your own mother? I remember after Mother's Day, it's Father's Day. Seems like fewer people celebrate it. Speaking of my dad, he's been leaving work around 1:30 every day, has a headache, not sure what to do. He has to pack and send out the goods late. At his age now, not sure what he could do if he leaves the factory, can only endure it. A piece of advice for you all, don't enter the factory. The longer you stay, the less you'll know what you can do when you leave the factory. Chapter 388 of the large-scale documentary, I Came Alone. Inside the sports hall, the atmosphere in the venue reached its peak because of Zhou Dong's debut performance of Listen to Mother's Words. Listening to the crowd's high praise for Elle, Lin Juan couldn't help blushing. Fortunately, with a thick skin like a fortress, he quickly pretended not to notice. And so, the concert continued. HMPH. Asterisk, let me see who this annoying ghost is, dare to take away Miss Ben's position. After a while, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in Lin Juan's ears. His heart skipped a beat, and a sense of unease crept in. Could this inexplicably charming and coquettish lowly voice be ... you are? Oni-chan. And Kinjie. Why are you here? Oh, asterisk, what a coincidence. Wait. How could you come to the concert on your own without inviting me? I'm heartbroken, the kind that can't be comforted ... Kinjie, don't tell me you're abandoning Shinshin just because you have Oni-chan now. Underscore. Blue lean mushroom. ... When Lin Juan turned speechless, what came into view was indeed the trio of Chen Kexin. They could even run into each other like this. Such a narrow path of fate. Although he kept complaining internally, Lin Juan still smiled and greeted them on the surface. Well, what a coincidence. Good. Oni-chan. So you're the bully who took my seat. At this moment, as Chen Kexin approached, it seemed like she suddenly recalled something, smacked her head as if struck by inspiration, rolled up her sleeves, and ran up to Lin Zhuan with a determined look. Without hesitation, Lin Zhuan immediately denied 3 times. "EHO. It's not me. I didn't do it. Don't make up stories. Things didn't happen like that. Stop spouting nonsense." "Fine. Dare to do it, but won't admit it." "Humph. I'm angry. There's no way I can be comforted now." Although upon hearing Lin Zhuan's stubborn denial, Chen Kexin got angry on the spot. The veins on her forehead bulged instantly, forming a big. At the same time, she slowly raised her small fist to her cheek, looked up to the sky, and roared, "Detestable Oni-chan! I can't bear it anymore. It's hard, my fists are all clenched. Today, as the Evil King's True Eye user, I'm here to uphold justice and eliminate you, bringing peace to the world. In this world, protected by me. Meet your end, Oni-chan. Ultimate skill ... Rubber machine gun. Data. Amid the stunned gaze of the surrounding people, Chen Kexin seemed to trigger a combo attack and got lost in her fantasy world, unable to extricate herself. She raised her small fist and continuously punched at Lin Zhuan fiercely. Faced with such a fierce attack, Lin Zhuan remained silent for 2.5 seconds, then silently sounded the horn for counterattack. "A tiger does not show off its might. Do you take me for a sick cat? Little lowly, you dare to act so impudently in front of me. Watch my mighty heavenly dragons. Pegasus shooting star fist." Crack crack, accompanied by artificial sound effects, Lin Zhuan and the little lowly battled it out, exchanging blows. They fought back and forth, fervently engaged in combat, enjoying themselves deeply. With them at the center, the surrounding 3-meter radius seemed to become a vacuum zone, with no one daring to enter. The reason for that was simply ... to darn embarrassing. Sukinj pinched her temples, avoiding eye contact, almost passing out from embarrassment caused by the 2 clowns in front of her. Those legs, which seemed paralyzed to outsiders, were hiding under the table, desperately clutching the ground. Given the current situation, it wouldn't be long before she could conjure up a few sets of 3-bedroom apartments ... On the other side, initially, upon seeing Lin Zhuan and Su Kinj smiling with hands held together while watching the concert sweetly, Bai Suzu's heart was inevitably tugged at several times. But at this moment, she suddenly felt a strange sense of relief. It seemed ... as if maybe it wasn't that difficult to accept being rejected after all. By her side, Su Fan was already full of black lines, secretly muttering. The lad, could he also have a case of Chunabu? Can he really protect his little sister? Self-doubt ... Ah, what a sin! The brother-in-law she chose, she had to swallow any grievances with gritted teeth. As everyone's thoughts varied, the battle had already ended, and the outcome was just as expected. Lin Zhuan narrowly defeated the little lily, causing her to cross her arms, stomp her feet in frustration, pouting and saying, "Oni-chan 030, I'm not going to talk to you anymore." Humph! Chen Kexin sat in her seat sulking, giving off an air of never interacting with Lin Zhuan again. In response, Lin Zhuan simply shrugged and smiled it off, _. He nodded towards the elder brother, greeting him, before returning to his seat. As for Bai Susu, who had been staring at him the whole time, Lin Zhuan chose to ignore her. In front of his wife, he should take the initiative to avoid suspicion ... Sensing Lin Zhuan's indifference, Bai Suzu's eyes dimmed, and ultimately, she remained silent, sitting next to the sulking Chen Kexin. With hands in his pockets, Su Fan walked with an indifferent gait, following closely behind. He didn't want to get too involved with his younger sister in public, just catching occasional glimpses to ensure her safety and being ... Kinj, you really delivered. I'm back in triumph. You childish brat. How old are you? Aren't you afraid of social death? Faced with Lin Zhuan's playful gesture and childlike behavior bowing to her, Su Kinj couldn't help but roll her eyes with no good humor. I have a bigger tolerance. No need to worrying. Alright? You're really something. The two of them interacted sweetly, causing the neighboring Bai Susu to feel a pang of bittersweetness. At this moment, the concert moved on to a new segment. Zhou Dong, on stage, smilingly announced, "Everyone, it's time for song requests. I will randomly select a few lucky audience members to sing a few songs for them live. Wow! Cheers erupted throughout the venue, with countless fans hoping to be favored by the goddess of luck. In the VIP guest seat, Sukinj, propping up her chin, turned to Bai Susu with a smile. What if this lucky audience member is chosen? Can El God sing a song for me on the spot? Cut. You're overthinking. With this sea of people, how could they possibly pick me by chance? If you really want to hear it, I can sing to you at home anytime. Lin Juan smiled slightly, not taking his wife's words too seriously. With nearly 140,000 spectators in the sports hall, picking him from 17,000 people, the probability was so negligible. How could it be possible? Lin Juan had almost 95% absolute confidence that it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. All right, everyone, look at the big screen. With Zhou Dong's command, the big screen behind him began to flicker and dance, the images constantly shifting among the crowd. Finally, it settled on a corner where a beautiful woman in a floral dress, with a tech-savvy face, sat expressionless, exuding an aloof attitude. Beside her was a guy with black-framed glasses, looking somewhat delicate. At this moment, he was all smiles, trying to engage the woman in conversation. Unfortunately, he was met with complete indifference, as the woman had no intention of acknowledging him, sitting cross-legged and maintaining her goddess image. When the screen focused on them, both the man and woman were stunned. Clearly, they hadn't expected to be chosen from 17,000 people. As the two came to their senses, the guy immediately pulled out his phone full of smiles, trying to capture the beautiful moment shared with the goddess. Meanwhile, the woman quickly showed impatience, tossing her hair in annoyance, seemingly pretending not to know the guy. Seeing this scene, the audience present could easily piece together what was going on. There were cheers, excitement, and laughter in the air. The guy's smile instantly vanished, his face turning red. He turned to the woman in a mixture of shock, disbelief, and questioning skepticism. The woman, seemingly embarrassed, covered her mouth and turned her face away, pretending not to know the guy. Seeing this, the crowd instantly caught on to what was happening, and the venue was filled with whispers, excitement, and mockery. In the video, the guy was visibly red-faced and muttering, seemingly continuously asking the woman questions. In the VIP guest seat, Sukinj, with her knowledge of lip reading, looked weird and translated a few sentences of the guy's conversation to Lin Juan. Did you mishear him? He asked you how many people you're here with. What do you mean? Explain clearly. What are you trying to say? Am I not a person? Am I not a person? The woman seemed embarrassed and covered her face, pretending to be shy, but secretly glared daggers at the guy. She opened her mouth, seemingly saying, "Scram, scram, scram. Get lost already. Don't talk to me. Back off, back off, back off." At this moment, the concert unexpectedly featured a top clown act, a classic scene that would go down in history. In response to this, renowned critic Mike Arthur even made a personal assessment. I suggest the guy should start a live stream, put on a red nose, and play LS song Clown on a loop. It's time to cut the losses and make hay while the sun shines. After the concert ended, the guy did take the advice. He quickly registered a private Douyin account, started a live stream, and embraced the wave of enormous popularity. Am I not a person? Top joker at the concert. I came alone. Within a few days, he had produced several major documentaries. I'm not a person, right? Concert top joker. I came alone. The next thing he knew, he had amassed a following of over 100,000 viewers on his live stream within less than 2 minutes. The barrage of comments like heartbreaking, clown king, joker, it's not a crime for a man to cry, natural philam holy body swarmed the screen. Various expensive gifts, including a 1,000 yuan Douyin No. 1, a 3,000 yuan carnival, a 1,200 yuan sports car, a 2,888 yuan dream castle, a 2,000 yuan Douyin airship, 822 yuan skyscraper, a 2,888 yuan romantic carriage. Filled the live stream with special effects flying all over the place, almost crashing the entire room with gifts. That night, the guy reportedly overnight made a fortune, receiving over 600,000 yuan worth of gifts and donations. In an instant, he had gathered the Curanan fragments, paving the way to becoming a Joker live streaming salesman. Afterwards, countless netizens realized they had been tricked. Oh, so we were the ultimate jokers after all. Oh my. What's wrong with this world? Can it really be trendy to be notorious? From Philam to Curanan. Is traffic really all about sales? Let's not read any further. There are still over 1,000 words left, even though I should have finished writing tonight. Unfortunately, my wife finished work early today and said she wanted me to accompany her. Sigh. I'm in distress, unable to refuse, and can only devote myself to accompany my wife. I'll make up the rest to reach for 1,000 words by tomorrow, sorry. Comrades, friends, if you have time, please help send a few sparks for love. They're all free. Please. Starting from tomorrow, I'll resume my discipline of no lust and jogging, with self-discipline as the top priority. Trust me, brothers. I will triumph. Chapter 389. Chunabu strikes. Suddenly, Chen Kexin is controlled by the evil king's true eye. In the sports hall, the frustrated appearance of the otaku was on the brink of exploding. Zhou Dong, who knew exactly what was going on, quickly came out with a wry smile to defuse the situation and stop the discussion of Joker. All right. This beautiful lady, who came alone, seems to have encountered a little misunderstanding. Let's save the precious song selection time for the next lucky audience. As soon as he finished speaking, the large screen behind him flickered and started selecting a person from the audience. At this moment, Chen Kexin volunteered herself, raising her hand and shouting desperately, "Oh asterisk asterisk. Pick me, pick me." However, this faint voice was soon drowned out by the loud noise in the sports hall. Sitting next to her, Lin Zhuan saw the Lolita dancing happily and said, "What a waste of effort. With so many audience members, how could she possibly be selected? You never know." Beside him, Su Qin smiled beautifully for the first time and refuted Lin Zhuan's point. Interactive segments at concerts usually select unique audience members to increase the topic's popularity. Chen Kexin's alternative cosplay dress, with her cute loli appearance, definitely stands out in the crowd. And sitting in the front row VIP seats indicates her high status, making it hard not to be noticed by the organizers. That makes sense, doesn't it? Lin Zhuan was stunned for a moment, thinking that Su Qing's analysis was reasonable and without any flaws. And as Su Qing said, their front row position, combined with their attractive looks, had long been noticed by the organizers. As the camera turned, the screen finally focused on Chen Kexin. Wow, hip hip hooray. I've been selected. Su, Oni-chan, did you see that? I'm the lucky audience member. Chen Kexin proudly stood up, showing off her cute movements, earning friendly glances from the entire audience. It must be said that appearance is justice. If it were an older man doing these childish actions, it would only be annoying. But with such a cute Lolita, people would only think that her childlike innocence was charming. Soon, the staff on site handed a microphone to Chen Kexin. "Hello little girl asterisk. Are you here alone? It's dangerous. Where are your parents?" With a height of 1.55 meters and a youthful face, Zhou Dong thought that the Lolita was still a minor and couldn't help but ask a few more questions. Upon hearing this, Chen Kexin widened her eyes, angrily stood on tiptoe to show that she was an adult. "Me, a little girl. This lady is already an adult, okay? What do you mean by that look? I'll sprinkle salt soda water in your eyes." This playful act made everyone present laugh, finding the Lolita even cuter. "I'm sorry. Oh. Sorry. My bad eyes, little sister." Zhou Dong involuntarily laughed, apologized, and started interacting with Chen Kexin. This kind of amusing girl surely deserved more screen time, as the audience loved it. Little did they know that Chen Kexin then asked, "Do you believe in light? Huh? What's that supposed to mean?" Zhou Dong, who had almost no interaction with the tokusatsu world, couldn't understand the joke the Lolita tossed at him. "Oh, unexpected. You, a man who doesn't even believe in light. I've misjudged you." Chen Kexin, with her hands behind her back, showed a disappointed expression. On the stage, facing Chen Kexin's disappointed gaze, Jo Dong was dumbfounded and tried to change the subject by asking about her injury. "Little sister, why are you wearing an eye patch on your right eye? Did you get injured? Or did you get double eyelid surgery?" Hearing this, Chen Kexin's face darkened immediately. In front of the big screen, she covered her right eye, speaking seriously. Foolish mortals. I am the evil king's true eye wielder. My evil eye seals the power to destroy the world. The evil king's true eye is the strongest. Oh, my evil power inside me is restless. Ah, it's going out of control. Quick, run, Jo Dong, evacuate. The audience, my inner evil power is about to go out of control. Go, all of you, run. Once my power erupts, all the tens of thousands of people here will be polluted by my evil power. Run, everyone. Hurry. In the confused gazes of tens of thousands of people in the audience, Chen Kexin seemed to go mad, trembling all over. The next moment, she suddenly covered her right eye, showing a painful expression, intermittently urging the audience to run as her seal is about to be lifted. Damn! What's going on? Did she suddenly go Chunabu? This little devil really isn't afraid of social death, huh? Acting like this in front of tens of thousands of people, her courage is commendable. In terms of Chunabu, I'll call you the strongest. Respect. Like Lin Zhuan and many others at the scene, just watching Chen Kexin's Chunabu behavior gave them goosebumps, making it unbearable to look at W. So damn awkward, right? No, I can't hold it any longer. My evil eye power is about to overflow. Damn! You won't succeed. Even if I have to burn my own life, I must protect everyone here. Because I am the wielder of the power of darkness, the legendary evil king's true eye wielder. Chen Kexin, completely ignoring the strange looks of others, was immersed in her fantasy world and couldn't free herself. In her imagination, the power of the evil god inside her had erupted, turning into a terrifying demon. It was attempting to slaughter the audience on the spot. And she, the evil king's true eye wielder, as the only human who could confront the demon, the hope of the world, she had to fight the demon to the end. Chapter 390 by Suzu's Unwillingness, Lin Zhuan. You what kind of man are you? Chapter 390 by Suzu's Unwillingness, Lin Zhuan. You what kind of man are you thinking like this? Chen Kexin decided to use her strongest killing move. She took off her right eye patch, revealing her right eye with golden-colored contact lenses. She extended her palm towards the void with a serious expression, chanting the magic spell, explode, reality, shatter, spirit, bounce, neural synapse. I command you as the Eye King, exile this world, banishment this world, split open, gate of darkness, free the present darkness, let the power of the End King penetrate the void to guide the end of the world. Blackwing Jex Prototype 2. In Chen Kexin's wild fantasy. At this moment, she was fiercely fighting against demons to protect the world, with all kinds of magic runes clashing madly. 12,345,678 great leaders. Which number do you think looks the best? To outsiders, the Lolita was seen dancing and making various strange battle movements towards the void. This scene was beyond ridiculous, so much Chunabu, it's practically a large-scale social death scene. Unfortunately, Chen Kexin was completely immersed in her own world, unable to extricate herself. Meanwhile, the audience in the sports hall had varied reactions. Some couldn't bear to watch, some couldn't help but laugh, while others recalled their cringy adolescence, feeling embarrassed to the point of toe curling. Of course, the most torturous one was undoubtedly Jo Dong on stage. He felt that today was his day of bad luck. Why were the audience all so special? Ah, so difficult a man I am. E=O*. Seeing that Chen Kexin's battle was not over yet, Jo Dong quickly signaled the cameraman to switch the view to the innocent girl beside the Lolita. Why not Su Fan? Nonsense! How could the audience possibly like such a plain and unremarkable man? As expected, when the view, still on the crazy Chen Kexin, suddenly switched to Bai Susu in a white dress, many in the audience couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Such a pure girl! Love it! Love it! Woo 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 ... For some reason, seeing her just now, I unexpectedly recalled my first love, my ex-girlfriend who is already married. So sad. ... Jodong first greeted politely. To avoid further mishaps, he directly asked Bai Susu if there's a song she'd like to hear. At the same time, he prayed in his heart, hoping that this time the chosen one would be a normal person. On the other side, Bai Susu looked slightly surprised. She had initially planned to shake her head and give this opportunity to another fan. But when she caught a glimpse of a man and a woman holding hands not far away, her heart inexplicably ached. A strong sense of resentment emerged, and in a moment of madness, she nodded. "I have a friend. She just messaged me, asking me to pick a song for her ... She said her ex-boyfriend, who is now married, is present at the concert and she wants to dedicate a song to bless their marriage. She also said even though the man is ugly and blind in one eye, she still wants to wish him well. She wants to request Luelis what kind of man are you to him ... This dramatic scene caused a commotion in the audience. Whistles and cheers filled the air. Many began to speculate. Could this beauty's friend that the school beauty mentioned be herself? However, it seemed unlikely, because with such stunning looks, any normal man would be overjoyed, questioning if his ancestors were heaven-sent. How could he marry another woman? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. In the VIP seats, Sukinj squinted her eyes and suddenly gave a meaningful glance to the man beside her. Do you know who the man Bai Susu mentioned is? What? How would I know? Do you mumble jumble? You're usually so sharp. Why are you so clueless now? ... Shrugging his shoulders, Lin Juan ignored the girl's banter, adopting an ignorant attitude. In fact, he wasn't a fool and, of course, he had some inkling. But some things, once missed, were missed. Lin Juan wasn't going to dwell on the past. He would let it go with the wind ... now. He had someone more worthy of cherishing and protecting by his side. With this thought, Lin Juan smiled, interlocking fingers with the girl. This scene, seen by Bai Susu not far away, made her vision blur, feeling an immense and unbearable pain. It hurts. It hurts so much. Piercing pain in the heart. Just then, on the stage, Jodong cleared his throat, saying, "Hey, girl, your friend Tilda, isn't she interesting, quite humorous? All right. Let's sing this song. What kind of man are you to bless a certain ex-boyfriend in the audience ... music ... With the beautiful and captivating melody playing, Jodong raised the microphone, crooning sentimentally, interacting with the audience below. What kind of man are you ... what kind of man? Watching her leave with eyes wide open, but not caring. How naive can you be? Tilda, don't pretend anymore. Tilda, hoping you'd win her back. But you just stand by ... Clap, clap, clap. Soon, the song ended, receiving thunderous applause. The applause lasted long. Thanks, W. Thank you for your support. Now, let's select the final lucky audience member. Who could it be? Please check the big screen. The screen began to rapidly scroll and jump, selecting the lucky one. At this moment, Lin Juan was feeding a piece of popcorn to the girl by his side. He didn't pay attention to the screen on the stage, his mind focused on enjoying a sweet moment with Sukinj. Just then, Sukinj seemed to see something. Her pupils dilated, and as the piece of popcorn in her mouth dropped to the ground, she turned to Lin Juan with a puzzled expression. Hey, friend. What's wrong? Don't like the popcorn? Huh, no. You seem to have been selected as the lucky audience member. What the ... Lin Juan was stunned for 2.5 seconds, subconsciously turning his gaze towards the stage. And lo and behold, on the big screen appeared his handsome face. Chapter 391, Lin Juan's request. Jodong, let me take over. I want to go on stage to sing a song for my wife. Chapter 391, Lin Juan's request. Jodong, let me take over. I want to go on stage to sing a song for my wife. Wow. This man is too handsome, isn't he? Even Wu Yanzu would feel inferior compared to him. Damn it. Comparing will only make you angry. This white face is so handsome. Does he wake up looking handsome every morning? Oh my god. Is this a male god? When he looks in the mirror, does he not get awed by his own handsomeness? Being handsome is not his fault, but coming out to charm people is his fault. So envious. If I had even 1,000th of his good looks, Why have I been single for 40 years as a goblin? Heavens, it's so unfair. Some people grow up randomly and become so astonishingly handsome. If being handsome is a crime, then this person is unforgivably guilty. His handsome face is out of this world. If he were to participate in a variety show contest, his debut would be guaranteed. With just that face, he could easily become a national idol like Zhang Dao or Brother Chicken. Oh my god tilde, even though I am a little fairy from Jiangxi, if I could be with such a male god, I wouldn't mind even without the dowry of 388.8 thousand yuan. And a dowry? What are you daydreaming? If this handsome young man is willing to marry me, I would not only give him an unconditional 3-bedroom apartment, but also pay him a dowry of 388.8 thousand yuan. When Lin Zhuan's strikingly handsome face appeared on the big screen, the whole place was moved. Countless girls screamed in unison, with hearts in their eyes and drooling, looking infatuated. Even Zhou Dong was stunned by Lin Zhuan's looks, standing on stage unable to speak for a long time. He couldn't imagine that there could be a man in this world who was 100 times more handsome than himself. It's so unbelievable, oh. However, Zhou Dong had seen many big scenes in his life. Upon learning that there was a man 100 times more handsome than himself in the world, even though his heart was close to breaking, he bit his teeth and endured it with determination. He tried to move his gaze away from the big screen, as if his eyes could explode if he looked for one more moment. Facing the VIP audience below, he smiled and spoke, This lucky audience member is actually a handsome big guy. Fans and friends, you are in luck. So, this handsome guy, what song would you like to hear? Upon hearing Zhou Dong's question, Lin Zhuan scratched his head, thinking of picking a song casually. After all, he had only brought Su Qinge to realize her dream of chasing stars today. He never expected that he would accidentally be chosen as the lucky audience member. However, when he caught a glimpse of the affectionate Su Qinge beside him, Lin Zhuan suddenly had a new idea. As the audience whispered and wondered what song the handsome guy would choose, Lin Zhuan suddenly spoke up. Excuse me, I don't want to choose a song. If Zhou Dong allows, I want to go on stage and sing for my wife myself. The sports arena fell silent at these words. On everyone's faces, there was a clear expression of disbelief. What a bold move! Did we hear correctly? This handsome guy actually wants Zhou Dong to step down and let him go on stage to sing personally. Truly courageous and admirable. You see, this is a live concert with over 100,000 people. An ordinary person would feel so nervous with so many pairs of eyes on them, their legs shaking, unable to speak, let alone sing. Moreover, with Zhou Dong on stage, a top-tier singer, setting the bar, Lin Zhuan, if his performance was not flawless, it could easily attract criticism, making him seem like a fame seeker, a show-off, or an embarrassment. Lin Zhuan, are you serious? Even the usually calm Su Qinge was surprised by Lin Zhuan's words. To have someone removed from the stage at a big star's concert, to step up and sing oneself, disrupt the original plan, what kind of operation is this? Su Qinge had lived for many years, and it was the first time she encountered such a bold operation. Of course, more precious than pearls. Didn't you just ask me to sing you a song live? I will satisfy you now. With a smile on his face, Lin Zhuan asked Zhou Dong standing on stage once again. Is it okay? Zhou Dong, let me sing a song. Seeing Lin Zhuan's determination, the entire audience cheered, instantly erupting. Zhou Dong, let him sing. I want to hear him sing. Exactly. Get on stage. Let him go on stage. Regardless of how Lin Zhuan sang in the end, there was free excitement to watch now, and the audience naturally wouldn't let go of the chance. Especially when the camera zoomed in on Su Qing's face, the atmosphere in the arena reached its peak, like a stone creating ripples, extraordinarily lively. Heavens, which heavenly beauty has descended to earth? So beautiful, incredibly beautiful. Beauty in tears, this beauty can immediately debut right where she stands. The grace of this young lady is extraordinary, completely beyond mortal. Allah! In a minute, I want all the information about this lady. Zhou Dong's concert is really full of hidden talents. Why are all the audience members so good looking? How can we ugly goblins cope with this? Did this handsome man save the galaxy in his past life? How else could he marry such a fairy-like beauty? I originally thought that the girl in the first love style just now was the most beautiful person in the world. I never expected there to be someone even more stunning. I am truly amazed. The audience's exclamations surged like a tsunami. Inside the sports arena, the lively atmosphere was pushed to a new high. Many audience members took out their phones and aimed at the big screen on the stage, trying to capture the beauty of this astonishing girl. Meanwhile, Sukinj remained calm, seemingly unaware of the commotion around her, not noticing that she had become the center of attention in the whole venue. Sitting quietly in the VIP seats, she wore a faint smile on her face, eagerly anticipating Lin Zhuan's performance. At that moment, Sukinj seemed to become the brightest star at the concert, even outshining Zhou Dong on stage, stunning and captivating. Yet, her beauty was not flaunted, but rather the kind that evoked respect and reverence, a sacred beauty that should not be profaned. Beside her, Bai Susu clenched her fists upon seeing this scene. Even though she felt unwilling deep down, she had to admit that in any aspect of comparison, she paled in comparison to Sukinj. And with this in mind, it seemed understandable that Lin Zhuan's feelings had shifted to someone else. Chapter 392, A Reversal in the Heavens? Singing 7 Mile Fragrance in front of Director Zhou. On stage, listening to the continuous cheers from the audience, Director Zhou was completely dumbfounded. This was the first time in his professional career that during an interaction, he encountered an audience requesting him to step down and let someone else come on stage to sing. And not just anyone, but with the collective approval of the fans? So, should he agree to Lin Zhuan's request to come on stage? Director Zhou thought for a mere 2.5 seconds, then decisively agreed without hesitation. If he were to ignore the audience's calls now and forcefully reject Lin Zhuan's request, the atmosphere on site would plummet to freezing point, seriously impacting the quality of the rest of the concert. On the contrary, if he nodded in agreement, the audience's expectations would soar to their peak, bringing him a considerable amount of heat regardless. With all benefit and no harm, why not do it, right? Regardless of whether Lin Zhuan's singing was good or bad, it didn't really matter. In fact, if he sang off-key, it would further highlight Director Zhou's superior singing skills. As the saying goes, no contrast, no harm, right? As for the possibility of Lin Zhuan surpassing expectations, turning the tables, or stealing the spotlight that rightfully belonged to Director Zhou, Director Zhou smiled confidently and waved his hand repeatedly. This possibility is less than 5%. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Therefore, what harm would it do to let Lin Zhuan come up to sing? Sure, handsome guy. Please come on stage. You love your wife so much. I'm sure it's meant to show admiration between adults. Director Zhou smiled gently and, in front of everyone, pointed to the empty spot next to him, inviting Lin Zhuan on stage to sing. Instantly, the entire venue erupted into excitement, with waves of exclamations. He agreed. Director Zhou actually agreed. Opinions among the audience varied about this matter. I didn't expect that. Director Zhou actually let that handsome guy come on stage. Could he be the first star to invite a fan to sing at his concert? Could that guy be intentionally trying to disrupt Director Zhou's show? Does he think he can sing better than Director Zhou? Damn! What's he trying to do? I paid to see Director Zhou sing, not to see that young pop star embarrass himself. Ridiculous! That pretty boy must be trying to show off in front of the beautiful women. That's why he dared to come forward. Let's watch him make a fool of himself. Humph! Seeking attention. Some of the audience members present showed strong hostility towards Lin Zhuan, with disdain clearly written on their faces. Some were envious losers of Lin Zhuan's handsome appearance or bitter about him marrying such a stunning woman, starting to mock and attack Lin Zhuan indirectly. Of course, there were opposers, and certainly no shortage of supporters who stood up for justice, with the majority being girls. What are you bunch of useless people chattering about? He's willing to come on stage and sing for his loved one. Do you have the courage to do the same? Exactly. If it were you guys, you'd probably be too scared to even speak properly, not to mention sing. You might even wet yourself on the spot. These idiots are overthinking it. These losers who do nothing but hide in their rooms and play games all day. How can they understand love and courage? Ha ha, true. It's laughable. These losers only know how to be jealous and envious, never striving for anything themselves. Even if they had a fraction of the charm that guy has on stage, they wouldn't resort to watching videos to fulfill their desires, right? Regarding Lin Juan's appearance on stage, numerous fans had mixed opinions, which even developed into a verbal conflict. Some believed that Lin Juan was showing off, stealing the limelight, disrupting the show, wasting their time, and hurting their ears. On the other hand, some viewed Lin Juan with goodwill, admiring his courage and being touched by the love between him and his wife, feeling envious. However, regardless of which side they took, almost all of them unanimously agreed that Lin Juan's singing was just average, and no one believed he could sing very well. At the very least, he could never be as good as a top singer like Director Joe. Meanwhile, ignoring the mixed comments around him, Lin Juan, with confidence, walked onto the stage, with a few words of encouragement following him. "Juan, go for it. I'll listen to you sing well. Oni-chan, go for it. Go for it. Make us proud." Soon, Lin Juan arrived on stage, where Director Joe welcomed him and handed him the microphone. "Hey handsome guy, what song do you want to sing? One of my songs. Or maybe familiar songs like You're Too Beautiful, Cancer, or When Trees Grow Tall." Taking the microphone, facing the tens of thousands of eyes below, Lin Juan remained unfazed, calmly saying, "I really like L, so I'd like to sing one of his recent love songs for my wife, Ching Jae." Wow! Upon hearing Lin Juan express his desire to sing an L song, the enthusiasm of the entire audience was reignited. I suddenly like this guy a bit, because he and I both admire the same idol. Anyone who's a fan of L can't be a bad person. A new song L released recently, and it's a love song. Could it be the one released the night before last? If it's that one, can this guy really sing it well? Only a day of practice, how proficient can he be with the song? Yeah, but anything from L is sure to be top quality. Even if he sings poorly, I can still enjoy it just from the melody. That's true, L is the best. Even so, if this guy sings badly and ruins my idol's song, I'll have to give him a thumbs down. On stage, Director Joe was slightly surprised, furrowing his brows and saying, "LS songs are quite difficult to sing, and you practiced for such a short time. Are you sure you don't want to change to a different song?" "No, thanks for the offer." Lin Juan glanced at Director Joe with a peculiar look, then shook his head firmly. "All right then. Sing a few lines to warm up. You don't have to finish the whole song." "All right, the stage is yours." Seeing that he couldn't persuade Lin Juan, Director Joe sighed inwardly. This was an L song after all, and if Lin Juan sang poorly, it would surely invite some ridicule and criticism. After all, these were the audience members who had bought tickets to watch his concert, so Director Joe naturally didn't want Lin Juan to embarrass himself too much. Unable to persuade him, Director Joe could only leave and find a nearby corner to wait. This way, if Lin Juan sang terribly, he could come out to save the day. Soon, under the watchful eyes of all, the staff completed the preparations, and the performance officially began. Lin Juan held the microphone, glanced at Director Joe in the corner, silently apologized, then confidently said, "Hello, everyone. The next song is a masterpiece, created by the unparalleled musical genius AL." Hearing the series of words praising L, the audience was left stunned. They didn't expect this little guy on stage to have such an endless and overwhelming admiration for L. Of course, a few who knew the inside story could only smile wryly. They were completely dumbfounded by Lin Juan's shamelessness. This is, beyond belief, it's absurd. This song is the first time I'm performing it in front of an audience. I hope you all like it. Phi 0 asterisk, la 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 underscore phi asterisk 0. The song is called ... Lin Juan intentionally drew out his voice, teasing the audience, before flashing a mischievous smile and saying, 7 Mile Fragrance. It's too difficult. My wife's current job is too exhausting. She wants to quit her factory job, but lacks education and skills. We live in the countryside with limited job opportunities, making us less competitive. I went out today and searched around, but all I found were more tiring jobs with low pay. half of what she earns now, or jobs that require long-term commitments. And most of the time, we can't even find any suitable jobs. It's a headache. My dad is in charge of packing and shipping at the factory, and he's been working until 1:30 in the morning every day for the past few months. It's frustrating. Life is too hard for ordinary people. I've been watching a lot of abstract live streams lately, some with low investment costs, and I'm thinking about trying out a live stream myself. It's abstract, but there are people tuning in regardless. I feel these investments are minimal, so maybe I can earn some small gifts. I thought, to avoid embarrassment, I could buy an Ultraman phone case or a Monkey King headgear. Think of some interesting and creative ideas and try live streaming on Douyin TikTok. What do you guys think? Otherwise, ordinary people will be at a loss. Chapter 393 Rain Falls All Night. My love overflows like rainwater. Chapter 393 Rain falls all night. My love overflows like rainwater. Night falls, stars twinkle. Brilliant lights shine on the stage that captures the attention of thousands. Amid the applause and cheers of the audience, Lin Juan, dressed in a simple yet elegant black suit, with a smile on his face, confidently stands in the center of the stage. He adjusts the microphone height gently, takes a deep breath, then closes his eyes as if brewing the most sincere emotions. When he opens his eyes again, the deep gaze sparkles with captivating light. Today, I want to sing a love song for my wife. The song is called 7 Miles Fragrance. Lin Juan's voice is deep and magnetic, melodious like a cello. He nods slightly, gently strums the strings, and the prelude of his latest masterpiece, 7 Miles Fragrance, begins to play. Concerned about being recognized due to his voice being dissimilar to Lin Juan intentionally alters his vocal tone, using a slightly lower falsetto. Accompanied by rhythmic background music, Lin Juan gently starts singing, his captivating voice resonating slowly. The sparrows outside the window chirping on the telephone pole when you say this. It feels like summer the pencil in hand, scribbling back and forth on the paper I use a few lines, to describe who you are to me the taste of mackerel, both the cat, and you want to know the scent of first love, we found it again the warm sunlight, like freshly picked strawberries, you say you can't bear to eat this feeling Lin Juan's singing is as pure as a mountain spring, as gentle as a spring breeze, seemingly carrying a magical charm. In just a moment, the tens of thousands in the audience are captivated. The once noisy arena gradually quiets down. Some audience members close their eyes to enjoy the wonderful melody, while others are amazed by Lin Juan's astonishing vocal prowess. Regardless of what they were doing before, the audience collectively stops everything and focuses on Lin Juan's performance, enchanted by his singing. Even Zhou Dong, who is planning to take advantage of Lin Juan's potential failure, is stunned after listening to Lin Juan's voice. It's unbelievable! I was here worrying for you, and it turns out you're playing possum as a tiger. This song 7 Miles Fragrance, I haven't even completely mastered it yet. You're quick to learn, but your singing is too beautiful. Under the VIP seats, Sukinj watches the figure on stage, who is singing to her with deep affection. A faint blush appears on her beautiful cheek unintentionally. Her heart beats faster, breathing hurried. She takes a deep breath, forcing herself to look away from Lin Juan's intense gaze. She can't bear the fiery look in the man's eyes, afraid that another glance might make her heart explode on the spot. This glaring scene is noticed by Bai Susu. Her heart once again aches. She remembers the year, the month, the day when Lin Juan tried to make her happy by singing to her with a bad voice, and she covered her ears and activated the artificial silence to mute him. Since that day, it has been rumored that Lin Juan began practicing his singing diligently to be able to sing to her again. Bai Susu knows very well, if it weren't for the love and loyalty in the past, how could Lin Juan awaken his musical talent and become the admired singing god today? Originally, she should be the one sitting in the audience accepting Lin Juan's serenade, but one misstep has led to another. There are no regrets or second chances in this world. When she realized her feelings for Lin Juan, it was already too late. Thinking of this, Bai Suzu's eyes turned red, her heart aching, as if pricked by needles. On the other side, Lin Juan reaches the climax of 7 Miles Fragrance. The audience is deeply enjoying the performance, captivated, and fearing to miss even a single lyric. Rain falls all night tilde tilde tilde, my love overflows like rainwater, tilde tilde, the courtyard with fallen leaves, tilde layers of my yearning, tilde a few words of criticism, tilde tilde can't cool my passion, tilde tilde you appear on every page of my poem. Upon hearing this climax, many audience members can't help but stand up involuntarily. They see a shy boy confessing his love in the lyrics, and memories of their youth come flooding back. Many smile, reminiscing about the lost beauty of their past youth. Butterflies on the window ledge, tilde flutter beautifully like poems, tilde tilde I continue writing tilde tilde I write forever loving you at the end of the poem, tilde 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 on stage. The exceptionally handsome Lin Juan notices the enthusiastic atmosphere below. After smiling and singing the first two lines, he suddenly points the microphone towards the audience, signaling them to sing the next line of the lyrics. The audience responds enthusiastically, roaring in unison, shouting with all their might, "You are the only one I want to understand." Even Chen Kexin can't help but jump up from her seat, raising a small fist, shouting until her face turns red. From then on, Lin Juan sings a line, and the audience chants the next. With this highly coordinated interaction, the atmosphere becomes more friendly, filled with laughter and joy on every face. Soon, when the final note falls, 7 Miles' fragrance concludes perfectly. In the next moment, the entire arena erupts with thunderous applause and cheers, the audience clapping vigorously and cheering, praising Lin Juan's outstanding performance. "Amazing! You sang so well. I think you sang even better than Zhou Dong. You should officially debut right here. Oh my goodness! This young man isn't just extraordinarily handsome, but his singing is also so pleasant. What dream should I have to marry such a man? My mom always tells me to open my eyes to the world. I never understood before, but today, I finally see. So this world is so beautiful, and there exists such a perfect man. Is this what a heart-fluttering feeling is like? Approximately tilde tilde dot 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 dot. Chapter 394. The concert ends. Why were the people intercepted for no reason? Chapter 394. The concert ends. Why were the people intercepted for no reason? The singing is as gentle as a summer breeze, and as warm as a winter sun. No exaggeration. This young man sings really well. If there weren't some differences in the tone, I almost thought this was Elle in person, appearing on stage. Don't say that. Please don't say that. In my imagination, Elle is exactly the image of the male god on stage. Wow, I love it so much. Handsome, artistic, and seems like a low-key tycoon. I really want to be his girlfriend. Handsome guy, I'm in. Even though you're married. But this goblin here doesn't mind. Monogamy is reasonable. It's not considered cheating. Get lost, you dead gay guy. Monogamy is reasonable. My husband doesn't even give you a second glance. No gay business. And you were just criticizing my husband for seeking popularity on stage. Don't think I didn't hear. Your husband. Did you two get married? Don't talk nonsense. This is my husband. Haven't you heard that different genders are for reproduction, while same gender is true love? W my husband. This goblin here, want to offer you my cherished chrysanthemum that I've kept for 30 years. The tens of thousands in the audience cheered for Lin Juan. This buzz was even greater than it was when they were cheering for Zhou Dong during his support event, truly stealing the spotlight. Behind the stage, Zhou Dong, who was supposed to be ready to save the day, couldn't help but smile bitterly. He thought it was just a colleague, but it turned out to be a king. Of course, Zhou Dong was genuinely happy for Lin Juan, even developing an admiration for him, considering guiding him into the industry. In the current Chinese music scene where talents are scarce, constantly injecting fresh blood was crucial for a possible revival. Thank you for all your support. Amidst the overwhelming praise, Lin Juan smiled and bowed 90 degrees to the audience. Immediately, he handed the stage back to Zhou Dong, then walked off the stage, weaving through the crowd and heading back to Su Qing's side. This song is for you, Kinj. Do you like it? Yes? Su Qing's cheeks blushed slightly as she nodded. And is there a reward? Like a hug. Since you're quiet, I'll take that as a yes, okay? Lin Juan, with deep affection in his eyes, tightly embraced the bewildered girl, as if trying to merge her into his body. By the time Su Qing realized it, her nose was filled with the scent of a man. In an instant, she blushed as if she were about to bleed, feeling suffocated by the intimacy. And this intimate act didn't go unnoticed by the audience, sparking another round of astonishment and cheers. Wow, wow. While everyone was discussing, some smart elects had already identified Lin Juan's identity. When they found out that Lin Juan was actually the president of the Su group, the whole venue was stirred up like 1,000 waves. At such a young age and possessing billions in assets was one thing. But coupled with his divine voice and a face that could make anyone explode with just one look, how could such a perfect man exist in this world? He was the pinnacle male god. Looking at such an outstanding Lin Juan, all the girls fell for him, turning into a bunch of infatuated fans, dreaming of having a partner of such high quality. Some even considered snatching Lin Juan away. However, when they saw the stunning Su Qinj beside him, they sighed in despair in an instant. Compared to that breathtaking girl, they felt plain and simple, accepting their fate. Fortunately, with a flawless beauty like her paired with Lin Juan, a 360-degree perfect male god, it actually made sense. The gap between them was too wide to be jealous. On the other hand, Bai Susu watched the tightly embracing couple, feeling more and more uneasy. At the same time, she suddenly remembered something, and her expression changed. Could this song of Lin Juan's be originally written for me? The affectionate lyrics felt like a depiction of their past. The pencil in my hand, moving back and forth on the paper, using a few lines to describe who you really are to me. Years ago, Lin Juan had written a love letter, describing her as his heart and soul, expressing his inseparable emotions towards her. The taste of sorry, a mystery for cats and you alike. The warm sunlight, like freshly picked strawberries. Then these lyrics, highlighting sorry and strawberries. These were her favorite foods, and Lin Juan incorporating them into the lyrics. Was he hinting at something? The fragrance of first love. We discover it once again. First love. Rediscover. In a way, wasn't Lin Juan's first love referring to her? Was he implying something unresolved in the song? In that moment, Bai Susu felt like she was going crazy, analyzing the song lyrics word by word. But the more she delved into it, the more she felt. Lin Juan's song likely was meant for her, hinting at something. Realizing Lin Juan's true intentions, Bai Susu's heart trembled. Then a sense of excitement crept in. She suddenly felt she still had a chance. And a half hours later, #Zhou Dong, looking depressed, hastily ended the concert. According to the plan, there should have been another half an hour of performance left. But ever since Lin Juan left the stage, Zhou Dong realized that no matter how energetic the atmosphere was, the audience's response was flat, unable to arouse their enthusiasm. Therefore, rather than prolong the show unnecessarily, Zhou Dong decided to end it directly. Soon, the audience began to leave their seats. Seeing this, Lin Juan and his group were also about to head back home. Qinj, let's leave through the VIP special channel. The commotion earlier was too big. If we leave through the main entrance, I'm afraid we'll be surrounded by fans wanting autographs or photos, a waste of time. Because Lin Juan had performed on stage, many in the audience had become his fans. If they left in grand style through the front door, Lin Juan was worried about fans asking for autographs or photos, a complete waste of time. So, with a shout, he led Su Qinj, along with Chen Kexin who followed eagerly, towards another VIP corridor. Everything was going smoothly until they were approaching the exit. Suddenly, a few people appeared in front, blocking their path. As they couldn't find a more suitable job, either because of the distance from home or various reasons like being single women. My wife decided to compromise with life and go back to the factory tomorrow for work to comfort her wounded heart. I generously gave her 100 credits, and to top it off, I fed her a tender young ox, let it be known. Let's dig in, everyone. Please treat me. Don't be polite with me. Chapter 395. Jaishu's Confession. I feel like I've been living in the shadow of L. Chapter 395. Jaishu's Confession. I feel like I've been living in the shadow of L. When he saw someone blocking the way, Lin Juan initially thought it was a fan coming to ask for an autograph. It wasn't until he got a clear look at the clothing the people in front of the door were wearing that he was shocked to discover they were actually security guards from the gym. "What's the matter?" Lin Juan's tone was cold, full of pressure. Before the security guards could answer, a hurried set of footsteps approached. "This handsome guy, don't misunderstand. I asked them to help detain you," a familiar voice said. The crowd turned to look and realized that the man rushing over was none other than the popular singer who had performed on stage not long ago. Jay Shu. "Wow, tilde asterisk. Hello, Jay Shu." Chen Kexin waved her hand, casually greeting Jay Shu. Being in such close contact with a big star, she was still excited, hugging and bouncing around. "Oh," Bai Susu replied absent-mindedly. Normally, Bai Susu might have been excited and eager to get an autograph, but now all her attention was focused on Lin Juan, trying to gauge how he felt about her. She had no time to fangirl over stars. As for the Su siblings beside her, it was even more needless to say. Su Fan stood with his hands in his pockets, looking aloof, not even bothering to glance at Jay Shu. In his mind, a mere entertainer had no qualifications to talk to him. Su Kinj sat in a wheelchair, not looking around, her expression calm. She never chased after stars. And now with the presence of L, the god of songs, beside her, she naturally had no interest in other artists in the Chinese music industry. "Jay Shu, hello. Is there something you need?" Lin Juan, being a fan of Jay Shu from his past life, still politely greeted him. But that was it. There wasn't much warmth in his greeting. "Well, I was wondering if you would be interested in entering the entertainment industry." Faced with the somewhat cold reactions from the group, Jay Shu forced a smile, feeling a slight sense of defeat in his heart. With his star aura, normally, wherever he went, he was the center of attention, with fans surrounding him. But the attitudes of these people in front of him were too indifferent, weren't they? This made Jay Shu feel a bit uncomfortable for a moment, as if he had suddenly become a washed-up singer, no longer sought after. Of course, this sense of loss came and went quickly. Jay Shu soon adjusted his emotions, talked about business, and extended an invitation to Lin Juan. "Before, your cover of 7 Miles Fragrance was very pleasant, already reaching the level of a professional singer. I think you have great potential, plus your handsome appearance. I have 100% confidence. As long as you are willing to enter the entertainment industry, your future achievements will not be less than mine, and even surpassing me is just a matter of time. Now, the Chinese music industry is lacking talent and urgently needs outstanding new talents like you. So, I would like to invite you to join our company, sign as an artist. I assure you, the company will be responsible for your packaging, operations, as well as income." Before Jay Shu could finish, Lin Juan, who had already understood his intentions, looked at him strangely, and without hesitation, shook his head in refusal. "Jay Shu, thank you for your kindness, but I have no intention of debuting as an artist." This straightforward refusal left Jay Shu stunned, looking awkward. Unwilling to give up easily, he dangled a new bait, attempting to lure Lin Juan with a high salary. "Don't you want to reconsider? You are very talented, and in the future, you will definitely become very famous, known to everyone. It's not impossible to earn tens of millions in annual income." Hearing this, the people present couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corners of their mouths. Some couldn't hold back their laughter. Chuckling, Chen Kexin even held her stomach, laughing out loud without reservation. "Ha ha, laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Jay Shu, you. No need to waste your words." Given Lin Juan's current status, he probably wouldn't even bat an eye at tens of millions in annual income, let alone hundreds of millions. Huh? Jay Shu scratched his head, looking puzzled. Suddenly, he remembered Lin Juan's previous position, which was in the VIP guest area. Just the seat alone was worth a hefty sum, valued at $100,000. Anyone willing to spend that much money to attend a concert must come from a wealthy background. Even so, not blinking an eye at hundreds of millions seemed to bold, didn't it? "Have you heard of the Su Corporation?" Lin Juan ... At this moment, Chen Kexin couldn't hold back any longer. She suppressed her laughter, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and quickly summarized Lin Juan's situation. With Lin Juan's family background completely exposed, Jay Shu couldn't help but turn red-faced, feeling ashamed and embarrassed. He even wanted to find a hole to hide in at that moment. "Oh God, my family! Due to the recent events involving beauty pills and disfigurements, Jae-shu was naturally familiar with the famous Soo Corporation, knowing that this company was thriving and even had a business partnership with the Lin Corporation acquired by L, ensuring a bright future. How could Lin Juan, as the largest shareholder of the Soo Corporation, condescend to enter the entertainment industry as a mere performer? That would be too ridiculous, wouldn't it? I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, for my ignorant behavior. Jae-shu stuck out his cute little tongue, sincerely apologizing. It's fine. Lin Juan smiled and waved his hand, not too bothered by it. After all, Jae-shu also had a pure heart, hoping for the development of the Chinese music industry to get better, which was understandable. Just as Lin Juan was about to leave, "Wait, Mr. Lin. I wanted to ask, the song you just sang on stage was very nice. Can I record it in high quality and share it with more people? Yes? I have a group. One of the members in the group is the god of songs, L, and I especially want him to hear your cover. L is my most admired idol. Several of his songs feel like they were tailor-made for me. Singing them comes naturally to me, and I like them so much to be honest. Sometimes, while singing, I even have a hallucination that it's as if I'm the original creator of these songs. Of course, I've always admired L, and I know saying these things is shameless. But for some reason, I feel like I've been living in the shadow of L all this time." With those words, Lin Juan was speechless, his eyes becoming increasingly strange, and finally he nodded silently. "Of course, you can record it as you wish. I have no objection. Goodbye." With that, Lin Juan quickly left the gym, pushing Soo Kinj, almost as if he were escaping. Chapter 396, Everything is up in the air. You and I are just like cattle. Outside the gym. The night was dark as ink, quietly descending upon this bustling city. It was around 7 or 8 o'clock, the busiest time on the streets, like a flowing scroll unfolding slowly before people's eyes. Neon lights flickered in the night sky, colorful lights intertwined to form a sea of light, illuminating every corner of the street. Shops displayed a variety of goods in their storefront windows, attracting the attention of passers-by. Fashionable clothing stores, fragrant pastry shops, brightly lit bookstores. Every store seemed like a guardian of the night, silently waiting for customers to visit. Pedestrians on the street were coming and going, some hurriedly, some leisurely. Their faces were filled with different stories, some showing fatigue, some brimming with happiness. The sound of footsteps, traffic flow, and the calls of vendors intertwined, forming a symphony of the city reverberating in the night sky. Occasionally, a gust of wind blew by, bringing a cool breeze mingled with the aroma of food from a distant restaurant. This made people couldn't help but stop, take a deep breath, as if to momentarily forget about the troubles in life and immerse themselves in the tranquility and beauty of the moment. In the bustling night, every pedestrian was searching for their own place, either busy with work or enjoying the leisure of life. Suddenly, at a street corner not far away, 3 women and 2 men appeared, instantly attracting the attention of countless passers-by and becoming the most eye-catching group on the street in minutes. The reason being, because these people were exceptionally handsome and beautiful, extremely pleasing to the eye, reaching a point where just one look could put a person at ease. And these individuals were none other than Lin Juan and his group who had just left the concert venue. ONI-chan. Can you imagine, if Jae-shu found out that his admired L is actually you? I wonder what kind of interesting expression he would make. I can't wait *W. Just thinking about it is so amusing, I almost couldn't resist revealing the truth earlier. Strolling on the bustling street among the other more silent members, Chen Kexin was chattering non-stop along the way. Finally, Lin Juan couldn't take it anymore, raised his hand, and gave the little girl a slap on the head. "Ah, how dare you hit me?" Chen Kexin rubbed her head, tears in her eyes. Woo-woo. Sister Kinj, look, I'm being bullied. Okay. Calm down. I'll avenge you later. Soo Kinj hugged Chen Kexin, who had rushed over like she was comforting a child, spoke affectionately for a few words, and then pretended to threaten Lin Juan with a clenched fist. Seeing this, Lin Juan smiled helplessly. "You spoiled her." With the backing of the big sister, Chen Kexin seemed to regain confidence like a mischievous child, straightened up with her hands on her hips and looked arrogantly at Lin Juan. If you bully me tonight, I'll let Sister Kinj kick you out of bed and make you sleep on the couch. Hey, this is ... abusing power. Lin Juan shrugged, feigning helplessness. Hearing this, veins popped on Chen Kexen's forehead, creating a big shape. At the same time, she slowly raised her fist to her cheek and roared to the sky. Annoying Oni-chan. I can't bear it anymore. Who are you calling a dog? Hardened. My fist is hardened. Lin Juan, unfazed, touched his ear and said, whoever responds to me is the real dog, right? You ... You infuriate me. O-Ni-Chan, don't act up. If I call you, will you respond? If you don't dare, then you're also a dog. If don't dare. Lin Juan chuckled. Who do you think I am? There's nothing in this world that I wouldn't dare. Okay, listen then. Stupid idiot. Oni-chan, you're a big stupid idiot. Will you accept it? Oh my god. Lin Juan, who was initially calm, now snapped, his face like he had just eaten shit, cursing the troublemaker. He was truly a troublemaker. Rebel. How dare you? How could you dare to plot against this master? It's on. It's on. Lin Juan's iron rod is now hard. How about it? Oni-chan. If I call you stupid, would you accept it? You dare not. Then Oni-chan, you're also a dog. Ho a tilde. Seeing the little Lolita continue to provoke him, Lin Juan's face darkened and he raised his hand ready to give her a slap, but Chen Kexen, who was prepared, dodged all of them by stepping back. Then, she smacked her round buttocks with one hand and provocatively raised her middle finger at Lin Juan. Equals come catch me. If you catch me, I'll let you tilde. Too bad you can't catch me tilde. Homo. That doesn't seem right somehow. However, fueled with anger, Lin Juan didn't seem to care as he raised his fist to chase her. Today, he would make this little devil feel ... pain. Brat, you're so dead. Stop and don't run. On the street, Lin Juan, with one person in front and one person behind, staged a chase and escape, a chase where she ran, he pursued, until she couldn't fly, gradually fading away. These two childish ghosts. When will they grow up? Watching the two figures gradually disappearing in the distance, Su Kinj couldn't help but mutter. But she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. This peaceful and heartwarming time of playfulness, for some reason, she not only didn't find it annoying, but instead rather fond of it. Because only at this moment, Su Kinj felt like an ordinary girl, carefree, unrestrained. Hey Hashu, wait for me. Su Kinj laughed and scolded, pressing a forward button on her wheelchair, quickly catching up. Seeing this, Su Fan immediately followed suit, closely guarding her sister, afraid that she might accidentally fall off the wheelchair. Big sky, vast land, little sister is the biggest. At the same time, a bit of dissatisfaction rose in her heart towards Lin Juan, her brother-in-law. That rascal, leaving his younger sister to go off alone. Oh, it is simply unforgivable. As the group quickly ran away, only White Susu remained alone. She watched the continuous comical play of the two in the distance, and a sense of envy lingered in her heart. If only she could also play and chase like Chen Kexen, like Lin Juan, in such a friendly and lively way. There was a time when she had this opportunity. But ifs don't exist. Huff! With the breeze gently brushing against the girl, a chill ran through her body. Realizing this, Bai Susu immediately jogged to catch up. She remembered the 7 miles fragrance that Lin Juan specifically wrote for her, her eyes becoming increasingly determined. Although there were no ifs in the past, she still had a chance in the future. As the saying goes, everything is up in the air. You and I are just like cattle. Don't let temporary gains and losses determine your world. My fate is in my hands, not in the hands of heaven. There's a little over a month left until summer vacation. Are you excited, happy? In advance, wishing everyone a happy summer vacation. And during the summer vacation, I'm thinking about starting a new book, a double release. After all, there will be more student traffic during the summer vacation. Writing another book will hopefully earn more money to support the family. If I start a new book, what type would you like to see? Do you have any ideas? Villain? Or a fresh storyline? As for genres, I can only write urban and fantasy. Chapter 397. Lin Juan's deep affectionate kiss. After the bustling night market settled down, Lin Juan and his friends were casually strolling around. The bustling streets were filled with all sorts of snacks, the mouthwatering aroma of food wafting through the air, making Lin Juan couldn't help but sniff and his taste buds open wide. Passing by a small vendor's stall, they saw various shapes of cotton candy displayed. Chen Kexin's eyes lit up, excitedly approaching the stall and calling out to Lin Juan and the others. Cotton candy! Look, there's an old man selling cotton candy over there. Awesome! Tilda tilde! I want a banana-flavored one. I love eating big bananas the most. Oh Nei-chan, what flavor do you guys want? Let me buy it together with you. WW. Good stuff should be shared. Under her enthusiastic invitation, everyone began selecting their favorite flavors. Su Fan frowned, sighed helplessly, and said, "Since you sincerely invited me, I will generously pick one. Just give me a strawberry flavor." Beside them, Bai Susu twitched her nose, obviously enticed by the sweet aroma. Su, what flavor do you like? Let me guess, you must like orange flavor, right? I remember you once said. Facing her best friend's inquiry, Bai Susu was about to nod, but caught sight of Lin Juan and his wife beside her, looking sweet and affectionate. Her heart couldn't help but ache, feeling sour and bitter. In the end, she forced a smile and replied, "No. I suddenly want a pineapple flavor now. The more sour, the better. I like sour sweets. That's the real Emmy. Tilde. At the same time, a melancholic BGM seemed to play in Bai Suzu's ears. I shouldn't have looked at you two being so sweet from under the car. Should have stayed outside, right? Tilde. On the other side, Lin Juan squatted beside the wheelchair, gently holding the girl's hand, and asked, "Kinj, you should pick the grape flavor, right? I remember you like grapes." In the midst of the crowd, with Lin Juan holding her so ambiguously, Su Kinj blushed, feeling embarrassed. "Why don't you? Let me feed myself." "No, it's okay. I already touched it. Let me feed you. We're a couple. You don't need to be shy. Quick. My hand is getting tired. Open your mouth. Lin Juan was firm and resolute. Helpless, Su Kinj eventually hesitated and opened her mouth reluctantly. Seeing this, Lin Juan directly fed several pieces into the girl's mouth until she shook her head in refusal. "That's enough. Eating too many sweets might make me fat." "How could that be? I actually think you're too thin now. Eat more. I like a bit of fleshiness." "Nonsense. Aren't guys all into slim girls, those with a bone structure?" I'm not like that. Stop making things up." "Anyway, I'm not like that. Pure nonsense. Fleshiness is good. Come on, open your mouth. Tilde. Let me make you into a big fatso." Su Fan's mouth twitched, witnessing his sister being bullied like this. As her brother, he felt a complex mix of emotions, including embarrassment and discontent. At the same time, deep down, he sighed. Indeed, once a sister is married off, it's like water being splashed out. The little sister he remembered was so cold and proud, showing no weakness towards men. But looking at her now blushing, she no longer had the dominant demeanor from before, appearing like a schoolgirl entangled in love. Su Fan felt complicated, pondering about life. Beside him, Bai Susu unconsciously clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and eventually took a bite of the pineapple-flavored cotton candy. The taste was so refreshing sour. Too sour. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. To avoid adding to her already poor mood, Bai Susu forced herself to look away and not see the lovebirds emitting a sour scent. The only one with a constant smile on her face was little Lolita. Despite always pretending to break up Lin Juan and the girl, she actually hoped for her sister Kinj to find happiness. Now, it seemed that Kinj had found a partner to spend her life with, and Chen Kexin naturally felt happy for her. "All right. I have hands and feet. Let me eat by myself." Noticing the various colorful gazes directed at her, Su Kinj blushed, wanting to take Lin Juan's cotton candy by herself. Tisk, I want to feed you myself. Open your mouth. Be obedient. Lin Juan smiled, scooping a bit of cotton candy and feeding it to the girl's lips. In truth, he enjoyed seeing her shy demeanor, especially in the presence of her elder brother, The intimate interactions between Lin Juan and Su Qinj added a sense of excitement, almost like a forbidden romance, making him unstoppable. Realizing that Lin Juan wasn't going to let her feed herself, Su Qinj pretended to be shy and annoyed. She lightly pushed the man's chest in slight protest, showing her dissatisfaction. Eventually, she completely softened and stopped moving, allowing the man to have his way. At that moment, Lin Juan's lips slightly parted, becoming restless. He caressed the girl's lips as if playing a beautiful melody on the strings of a guitar. His movements were gentle yet firm, with each touch making Su Qinj's heartbeat accelerate instantly. Already dizzy from the kiss, the girl ultimately closed her eyes, immersing herself in the sweet moment. She slowly felt the sensation of their lips touching, like the first spring breeze, gentle and delicate. Her lips trembled, unintentionally responding to the sudden tenderness. Huff, huff. Their heavy breaths intertwined eagerly, forming a unique melody that comforted Su Qinj and made her feel extremely safe and dependent. She could even hear her heartbeat, which sounded like a vigorous drumbeat, growing more intense in this intimate kiss. She felt her heart beating rapidly, as if it would jump out of her chest. This kiss lasted a long time, seeming to freeze the whole world. When Lin Juan finally released the girl from his embrace, her cheeks were as red as ripe apples, enticingly pink. To be continued. 7,000 characters. I will continue the rest tomorrow. These days, I haven't been feeling well, often with nosebleeds. Today, I went to see a doctor and found out it might be due to staying up late, not resting enough, leading to an imbalance in my body's internal functions, high blood pressure, etc. I feel like I've been quite decadent lately, breaking my own rules, playing games until 2 to 3 a.m. every day while neglecting exercise. Discipline is crucial. Can't let up even for a moment. I noticed that my condition of not being able to get up also started surfacing again due to staying up late and not taking care of my body. I need to take my medication again. I blame no one but myself for this. Just when I was recovering well, not long ago, I find myself back at square one. I'm so frustrated. Starting tomorrow, I'll get back on track with discipline. Time to go running. This time, I won't lose to myself. I want to win. Chapter 398. Qinj, this is the imported cotton candy. I like Lin Juan's lips gently traced the girl's lips as if exploring an unknown treasure. And that treasure was all of Su Qinj's softness and shyness. Finally, Lin Juan gently released the girl from his embrace, satisfied as he licked his lips. Looking at her cheeks blushing like ripe apples, his gaze was full of deep affection, and a gentle curve unconsciously formed at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, it seemed like both of them were immersed in that sweet moment, unable to come out of it for a long time. Then, Lin Juan slowly wrapped his arm around Su Qinj's waist, gently pulling her into his embrace. In the man's embrace, Su Qinj's body involuntarily pressed against him, so close that she could clearly see the rise and fall of Lin Juan's chest and hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. The heartbeat sounded powerful like a drum beat. Each thump seemed to convey his deep affection for her. Unconsciously, Su Qinj buried her head into the man's chest, listening to his heartbeat, feeling his warmth and breath, cherishing the warm and strong embrace as if it were a safe harbor, making Su Qinj feel incredibly calm and relaxed. At this moment, she even briefly forgot about the responsibilities and hatred she carried, feeling like she was being treated gently by the whole world. The two bodies were tightly pressed together as if there was no gap. Su Qinj could vividly feel. Every inch of the man's muscles exuded strength and warmth, making her feel dependent. She gently closed her eyes, enjoying this rare intimacy and tranquility. And Lin Juan tightly embraced the girl, as if wanting to completely blend her into his body. His fingers moved through the girl's hair, gently stroking it, as if expressing his tenderness and love for her. Then, Lin Juan lowered his head and softly whispered in Su Qinj's ear, "Qinj, this is the imported cotton candy I like." This sentence was warm like a spring breeze, low and magnetic. Each word seemed to be imbued with the magic of love, causing Su Qinj's heart to uncontrollably speed up. She felt like she was being roasted in a furnace, her whole body heating up, her cheeks blushing as if about to bleed. Su Qinj wanted to express her anger at the audacity of Lin Juan. How could he be so bold to act like that in public? But when she tried to pretend to be angry, Lin Juan's affectionate gaze made her surrender in an instant. Subconsciously waving the white flag ~, Even though she silently despised herself several times, she still couldn't bring herself to say a harsh word to Lin Juan. In the end, the words she uttered were neither painful nor itching, but rather had a feeling of playful teasing. "Why did you kiss me so hard? My lips are swollen from your kissing. What if you ruin them? Sukinj blushed and pouted. Maybe, only in front of Lin Juan could she reveal such a girlish side. However, Sukinj did feel her lips slightly swollen from the kissing, and a bit of discomfort. But she didn't feel any pain. On the contrary, she considered it a sweet symbol. Seeing Lin Juan's affectionate eyes, Sukinj felt surrounded by a warm current, a happiness and satisfaction she had never experienced before. "Do I kiss you too hard? Sorry, I'll be gentler next time." 3. And. Do you even want there to be a next time? But I still want to eat imported cotton candy next time? Cool. Who could have thought that the imported cotton candy you mentioned would be like this? Unheard of, right? Hee, can't help it. I just like this taste. Kinj, this is the cotton candy flavor I like. I want more next time. Lin Juan repeated with a smile, then reached out and gently brushed the stray hair on Sukinj's face behind her ear. The movement was gentle and delicate, as if caring for a priceless treasure. Sukinj didn't respond, just awkwardly averted her gaze. Her heart was still racing, thumping, but the shyness and tension were gradually replaced by a sweet and happy feeling, her mind in chaos. What are you daydreaming about? Haven't you woken up yet? I suggest we practice kissing more when we have time. Once you get used to it, you won't react like this. Don't forget we are husband and wife. You'll get used to it sooner or later. Seeing Sukinj still dazed, Lin Juan couldn't help but pinch the girl's nose, teasingly. At that, Sukinj blushed, lowering her head, unable to meet the man's burning gaze. Get used to it. What are you talking about? Can you get used to such a thing? I feel like in this lifetime, maybe I can't possibly get used to this kind of thing. As Lin Juan and his wife were immersed in their lovey-dovey, emitting a sour-sweet smell of love around them, they completely forgot there were still several third wheels around them. Su Fan and the others had long turned into stone, standing frozen on the spot. Things had developed too quickly, and they still hadn't come to terms with it. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Did we just see something incredible? Oh, my Sharingan. Going blind. Oh, how could you do that? She's still a child. What did you do in front of me? Oh my goodness, no way I don't know why, but I'm burning all over now, as if there's some kind of evil desire stirring inside me. Quick, escape. No. This evil force is so strange. It's different from before. I feel so hot. My heart is beating so fast. I feel like I'm about to pee myself. What's happening? This strange feeling, never experienced before. Damn it. Burst, reality. Shatter, spirit. Banish this world. Exile this world. With Chen Kexin shouts, everyone present woke up. Especially the little loli's help cries, occasionally mixed with some harsh words, embarrassed Lin Juan and his group to no end. This little devil, usually so preoccupied with her Chunabu antics, did she not have a bit of basic physiological knowledge? Chapter 399. Breaking the defense of Bai Susu. Bai Susu broke the defense in Chapter 399. The words of the little loli made Sukinj blush and almost couldn't resist standing up on the spot, covering Chen Kexin's mouth with her hands that had no barriers. Kexin, stop talking nonsense. You're fine. Fortunately, Bai Susu stepped in beside her, timely covering Chen Kexin's mouth. However, Bai Susu's beautiful eyes kept turning between Lin Juan and the two of them. Even now, she still hadn't recovered from the recent incident. A kiss. ***. Brother Lin Juan actually kissed another woman in front of me. Does he really no longer care about me at all? How is that possible? He clearly wrote a song specifically for me, hintingly sang it to me in front of tens of thousands of concert audiences, clearly showing there are lingering feelings for me. And now, he is so shameless, breaking my heart like this. What is Brother Linjuan's real intention? Is he trying to retaliate against me for ignoring his love in the past? Overboard, too much. Cruel, too cruel. Pain, too painful. How could Brother Linjuan trample on a girl's heart like this? Could all this be my retribution? Bai Susu had tears welling up, as if on the verge of tears. Once, she was as proud as an iceberg, giving people a feeling of being unattainable, seen as the goddess whom Linjuan loved but couldn't have. Back then, Linjuan was jokingly called her exclusive little licking dog by everyone, deeply in love with her. Every one of his glances, every smile, was just to catch her attention. However, as the saying goes, affection that is too easily obtained is often not cherished. Bai Susu often overlooked Linjuan's initial enthusiasm, taking it for granted even later. Combined with the daily brainwashing from her parents and brothers, there was always a voice in Bai Susu's heart telling her, Linjuan is just an insignificant presence. His efforts and persistence for you are just cheap flattery. Until one day, Bai Susu was shocked to discover Linjuan seemed to have changed, no longer seeing her as the only one. In their subsequent interactions, Bai Susu's worldview began to crumble. She suddenly realized that she had unknowingly developed some kind of strange feelings for Linjuan. That emotion, like a spring rain, quietly moistened her dry heart, making her start to reflect on her past indifference, wanting to make amends for the harm she caused Linjuan. However, when Bai Susu finally gathered the courage to confess her feelings to Linjuan, she found that everything was too late. There was another woman by his side, more outstanding and gentle as watery Su Kinj. The smiles the two shared in their everyday interactions were so sweet and dazzling, like a sharp knife stabbing directly at Bai Susu's heart. And tonight, she saw a heart-wrenching scene. When she saw Linjuan gently kissing Su Kinj, Bai Susu's heart was pierced as if by something sharp. The pain cut deep, piercing her heart. In this moment, Bai Susu's vision blurred, feeling a dizzy spell, her body involuntarily swaying, as if the entire world was crumbling in an instant. Her mind raced, recalling various moments she had spent with Linjuan. Those moments of interaction that she once took for granted now seemed precious. Finally, Bai Susu fully realized her own heart. She had unknowingly fallen in love with the man she once saw as a brother. But now, this man had fallen in love with another woman and was even affectionately kissing her in front of her. Regret flooded her heart like a tide, and Bai Susu tightly bit her lower lip, afraid of bursting into tears. She should have realized earlier. If she could have seen her true feelings sooner, perhaps the outcome would be different now. But now, she could only stand in the corner, silently watching the man she loved, embracing and kissing another woman. The sorrow flooded over Bai Susu once again. Her heart felt torn apart, the pain rendering her unable to breathe. She finally understood that some things and people, once missed, could never be regained. Susu, are you okay? Noticing that Bai Susu was not herself, Chen Kexin stopped pestering and asked with concern. Bai Susu under the streetlight looked particularly lonely and desolate. She shook her head, choosing not to answer directly, suppressing the tears from falling for the last shred of her defiance. Then, Bai Susu turned silently, disappearing into the night, leaving only a faint sigh, mix of regret for the past and confusion and helplessness for the future. Now, her only puzzle was, why would Linjuan continue to imply lingering feelings for her, writing songs suggesting a fresh start, while embracing and kissing Su Kinj in front of her? Could it be true what was said? Only kids make choices, greedy men want all? Is Linjuan planning on sharing himself between two women, aiming for a blissful coexistence? With a heart full of doubt and pain, lost in confusion, Bai Susu ultimately chose to escape. Susu, where are you going? Sensing something amiss, Chen Kexin called out and immediately followed. Seeing this, Su Fan, reluctant to give a reason, furrowed his brows and followed suit. As they parted ways, he gazed deeply at his sister, then turned to leave. Seeing that the scoundrel Linjuan dared to publicly kiss his sister, Su Fan was genuinely on edge. Simply, so upset to the extreme. It felt like losing out on the precious cabbage you toiled so hard to grow, snatched away by the pig, a feeling especially irritating and frustrating. However, when he saw the genuine, radiant smile on his sister's face, Su Fan fell silent, sighing inwardly, His sister was doing well now, smiling happily, feeling content. That's enough, isn't it? Hoping this rascal wouldn't let her down? If he does, HMPH. I'll make sure to crush his testicles before he knows it. Soon, as Su Fan swiftly departed, only Lin Juan and his wife were left in the group, facing each other, puzzled. What's wrong with them? Oh I don't know, and it doesn't matter _ Let's browse a while longer before heading home. Oh yes. Today, my eldest uncle's family extended an invitation, asking me to bring you along tomorrow to visit their home. Oh great. I'm free tomorrow. And I'd love to meet your relatives. That's settled then. Of course. And, almost forgot to ask, how is Chuling doing? What about her wicked foster parents? Chukshong's husband and wife have been arrested. They should be in jail now. The cool breeze, Lin Juan pushing the wheelchair-bound girl, chatting leisurely, strolling down the street, feeling calm and pleasant. Peace, feels so good Chapter 400, The Exchange of True and False Noble Status. The startled Chuling. Have you heard? The little princess of the prominent Tang family is actually not the biological child of the Tang couple. Yes, I've heard something. My friend just came back from the Chu family village this morning and gave me some insider information. It seems that 18 years ago, by a stroke of fate, the Tang couple once stayed overnight at a villager's house and gave birth to their precious daughter there. But, do you know? That villager was audacious and greedy. They secretly swapped the two baby girls. They even plotted in secret, planning to wait for their own biological daughter to grow up in the Tang family, collude from within and without, and seize the Tang family's fortune. Oh my oh. Their scheme was so malicious. If it weren't for the accidental discovery, their scheme would have almost succeeded. Who wouldn't be angry? What's even more despicable is that after the villagers swapped the children, they frequently abused the true noble daughter of the Tang family, while their false noble daughter was living a life of privilege in the Tang family. It's infuriating to even think about it. So that's how it is. No wonder the Tang couple appeared so furious when they came to make a statement in the afternoon. These prominent figures are usually calm and collected. If they hadn't been truly provoked, they wouldn't have shown such rage. Whoever this kind of thing happens to would be angry. But those two instigators, they are now completely finished. It is said that the Tang family has started using their connections, preparing to take retaliatory action against them. I estimate that even if they escape the death penalty this time, they won't be able to avoid a life sentence. In fact, even if they end up in jail, their lives are not going to be easy. If the Tang family uses a few tricks, their days in prison will be even worse than death. Humph! Those who sow evil will reap evil. That's right. At the Mo City Police Station. Inside the detention center, under the dim light, two hunched figures faced each other, each huddled in a corner. On the left, one of the perpetrators, who swapped the infant girls, Chu Shang, lay sickly on the bed, looking dejected and haggard, with eyes filled with emptiness and confusion. The arrogance and domineering aura he once exuded had long disappeared, replaced by a deep sense of fear and unease. Facing him, Daoyan seemed dazed, her face weary. She sat on the edge of the bed, tightly hugging her knees, her eyes filled with panic and unease, as if they were about to materialize into substance. Damn it! How did things end up like this? What should I do? What should I do? How should I handle this? I'm sorry. What should we do? The police said we might go to jail, and we might even get a life sentence. No, I don't want to spend my whole life in prison. I want to live the life of a wealthy wife. I can't endure this suffering. They are so ruthless. Why did they treat us like this? No matter what, we raised Chuling, that wretched girl. We should get some credit. How can the people of the Tang family forget their obligations? They are worse than beasts. Honey, don't just stand there dumbfounded. Think of a way. Honey, say something. Smack. 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 Already filled with despair, Chu Zhang's face turned fierce under the grip of fear. He happened to see the tearful Daoyan as a temporary outlet for his fear. He stood up fiercely, landed a heavy blow across Daoyan's face. You despicable person. How dare you ask me what to do? I'm ruined because of you. If it weren't for your ridiculous plan to swap the babies back then, how could I have fallen for your devilish ideas and ended up in this situation? It's all your fault. I'm here because of you. Chu Zhang's face twisted in madness and frenzy. Now trapped in this gloomy cell, he regretted it completely because of fear. All the wealth and luxury he once longed for, the concubines, mansions, luxury cars. Everything he desired had become meaningless in Chu Zhang's eyes now. If he could go back 18 years, he probably wouldn't have swapped the 2 baby girls. If he still had done it, he would have made sure to dispose of Chu Ling, that little wretch, in a ditch at the first opportunity. Sob, sob. Dao Yan was hit hard by the slap, her head spinning, blood dripping from her nose. But she had no words, eventually just covering her face and crying. Like Chu Shang, she also regretted her actions. If only she hadn't let envy cloud her judgment back then, she would have raised her biological daughter honestly. UBTCH. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. It's all your fault. Why don't you just die? I'll beat you to death. Chu Shang grabbed the woman's hair, roared madly in her ear, transforming all his regret and fear into a rain of blows on Dao Yan's tear-streaked face. Under this merciless onslaught, Dao Yan finally erupted, enduring the pain, pushing the man away in hysteria. Get out of here! You scum! Why are all the faults laid on me? That day we swapped the children, you excitedly agreed without a second thought, but now it's all blamed on me. Why? If it weren't for your incompetence and uselessness, how would I need to resort to such measures, leading to the separation from my biological daughter for 18 years? If only I knew back then, I should never have married a worthless person like you. If I had married a scholar in the city, perhaps I would have lived the life of a wealthy lady by now. It's all you. It's you. My life has been ruined by this garbage. Why are you laying hands on me? I'll fight back against you. ... Dao Yan screamed frantically, swiping at Chu Zhang's face with sharp fingernails, starting a fight between the two of them. The commotion attracted the attention of the guards in the police station. However, when they saw 2 crazy dogs fighting each other behind the iron bars, they just stood by and watched, not intervening. Those 2 deserved it. Tang family, inside the splendidly lit mansion. Zhaoling, go in. Check out this room. How do you like it? If you don't like it, Mom and Dad will get you another one. After returning from the Chu family village, the remorseful Tang Guowen and his wife immediately began to rearrange a more luxurious room for Chu Ling. At this moment, leading their daughter to a door, they let her open it for a surprise. And so, Chu Ling cautiously pushed open the intricately carved door, taking in everything in the luxurious room: soft wool carpet, antique European-style bed, premium comfortable bedding, elegant rosewood table, stationery, etc. I really like it, thank you. All the items in the room reflected luxury and comfort, clearly carefully arranged by someone. How could Chu Ling not like it? However, the girl still felt a bit overwhelmed, as if she was in a dream. Do I really deserve to live in such a good room? Am I dreaming still? All right, Zhaoling, as long as you like it, you'll live here from now on. If there's anything you need, just let us know. Seeing their daughter satisfied, Tang Guowen laughed heartily, nodding repeatedly, completely without his usual composed demeanor. Beside him, Su Shiyan also couldn't help but tear up slightly, wiping away a tear. Before returning to Mo City, they specifically visited the environment where Chu Ling had been living for these years, and they couldn't help but burst into tears on the spot. A dark and damp little room. A pig pen covered in filth and excrement. It was unimaginable that their biological daughter had been living in such a place from a young age. Compared to the princess room where Tangro had been living for 18 years, the difference was like night and day. A sense of boundless guilt filled the hearts of the couple in an instant. So, after rushing back home, they made the decision to clean up the best room in the house for their beloved daughter. Mom, don't cry, good daughter. Mom is not crying. Mom is just too happy, overwhelmed with joy. Seeing Su Shuyun's red-rimmed eyes, Chu Ling subconsciously moved forward to comfort her, but as she spoke, she couldn't help but wipe her own tears. She felt too happy, and with a heart full of gratitude, she shed tears. In the blink of an eye, the mother and daughter embraced each other, tears flowing uncontrollably. But both of them still had smiles on their faces. On the side, Tang Guowen was full of contentment, and his eyes were also filled with a touch of emotion turning red. Only Tangro, standing behind everyone, seemingly completely ignored, her eyes filled with jealousy and resentment, appeared on the verge of materializing. The room chosen for Chu Ling was the best in the house. She had previously requested Tang Dad and Tang Mom to let her live in this room, but they firmly rejected her request, saying that this room was reserved for the first child in the family to get married. But now, Tangro was both angry and helpless. After returning home this time, she could clearly sense the cold attitude of Tang Dad and Tang Mom towards her. But even so, Tangro knew she couldn't just sit and wait. Otherwise, one day, everything she had at present would be taken away by Chuling, this outsider. Thinking of this, Tangro took a deep breath. With an apologetic and tearful look, she went up and held Chuling's hand, sincerely apologizing. "Sister, it's so good that you're back. You've suffered so much these years. Obviously, that kind of poor and miserable life should have been my daily routine. But because of my birth parents..." Sobbing, "Sister, I'm sorry. If it weren't for my birth, you might not have had your life swapped and suffered so much. Every time I think about this, I feel so guilty I can hardly breathe. Sister Chuling, I'm really, truly sorry. Please hit me, scold me. Only then can I alleviate some of the guilt in my heart." At the emotional moment, Tangru's eyes kept shedding tears, and anyone who saw her would feel that this girl was genuinely repentant. In the end, Tangro even bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle while expressing her apologies. Seeing this, Chuling's brows were still furrowed, but her face looked somewhat better. After all, the incident of swapping the children couldn't entirely be blamed on Tangro. She was just a clueless infant back then. As for the recent harm Tangro had caused her, Chuling could also understand. After all, she was just a young girl, worried about losing her parents' love, which led her to make some irrational actions. However, even though she could understand, Chuling could, at most, refrain from targeting Tangro deliberately. But being friendly and getting along with her would be almost impossible for her, because whenever she interacted with Tangro, she could vaguely see the pair of parents who had caused her endless suffering. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting awkward, Tangguowen intervened to diffuse the tension, waving his hand. "Tangro, from now on, you don't need to call Chuling sister anymore. By the order of birth, you are her sister, so take good care of your younger sister from now on. If there's anything delicious or fun, always save it for your sister. All right, it's dinner time. Isn't Zhaoling hungry? Let's go. Let's have dinner first." After that, Tangguowen and his wife led their precious daughter down to have dinner. Left standing there, Tangru's face turned alternately blue and white, her resentment evident in her eyes. Chapter 401. Chushang couple requests to see their two daughters. Tell them to screw off. Tang family villa. The dining table was filled with tantalizing dishes. The red braised pork was shiny and aromatic, the steamed fish was tender and delicious, and the green vegetables exuded a fresh fragrance, as if narrating the gifts of nature. Various delicacies, like a colorful painting, continuously emitted an enticing aroma, tantalizing the taste buds. Come, Ziling, Sai, eat more nutritious fish, shrimp, and meat. You should consume quality protein in moderation to supplement the nutrients your body needs. Exactly. Also, drink more chicken soup and fresh vegetables. They are not only easily digestible, but also easily absorbed by the body. By the way, what fruits do you like? Kiwi, apple, banana, or strawberry? I asked Wang Ma to wash them earlier, and she provide you with some vitamins later. Chuling was a bit awkward, sitting at the dining table, receiving the artificial feeding from Tangguowen and his wife. Looking at the large bowl of delicacies in front of her, she softly said thank you and picked up a piece of red braised pork with her chopsticks, putting it in her mouth. In an instant, the fatty and lean meat danced on her tongue, the rich sauce filled her mouth, and Chuling almost wanted to cry with happiness. She slowly chewed, as if wanting to forever keep the delicious taste in her memory. Following that, Chuling eagerly picked up a piece of steamed fish, its tenderness making her feel an unprecedented satisfaction. Quickly, she indulged herself with more bites. This was the first time in her 18 years that she had eaten such precious and delicious food. Contrasting with her dark past, where she suffered abuse in the Chushang couple's home, barely managing to have adequate meals. The food was leftovers, and sometimes only coarse grains or pig food. Her stomach had become accustomed to the tastelessness and sometimes spoiled food. During those days, her biggest dream was just to have a normal bowl of rice gruel like her peers. When thinking back on that darkest period of her life, Chuling's heart ached, and she gritted her teeth in anger towards the Chushong couple. Linger, eat slowly, don't choke. There are still many delicious dishes in the kitchen. Eat slowly, if you're not full, I'll have the chef make more. On the other side, seeing their daughter devouring her food, Tang Guowen softly advised, feeling a mix of relief and guilt. Su Shuyun quietly served her daughter a bowl of chicken soup, tears twinkling in her eyes. The couple sat quietly opposite Chuling as she ate, looking at her weak body and pale face, their eyes filled with distress for their daughter. They couldn't imagine how much suffering their own daughter had endured in the past years. At that moment, Tang Guowen and his wife secretly vowed to spend the rest of their lives making up for their shortcomings towards their daughter, letting her feel the warmth and happiness of a family. Meanwhile, their hatred towards the Chushong couple reached its peak. These two animals really deserve to die. Perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed by all the attention, Chuling blushed and stopped her chopsticks, saying, "Dad, Mom, you should eat too. Don't just stare at me, it's embarrassing." "Ha ha, wife, eat your food quickly. Ziling feels embarrassed being watched by us. Okay, eat. Eat more. At 18, it's crucial for your growth. ... And so, the family happily enjoyed their meal, chatting and laughing. In the harmonious atmosphere, Chuling gradually felt more at ease, even cracking jokes with Tang Guowen and his wife. Amidst the laughter, tears silently slid down her cheeks, but they weren't tears of sadness, but tears of happiness. Seeing the smiles on the couple's faces, Chuling felt grateful and warm, thankful that her biological parents had given her a true home, reigniting her hope for life. She finally felt loved, no longer the impoverished girl who couldn't have enough to eat, but a fortunate girl with a happy family, able to enjoy delicious food. Only Tangro, sitting silently at the table, pushing her food around, felt extremely gloomy. She looked at the joyous family at the table, feeling for the first time in her life, utterly out of place, unable to find even the slightest hint of warmth from her family. Once, she was the one eagerly waiting for Tang Dad and Tang Mom to feed her, and now, Tangro had never thought ... that one day, these two people would be so biased, after finding their biological daughter, heartlessly abandoning her, their daughter they had raised for 18 years. 18 years. She had called them Dad and Mom for 18 whole years. Such filial piety and respect, yet they were nowhere to be seen in the couple's hearts. Considering how obedient and diligent she had been over the years, excelling in academics and bringing face to the couple when they were away, wasn't she 100 times better than Chuling, a country bumpkin? But what about Tang Dad and Tang Mom? Finding their biological daughter, and then forsaking her, disregarding her years of effort and sacrifice. Humph! This is what they call a prestigious family. Truly they are heartless and cold-blooded. Just because of a different blood relation, allowing them to treat their two daughters differently, letting that insufferable brat ride roughshod over her head and do as he pleases. I used to think about taking care of this couple in their old age. But now I realize I was blind, mistaking who they truly were. Damn. 2.5 minutes later, with various thoughts in their minds, the Tang family finally finished dinner and were sitting on the couch eating strawberries. The white-haired old housekeeper approached them respectfully. "Sir, madam, there's a message from the detention center. The Chushong couple insisted on meeting Miss Chuling." "What? Those bastards! How dare they make such a request? Wanting to see Ziling? Are they even worthy?" As the old housekeeper's voice fell, Tang Guowen's face frosted over, his anger turning to amusement. Beside him, Su Shuyun's smile froze for a moment, her expression turning cold like water, coldly responding, "Tell them. We refuse to see them." The couple were not fools. The Chushong couple's request to see their daughter at this time was simply a plea for mercy, hoping the Tang family would show mercy and overlook their crimes. But was that possible? How ridiculous! Considering how they had abused their dear daughter all these years, did they expect any sympathy from the Tang family? How laughable, to beg for forgiveness now! Where did that courage come from? Chapter 402, The Tang Family, United Against Their Common Enemies. The obstinate Chushong couple, upon hearing the refusal from Mr. and Mrs. Tang Guowen, the old steward understood clearly. This response was entirely within his expectations. After a moment of hesitation, he carefully proposed, "Sir, Madam." The Chushong couple also mentioned, if Miss Chuling refuses to meet with them, they would like to meet Miss Tangro instead. Meet Tangro? Haha. Are they cornered and resorting to desperate measures, seeking help from their biological daughter? Fine then. I will give you this opportunity. Let's see if your own daughter will plead on your behalf to us. Mr. and Mrs. Tangguoen looked at each other and coldly snorted in unison. Then, they passed the decision-making power to the dumbfounded Tangro, who stood by. Tangro, what do you think? If you want to meet your biological parents, we have absolutely nitrogen monoxide intention of facilitating it. Listening to the intensifying tone at the end, Tangro felt the urge to curse. How dare they say they have no intention? What's with their teeth-gnashing expressions? What's with their mocking tone? Tangro knew very well that if she dared to say she wanted to meet the Chushong couple, her status in the eyes of her Tang parents would plummet once again. Damn it! These two useless individuals still want to drag me down before they die. Couldn't they just peacefully accept their fate and die? Are these despicable people really my biological parents? My goodness, unbelievable! Didn't they consider how recklessly making this request would put me in a dilemma? If I agree, it will surely displease my Tang parents and affect my future position within the Tang family. If I refuse, will it make me appear heartless towards the parents who raised me? Even the final request from the parents who gave me life. After careful deliberation and weighing the pros and cons, Tangro ultimately held firm to the thought of refusing to meet. Just as she was about to speak out her refusal, suddenly, Chuling, who had been silent, spoke up. I want to meet them. This statement surprised even Tangro. She didn't expect the other party to make such a choice. Mr. and Mrs. Tangguoen were also taken aback, looking at their daughter with astonishment. Ziling, OA are you? The husband and wife thought Chuling still harbored feelings for the Chushong couple, preparing to make concessions for them. Don't overthink it. I just want to see how pitiful they are now. Chuling responded with a smile, but her eyes were filled with coldness. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. Having endured the torment from the Chushong couple for 18 years, how could she not want to witness the devil couple plead for mercy before her eyes? They used to lord over her, in front of her, enjoying the pleasure of mistreating a wealthy young lady as if she were livestock, secretly pleased with themselves. Now, roles had reversed, and Chuling also wanted to take revenge. How could she not relish watching those demons beg for mercy before her? Very well. Having grudges and settling scores? Truly the daughter of Tangguoen. That's right. We can't easily let them off. It's best to give them a glimmer of hope before pushing them into the abyss with a single blow. Exactly. This kind of revenge is the most satisfying. Having heard their beloved daughter's true thoughts and realizing she wasn't having a sudden bout of maternal compassion towards the Chushong couple, Mr. and Mrs. Tangguoen breathed a sigh of relief and excitedly began plotting and strategizing how to utterly crush the Chushong couple. On the other side, inside the dark and damp detention center, the dramatic play of the quarreling Chushong couple had ended. At this moment, both of them had swollen faces. However, the atmosphere between them had eased a bit, like-minded and gathered together in small talks. True to the saying, a husband and wife may squabble at night, but make up in the morning. Husband, do you think that wretch will come to see us? She will definitely. I'm 1,000,000% certain she will. The Chushong couple anxiously gazed towards the door, waiting for the arrival of Chuling. Having no other options left, they could only pin their hopes on Chuling, their daughter. After all, having raised each other for 18 years, they knew well how to control the weak-willed Chuling. These years had completely subdued her, and scaring the girl a bit would likely make her obedient as usual, groveling and begging for mercy. They planned to threaten the Tang family to release them by pushing Chuling into a corner, forcing her to act. Master, I'm a bit worried. After all the ways we treated her before, can she really put aside past grievances and come to save us? Don't worry. Chuling is a lowly person. The more you beat her, the more she likes it. Otherwise, why would she stick around after we abused her for so many years instead of running away? That's true. Even the piglets in our home run away when they're beaten. The fact that the wretch stays shows she enjoys being mistreated by us. She might even be grateful to us for that ... Of course. Ultimately, we raised her for 18 years. Even if she has no merits, there are still our hardships. I don't believe she could bear to watch us die. Indeed. People often say the grace of nurturing is greater than birth, and the grace of upbringing is greater than the heavens, and the latter is greater than the former. This wretch, despite all our hardships, she still called us dad and mom for so many years. Filial piety comes first. If she has any conscience, she shouldn't stand by and watch her foster parents die. Yes, maybe this time, not only will we avoid prison, but we might also establish ourselves in the city as the foster parents of that wretch. If our daughter is so excellent, I've heard that the Tang family listens to her every word. We won't return to that wretched village, we'll stay in the city with our 2 daughters, enjoying the good life. Ha ha ha. Chapter 403. The illusion-shattered Chushong couple. At the Magic City Police Station. Inside the strict detention center, Chushong and Dao Yan, this couple, were discussing excitedly with undisguised smug expressions on their faces. Their eyes were shining with arrogant confidence as they spoke loudly, as if no one else was around. Hey, just now I was quite frightened for a while, but now thinking about it, it was needless worrying. Chushong crossed his legs, animatedly immersed in his beautiful fantasies that he couldn't extricate himself from. It's all because of those damn police. We were almost scared by them ... In fact, everything is within our control. What's a mere police officer? They're inexperienced if they try to go against us. Who made both of our daughters noble princesses? No one can touch us. Dao Yan proudly echoed, her face displaying arrogance and disdain towards the law. At this moment, in the hearts of this couple, only unlimited imagination of the future remained, as if they could already see clearly the day when they would escape legal sanctions and live lawlessly. When we get out, we must enjoy the extravagant life in this city. We have 2 daughters, each needing 18 million per month, but that's a piece of cake. Ha ha ha. Chushong laughed boldly, his voice full of recklessness. Beside him, Dao Yan equally pleased, her chin held high as if she was already at the top of the food chain. That's right. The Tang family is so rich, and we entrusted both of our daughters to them. It's only fair to ensure our prosperity in the latter part of our lives. It makes sense. The couple's excitement grew as they continued to talk, as though the high walls and iron bars of the detention center did not exist, completely engrossed in their victory fantasies. Just then, Chuling, under the guidance of Mr. and Mrs. Tang, miraculously appeared at the entrance of the detention room, peering inside through a small window. As soon as her face appeared, the Chushong couple, who had been watching the door closely, lit up with recognition. It's her. Our savior, this little troublemaker. Indeed, this little animal could not escape the palm of our hands, and she took the initiative to bow and admit her mistakes. But for now, the most urgent matter is to get out of this place. As for other matters, they can be dealt with in the future. You girl, how dare you only show up now? Do you know how much your mother and I suffered in here? Enough standing around. Useless thing, immediately have the Tang family release us. We worked hard to raise you, and now that you've grown wings, do you plan to disregard our life and death? Let me tell you, you should not forget gratitude. Chushong stood up, cursing as he walked towards the door with a commanding tone, leaving no room for doubt. Behind him, Dao Yan also stood up, her face full of dissatisfaction and anger towards Chuling. Soon, sharp scoldings filled the air. You heartless and vile little thing. Haven't beaten you in a while. Is your skin itching for it again? Why don't you quickly figure out how to get us out? Don't make excuses to deceive us. If the Tang family insists on being stubborn and unwilling to compromise, then you will have to jump off a building and force their hands. I won't believe they won't compromise. By the way, your dad and I plan to settle down in the city in the future. We raised you, and it's time for you to repay us. Just let your biological parents give us billions. If it's not enough, we'll get more from them later. Dao Yan waved her hand, commanding as if giving orders to a servant. Outside the room, hearing the couple's usual high-handed tone of command, Chuling couldn't help but laugh coldly. Heh. These 2 guys really haven't changed at all. Perhaps in their eyes, she will always be the little girl who can be beaten and scolded at will without resisting. Unfortunately, times have changed, and the positions of both sides have long been reversed. She now is someone who is loved and protected by her parents. You girl, are you deaf? Didn't hear what I said? Do you want me to beat you to death when I get out? On the other side, seeing Chu Ling's delayed response, Chu Shang, in frustration, rolled up his sleeves, threateningly. But the next moment, a sinister voice responded to him. Oh really? I don't believe it, huh? Who the hell ... Oh, Mr. Tang, you. She. As Mr. and Mrs. Tang's figures emerged from behind Chu Ling, Chu Zhang's face immediately paled, his legs trembling, while Dalian gasped and collapsed to the ground. What? No more threats? How do you plan to beat my daughter to death? Speak. Mr. Tang's face darkened, suddenly losing control of his emotions and roaring in anger. Just the malicious words from Chu Shang and his wife were fully received in his ears. From their condescending attitudes, one could imagine the kind of hardships his daughter had endured over the past 18 years. On the side, Mrs. Su Shuyun, already red with anger, made one of the officers to open the door and kicked Chu Shang in the crotch, fiercely exclaiming, "You bastards! The harm you've caused my daughter, I will make you pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold. You won't have a peaceful life anymore. You must suffer to the end." Chu Shang held his crotch, lying on the ground, in pain, teeth gritted and howling. But hearing Su Shuyun's resentful words, he was genuinely frightened, too scared to even consider the pain, and he knelt down to beg for forgiveness. He knew in his heart ... if the Tang family really wanted to target him, he would fall into a pit of despair and never see the light again. Chapter 404. The fake heiress breaks ties with her birth parents. Shut up! How dare you beg for mercy? If it weren't for you, how could my daughter Xiaoling have endured such hardship all these years? You deserve to die. As the memories of her biological daughter's tragic experiences flooded back, Su Shuyun's eyes turned red, her body trembling with rage, wishing to tear the two culprits before her into pieces. Perhaps fearing that his wife would become ill from anger, Tang Guowen hurriedly came over to console her in a low voice. Enough! Why waste words with these animals? Their fate is already sealed. It's not worth ruining ourselves for such people. Seeing that Tang Guowen and his wife were determined to eliminate them, and that the heartless culprit was refusing to speak up for them, the Chu Shang couple harbored resentment, but dared not speak out. Fortunately, they still had their final trump card. When the Chu Shang couple realized that the Tang family's gaze was fixed on them, Tang Ru's heart skipped a beat, fearing the worst. As expected, the next moment, cries of anguish and howls of despair filled the air. Tangro, help, Dad! Save us! Tangro, I am your father. Child, Mom is here. You are the flesh of my womb for 9 months. Please help us. Hurry! Ask your foster parents to show mercy to us. Mr. Tang and Mrs. Su. No one is without fault. We made a mistake due to a moment of folly in the past, but we sincerely repent now. Don't dwell on it. Just give us a light punishment. After all, we are Tangru's biological parents. Can you bear to see her caught in the middle? There's a saying, don't dwell on animosity, focus on compassion. Please forgive us. We raised Chu Ling too, didn't we? At worst, we can stay in the Tang family in the future, help you manage the company, and ease your burden. The Chu Shang couple pleaded desperately, thinking they were being sincere. Little did they know that the more shameless they behaved, the darker the expressions of the people around them became, especially Tangro, who cursed inwardly. Her position in the Tang family was already awkward, and now being publicly named and shamed like this, how was it any different from being roasted over a fire? Facing these two foolish biological parents, Tangro was filled with utter hatred. She wished these two had never shown up. Tangro, what do you think? Indeed, they are your biological parents, your father, and I would like to hear your opinion. At this moment, the Su Shuyun couple, with unwavering gazes, spoke coldly. Sensing the distance in the words of Tang's father and mother, Tangro felt desperate and even more resentful towards the Chu Shang couple. However, she maintained a sorrowful appearance, shedding a few crocodile tears and expressing loyalty. Father, mother, indeed, Chu Shang and his wife have given me the gift of life. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have come to this beautiful world and been unable to show filial piety under your care. Really? I'm very grateful to them. However, in the expectant eyes of the Chushong couple, Tangro hesitated, her face twisted in conflict. Chuling has suffered for these years, and they are partly to blame for it. Even though they are my biological parents, I hope they will face a fair trial by law for the heinous crimes they committed. For their unforgivable sins, my suggestion is death penalty, and preferably immediate execution. What the heck? Hearing her daughter suggest a death sentence for them, the Chushong couple went pale, nearly choking to death from anger. Tangro, do you know what you're saying? Are you really going to let your biological parents die? Dalian looked incredulous, staring dumbfoundedly at her biological daughter, whom she had met face to face for the first time in 18 years. It was difficult to believe that she could be so cold and heartless. Her eyes reddened instantly. At least in that moment, she truly regretted swapping the children all those years ago. Beast, I am your father. If not for me, how could you enjoy such a lavish lifestyle? Now that you have milk to drink, you deny me as your father. Chushong, burning with rage, pointed at Tangru's nose, raging like a storm. Although part of the reason for swapping the children was the ambition for a better future, it was also out of hope that Tangro would have a successful life, not end up like them, facing hardships in that shabby village forever. Their heartfelt efforts had now fetched them a flippant request for the death penalty. How could Chushong not be furious? Mr. Chu, Mrs. Dao, please control yourselves. The decision to swap the children was entirely your own. I was totally unaware and had nothing to do with it. If I had been conscious at the time, I would have stopped it under any circumstances, never allowing such a crime to be committed. I was born in the Tang family and will die as a member of the Tang family. My biological parents are none other than Mr. and Mrs. Tang. To me, you are just strangers. Tang Ru's ruthless and cold words were a thunderbolt on a sunny day, leaving the Chushong couple dumbfounded. After coming to their senses, they almost spat out blood. Heartless. This was true heartlessness. But in order to avoid imprisonment, they knew they had to seek forgiveness from the Tang family. Now, the only one who could bring about a resolution might be the one they had once trampled on and tormented without mercy, Chuling. Though filled with resentment, the couple knelt before her, just like they had begged for mercy all those years ago. Chapter 405. The Chushong couple betrayed by all, desperate. In the detention center, the Chushong couple knelt before Chuling without hesitation, crying and repenting in order to evade the disaster of imprisonment. Ziling, only you can save us now. I'm sorry, our way of upbringing in the past was wrong. But you have to believe that all the discipline we gave you was for your own good. Look at how well-behaved and smart you have become now. Especially when compared to that ungrateful beast Tangro, you have truly grown into a kind little angel. After raising you for so many years, can't you overlook our mistakes as adults? Give us a chance to redeem ourselves. Can't we just erase the past? From now on, we will treat you as our own daughter for real. As for Tangro, that ungrateful girl, we don't need her at all. We have finally realized that you are our precious daughter. Ziling, please believe that Mom and Dad love you. Listening to the insults from her biological parents, Tangru's mouth twitched, her face darkening, feeling a strange mix of emotions. On the other hand, Chuling remained cold and aloof throughout, standing with a high and mighty demeanor, her eyes deep and devoid of warmth. These parents, who had always been proud and cruel in her memories, now kneeled before her, like begging dogs, repenting with tears and snot at her feet. This scene, Chuling had fantasized countless times in her dreams, but now that it was happening for real, she only felt a cold smirk in her heart. Listening to the words you're saying, don't you find it ridiculous? Chuling's body trembled slightly, not out of anger or sadness, but from the surge of vengeful pleasure deep within her. At the same time, she felt a sense of ironic panic. Every word from Chushong and his wife felt like a slap to their faces. They had glorified their abusive actions as a form of education. Now they had the audacity to shamelessly ask for forgiveness? Heh. This is a matter of being able to tolerate an uncle, but not an aunt. Chuling's lips curled into a mocking smile. She bent down, approached the faces of Chushong couple, and stared straight into their eyes. There was no hint of pity in her gaze, only coldness and determination. Her voice was icy and firm, each word piercing through the hearts of the couple like ice picks. Didn't expect this, did you? You also face consequences. At this point, coming to say these things, don't you think it's too late? Do you think, by kneeling down and apologizing now, I will forgive your past actions? Absolutely ridiculous. Remembering the beatings I endured, the only memories you left me were either physical abuse or verbal insults. I had endless chores, insufficient meals every day, and any slight deviation from your desires resulted in being kicked and punched. How dare you say you raised me for 18 years? It was actually torturing me for 18 years. I could never understand why other parents seemed to sacrifice so much for their children while you were so cruelly different. This confusion plagued me for over a decade until I finally realized not long ago. I am not your biological daughter. So in your eyes, my life was worth less than dirt. Chu Ling finally let out all the words she had wanted to say for years in a burst of emotion. After speaking out, she felt a release of the pent-up resentment built up over many years and a sense of unprecedented pleasure. She shook her head in self-mockery, stood up, looked down at the trembling Chushong couple, and left with her head held high, her steps firm, without a trace of nostalgia. Regardless of the pleading and begging from her former parents behind her, Chu Ling's steps did not falter in the slightest. She seemed to have rid herself of a heavy burden and felt a newfound sense of freedom. Ha ha ha! Well done! Truly my precious daughter! Decisive and unwavering! As for you two beasts, go to hell tilde. If all goes as planned, this will be the last time we ever see each other in this life. Tang Guowen and his wife exchanged a glance, laughing heartily, holding hands as they left the detention center. As for Tang Ro, she couldn't even be bothered to look at her biological parents, coldly turning her back and following the Tang couple. Behind them, Chushong and his wife remained frozen, utterly hopeless. After some time, the awakened Dao Yan, with a tearful face, turned and nudged the absent-minded Chushong's arm with her elbow, saying, "Head of the family, what do we do now? I don't want to go to jail, closing parenthesis. Listening to the unbearable wails of distress, Chushong, annoyed by the noise, gave a resounding slap. Smack! 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 Stop crying all the time! Useless! Shut up!" Amid his berating, Dao Yan finally stopped crying and only whimpered softly. "It's not over until the sentence is handed down. We still have hope. This world has justice. Shanghai is so big, I refuse to believe that the Tang family can manipulate everything. No problem, don't panic. We still have hope, because the villagers in our Chu family village will surely find ways to rescue us. That's right. Our Chu family village has always been united and cooperative, solidarity in times of trouble. When one is in trouble, all sides come to support. The clan rules state that while there is no bias in disputes among villagers, when dealing with outsiders, we must stand united. I am 95% confident. In our village, over 1,000 households surnamed Chu are definitely brainstorming under the guidance of the village committee to rescue us." Chushong clenched his fists, his voice filled with passion, as if he could already see the scene of being rescued by his villagers. Beside him, though Dao Yan had doubts in her mind, she could only choose to believe at this moment. After the series of setbacks, the couple was on the verge of collapse. They urgently needed this minuscule thread of hope to sustain themselves. Just as the couple huddled together, comforting each other. "Hey, you two come over here. Just now someone from your village came to deliver this letter to us." A correctional officer appeared at the detention center's door, handing over a letter through the iron grating. Upon hearing this, the Chushong couple's eyes lit up, their expressions excited, as a blazing flame of hope ignited within them. Could it really be that the villagers were rallying outside to rescue them? Their tears of joy and gratitude overflowed, pledging to someday return to the village, reform themselves, and repay the villagers for their great kindness. Hey! The Tang family and those two wicked girls thought they could push us to the edge of the cliff. They surely didn't expect we have so many relatives protecting us. After leaving here, we must seek revenge. The gratitudes of nurturing us for so many years will not be repaid with just a few 100 million or even a few billion from the Tang family. They will not give up easily, might as well make a big fuss, break the net, and fight back. After receiving the deserved large sum, use it to repair roads, build schools, public facilities, etc. in the village. The debts of the village will be repaid with overflowing gratitude. With a heart full of gratitude, Chushong received the letter and opened it. Subsequently, the couple exchanged glances and stood in awe. In the letter were characters they recognized, but they did not understand each other. Helpless, Chu Shang had to swallow his pride and ask the correctional officer to read it for him. 2.5 minutes later, the officer with the letter looked strange and proceeded to explain the contents, roughly stating, "You two scoundrels have brought extremely negative consequences to the village's reputation." After a unanimous vote of 10,086 households in the village, it was decided to expel the Chu Shang couple from the family lineage. Henceforth, the village will have no ties with them, and they are banned from setting foot in the Chu family village again. As for the little property they left behind, it has been divided by the villagers, and the house has been converted into a public facility. In short, get as far away from here as possible, and if you dare to return to the village, your legs will be broken. Spread the word. Upon reading the letter, with a list containing 10,086 names of villagers who voted to expel the Chu Shang couple, they included names like Chu Wenhao, Chu Siwan, Chu Yading, Chu Zhihao, Chu Jinnu, Chu Xinyi, Chu Ziyu, Chu Shaohan, and the list went on. Facing the neatly aligned page of names, the Chu Shang couple felt their scalps tingle, unable to come to their senses for a long time. Among them, they even saw many familiar names, including distant relations and even the next-door neighbor's 3-year-old child, Chu Aoshan. Were all of them part of this conspiracy? 2.5 minutes later, Chu Shang, who was the first to regain his composure, turned ashen-faced and could not believe what he read as he knelt to the ground. Ultimately, consumed by disbelief, all his puzzlement and frustration transformed into a earth-shattering roar. Nu. Under the weight of despair, he vaguely heard a fitting BGM floating in from the sky. Snowflakes drift the north wind blows softly, the world is vast and boundless, On the other hand, Dao Yan, awakened by the commotion, joined in with a mournful howl, echoing desperation and utter dismay. The Chu Shang couple could never have imagined that what awaited them was not the villagers' aid, but a merciless betrayal. Unaware of this unfolding drama, the Tang family was busy preparing for their meeting with Lin Zhuan and his wife the next day. Chapter 406, Su King Scheme. Chapter 406, Su King Scheme. Tang family. My nephew's wife is coming to our home for the first time tomorrow as a guest. We must prepare properly to give little Zhuan some face. Luo Chen, you arrange it. Tomorrow, have a few clever security guards ready when my nephew and his wife arrive. After returning to the villa, under the arrangement of Tang Guowen and his wife, the servants started cleaning up. Lin Zhuan now is the golden finger that this chosen couple, who relies on for survival, naturally needs to handle carefully. According to rumors, Lin Zhuan is a worthless son-in-law in the Su family. Not only does he have to do laundry, cook, serve tea, and water every day, he is also forced to wash his wife's feet and drink her foot bath water every day. Opening parenthesis, so tragic. Tragic. How can one word tragic describe it? Truly heartbreaking to hear, tear-jerking. Therefore, Tang Guowen and his wife want to support their nephew. On one hand, it can harvest their nephew's favor. On the other hand, it can strengthen the connection with the Su family and make the cold female president of the Su family cautious, not daring to easily insult their nephew again. Let her know that Lin Zhuan is their good nephew of the Tang family, not neglected by his parents, without backing from her family, but they have his back. Absolutely can't be humiliated. No words were spoken all night. The next day, just as the sky was getting light, a faint fish-belly white slowly emerged on the eastern horizon, as if the darkness of night and the brightness of day were quietly changing places. Hosh Su family manor. Outside the window, the faint morning light seeped in like silk, gently stroking the luxurious bedroom. On the soft bed, a remarkably beautiful woman slowly opened her sleepy eyes. Those eyes as deep as a lake sparkled with charm under the rising sun. She yawned a few times, lazily struggling to sit up from the bed. Her jet-black shiny long hair loosely scattered on her shoulders like a waterfall, complementing her jade-like skin, incredibly beautiful. With her awakening, the whole bedroom seemed to come alive, bright and full of life. A new day began quietly in the girl's laziness and elegance. Good morning, wife. I prepared breakfast for you. After you finish freshening up, come downstairs to eat. Suddenly, a gentle greeting came to her ear. Su Qinsh turned and saw Lin Zhuan smiling at her. How come you wake up so early every day? What time did you wake up? Approximately. I have no choice. I want to sleep a little longer too. But every day at a fixed time, I subconsciously wake up handsome and have to get up and look in the mirror equals O asterisk tilde quietly. Wife underscore. Why aren't you talking? It makes me look stupid like that, right? Say something. Gross, a plant. ... After a commotion, the two of them laughed and finished breakfast. Before heading to the Tang family, they made a detour to the hospital to visit the old man. Soon, in the VIP ward of the First People's Hospital of Modu, Su Shengshan's complexion was red, sleeping like a sleeping beauty. Both of you can rest assured, the old man's physical functions are recovering quickly. He should wake up in a few days. Under the personal reception of the hospital director, Su Kinj felt much more at ease, with a continuous smile on her face. She sat quietly by the sick bed, planning to stay with her grandfather for a while. Behind the girl, Lin Juan pushed a wheelchair, already wandering elsewhere. Tomorrow the life and death showdown in the Jiang, who is about to begin. Such a classic battle by the big brother. TSK. I have to make time to go and show my support, right? Gives_gives. Although I haven't been paying much attention to Big Brother's recent activities, I know he's been busy showcasing and improving his strength. At least the plot development is not falling behind. But it doesn't matter. After all, I've become the sister's husband. I'll just laze around and lie down behind Big Brother in the future. If someone really dares to pick a fight, then close the door. Boost for Big Brother. Lin Juan, in his euphoria, thought leisurely. At the same time, he had decided that he must go to the scene tomorrow and witness the Big Brother's rise to fame. In the original book, this was the biggest climax of the early stages for the main character. Rumor has it that countless readers, after finishing reading, were thrilled, to the point of losing control and even selling houses and properties to rush and see the sequel, showering the author with gifts crazily like Gift King. The Great God certification, great healthcare, more updates with flowers, finale 666. That day, the entire tomato-free novel app collapsed due to the massive amount of gifts, smashing it to pieces. Countless gifts were thrown at the author, leaving him financially free, leaving a mark in history, and reaching the peak of life. After the fantasy time ends, Lin Juan couldn't help but worrying. What reason should he find tomorrow to leave discreetly to watch the battle without alarming his wife? Oh, it's a headache. On the other hand, while accompanying her grandfather, Su Kinj, who had settled down, began to daydream. She remembered the latest news passed on by her grandmother last night. Tomorrow, the official will hold a life and death showdown in Jianghu. At that time, two legendary martial arts masters will fight to the death. One of them is a martial arts grandmother, Zhang Yangping, who has been famous for 20 years. The other person's identity is unknown, rising in recent times, rumored to be under 30 years old, already a youth grandmother, an innate martial arts prodigy. Zhang Yangping was already a grandmother of the Huazia martial arts world 20 years ago, sweeping through it. Now, after 20 years, it's hard to imagine how strong he has become. And his opponent is also powerful and mysterious, extraordinarily talented. Being able to achieve the rank of youth grandmother in such a short time, unheard of. It's so terrifying. The battle between them, I must go to the scene to watch. It should provide significant help for my future promotion to martial arts grandmother. If I'm lucky enough, I might be able to sacrifice some warriors to speed up my cultivation advancement. Ordinarily, opportunities to gather so many martial artists like this are rare. Su Kinj was not discouraged. The cultivation of a martial arts grandmother, in the eyes of ordinary people, perhaps an unattainable realm forever. But in her mind, it was only a matter of time length. And to shorten this time difference, the best way was to consume a large amount of vitality. Compared to ordinary people, martial artists' vitality was obviously more abundant and condensed. 100 ordinary people might not match up to a martial artist who had just entered internal energy. Not to mention those at higher levels, they were practically walking ginseng fruit. Su Kinj could already feel that her cultivation speed was slowing down, reaching a bottleneck. The biggest reason was not that her talent potential had reached its limit, but that ordinary people were no longer qualified to be her food. If she wanted to break through to a martial arts grandmother within 6 months, she needed higher quality food. Chapter 407. Sufan's Peach Blossom Tribulation. Thinking to this point, Sukinj couldn't help but narrow her eyes and let her imagination run wild. If those two grandmasters in a death match could just end up both wounded and conveniently left by me. If I could absorb the power of 2 grandmasters in one go, perhaps I could break through to the realm of a grandmother in a moment. Even if I can't break through, I probably will just be a step away. Achieving the title of grandmother will simply be a matter of course. At that time, I can truly possess the power to protect those around me, right? Even in front of my master, I won't feel so powerless anymore. Nevertheless, Sukinj also knew that she was daydreaming and couldn't help but sigh deeply in her heart. But soon, she was entangled in new troubles. Tomorrow, what reason should I use to leave Lin Zhuan's side? In order to disguise herself and lower the exposure of her identity, till now, Sukinj has been pretending to be a handicapped person with paralyzed legs. If she rashly proposes to leave for a period of time to Lin Zhuan, he probably will bombard her with questions and even kindly request to accompany her. The world of warriors is too cruel, and Sukinj doesn't want him to step into it. She just hopes Lin Zhuan can lead an ordinary and happy life, sheltered from all hardships and responsibilities. After all, this man married her and became her propitious son-in-law. As a responsible woman, since marrying a man, she should take on the heavy burden of the family, be responsible for working outside to support the family, bear the burden, shield him from wind and rain, and let him live carefreely throughout his life. Therefore, Sukinj never thought of revealing the harsh realities of the warriors and revenge to Lin Zhuan. This also leads to information asymmetry between them, sometimes resulting in discrepancies, just like now. How should she find an excuse? Sukinj pondered deeply, sighing softly. Headache. Han family. How can you be so strong? No, don't kill Splurt. Bang. With a headless corpse falling, the hall once again returned to calm. Ignorant, like ants, Sufan, dressed in a white shirt, torn pants, and canvas shoes, without even lifting his eyelids, slowly withdrew his palm. By his side stood a father-daughter pair, witnessing all of this in admiration. The man's name was Han Zhengyang, the current head of the Han family. He was well built in a tailored suit, appearing to be in his early 40s, exuding the self-confidence of a successful person. Standing beside him was his beloved daughter, Han Xinchao, one of the 4 beauties of the Magic City, ranking 3rd. She had a tall figure and outstanding appearance. Wearing a white top with exposed waist and blue denim shorts, her perfect S-shaped figure was on full display. At this moment, she gazed at Sufan with shining eyes, full of infatuation. The ordinary face of his was currently perceived by her as extraordinary and heroic, truly deserving of being the man that Han Xinchao set her heart on. Only a man as powerful as this is worthy of her beauty, and is deserving of her offering her graceful figure for his enjoyment. As the death battle was about to begin, many warriors had come to the Magic City. Among them were some who thought highly of themselves, believing themselves to be unparalleled in talent, fearless and invincible, not believing that anyone could become a teenage grandmother. To gain fame and fortune, there were constantly people challenging Sufan, attempting to make a name for themselves by stepping on his head. For example, the body on the ground was one of them. Unfortunately, no matter if they were proficient or masters in their internal energy, no matter how famous they were when alive, Sufan defeated them all with a single move, making the attackers doubt their own lives. How could such extraordinary talents not make Han Xinchao, a teenage girl, infatuated and constantly starry-eyed? So amazing! Sufan really exudes a strong masculine charm. So manly. Such a man. Isn't he the man I've been looking for among dragons and phoenixes, my destined one? As long as I can become his woman, won't I be able to re-own the Magic City in the future? One above 10,000, becoming the object of desire for all women. Han Xinchao's mouth watered from daydreaming, feeling an infinite admiration for Sufan. But just thinking that such an outstanding man, not long ago, was refused by herself, Han Xinchao couldn't help but want to slap herself and curse herself for being blind. Fortunately, I still have a chance. Sufan is so young, still in his prime. And I am so stunning. What man doesn't like beauty? If I can use my perfect figure well, maybe I can control Su Fan instead and make him bow down under my beautiful feet. If I could conquer this grandmother of martial arts, that would prove my charm and truly be considered the #1 beauty in the Magic City. Perhaps even Su Kinj wouldn't be able to compare to me. At this moment, a bold idea sprouted in Han Xinchao's mind. She has always been filled with disdain and jealousy towards Su Kinj, the purported #1 beauty of the Magic City. She always wanted to outshine her in everything. She originally thought that Su Kinj, who had become a vegetative person and married that waste boy from the Lin family, had lost all chances of turning things around in her life and leaving her behind forever. Who would have thought? Lately Su Kinj has woken up again. The Su family business is thriving, and now approaching a market value of billions, becoming a rising first-tier family. The waste boy she married also doesn't seem to be a simple person. This made Han Xinchao feel a tinge of defeat. In order to completely surpass her, the only way is to become the woman of a grandmother. By then, even if Su Kinj were to meet her, she would have to bow down and flatter her. But what makes Han Xinchao depressed is, to achieve her ultimate goal, she has used all her tricks and personal temptations, but Su Fan, like a blind man, completely ignored her. Is this guy perhaps having issues with his orientation, liking to pick up soap? How else could he have no reaction to a beauty like me, an enchanting beauty? Han Xinchao's gaze was peculiar. But with dreams of motherhood and a world under her feet, she secretly encouraged herself, firmly believing her charm could conquer all. As the saying goes, when the spirit is sincere, the stone will be split. If one persists, even iron rods can be ground down into needles. Even if Su Fan is truly a man with impeccable tastes, she will resolutely straighten him out once again. Chapter 408. There is no mirror at home, but you always have your inn, right? Find time to pee and take a look at yourself. Han family. In a sunny room, after seeing off the Han family father and daughter, Su Fan stood silently by the French window, hands behind his back, looking down at the crowd below. He was full of anticipation for the upcoming deathmatch. Zhang Yangping. I hope you are not a charlatan. Tomorrow, force me to use 1% of my strength and give me a little surprise. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Strong individuals are abundant in the world, yet no one can stand shoulder to shoulder with me. I am only accompanied by loneliness. The taste of invincibility is truly uncomfortable. Su Fan sighed softly, shaking his head repeatedly with the demeanor of a skilled loner. Then, he collected his thoughts and took out a red marriage agreement without hesitation. This was the marriage document he received from the Chen family when he ended his career as a bodyguard last night. Both parties agreed to the fact of disinterest in each other and accepted the annulment of the marriage. As the marriage document was torn open, Su Fan ignored the other contents inside and turned the paper over. On the back, a large character Autumn caught his eye. The last marriage document I received from the Han family had the character Spring, and now it's Autumn. Spring and Autumn? What does this mean? Master San, you really like to give your disciple difficult puzzles. Furrowing his brows in puzzlement, Su Fan couldn't make sense of it. In the end, in helplessness, he could only smile bitterly, fold, and keep the marriage agreement. His thoughts returned to 5 years ago at that moment. At that time, Su Fan accompanied his parents to the prosperous country for business dealings, yet suddenly encountered an assassination attempt. His parents fought off the assassin at all costs, giving Su Fan the opportunity to escape in extreme fear. However, he was caught up by the assassins again shortly after, a shot hitting his left chest. The assassins then set a fire, eliminating all evidence along with the hotel. But what they didn't know was, Su Fan's body structure was different from normal people's, with his heart located on the right side. Surviving by a stroke of luck, Su Fan gasped for air and climbed out of the hotel, amidst the roaring flames, later rescued and wandering in the prosperous country. During this time, he encountered the woman who he felt guilty towards for the rest of his life and intersected with his third master. From that moment, his fate underwent a drastic change, acquiring guidance from 3 masters with extraordinary abilities: Grandmaster, a powerful martial artist with exceptional skills; Second Master, a renowned medical saint, skilled in healing; Third Master, a master of strategy and divination. Under the careful teachings of his masters, Su Fan learned various skills and renamed himself from the original Su Yang to Su Fan. Master San mentioned that all the information about enemies from the past is recorded in for marriage documents. As long as I retrieve the for marriage documents, I can find out who the assailant is. But the troublesome part is, Master said not to use stealing or coercion. The female party must voluntarily agree to annul the marriage and hand over the marriage contract. Currently, I have obtained the spring and autumn marriage documents. Once I acquire the last two, I can find our enemy from that year. I will definitely find all those pests and deal with them one by one. Ruthlessly. Those days of unbearable pain replayed in front of Su Fan like a revolving lantern, making his eyes bloodshot, exuding an endless intent to kill. After an unknown amount of time, Su Fan gradually suppressed his violent aura, returning to calmness. The third marriage document seems to be in the Tang family's possession. Speaking of the Tang family, was my fiancée Tangro, or the woman with the surname Chu, in the hospital? Never mind, it doesn't matter. The goal is the annulment. As for the subject of the engagement, it's irrelevant. After the deathmatch tomorrow, I'll visit the Tang family. In the hospital, as Su Fan witnessed the reunion between Lin Zhuan and his family, he naturally knew that the Tang family held disdain towards this nephew without father or mother. 3 years ago, in order to avoid gossip, they even went as far as slandering him with lewd behaviors, severing ties. Until the recent true and false Thousand and Gold incident, both sides reunited in the hospital. HMPH. Back in the hospital, I noticed that Tang Guowen and his wife harbored slight hostility towards Lin Zhuan. For the past 3 years, without any active contact. Now they are so eager, there must be deception involved. It's impossible to only be due to helping them find their biological daughter. After finding the true heiress, who would allow the false one to continue staying at home? Isn't that poking at the heart of their real daughter? With such negligent parents, how could they change their ways so suddenly? To suddenly repent and try to reconcile with their nephew? Could it be? Wait a minute. I understand now. Everyone in this world is driven by self-interest. The Tang family must be eyeing the imminent breakthrough of the Su Group's market value of over $1 billion, with Lin Zhuan as the largest shareholder of the company, holding the formula for beautiful face pills. Therefore, considering the Tang family's view that they have something to gain, they're posing reconciliation while harboring wicked intentions. Su Qing's eyes narrowed, suddenly seeing through the situation. It all made sense. Knowing the intricacies of the matter, Su Qing resolved to seek justice for Lin Zhuan and stand up for him. Let the Tang family know. Lin Zhuan is a good son-in-law of their Su family, not lacking in parental love, without support from the in-laws, with them watching over him. They must not be humiliated. On the other side, Lin Zhuan was oblivious to his wife's feelings, who was feeling indignant for him as they entered the mansion through the iron gates, only to find the villa deserted. What's going on? Didn't I inform my uncle in advance that we would be arriving? Where is everyone? Su Qing, in the wheelchair, upon seeing the empty mansion, felt even more coldness in her eyes. Indeed, the rumors were true. Lin Zhuan had endured cold glares and censure at the Tang family. Although they had invited the couple for a visit, no one came out to greet them, showing no sincerity. Such a prominent family, even if they sent a servant to receive them, wouldn't hurt. But no, not even a shadow. Leaving them stranded outside despite obviously arriving? Was this intentional humiliation? Su Qing couldn't hold in her anger, her grip on the wheelchair's armrest visibly tightening. She had intended to endure the situation for the sake of calm, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. How could she just watch Lin Zhuan being humiliated by the Tang family? So now, Su Qing carefully chose her words, intending to persuade Lin Zhuan to leave and withdraw. If the Tang family showed disdain, they had no reason to be subjected to such treatment. There was no need for these kinds of relatives. Su Qing had just uttered a word when a series of rapid footsteps interrupted her. She turned in surprise and saw the once tightly closed doors of the villa suddenly swinging open, revealing a large group of bodyguards dressed in black suits with ties and sunglasses, resembling characters from The Matrix. In their view, nearly 100 Tang family security personnel knelt down in 5 lines toward Lin Zhuan, exclaiming in unison, "The 3 years have passed, welcome back. young Master Lin. Such a stunning scene left Lin Zhuan and his wife stunned. What? Have they wandered into a filming set? Are they acting out a melodramatic play like Return of the Dragon King? Even Su Qinge, usually composed, was thunderstruck by the sight, her mouth forming an exaggerated O. Welcome back, young Master Lin. 3 years ago, our uncle and nephew had a small misunderstanding, leading to a break in communication. But over the years, your uncle has felt guilty, always wanting to bring you back home. Now that you have returned Ziling to my side, your uncle is grateful and ashamed. In the future, your uncle's home is your home. We will always be family connected by blood. If anyone dares to bully you, your uncle will not stand for it. Even if it costs me my life, I will stand up for you and be your firm support. Moved by the impassioned confession, Su Qinge raised a corner of her lips, turning her head. Standing at the entrance of the luxurious villa was a refined middle-aged man of about 40. He stood tall, wearing a sharp suit, black tie, and polished shoes. He exuded a calm and deep aura with a touch of wisdom etched on his face, marking the passage of years. This man was Tang Guowen, Lin Zhuan's blind uncle. Beside him stood an elegant and dignified lady, smiling warmly and nodding towards Lin Zhuan and his wife. The lady wore a fitted black suit, exuding elegance and solemnity. Every detail, from her sturdy shoulders to straight pant legs, displayed her authority and determination. A delicate pearl necklace hung gracefully at her collar, adding a touch of femininity to her strict demeanor. Her meticulously groomed hair and the hint of aging at the corners of her eyes did not diminish her charm, but added maturity and poise. In the hospital corridors, Su Qinge recognized Tang Guowen's wife, acknowledging Lin Zhuan's big aunt. Refocusing her gaze beyond the couple, she spotted Chu Ling's silhouette. It seemed that she was doing well in the Tang family, despite her frail appearance improving since their last encounter. At the moment, she was gesturing and waving cheerfully in their direction. Hi! Su Qinge forced a slight smile and nodded in response. However, catching a glimpse of the girl standing next to Chu Ling, the smile vanished from her face, replaced by an icy demeanor. Tang Ro! She still maintains that fragile image after all these years. Su Qinge coldly noted, recollecting a few encounters with Tang Ro at some business events. She gave off a vibe of being fake, speaking coquettishly and acting cute with a high-pitched voice. Nevertheless, this facade might genuinely appeal to men, but for Su Qinge, it felt insincere, even eliciting goosebumps upon speaking. Back then, Su Qinge had no interaction with her, so she paid no mind to Tang Ru's antics. However, today was different. Facing this person, who had been slandering Lin Zhuan with lewd accusations, Su Qinge couldn't sit idly by anymore. She intended to confront her and ask, "Do you not have a mirror at home? Stop spewing nonsense and lies endlessly." Chapter 409. Eating Watermelon, a Shocking Gossip. Perhaps sensing Su Qinge's intense hostility, Tang Ro uncomfortably averted her gaze under the opponent's sharp and forceful eyes, instinctively lowering her head and not daring to make eye contact. However, her heart was filled with defiance and jealousy. To be honest, who wouldn't be envious of the title of the most beautiful woman in the magical city, coveted by the socialites in the circle? It represented the utmost glory, being the most prestigious woman in the entire magical city. As the saying goes, the beauty throne rotates. This year it's my turn at home. After Su Qinge became a vegetable, many young ladies in the magical city, who boasted unparalleled beauty, set their sights on this position, feeling like they had a chance. Never would they have thought. Just a month later, news of Su Qinge's marriage and welcoming of the groom came ringing in their ears. Originally, this was nothing much. Everyone thought Mr. Su was trying to cling to hope by arranging a wedding for mental comfort. After all, it's the 21st century. People only believe in science. No one ever thought Su Qinge would wake up. But who could have guessed? Marrying a man actually woke her up. Unexpectedly, Su Qinge's awakening left many young ladies feeling uncomfortable, those princesses who believed it was their era next to shine, including Tang Ro. Without Su Qinge, with her flourishing beauty, the throne of the most beautiful woman in the magical city surely belonged to her. HMPH. Her cold and stern female president image hasn't changed a bit over the years. Tang Ru's face appeared respectful, but inside, she was secretly sneering. She had met Su Qinge at some commercial occasions. How should I put it? The other party gave her a cold feeling, always displaying a cold and strong image, acting like she was some high and mighty figure, like she owed her money. To the eyes of Tangro, a fellow woman, a bit pretentious, a bit fake. She still remembered a certain occasion at a social event where she had proactively offered Sukinja toast in order to build better relationships with the elite, only to be blatantly ignored and humiliated by the other party in public. This incident left Tangro feeling resentful even now. HMPH. Acting so high and mighty. We're all the same. 2 eyes, 1 mouth. Who are you being proud in front of? Unfortunately, this high and mighty image, in the eyes of those despicable men, somehow stirred their so-called conquest desires, making them think this was her true nature, each one rushing to offer themselves as lapdogs, fawning upon her, treating Sukinj like a goddess. Indeed, men are fools. Lapdogs don't get the house. Zizhuan, welcome home. My good nephew, do you like the welcome ceremony your uncle prepared for you? Tang Guowen stepped forward and embraced Lin Zhuan affectionately as they exchanged greetings. Witnessing this scene, Tangro couldn't help but feel a sense of resentment. 18 years of closeness couldn't compare to a mere trace of blood relationship, despite everyone knowing that Lin Zhuan had once hurt her. Now, because he helped the Tang family reunite with their biological daughter, Tang Dad and Tang Mom disregarded her feelings, loudly announcing their decision to readmit Lin Zhuan. Where did that leave her? She couldn't vent her anger and had to keep up a facade of happily accepting the situation, causing an indescribable sense of frustration that almost made her develop breast hyperplasia on the spot. Translation tasks can vary widely. How can I assist you today? Chapter 410. In ancient times, there were favored concubines who destroyed wives. Now there are favored fakes who destroy the true. The previous chapter has been added 1,000 characters, refreshing below. Captain Chen, the head of the bodyguard team. Originally named Chen Goping, 45 years old this year, he was one of the first batch recruited by the Tang family as bodyguards. He worked diligently for over a decade and gained the trust of Tang Guowen and his wife. But now, what did they hear? This bodyguard captain, who was thought to have no interest in women and was upright and honest, is actually an old pervert, lusting after the hostess's body. Not only secretly taking various photos of the hostess and indulging in fantasies, but also stealing her personal clothing, sniffing them vigorously, sniffing tilde. Now, he even proudly wears the red thong stolen last night on his body. Damn. I can't believe this. Just as Lin Zhuan was gleefully watching the drama, the Tang couple, who were looking at each other, had long been stunned and almost suffocated. It's terrifying to think about it. Especially for Su Xian herself, shivers ran down her spine, and today's explosive revelations left her speechless. Before hearing her nephew's inner thoughts, she had always trusted Captain Chen, giving him direct orders for anything. Who would have thought? Zizhuan. The sun is shining outside. Stop standing outside all the time. Come inside and sit for a while. Old Tang, take Zizhuan and go to the living room to rest. I need to use the bathroom first. Su Shuyan, anxious, hurriedly returned to her room after a brief greeting, urgently checking if her personal clothing was missing. Especially that sexy red thong she recently bought on Jingdong, only worn a few times. The reason for buying it was because she felt that their married life was too monotonous and wanted to spice up the passion for her sexually indifferent old Tang. But since discovering that the reason why old Tang didn't touch her was mainly due to kidney deficiency and lack of energy, she temporarily suppressed her desire and busied herself with making tonic soup for old Tang every day. That recently bought sexy red thong was naturally thrown into the corner of the wardrobe. Clatter clatter. After rummaging through everything for a while, Su Shiyun's face turned ugly as she sat on the nearest luxurious brand bed. Gone. Can't find it. No matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find that recently purchased red thong. During this time, Su Shuyan also found that several pieces of personal underwear mysteriously disappeared. So, are all those missing clothes in the hands of Captain Chen, the bodyguard captain? Thinking of this, Su Shuyan couldn't help but hug herself, feeling a chill. She had more clothes, so if one or two went missing, it was really hard to notice. If it weren't for Lin Zhuan's inner thoughts reminding her this time, she might have never noticed Captain Chen's issues in her whole life. Huff huff tilde wife, did you find it? Where are the things? Just then, Tang Guowen rushed in, pretending to need to use the bathroom, panting, standing at the door of the room. Seeing his wife's distressed face, he instantly understood everything, gritted his teeth in anger. That dog of an old Chen! I've never treated him unfairly. I raised his salary every year. Now it's up to a monthly income of 100,000, and I also provided him with benefits and social security. I never expected. He not only does not appreciate it, but also wants to be a scoundrel, trying to cuckold me. Thinking of his own wife's thong underwear being worn by that perverted old Chen, as a normal man, Tang Guowen felt his head go blank in rage. Unable to swallow this anger, he turned to go settle the score with Captain Chen. But just as he took a few steps, Su Shuyun, with a dark expression, stopped him. Old Tang, calm down. Today, Zhuan's couple are visiting our house for the first time. Let's deal with this privately, don't make a scene and be laughed at. After Zhuan's couple leave, we'll settle the score with old Chen. We have plenty of time to deal with him slowly. Hearing this, Tang Guowen's brows almost knitted into a character. He could understand his wife's decision. Although Lin Zhuan knew about the issues at home, it was at least kept discreetly. If things were openly aired, both sides would feel awkward. It might be better to silently acknowledge it for now. But thinking about the actions of that perverted old Chen, Tang Guowen really could not bear it any longer. Old Tang, listen to me. Finally, under Su Shuyun's repeated insistence, Tang Guowen could only sigh helplessly and temporarily hold back. When the couple returned to the living room, Lin Zhuan and his wife were chatting happily with Chu Ling, full of joyous conversations. Uncle and Aunt, are you all right? Why do you look so bad? And both rushing to the bathroom. Is it because you ate something unclean this morning? Seeing that the Tang couple looked a bit unnatural, Lin Zhuan couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Oh, the issue is not big. Maybe the milk wasn't fresh enough. By the way, where is Xiao Ruyo? Xiao Ru cousin. She was bored, so she seemed to have gone to feed the dogs. Upon hearing this, the Tang couple had black lines all over their foreheads, wanting to refute loudly. However, when they recalled a few days ago, when they brought back DRIZZLE, their care was indeed lacking, so the couple felt somewhat ashamed. Just as they were about to say something, in the living room, there was suddenly barking sound. Woof woof woof, only to see a large golden retriever quickly rushing out from the corner of the corridor, baring its teeth, staring fiercely at the two strangers in the house, as if it could pounce on them in the next second. Woof woof woof. Seeing this, Lin Zhuan's expression turned cold, instinctively stepping in front of Su Qinj. His wife was a delicate young girl, with still inconvenienced legs. What if she got scared or hurt? This damn dog is already heading towards its demise. Chapter 411, the Supreme of the Dog World, Fortune Bringer of Heaven's Will. Fortune, quiet down. Quiet. Fortune, go back to your dog kennel. The Tang Guowen couple were frightened, afraid that their pet could suddenly attack and cause a disaster, unintentionally harming Lin Zhuan and his wife. Their golden retriever was well behaved in every aspect, but extremely protective of its owners, especially now when it kept barking incessantly at the unfamiliar visitors in their home. Woof woof woof. At that moment, Fortune's barking suddenly stopped. The hairs on its body stood on end, as if sensing a life-threatening danger. In its dog eyes, the woman sitting on the wheelchair in front of it suddenly appeared terrifying like a demon, emitting a dangerous aura, staring at it with a deadly gaze. Fortune's survival instinct told it, as long as it got closer, its fortunate dog life might end here. And as it thought, when Lin Zhuan stood in front of it, a subtle hint of tenderness flickered in Su Qing's eyes. Then, with a cold look, she glanced at the audacious golden retriever. Lin Zhuan was just an ordinary person who knew some fighting skills. What if this dog hurt him? To prevent such a mishap, Su Qinj decided to wait until the dog got closer. Internal energy release. A powerful force burst out silently, like a pearl, instantly causing the golden retriever's demise. On the other side, Lin Zhuan was prepared, keeping his eyes on the golden retriever's neck. If it showed signs of attacking, he would break its neck in an instant, ending its fortunate dog life. This golden retriever was well taken care of, enjoying the finest food and treatment. It lived a lavish life comparable to most humans. But by the later part of the drama, Tangro, to celebrate her successful scheme, had the golden retriever drugged and strangled, turning it into a gourmet dog meat hot pot. The vivid description of that scene left me salivating, my mouth water. The meat was sliced thin like flower petals, red and tender, a delicacy that made one crave for more. The boiling broth, infused with the dog's essence, was tantalizing, permeating each bite with layers of flavor and satisfaction. I can still recall the description vividly. It left me craving. This golden retriever was used to eating fresh meat and vegetables, never commercial dog food. If it was made into a hot pot or barbecue, it would surely taste delicious. How appetizing! The dog was supposed to attack to give me a reason to kill it and prepare a grand dog meat feast and perhaps help Kinj regain her strength. As there were no extreme animal rights organizations present, Linjuan didn't hesitate to show hunger in his eyes. He kept gazing at the golden retriever, pondering which part of the dog would taste the best. Faced with two eerie and frightening gazes, Fortune was stunned, trembling in fear. It seemed like every part of the dog was trying to warn them. Why are you humans so cruel? Haven't you heard that dogs are man's best friends? Yet you want to eat me. What brutality! Fortune couldn't believe it. When he heard Linjuan's thoughts of eating him, disbelief filled his face. He stared at Tang Chuan with horror, seeking mercy and understanding. Woof woof woof. Translation: I may not be human, but you two are acting like dogs. I tried to scare you both, and this is what you want to do to me. Can't you be kinder? Is it easy being a dog? Linjuan frowned as the golden retriever continued to bark, approaching. This dog dares to bark at me. I'll have to teach it a lesson. Woof woof woof. Translation: Human, stay away. Don't come closer. Seeing Linjuan's determination, Fortune, for the sake of its life, cleverly stopped barking and assumed a harmless dog expression, looking up at Linjuan with innocent eyes. It crawled over, licking his shoe solace attentively. This dog, could it be mentally challenged? Would eating it lower my IQ? Maybe it's better not to. Linjuan abandoned the idea of eating dog meat hot pot. On the other side, relieved to have escaped the situation, Fortune smirked, feeling superior to the humans. Brothers, what kind of phone do you use? Any recommendations? Where do you usually buy? I intend to purchase from Taobao or JD.com. Is it safe to have it shipped here? I have no idea what to buy. Maybe something below 2000 RMB, suitable for Douyin live streaming. Nothing too fancy. Chapter 412, The Showdown Between the Real and Fake Rich Second Generation. Chu Ling's First Victory. Tang Family. Wang Sai, be a good boy. If you're not obedient, you'll end up in a dog meat hot pot. Linjuan squatted down, stroking the dangling dog head, playing with it. What's this? Seeing this scene, Tang Guoan and his wife, who were planning to rush over to protect their hosts, were dumbfounded. What's going on? Today, why is Wang Sai so obedient and docile? Usually, when it encounters strangers, it would bark incessantly, full of vigilance. How come now? Allowing the nephew to pet it like this. Although feeling puzzled, Tang Guoan was still glad to see everything resolve smoothly, and he smiled and gave a thumbs up. Zizhuan, you indeed have skills to tame Wang Sai so quickly. Impressive. Even professional animal trainers may not be as good as you. Uncle, you're too kind. I'm not that amazing. The main credit goes to Wang Sai being quite well behaved, and also, very understanding. All thanks to Uncle for raising it well. It's just that this dog seems a bit shy. Uncle, don't you usually leave it unchained? Usually when guests come, we would lock it up in a separate room. I don't know what happened today. Maybe the door wasn't properly locked. It unexpectedly managed to sneak out. As the uncle and nephew were complimenting each other, no one noticed the ingratiating expression on Wang Kai's dog face, revealing a hint of human disdain. Woof 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 language. Nonsense. Others may not dare to harm this Wang Sai on the face of the Tang family, but this wicked man jokingly dares to turn me into a dog meat hot pot. Woof 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 language. Those who know the current affairs are the top dogs. Why lower your head and wait to be eaten? Woof 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 language. The door wasn't left unlocked by accident, but intentionally opened, allowing this Wang Sai to come out. Speechless. Uncle actually thinks the door not being closed properly led to the golden retriever running out. How did his pig brain even grow? Doesn't he use his toe to think ... If the door could be closed properly before, why did it happen just shortly after they arrived at the Tang family? It's quite obvious ... Someone intentionally let it out, right? And the most suspect among those present who would do such a thing is their favorite fake rich second generation ... Wang Tsai. Was it intentionally let out by Tang Rou? The expressions of Tang Guowen and his wife changed simultaneously, and upon careful consideration, indeed, this was the only possibility. Otherwise, for no reason, how could Wang Tsai have run out of the room? Then, Aunt Wang, go find Zero and bring her here. I want to ask. Su Shuyun's face sank like water, and was just about to have Tang Rou brought over for questioning when a hurried running sound from behind and a panicky apology sounded. Oh no! Wang Tsai, how did you end up here? Cousin-in-law. I'm sorry, I apologize. I just fed Wang Tsai and went to the bathroom, but the door wasn't closed properly, and Wang Tsai sneaked out. Did we startle you? Tang Ru's figure swiftly ran out to the corner of the corridor. She appeared with a face full of panic, running up to Lin Zhuan and the others, bowing repeatedly in apology. With her guilty and fearful appearance, she looked like a young girl who had made a mistake and been scared silly. Seeing this, Lin Zhuan raised a meaningful smile and calmly said, "It's okay." Huh? She's so easygoing. Tang Rou was taken aback. She thought Lin Zhuan would be more aggressive. Thank you, cousin, for understanding. I'll take Wang Tsai back now. This time, I'll make sure to keep an eye on it, and it won't sneak out again. Tang Rou remained composed, nervously faking it. With her sincere appearance, it was impossible to tell if there were any signs that Wang Tsai had been intentionally let out by her. If not for the patch of watermelon skill, which clearly indicated that Wang Kai's escape was her deliberate action, even Lin Zhuan started to have some doubts. TSK. Some women are indeed natural-born actresses. Father, mother, I'm sorry. I didn't watch over Wang Tsai properly, almost causing harm to cousin and the others. I'm guilty, clumsy, can't even do such a small thing properly. I'm really useless. Father, mother, scold me. Tang Rou tearfully expressed, preparing herself for comfort from Su Shuyun as she leaned into her embrace to sob. This move of sentimental capture and release had been in place for 18 years, tried and tested. Tang Rou had 95% confidence that this time wouldn't be an exception. However, the outcome disappointed her. Tang Dad and Tang Mom did not approach calmly and softly comfort her as they would have done before. Instead, they stood silently in place, staring at her with a complex and strange look. What's going on now? As Tang Rou looked puzzled, the murmurs in her ear made her face change. Gives HEHE. Someone is pretending again. Who knows if it's an accident or done on purpose? Apologizing is useful. Why do we even need the police if it is? Start crying as soon as something happens, disgustingly, and cry for so long without a single tear, genuine or fake. Tang Ru's face turned pale as she looked over in disbelief, only to see Chu Ling looking at her displeased, whispering to Su Qinj. Although it seemed they were whispering, Chu Ling's voice was just right, and it fell into the ears of everyone present. Chu Ling, how could you smear me like this? How could I be that kind of person? Opening parenthesis sobbing. I know you hate me, feel that I stole 18 years of your life, causing you to endure so many years of hardship. I understand all of that, and I feel deeply sorry towards you. If you're angry, you can hit me, you can scold me, but you can't insult me like this. Father, mother, I really didn't do it on purpose. You have to believe me. Sobbing. Facing Tang Ru's confessions, Chu Ling no longer tiptoed around as before. Just now, she overheard her cousin's thoughts and naturally understood the ins and outs of the Wang Tsai incident, fearlessly locking eyes with the fake rich second generation. This confident posture, contrasting with her previous low self-esteem upon returning to the Tang family, was like to different people. Seeing this, Lin Zhuan and his wife were amazed and also pleased for Chuling. It seems Chuling has been doing well at uncle's for these few days, right? Her current vigor and spirit can't possibly be a result of being excluded, right? Strange. I remember after returning to the Tang family, wouldn't the cousin have been living in torment under the various schemes of the fake rich second generation? After all, uncle and his family unconditionally trust the fake rich second generation, treating Tang Ru's words as sacred edicts. Could it be the butterfly effect, playing its role once again? Interesting. Let's see how uncle and aunt handle this event next. If it were before, they would have definitely blindly scolded Chuling in defense of Tang Ru. But now, I'm not so sure. When Lin Zhuan's thoughts reached the ears of those present, their expressions varied. Chuling couldn't help but show a hint of worrying in her beautiful eyes. Although she knew the truth, she lacked evidence and couldn't tell Tang Dad and Tang Mom that she overheard her cousin's thoughts. Truth be told, her courage to confront Tang Ru boldly stemmed mainly from her cousin supporting her. With the golden finger present, she felt confident and dared to clash with Tang Ru. Had this been right after her return to the Tang family, she would never dare to be so arrogant. Father, mother, can you say something? Do you also believe that I intentionally let Wang Sai out? Tang Ru wiped her tears, trying hard to play the victim, expecting sympathy. Without any evidence, expecting Tang Guowen and his wife to stand by her side to favor Chuling. She was shocked, being scolded, and forced to apologize. If it were before yesterday, Tang Ru couldn't have imagined such a thing happening to her. Before Chuling returned to the Tang family, even if she made a mistake, Tang Dad and Tang Mom would always unconditionally side with her. But now. Although Wang Sai was indeed intentionally let out by her, without any evidence. Tang Ru thought that after 18 years of being together, Tang Dad and Tang Mom would unquestionably believe her and blame Chuling for talking nonsense. Father, mother. Tang Ru cried out in grievance, tears flooding her eyes and streaming down her cheeks. This time, she truly felt heartbroken as the small pearls of tears flowed out from within her. She was genuinely feeling the change in attitudes from Tang Dad and Tang Mom. This change terrified her, left her in a state of utter disarray, on the brink of madness. Indeed, the warmth of 18 years faded in comparison to the trivial blood relationship formed. Not far away, Chuling was filled with emotions and almost in tears. For the first time, she experienced partiality from Tang Dad and Tang Mom. Back then, when she first returned to the Tang family, she was framed by Tang Ru's fake fall down the stairs, and Tang Dad and Tang Mom unquestioningly chose to believe Tang Ru, casting disappointed glances her way. The contrasting emotions experienced in two different situations were like night and day. Right now, Chuling just wanted to yell out, "It feels freaking awesome." Still lacking to 1,000 words, I'll finish it tomorrow. I need to think about how to write the rest. Ever since the female protagonist woke up, I've been in a state of confusion regarding the main storyline. Each day feels like squeezing toothpaste to write. It's exhausting and painful. Currently, this book is my only source of income. Quitting is not an option, even if it means typing up to 2 million words. I'll start a new book when this one finishes, and until I have no advance payment for the new book, this one won't end. Next month, I plan to try live streaming, see if I can start a side business, embrace the new era. Just writing feels like living on the brink of starvation. I recently bought a new phone, unsure of which one to pick, so I went with the same brand my wife recommended. Seems like the one from the Happy Camp advertisement, Vivo. Is this considered expensive? I don't know what series to choose, so it's just a random pick. It'll be delivered tomorrow, with cash on delivery. After drinking the traditional Chinese medicine for 2 days, one word, bitter. Haven't felt any changes after drinking it. Let's take it slowly. Chapter 413. After knowing the true face of the fake rich girl, the Tang couple no longer favored Chapter 413. After knowing the true face of the fake rich girl, the Tang couple no longer favored. What are you staring at? Quickly apologize to Xiaoling. And quickly take Wenkai back to the room. Don't let it scare people again. Tang Guowen urged loudly, with a cold face. He now realized that his affection for this daughter with no blood relationship was diminishing. The other party's scheming was too deep, simply terrifying. For 18 years, their whole family actually failed to notice a single thing. And stupidly thought of Tangro as a naive and kind angel. If it weren't for overhearing their nephew's thoughts by chance, it's hard to imagine how in the future this family would be played between Tangru's palms. However, after 18 years of close companionship, there were still some lingering affections, plus consideration for the feelings of the other children. The Tangguowen couple did not immediately kick Tangro out. I'm sorry. Sister Chuling, I shouldn't have talked to you so loudly. Under the coercion of the Tang couple, even if Tangro was reluctant, she had to grit her teeth and apologize to Chuling. Seeing this, the curve of Chuling's mouth couldn't be suppressed. She crossed her arms and in an educating tone said, "Since you sincerely apologize to me, I will generously forgive you. Remember, next time be more careful and thoughtful. Don't be so careless." Did you hear that? You little sister Tangro took a deep breath, restraining her urge to explode, and squeezed out a few words from her teeth. Little sister. Got it. Oh, the younger generation can be taught Chuling was very satisfied, nodding repeatedly and floating away. Her victorious smug expression made Tangro almost lose control, almost bursting on the spot. But in the end, relying on the ninja's art of endure for a moment for the sake of calmness, she managed to calm down. Endure. In this little storm in the Tang family, Lin Zhuan and the others, as outsiders, had been watching from the sidelines. And the outcome of the Tangguowen couple's handling of the situation was clearly unexpected by them. Did the uncle and aunt suddenly change their temperament? They're actually scolding the fake rich girl for the sake of the real rich girl. It seems that certain butterfly effects have indeed occurred. This way, my poor cousin should be able to break free from her original tragic fate, right? I remember she, being so eager for familial affection, tried so hard to please the Tang family and especially my uncle's family, ever since she was recognized as part of the Tang family. Unfortunately, due to Tangru's manipulations, my uncle's family collectively turned stupid, scolding my poor cousin. Sigh. My poor cousin, until the end, she couldn't warm the hearts of her family members, and in her despair she not only gave up treatment for stomach cancer, but also snatched the dog collar from Wenkai's neck and hung herself in the bathroom. Sigh. Her death was truly tragic. By the time her body was discovered the next day TSK, her eyes swollen out, excrement and urine all over, her tongue elongated hanging outside, her neck stretched so long. Chuling, don't make me imagine such scenes. Wenkai, I'm not a real person, but you humans are truly despicable. Hanging yourself with my dog collar, woof woof woof. Tangguowen, holy cow, true aunt, fake aunt. Su Shuyun, my poor daughter, you died so tragically. After eavesdropping on Lin Zhuan's thoughts, the three humans and a dog each had their own thoughts. Chuling had already eavesdropped once in the hospital and was somewhat prepared. At this moment, although there were still ripples in her heart, she quickly calmed down. She firmly believed that her tragic fate ended when she met her golden finger cousin. Woof 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 talk, you despicable human, don't come near me. Wenkai retreated in fear. Afraid that Chuling might suddenly rush at it and snatch its collar. But the most dramatic reactions were from the Tangguowen couple. C. Did Ziling die so tragically? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She had just returned to our side after much difficulty. How could we possibly be indifferent towards her? This even led to her hanging herself in the bathroom in despair. This is simply unforgivable. The couple stared at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes, unable to accept such a cruel reality. But thinking about the injustice Chuling suffered when she first returned home, their guilt grew, their faces filled with remorse. If it weren't for their nephew as a variable, Chuling's future. Thinking of this, the couple felt uneasy in their chests, feeling heartache for their daughter, and growing more displeased with Tangro. They couldn't understand. How could a person be so cunning and heartless? They had provided Tangro with endless luxuries, while their own biological daughter had suffered so much in her place. Even if they had to make up for the years of neglect, it was only right to treat Chuling better. What qualifications did Tangro have to be jealous or to plot against her? It seemed that even if the other children in the family didn't understand, they had to discuss how to send Tangro away. Dear father, dear mother. Seeing Tangro standing pitifully and tearfully, looking at them, wanting to play the same trick as before, pretending to be wronged and pitiful to get sympathy. If it were in the past, the couple might have approached her softly and comforted her due to the years of nurturing love. But now, hey. Tangguowen's face darkened, coldly snorted, his tone filled with impatience. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and take Wenkai away. Can't you even do this little thing properly? I am truly disappointed in you. The unprecedented severity in his tone made Tangro tremble in fear. She couldn't believe it, her face pale, raised her head, and met two cold and indifferent gazes. How could this be? What exactly happened? Just yesterday everything was fine. Why would Tang Dad and Tang Mom's attitude towards her suddenly worsen so dramatically today? Not Li, yeah. I'm not Li Jia. Tangro screamed in her mind, while her hands continued their movements without delay. She gritted her teeth and yanked the dog collar forcefully, heading towards the corridor, kicking Wenkai angrily as the other's view was blocked by the sofa. HMPH. It's all your fault, you useless dog. Just a burden. The next time I have a chance, I will make a hot pot out of you. Tangro rudely pulled the dog collar, casting her venomous gaze at the golden retriever at her feet, seemingly releasing all her frustrations on the dog. Initially, she had intended to use the silly dog's behavior to at least scare Lin Zhuan and the others, but it turned out that the stupid dog not only caused her no pressure, but even acted as a bootlicker, eagerly licking their shoes in front of them. Damn dog! An ignorant wolf in sheep's clothing that never flattered her so much. Woof 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 tilde woof talk. It hurts. It hurts. Vicious woman, let go. You're pulling Wenkai too hard. Sensing Tangru's malicious gaze and the pain radiating from its neck, Wenkai was both startled and angry, emitting threatening growls one after another. If it asked her about her least favorite person at the Tang family, it would undoubtedly be this wicked woman in front of her. She was all sweet talk in front of others, but behind her back, she always hurled insults at it, occasionally hitting and scolding it, and often neglecting to feed it, claiming she was helping it lose weight. Although Wenkai was usually very annoyed, as an intelligent dog, it was well aware of Tangru's favored status in the household, unable to speak for itself. If a real conflict broke out between her and the dog, the owners would definitely lean towards this malicious woman. Perhaps out of anger, they might even send it away. Therefore, despite the humiliation, Wenkai chose to endure. It was determined to be a dog that could adapt to any situation. But today, endurance had its limits. No more endurance was needed. Clearly, even though the woman let it out, she accused it of sneaking out by itself. What? Bullies. Harming a dog that can't speak. Huh? Bullying a dog too far. Of course, what made Wenkai lose its composure was ... This wicked human in front of it, who would potentially turn it into a dog meat hot pot, gleefully devouring its head, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys monster. ... Woof 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 tilde woof talk. You wicked woman. This Wenkai is angry. Oh no, woof 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 tilde woof talk. You still want to eat me. A dog can be killed, but not humiliated. Today, this Wenkai will take you to the grave with me. Woof 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 tilde woof talk. Look at your dog lord. Abyssal jaws. Enraged, Wenkai, in a series of barks, bit Tangru's buttocks. Ahoth. See. My buttocks. Let go of my buttocks. ... The Tang resident suddenly echoed with a piercing scream of agony. Tangro couldn't fathom. How could this dead dog dare to bite her? She looked terrified, backing away rapidly, screaming at a high pitch, causing everyone present to furrow their brows and subconsciously cover their ears. "Help! Mom! Dad! Help me! It hurts! Quickly move this wretched dog away!" The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, and it wasn't until Tangro called for help that they gasped in shock. Huyu tilde 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 Tangro was sweating from the pain, twisting her buttocks desperately to shake off Wenkai. Unfortunately, her efforts were in vain, as Wenkai refused to let go. As the saying goes, dogs understand human nature. Through the atmosphere at home that day, Wenkai vaguely sensed that Tangro had lost her favored status, even causing displeasure to the Tangguoan couple. If so, what did it have to fear? Naturally, it would settle its scores, bring retribution for grievances and grudges. Woof 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 tilde tilde woof talk. The tables have turned. You wicked woman! You want to eat this Wenkai, but Wenkai will eat you first. Dog bite tilde 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 tilde. Wenkai loosened its grip on the left side of her fat buttocks, and with a fierce bite on the right side. W a huff. I have completed the 4,000 characters. This is the last time I'm adding more words. I promise. I'm asking for gifts. In the last 2 days, I humbly ask for a free power-up in the name of love. Let's boost the gift leaderboard. Currently ranked 82nd. Let's see if I can reach 81 by the end of this month. I've been steadfastly giving myself 3 power-ups every day, and somehow got myself to 9th place on the monthly leaderboard. This morning, JD Express has delivered a Vivo phone. Spread the word. Chapter 414, Recognizing Roots and Returning to Ancestors. Chu Ling officially changes her name to Tang Ling. Chapter 414, Recognizing Roots and Returning to Ancestors. Chu Ling officially changes her name to Tang Ling. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Dog language. Evil woman. This Lord Wang Sai has a lot of patience, so I'll let you go this time. If you dare to disrespect me again in the future, HMPH. Lord Wang Sai will definitely teach you a lesson on how to behave as a human. 2.5 minutes later, a drama between humans and dogs in the Tang family living room finally came to a temporary end. Comforted by the Tang family members, Wang Sai, who now understood to leave room for reconciliation as a dog to meet in the future, swaggered away with arrogant steps and followed the housekeeper. And so, only the injured fake heiress was left behind. She held her sore buttocks, visibly in pain, tears streaming down her face. So this is what it feels like to be bitten by a dog. Painful. Too painful. That damn golden retriever. If I ever have a chance, I will definitely turn it into a dog meat hotpot to avenge my buttocks. Tangro thought fiercely, lying on the couch in the room, receiving treatment from the family doctor. Unable to swallow this insult, she turned to look at the Tangguoan couple nearby, hoping they would come up with a way to vent her anger. However, she discovered that the couple seemed to be absent-minded, showing no signs of concern for her injuries, giving her a feeling of indifference. This both shocked and angered Tangro, her eyes red with anger. In the past, even if she accidentally scratched herself, Tang Dad and Tang Mom would be extremely concerned, showing great care for her. But now, they seemed indifferent. Father, mother. Woo. Look, Wang Sai actually bit someone now. It's not a big deal if it bit me, Ro can endure it, but if it bites someone else, it will be troublesome. I suggest sending it to a dog training center for a while to discipline its temperament. Tang Ru's eyes welled up with tears as she tried to evoke concern from Tang Dad and Tang Mom. Unfortunately, her usual tactics proved to be ineffective this time. Upon hearing the suggestion of sending Wang Sai away, Su Shiyun shook her head vigorously, firmly rejecting it. No, Wang Sai can't endure hardship. I can't bear to send it away. Besides, you weren't seriously injured, just got a few bites. Just apply some medicine and bandage it. Isn't that enough? Setting aside the facts for a moment, don't you think you're at fault? Wang Sai is usually so well-behaved. Why did it suddenly bite you for no reason? You should reflect on yourself. Look for reasons from within yourself. Think about why Wang Sai chose to bite you instead of others. Tang Rou was dumbfounded, completely unable to believe such audacious remarks coming from Su Shuyun's mouth. Before she could even close her gaping mouth, Tang Guowen became impatient and waved his hand, dismissively saying, "Since you're fine now, just stay here and recover. Xiao Shuan and the others are still in the living room, and your mother and I have to attend to the guests." With that, the couple paid no attention to the pitiful expression on the fake heiress's face and walked out of the room one after the other. In the living room, Lin Zhuan, pretending to be concerned, made a few remarks as Tang Guowen and his wife walked out. "Uncle, is Tang Rou okay? It's nothing serious. There's no problem, don't worry." Tang Guowen nodded with a smile. That's good. By the way, Uncle, you mentioned preparing for a root recognition banquet, grandly welcoming cousin Chu Ling back to the family. Is that true? It's true. I plan to announce the swapped identities of the two children at the root recognition banquet. Only then can Ling return to the Tang family openly, without causing rumors. That makes sense. Cousin Chu Ling's situation should have a resolution, yes? This can't go on any longer. I plan to discuss the root recognition banquet with the rest of your cousins when they return home. And, Ling, it's time to change your name on your identification. From now on it will be Tang Ling. Chu Ling, who was suddenly singled out, was stunned for a moment. After hearing Tang Guowen's words clearly, she softly replied, "Okay," her face filled with surprise and joy, unable to contain her smile. From now on, she finally had a real family. She could finally rid herself of the name Chu, drawing a clear line with the painful past and moving towards happiness. At this moment, her name is Tang Ling. Child, don't cry. You've been wronged all these years, and Mom and Dad will make it up to you. Seeing her precious daughter emotional and in tears, Su Shuyun hurried over to comfort her with gentle words. Closing parenthesis. In the room, just behind the closed door, Tang Rou heard everything Tang Dad and Tang Mom announced in the living room. She clenched her fists, breathing heavily, almost biting her lips until they bled. A root recognition banquet? And they planned to announce Chu Ling. No, Ling's true identity at the banquet. Damn it, do this couple even know what they're doing? How could they unilaterally make decisions without discussing with her? What will she do once this root recognition banquet is held? The whole city will know that she's an imposter fake heiress. How will she face her former family and friends? Isn't this like putting her on a burning stake? Are they truly willing to abandon 18 years of shared familial love just for the sake of their biological daughter? One who can only be an object of use even when handled gently. Their Tang Dad and Tang Mom suddenly turned so heartless and indifferent in such a short time. Just when Tang Rou was overwhelmed by despair and self-blame, she received a message from Tang Chuan on her phone, asking about Lin Zhuan's arrival at home as a guest and other circumstances. Reading each line of his concerned words, Tang Rou suddenly felt a spark of inspiration, prompting her to rise again. Yes, things hadn't gotten to a point of no return. Tang Rou believed she could still salvage the situation. Even if she lost the love of Tang Dad and Tang Mom, she still had the care of her brothers, sisters, and grandpa. In this battle of the true and fake heiresses, she was not defeated yet. Chapter 415, The Stolen Diamond Necklace, the suspect turns out to be. Chapter 415, The Stolen Diamond Necklace, the suspect turns out to be. It really took me by surprise. In my memory, Uncle Da's family never held any kind of family reunion banquet. In order to take care of Tang Rou's face and feelings, they publicly claimed that Chu Ling was their distant relative who came to seek refuge with them. I never expected this. This time, not only did they decide to hold a grand family reunion banquet, but also planned to publicly announce the true identity of the fake heiress. Could it be that Uncle Da and his wife are not afraid of angering Tang Rou? Do they completely disregard her feelings? And what about Tang Chuan and those few who dote on Mei? Will they let such a thing happen? How will the couple persuade the few children under their knees? Lin Zhuan was extremely surprised by Tang Guowen and his wife's decision. He found that the situation was gradually deviating from the familiar plot he knew. TSK. So strange, so strange. Clearly he didn't do much. How could the changes brought about by the butterfly effect be so significant? On the other hand, after changing her name to Tangling. Upon hearing Lin Zhuan's thoughts, she couldn't help but feel grateful and fearful. It turns out her original fate was so miserable. In the last life, the Tang family only claimed that she was a distant relative who came to seek refuge just to take care of Tang Ru's face and feelings. It's really... Just thinking about it makes one furious. Fortunately, heaven was kind to her, giving her a golden finger in this life, changing her originally miserable lifey closing parenthesis 3. Big cousin, you're my forever god. I never thought that Ziling would have such a tragic life in her past life. Alas, Tang Guowen and his wife sighed in their hearts, feeling guilty. They were more determined than ever to hold the family reunion banquet and completely welcome their biological daughter back home. This life, they would never allow their biological daughter to suffer the same tragic fate as in the previous life. As for the other children in the family agreeing or not, it didn't matter. They couldn't object to it. They could even use force directly to suppress it. Be obedient, serve the master. The only trouble is probably from the old man who dotes on his granddaughter Tangro. As a junior, one can't go against the natural order, being filial to one's father and giving his own father a big family reunion. Forget it. Cross the bridge when you come to it. Let's see how it goes later. The group then began chatting about the family reunion topic. During the conversation, Su Shiyun smiled and left her seat, but when she returned, her expression had become serious. Seeing this, Lin Zhuan asked with concern, Aunt Da, what's wrong? The diamond necklace I placed in the room is missing. I can't find it. Necklace, yes. Little Zhuan, your wedding. Aunt Da didn't give you any wedding gifts. This time, I specially prepared a diamond necklace for your wife. I was just about to take it out from the room, but I can't find it anywhere. Could it be that Aunt Da, you misplaced it and forgot? Maybe if you look around again, you might find it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I knew my niece-in-law was coming today. I deliberately placed it on the bedside table last night. It couldn't have just disappeared. Unless... Through Su Shiyun's description, Lin Zhuan and his wife realized the seriousness of the situation. The real necklace pendant, worth $5 million. I can't understand why it's worth so much. The Chrysler diamond pendant, worth $35 million. The diamonds on this necklace were once owned by Selma Chrysler Foy, the daughter of oil tycoon Walter Chrysler, in the 50s, showcasing luxury and fashion. It is an extremely rare, flawless 54.03 carat pear-shaped diamond, surrounded by 43 pear-shaped brilliant cut diamonds ranging from 1.69 to 0.50 carats. To show his sincerity, Su Shiyun spent a great deal of resources to personally acquire it through an auction in Pretty Country. It was priceless. And now, the diamond necklace in their own house had disappeared out of thin air. Tang Guowen, with a solemn expression, denied having taken it. Those present could not help but suspect that someone in the family had been unclean and stolen the diamond necklace. Investigate. This matter must be thoroughly investigated to the end. Tang Guowen's face darkened, the tone of his voice becoming extremely serious. It wasn't that he pitied a mere few tens of millions, but the fact that there was a thief in the house. If this was not thoroughly investigated, it would make the entire Tang family restless. After all, if today they lose a necklace worth a few million, what about tomorrow? Maybe one day, even their lives could be stolen. Led by Tang Guowen personally, the entire villa was searched thoroughly. Half an hour later, the necklace was found. Sitting in the living room, Lin Zhuan and the others were idle, when suddenly, a group of people came down the stairs with great momentum. Leading the way was Tang Guowen, with a stern expression, and in his hand, he tightly grasped a crystal-clear necklace. Behind him, a group of people followed him in a grand manner, including the head of security, Old Chen, the gold medal nanny, Wang Mama, the personal butler, and the servants. Each person had a solemn expression as they followed Tang Guowen into the living room. "Uncle, did you find the necklace?" Who stole it? Facing the curious glances of Lin Juan and the others, Tang Guowen hesitated for a long time and finally stood in front of Tang Ling. Ziling, we found this diamond necklace under your pillow. Tang Ling, on the last day of this month, asking for a free charge for love, aiming for the charts. Please and thank you. I've been drinking Chinese medicine for 5 days, and today I finally finished it completely. I feel like I don't really feel anything. My family asked me to continue seeing the Chinese doctor and buy some Chinese medicine to decoct. I don't know if I should buy it or not, feeling like the medicine will never end. However, traditional Chinese medicine is meant to be consistent. I wonder if I'll become a jar of medicines in the future. Chapter 416, revealing the true face of the fake heiress. Last day, seeking gifts upon hearing that the necklace was found in her own room, Tang Ling couldn't help but widen her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming repeatedly. Anxious like an ant on a hot pan, fearing being mistaken as a thief by her parents. Found under my pillow. How could this be possible? I didn't steal. How could I possibly steal Mom's necklace? Dad, Mom, you have to believe me. I knew it. Someone must be framing me, deliberately placing the necklace under my pillow. That person must be from the family. As Tang Ling reached this point, she suddenly froze, her brows furrowed, her mind racing. The most likely culprit to frame her in the Tang family, hoping for her misfortune. At this moment, behind Tang Guowen, the head of the bodyguard team, Lao Chen, stood up, his round face filled with righteousness, speaking in a pained tone. I was the one who led the team to search and found this necklace. I originally had full trust in Miss Ling's character. Originally, I just planned to search casually to deal with it, but who would have thought ... As soon as I lifted the pillow, I saw the diamond necklace hidden there. Miss, the ironclad evidence is solid. Just admit it. Confess and leniency will follow. Resist and face severity. Stop the sophistry. Lao Chen, the head of the bodyguard team. He had served the Tang family for decades, always diligent and honest, both in appearance and style, giving people a sense of honesty and simplicity. Therefore, most of the people present subconsciously believed his words. No one thought he would frame Tang Ling. That's right. I was there at the scene and saw it with my own eyes. I saw it too, I can testify. And me. We all entered the room together with Captain Chen, the female maids. We can prove that he was not lying. One after another, several maidens stepped forward to testify, hesitating to speak the truth they saw. With both witness testimony and physical evidence, everyone had to direct their doubtful gaze towards the teenage girl at the center of the storm. And at this moment, in the neighboring room, Tang Ro, restraining the smile on her face, could not wait any longer. Forcing herself to stand up, hands clutching her subtly aching buttocks, she limped out of the room. Just as she stepped out, tears streamed down her face, pounding her chest and foot, putting on a pretense of heartfelt distress. Sister Ling, you are really confused. The night before yesterday, I heard you say that this diamond necklace was very beautiful and you really liked it. I never expected. But this necklace, it's not just any ordinary necklace. It was carefully obtained by our mother. It's unique in the world. Forget about the facts. What you stole is not just a necklace, it's the deep bond of affection between our family and our cousin and his wife. Sister, you are really confused. Hurry and apologize to your cousin's wife. Admit your mistakes. There is no greater virtue than correcting one's mistakes. Cousin's wife is kind-hearted and beautiful. I believe she will definitely forgive you. These words were impeccably spoken, making the household servants in the room admire Tangro, thinking that Miss Tangro was truly gentle and magnanimous, with excellent emotional intelligence. Outwardly, it seemed like she was just teaching Tang Ling's shortcomings, but in reality, she indirectly praised Su Qinj several times. In this way, as long as Tang Ling was willing to sincerely apologize, it would probably not damage the friendship between the Su family and the Tang family. Of course, from Tang Ling's perspective, the other party's words were like nails on her heart. It not only unilaterally confirmed her identity as a thief, but also didn't give her any chance to defend herself. Damn it! How can I prove my innocence now? Just as Tang Ling was anxious and fretting on how to resolve the situation, the necklace couldn't have been stolen by Zhaoling. I trust her. Unexpectedly, Su Kinj, who had been silent and observing the situation, spoke up with a firm tone. Hearing these words, Tang Ling turned back in astonishment and met Su King's gentle and trusting eyes. The two girls locked eyes. Su King's beautiful eyes flashed with a smile, and she nodded lightly at Tang Ling, indicating that there was no need to panic. Moreover, just a necklace worth a few million. If Xiaoling likes it, what's wrong with me giving her a few more? Why would she need to steal it? I think someone must have deliberately placed the necklace in her room to frame her. As these words were spoken, not only did Tang Ro, who was standing off to the side, stiffen, but it also moved Tang Ling to tears. Oh, Su Kinj, she's really so cool. This woman is beautiful, casual, and cool, a contemporary female role model. Tang Ling was full of admiration, her eyes sparkling with stars. In her eyes, Su Kinj was radiating brilliance, truly lovable. Tilda, oh my god. 3. Is this what falling in love feels like? Tilda. That's right. I believe my precious daughter, she couldn't have done such a thing. She must have been framed. With Su Kinj speaking out, Tang Guowen and wife also regained their senses and immediately expressed their stance. In their view, just because something was found in Tang Ling's room, it didn't mean anything. Nowadays, there are many ways to frame and accuse people. Especially when it's that perverted Lao Chen from the bodyguard team. If it were before, they might have hesitated out of trust in Lao Chen. Since learning about the hideous truth hidden beneath his honest appearance, their trust in him had nearly dropped to zero. Tang Guowen sighed in his heart. Suddenly, he thought, if Tang Ling was indeed framed, then there was only one person who had the most to gain, the most to profit from it. Uncle Tang is right, my daughter couldn't be a thief. Just a necklace. I can buy her 10 more anytime she wants. Why would she need to steal? Even if she did steal it, it doesn't matter. At most, I can get my nephew's wife a better one. This necklace my daughter likes, she can give it to her. Exuding dominance, Su Shuyun showed her favoritism towards Tang Ling without reservation. She snatched the diamond necklace from Tang Guowen's hand, placing it into Tang Ling's hands, showing her unprecedented affection. She then turned to Lin Zhuan and apologized, promising to give him an invaluable gift. Su Kinj, on the other hand, just shrugged. In the living room, the many servants of the Tang family stood petrified, completely taken aback, never expecting Tang Ling to be favored so much. When Tang Ling had just returned to the Tang family, they had seen the lukewarm attitude towards her from the family members. From the bottom of their hearts, they had looked down on Tang Ling, feeling she was nothing special, treating her with indifference. But what they witnessed today completely dispelled their misguided notions. Truly, blood is thicker than water. Even though Tang Ling had just returned home, she had surpassed Tang Ro in a short time and taken away her previous privileged status. At this moment, the Tang family servants corrected their attitude silently, realizing that Tang Ling was truly the eldest miss of the Tang family, her status even surpassing Tang Ru's. Nearby, Tang Ro clenched her teeth tightly, taking in everything happening in front of her, her face full of disbelief. She never imagined that everyone would be so tolerant and friendly towards Tang Ling. It was an outrageous level of accommodation. Not only did they not care about her apparent theft behavior, even the diamond necklace worth millions was given away just like that. She had worn the most expensive necklace, which was just over 100,000. Why did this little thief suddenly receive such royal treatment? Why? Comparing oneself to others truly makes people angry. Additionally, this woman, Su Kinj, why was she not acting according to the plot? She thought she could use this opportunity to sow discord between Tang Ling and the Su family. Who would have thought? It seemed to make their friendship even stronger. Even that little wretch, her eyes were almost popping out now, as if there was a faint lily fragrance in the air. Lin Zhuan watched all of this unfold, his mouth twitching, momentarily speechless. Ah, the lily of my hometown. They're going to bloom again, aren't they? Just went through Chen Kexin. Could it be that Tang Ling is next? Grandma, Tilda my wife is too popular. She appeals to everyone from old to young. I didn't expect it to be resolved like this. However, I seem to have figured out something now. It seems that my uncle and aunt seem to have eyes and hearts after all. They are unexpectedly standing so firmly on their biological daughter's side. According to the original plot development. My poor cousin, she's probably wrongly accused of stealing money. After being searched in the room, she was tagged as a thief without any distinction. Although my cousin tried to explain fiercely, in the end, it was all in vain, and her position in the Tang family fell to rock bottom, reaching the point where people dislike her. Compared to the current situation, my cousin seems to be making a complete comeback, gradually breaking free of the tragic fate she had. Actually, this whole thing has been very absurd from the beginning. You can tell that my cousin was wrongly accused. After all, who in their right mind would put stolen items so carelessly under their pillow, as if they were afraid that others wouldn't find it? But unfortunately, my uncle's family went brain dead collectively and stubbornly believed that my cousin had stolen it. Speaking of which, to prevent this incident, when I was in the hospital, I even gave my cousin a toy bear with a camera in its eyes, asking her to put it by her bedside just in case it's needed. Looking at her now, gives it seems like she completely ignored my words. Toy bear. Camera. After eavesdropping on cousin's heartfelt thoughts, Tangling suddenly slapped her head, her foolish pig brain. Tilda completely forgot about it. Mainly because ever since she placed the toy bear that day, she was caught up with various trivial matters, subconsciously ignoring this piece of monitoring evidence. Dead, Mom. I suddenly remembered. That day in the hospital, cousin gave me a toy bear with a camera in its eyes. I thought it was cute, so I casually placed it at the bedside, perhaps. The surveillance inside contains evidence of the person framing me. I'm going to get it now. Upon hearing the word monitoring, the faces of several people present suddenly changed, their eyes revealing panic. Dada and Mama's hearts ached. Tangling ignored everyone, quickly ran up the stairs to her room to get the toy bear. As she passed by Tangro, whose expression seemed unnatural, she gave her a deep look and smirked. Underscore, hehe. You're in for it. Tangling had already determined that the person who framed her was the fake heiress standing before her. Today, in front of everyone, she would tear off the hypocritical mask of the fake heiress as revenge for the staircase skid incident. On the other hand, when Tangguoan and his wife regained their senses and faced each other, they raised their eyebrows, communicating a shared understanding. Could it be? Our daughter also has mind-reading abilities. Is she also the chosen one with destiny? Although the husband and wife were quite surprised by Tangling's original tragic fate and the incident of the nephew's foresight in preparing the toy bear, what worried them more was the reaction of their precious daughter. As soon as the nephew's thoughts ended, she immediately smacked her forehead and mentioned the forgotten toy bear. Symmetrical, the two were also somewhat anxious. If the person recorded in the surveillance video was Tangro, then how would they deal with her? To be honest, even though the video had not been made public yet, the husband and wife were about 95% certain that the thief who planted the necklace under Tangling's pillow was none other than Tangro. At this moment, Chuling had already come back from the room, holding the bear enthusiastically, and hurriedly bounced down the stairs. All eyes were focused on the toy bear, as there might be evidence inside that exposes the true face of the thief. Chapter 417. The confrontation of the real and fake gold needle. Seeking gifts. After approximately 2.5 minutes of taking real photos of the teddy bear, the camera on the teddy bear was dismantled and, in front of everyone, the surveillance video was projected onto the television screen. The camera angle was directly facing the head of the bed. The pure solid wood Chinese-style room, exuding an ancient, fragrant air, was clearly captured. Not a speck of dust could be found in the room. The decoration was simple, and if anyone were to barge in, they would instantly be captured and recorded by the camera. Just as the room creaked, at that moment, the door suddenly pushed open. The head bodyguard Captain Lao Chen, along with several maids, walked in one after another. After entering, they scattered around the room to search. When Lao Chen searched beside the bed alone, he first pretended to casually glance around. Seeing that the maids were busy carefully checking other places, and no one noticed his actions. The next moment, in the blink of an eye, Lao Chen abruptly took out an item from his pocket and quickly inserted it under the pillow. What did he insert? The camera clearly captured that it was the diamond necklace that Su Shiyun had lost and then found. Perhaps feeling guilty for his actions, Lao Chen looked very nervous. Glancing around the room again, seeing no one had noticed his subtle movement just now, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then flipped open the pillow and began to put on a great show. Goodness! Quick, look! What did I find? At this point in the video, the truth became clear. The expressions of the people varied, and they all turned their complex gazes towards the pale-faced head bodyguard, Lao Chen. If it weren't for the surveillance video, they wouldn't have believed that the mastermind turned out to be Lao Chen, who appeared to be honest, loyal, and hardworking in their daily lives. Indeed, it proved the old saying, a person's heart is hidden under their belly. Drawing a dragon is difficult, knowing a person's face, but not their heart. I didn't expect it. Lao Chen is actually this kind of person. Stealing the diamond necklace himself and even trying to blame Miss Ling? So audacious. I knew that this old man wasn't a good guy. He may seem simple and honest, but he's full of mischief. Exactly. He always likes to take my cigarettes. He pretends it's for my health. Smoking too much can cause lung cancer. He even told me to quit smoking. Erg. Humph. This man not only loves to take advantage of small things, but also has a particular fondness for women. I often catch him looking at the maids' big butts with lecherous eyes. Even the way he looks at Madam is a bit dodgy. His heart is truly condemnable. _TSK_. His computer is full of adult videos. He particularly enjoys watching SM and kukladry types, truly an old pervert. Disrespecting the elderly. I'm ashamed to even speak of him. Every night, Lao Chen likes to watch female broadcasters in the dormitory. Every month, his earnings go to giving gifts to the broadcasters. Last time, he connected with a female broadcaster for a PK battle and starting making obscene gestures and actions towards her. Respectful or deceitful? I have limited contact with Lao Chen. I thought he was very honest and virtuous. Last month, when he confessed to me, I almost agreed if it weren't for our age difference. Thank goodness. Oh. What? He confessed to you? He also told me he likes me and wants to be my boyfriend. What a scumbag. Have you also been harassed? So was I. I heard even Wang Mama received a love letter. This old man is casting his net wide, targeting everyone from young to old. The wall collapsed, and everyone pushed. Due to Lao Chen's high status and long-standing experience, as well as the trust he had gained from the Tang family over the years, many people, despite their dissatisfaction with him, kept their grievances to themselves. Now, with Lao Chen's disgraceful behavior revealed, no matter the reason, he couldn't possibly stay with the Tang family anymore, and there was no need to treat him kindly. Hearing the complaints from the crowd, Mr. and Mrs. Tang looked at each other, realizing that the head bodyguard, Lao Chen, was not the person they thought he was, and that his loyalty and honesty were all a facade. They had even thought of giving him a good position after his retirement. Who would have imagined that the simplicity Lao Chen had shown over the years was all a sham? Lao Chen, give me a reasonable explanation. Or else, don't blame me for disregarding the years of loyalty between us and sending you to the police station. Mr. Tangguowen scolded angrily, his face cold. He rewound the footage, pausing at the scene where Lao Chen inserted his hand under the pillow. On the big screen, Lao Chen's triumphant smile after his scheme succeeded sharply contrasted with his shocked and pale face after his true nature was exposed. On the side, Tangling crossed her arms, chuckling. Ha. No wonder Uncle swore it was me who stole it and kept coming out to testify, she jeered. So ... the thief calls thief. You have such a big heart, approximately tilde. Chapter 418 Tangguowen's Wail, Who Can Bear My Misery, tilde. Chapter 418. Tangguowen's Wail, Who Can Bear My Misery, tilde. Facing Tangru's defiance of all decisions made by Lao Chen alone, Tangru was not surprised. The reason she sought help from Lao Chen to handle things was mainly because she saw how sharp-minded he was, a cunning and clever person who knew how to make decisions that were most logical and advantageous. Did you steal the necklace? Lao Chen, are you sure? Then why did you put the necklace stolen from the adventure under my daughter's pillow and falsely accuse her? Regarding Captain Bao's explanation, Su Shiyun didn't believe it at all, questioning angrily. Because of the preciousness of this diamond necklace, it was beyond my imagination. Realizing that I couldn't safely take away this necklace, I hesitated, afraid of being caught by you. In order to absolve myself, the only escape plan I could think of was to find a scapegoat. And Miss Ling has just returned, coming from a low-quality rural area. She definitely has never seen such a precious item. If it is believable that she was tempted by greed to steal the necklace, then my plan. As if accepting his fate utterly, Lao Chen confessed his plan frankly, making seemingly reasonable explanations. Of course, except for the servants present, the Tang family knew that things were not that simple. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, he chose to bear the blame himself. That was expected. With this cunning old man's level of deceit, he surely knows that revealing Tangro would bring him no benefits. TSK TSK TSK. It seems Tang Ru's plan to sow discord between the families Tang and Su has officially failed. She must be feeling so frustrated. Nothing was achieved, and she lost an important piece on the chessboard. In fact, Tangro is well aware of Lao Chen's intentions towards her aunt-in-law. She has caught him sneaking out from the aunt-in-law's house several times, holding her intimate clothing in his hands. But she didn't say anything, and even actively helped cover up for him, allowing him to steal the clothing more smoothly. And with this as an opportunity, successfully bringing Lao Chen under her command. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk. Listening to his nephew's exclamation of surprise, the members of the Tang family were shocked. Could Tangro be the mastermind behind it all? How dare she? Could she not tolerate little Ling's presence? Tang Guowen and his wife were a mix of shock and anger, utterly disappointed in Tangro. Even though they had some suspicions before, when faced with the reality, they found it unbelievable. Their daughter, whom they had painstakingly raised for 18 years, turned out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. How could they not feel heartbroken? Especially Tang Guowen, burning with anger, feeling a strong sense of betrayal. Once, he was a standard daughter slave, pampering Tangro to no end, always granting her requests. And how did she repay him? Plotting against her own father, allowing the perverted old man to defile his wife's lingerie. And not only that, even covering up for the old pervert, allowing him to steal the lingerie more smoothly. As a man, Tang Guowen was truly furious. Unknown. He had previously felt sympathy for Tangro, only to be rewarded with such betrayal. Disappointment. It was truly disheartening. Father, mother, why do you look at me like that? Sensing the cold gaze of her parents, Tangru's forehead broke into cold sweat, feeling perplexed, as she sensed that something was slipping away. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Due to the lack of response, Tangro, though anxious, still tried to speak a few words in favor of Lao Chen. In order to silence him as much as possible, she couldn't let him face a terrible fate. Otherwise, there was no telling he might spill the beans about her. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I'm sorry, boss. I truly regret my actions. Look at the bigger picture. Give me another chance to turn over a new leaf. If you spare me, I'll be grateful for a lifetime. Please, boss, wah. I have elders to support and children to raise. My whole family's hope rests on me. As long as you choose to forgive me, Lao Chen, I'll be thankful to you forever. Boss, wah. Madam boss, please persuade the boss. Give me another chance. I made a mistake this time. The punishment should not be death. Perhaps thinking that a female might be more tender-hearted, Lao Chen changed his target to Su Shiyun, weeping bitterly. He appeared pitiful, heartbreaking, and full of sorrow. Nevertheless, Su Shiyun, who knew the whole story, felt no sympathy or pity, only a chill down her spine. Tang Guowen charged forward, kicking Lao Chen away as he approached, determined not to give him any chance to get close to his wife. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Get lost. Stay away from my wife. Wang Ma, call the police. Call them now. This old man stole $1 million diamond necklace. It's a huge sum, and I want him behind bars for life. Under Tang Guowen's command, someone immediately dialed 911, contacting the police to come and arrest him. Seeing this, Lao Chen realized the situation was dire, and with a heart full of fear, he started to cry and begged for mercy, trying to play the emotional card to get through. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Boss, I truly repent. Look at the situation. Give me another chance to turn over a new leaf. Wah. I have elders to support and children to raise. It's the hope of my whole family. As long as you choose to forgive me, Lao Chen, I'll be thankful to you for a lifetime. Boss, wah. Madam boss, please persuade the boss. Give me another chance. I made a mistake this time. The punishment should not be death. Perhaps thinking that a female might be more tender-hearted, Lao Chen changed his target to Su Shiyun, weeping bitterly. He looked pitiful, heartbreaking, and full of sorrow. However, knowing the details, Su Shiyun remained cold, not feeling any sympathy. Tang Guowen furiously approached and sent Lao Chen flying with a kick, determined not to give him any opportunity to get close to his wife. Chapter 419. So, you can also hear thoughts? Would you please shut up? At this point, are you still making excuses for old Chen? How come? Could it be that you are involved in the necklace theft as well? Are you speaking up for him so eagerly just to avoid getting into trouble yourself because of old Chen? In the midst of Tang Guowen's roar, Tang Rou stood there dumbfounded, too afraid to speak. She could tell that Tang Dad was genuinely angry. What made her panic was that Tang Dad had suddenly become clever, accidentally guessing the truth. How could this be? Tang Rou was in a panic, forcing herself to stay calm and attempting to argue her innocence. I'm not. How could I possibly be involved? Tang Guowen coldly snorted, no longer gentle. You didn't. Then why do you keep speaking up for him? This bastard Chen falsely accused Ziling. Didn't you see it? If the person he falsely accused was you, would you also generously say, it's okay? Faced with Tang Guowen's sharp words, Tang Rou was at a loss. It was the first time she had been scolded so mercilessly by Tang Dad, leaving her stunned and speechless. When she subconsciously sought help, casting her eyes towards Tang Mom on the side, she realized that Tang Mom had no intention of defending her, choosing to stand by coldly and watch. How could this be? Feeling wronged, Tang Rou instantly teared up, lowering her head and quietly sobbing. Sob, 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 tilde, 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 father. How could you think that of me? I didn't mean it that way. Wah, 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 tilde, 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 tilde. Are you just going to cry all day long? Rou, I am so disappointed in you. Such severe criticism shocked everyone present, truly realizing one thing. The fake rich girl had fallen out of favor. From now on, the true heiress of the Tang family would rise. Father, Tang Rou, feeling the deepest, couldn't help but call out with teary eyes. However, Tang Guowen had no intention of paying attention to her, finding her tears a bit annoying, and instead, he comforted Tang Ling and apologized to Lin Zhuan and his wife. I'm sorry, tilde, 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 sorry. Xiao Shuan and his wife, please excuse our embarrassing scene today. Today, we had invited you to our home, but you witnessed such an unpleasant situation. I am deeply ashamed, tilde, tilde, tilde. Upon hearing this, Su Qin smiled and shook her head, completely indifferent. The events of today had increased her favorable view of the Tang family. She had thought that the Tang family members were unreasonable and favored the fake over the genuine, showing no loyalty to Lin Zhuan. But now, it seemed she had misunderstood. Based on the recent events, the Tang Guowen couple seemed to favor their biological daughter, were friendly with Lin Zhuan, contrary to what she had previously believed. Therefore, she decided to be friendly and maintain good relations with the Tang family. After all, the Tang family's power was not insignificant, and they were Lin Zhuan's maternal relatives. If both sides could interact amicably, it would benefit both families. Uncle, it's getting late. There are some matters at the company. And you must be busy too. We'll head back now and visit another day? With the Tang couple's insistence, Lin Zhuan and his wife still left without turning back, as if they had made a certain decision and had no intention of looking back. Waving their sleeves, taking away no clouds. But under the overwhelming hospitality, Lin Zhuan still agreed with a smile, promising to come over after handling business matters and having lunch. 2.5 minutes later. Compared tilde 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 b w tilde tilde tilde. The police arrived at the Tang family's residence and arrested the beaten and bruised old Chen from the hands of Tang Guowen. What's going on? Looking at the bruises all over old Chen's body, the police officer asked in astonishment. To this, Tang Guowen, with a straight face, said, "This old man resisted arrest. I had to fight with him for a long time before finally subduing him. Whoa, that's quite a struggle. The police officer's eye twitched, his face expressing disbelief that said, I don't believe you. You have so many bodyguards. Do you really need to personally fight with your employees like that? Old Chen beside him wanted to cry but had no tears. He wanted to plead innocence, to accuse Tang Guowen of detaining and torturing him, using private means against him. However, when it came time to speak, he hesitated and fell silent. Who would have thought? Tang Guowen had found out about his underwear theft, which left old Chen dumbfounded, and he could only accept the righteous beating obediently. The sexy red thong that was originally on him had also been stripped away. Now old Chen finally understood why Tang Guowen was so enraged. He had discovered his treacherous heart of wanting to betray him. In the end, the police investigated and charged old Chen with theft. The theft was a valuable sexy red thong worth 100,000 yuan. Noon. Compared tilde 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 b w tilde tilde tilde. As the police car drove away with its sirens blaring, the Tang family finally returned to their usual tranquility. In the study, Tang Dad and Tang Mom had a serious conversation going on. Old Tang, I plan to hold a family recognition banquet soon and announce Yiling's existence. As for Tang Ro, I'm thinking of sending her away soon, providing her with 100,000 yuan as parting money. Far away from sight, never to return in my lifetime. What do you think? Faced with his wife's proposal, Tang Guowen hesitated, feeling reluctant deep down. After all, Tang Ro was the little princess he had pampered since childhood. Forcing her to leave like this seemed somewhat heartless. Seeing this, Su Shuyun's face turned cold, saying, "What's wrong? Can't bear to part with your precious daughter? The longer this drags on, the worse it gets. I can see it now. Tang Ro is a crafty girl. The Tang family will eventually be ruined by her. You are still a man, aren't you? Do you want to watch our family be ruined by her? And do you have a cuckold fetish? Tang Ro helped someone steal your wife's underwear, and you still feel sorry for her. Damn it, oh." Enduring up to this point, the moment he removed old Chen's pants and saw the sexy red thong, Tang Guowen was completely enraged. Furious. 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 How extreme could the word furious be? Fine. Let's do it your way. And, when the time comes, let her leave with nothing. Not a single item allowed to be taken from the house. With a swift punch from his wife, Tang Guowen rolled up his sleeves, slammed the desk vigorously, and said, "Good, that's what I wanted." Su Shuyun nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with a smirk. However, what about the children? They don't know the truth and are quite fond of Tang Ro. They probably wouldn't easily agree, right? Tang Guowen was a bit worried, taking a few more puffs of his cigarette, contemplating deeply. As he thought about his children, Su Shuyun also felt a headache, momentarily speechless. Asterisk bam 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 asterisk just then, as someone knocked on the door of the room. "Dad, Mom, lunch is ready. You can come downstairs to eat now." Tang Ling's voice came in, leaving the couple looking at each other, thinking they would eat first before discussing how to handle Tang Ru's situation. "Dad, Mom, there's something I want to ask you about. Can I come in?" "Sure. We were just about to go down for lunch. Let's go, Xiaoling, eat first. Whatever you have to say, it's best to do it over a full stomach." With a smile, Su Shuyun opened the door and gestured for her daughter to enter. But to her surprise, Tang Ling seemed to have a difficult problem on her mind, standing there hesitantly, struggling to speak. At that moment, Tang Guowen emerged from the room, gazing lovingly at Tang Ling, saying, "What's wrong? Xiaoling, is there something on your mind? What's going on? You can tell your dad and mom directly. We will unconditionally support you." Encouraged by her parents' warmth, Tang Ling felt a warm glow in her heart. Finally setting aside her inner turmoil, she uttered the question that had been buried within her for so long. "Dad, Mom, can you both read Cousin's thoughts?" Today, Tang Dad and Tang Mom's behavior, coupled with Cousin's well-timed thoughts, had left Tang Ling suspicious. And so, she came to ask, could it be, Upon hearing her daughter's words, Tang Dad and Tang Mom widened their eyes in surprise, astonished and speechless. "Tang Ling, can you hear too? It seems our previous suspicions were correct. You were able to figure it out because you heard Cousin's thoughts, right? That's why you suddenly remembered the stuffed teddy bear you had next to your bed." After a moment of confusion, Tang Dad and Tang Mom finally smiled and nodded. To them, this news seemed unexpected yet somehow fitting. And seeing their reaction, Tang Ling also understood, confirming her suspicions deep within. It turned out, just like her, Tang Dad and Tang Mom could also hear Cousin's thoughts. "Tang Ling, when did you realize that you could hear Cousin's thoughts?" "It was at the hospital. I was initially skeptical, but later on, various incidents proved that Cousin's thoughts were real." "What about you, Dad, and Mom, us? We first noticed it on the television, when we saw news about you. You resembled me a lot when I was young, so I..." Next, the three Tang family members began to exchange information, recounting their experiences of hearing thoughts. They were all surprised to discover that their destiny had changed ever since those days at the hospital. The text continues with the author apologizing for not meeting the word count due to personal reasons and provides information about an ongoing book test. It includes details about book titles, asking for readers' opinions on which title would be most appealing and likely to be chosen for the final book. Finally, the text concludes with the completion of the word count. Chapter 420. Tangro seeks external support. Tanghulu's 7 siblings assemble. Chapter 420. Tangro seeks external support. Tanghulu's 7 siblings assemble. The Tang family. Upon learning that Tang Ling was also able to hear her nephew's thoughts, Tang Guowen was full of joy, thrilled like a child, dancing with joy. So, little Ling, you're also a lucky one blessed by the heavens, the daughter of destiny. Oh, indeed. Truly my daughter, with great fortune on her side. Ha ha ha, tilde. Tang Ling covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. She was also pleasantly surprised, never expecting that Tang Dad, Tang Mom, and herself were all chosen individuals among a million. With this realization, among the 3 of them, a special kind of mutual understanding formed. It transcended family ties, creating an even closer sense of belonging, a sense of pride that only the chosen ones could understand. This must be what they call the chosen family, right? If another child is chosen by fate, wouldn't they all be able to gather and play a round of Destiny Mahjong on the spot? Mom, Dad, do you think there are still other children of gods like us in this world? Now that both sides had laid everything out, Tang Ling no longer beat around the bush and boldly voiced her speculation. She felt that the key to being able to eavesdrop on Lin Zhuan's thoughts and becoming a chosen one might lie in blood relations. After all, the 3 of them were all related to Lin Zhuan. Little Ling, I think your inference is highly probable, said Su Shiyun, narrowing her eyes in thought. Based on my observations, little Ro cannot hear thoughts. Otherwise, she shouldn't have had those reactions these days. In Lin Zhuan's thoughts, he had mostly spoken ill of the pretentious lady. If Tang Ro could really hear her nephew's thoughts, she would surely take some course of action, rather than being passive like now. Indeed, blood connections seemed to make a difference. Tang Ro turned out to be a mediocrity, ultimately different from these chosen individuals. If it is indeed related to bloodline, then wouldn't Xiaochuan and the others also hear it? No. That's very possible. Last time, our nephew said Xiaochuan would be deceived into Myanmar to live a miserable life. I thought we had to use force to make that stubborn brat stay. But before I could say more, he voluntarily offered to stay behind and readily agreed to our request to bring his girlfriend home. At this moment, Tang Guowen also spoke, his brows slightly furrowed. Somehow, he suddenly recalled the name Wu Mengmeng from Tang Chuan's words. Wu Mengmeng. A Taiwanese. How strange. It felt familiar. Have I heard this name somewhere before? It must be a misconception, right? After all, I've never been to Taiwan, so how could I possibly know them? Meanwhile, after listening to her husband's analysis, Su Shuyun's eyes brightened, finding his words reasonable. The way you put it does make sense. It's highly likely. When Xiaochuan comes home this afternoon, let's observe him closely. If Xiaochuan can also eavesdrop on thoughts, what about Xiaohao? How? Can the other children also hear them? And so, the 3 of them from the Tang family continued their lively discussion as they made their way to the dining hall for lunch. 2.5 minutes later, Tang Guowen finally realized that one person was missing from the dining table compared to usual. Perplexed, he turned to the housekeeper Wang Mama, habitually asking, "Where's Ro? Why isn't she coming down for lunch today?" Miss Ro said she's not eating, that she wants to starve herself. Sir, Miss must be sulking. You should go upstairs and coax her as usual. Upon hearing Wang Mama's respectful reply, the Tang couple couldn't help but furrow their brows. Tang Ro had often played such games of sulking before, requiring them to go upstairs, placate her with gifts, and promise all sorts of precious items just to make her eat. Looking back now, was their daughter really this demanding? How did they not notice it back then and even find her cute? It seems they were truly mistaken. Tang Ling, who was in the middle of picking up her chopsticks, paused, looking worriedly at Tang Dad and Tang Mom, silently muttering to herself, "Are Mom and Dad going to coax that woman to come down and eat? Humph, she's so melodramatic. Making a fuss just to have a meal. Might as well starve yourself." Hash tilde hash, as Tang Ling brooded. A piece of fish was deftly placed into her bowl with a gentle coo from Sushiyan. Here, have more meat. It's nutritious. Eat up. Thank you, Mom. Tang Ling grinned, tasting a bite of the fish and giving a thumbs up. The one Mom feeds is always delicious. If it's tasty, eat up without holding back. Mom will serve you more. Watching her biological daughter delight in the meal, Su Shuyan beamed with contentment, then turned to Tang Guowen and instructed, Lao Tang, don't mind Ru's tantrum. She has hands and feet. She naturally finds food when hungry. Nowadays, no one will starve. We've spoiled her too much in the past. Ah, you're right. Tang Guowen nodded, accepting this behavior. He then picked up an abalone, added it to Tang Ling's bowl, his face filled with expectation, waiting for praise asterisk. W. Dad's abalone is so tasty. Tilde 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 heh hash. Hash, if it's delicious, eat more. If you want more, Dad will have the chef make more. Well, oh tilde tilde tilde. At this moment, the dining hall was filled with laughter and joy, a harmonious scene of a family dining together. Observing this, Wang Mama and others once again realized the shift in attention towards the fake heiress and the rise of the true one. On the second floor, in a pink-themed teenage girl's chamber, Tang Ro was lying on the bed, waiting leisurely for Tang Dad and Tang Mom to come and coax her. She had made up her mind. This time, she would not compromise easily, even if Tang Dad and Tang Mom showered her with gifts. She had to make it clear that she was truly upset, that it wasn't a matter that could be soothed lightly. Oh, time ticked by, and when her empty stomach rumbled in protest, Tang Ro could no longer keep her composure. She sprang up from the bed, walked to the door with a sullen face. What's going on? What were Tang Dad and Tang Mom up to? Why weren't they coming to coax her? Didn't they fear she would go hungry? If at this time, she hadn't appeared at the dining table as usual, Tang Dad and Tang Mom would have promptly come upstairs to persuade her to eat. Yet today, there was no sign of them, not even a maid to invite her. With an uneasy heart, Tang Ro descended to the dining hall. Silence! Not a soul in the dining hall. Tang Ro was taken aback and quickly caught a maid, eagerly asking, Where are my parents? Did they eat lunch? Miss, Sir went to pick up Master Tang Chuan. As for Madam, she took Miss Ling to the mall to shop. What did you say? Tang Ru's face was incredulous, her voice rising almost 8 decibels. Why didn't anyone call me for lunch? Faced with Tang Ru's fierce gaze, the maid was startled, stuttering in response. Sir, and Madam said you would find food yourself when hungry. No need to specifically call you upstairs. Oh, what? How can this be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Mom and Dad treat me like this? Is it Tang Ling bad-mouthing me in front of them? Tang Ro screamed in shock, shakily stepping back, evidently deeply struck by this harsh reality. Miss, if you're hungry, we can arrange the kitchen to prepare some fresh food for you. Shut up. What should I eat? I'm so angry. How can I eat? I'll just starve myself. Tang Ru's face turned dark, biting her fingernails in frustration and defiance, then forcefully retreated to her room. She wouldn't eat. Humph, let's see who pities who. However, the more Tang Ro felt aggrieved, the more she couldn't hold back her tears, her eyes reddening as a tear fell involuntarily. She had never felt such intense abandonment, so deeply ignored. It was truly distressing. Recognizing that her parents' hearts had completely sided with Tang Ling, Tang Ro realized that if she didn't sound the horn of revolt now, everything she had might truly be taken away bit by Tang Ling. No choice. I'll have to seek external support. In her helplessness, Tang Ro decided to seek help from her several elder siblings, as only they could help her now. She opened WeChat, found the name of the group chat Tang Hulu's 7 siblings, and clicked in. This was a chat group created by the 7 children of the Tang family, excluding Tang Guowen and his wife. Click. Immediately, Tang Ro turned on her front camera, her tear-streaked face looking pitiful in the big selfie she sent out. Soon, her lurking siblings started to show up in the chat, some sending emojis, some inquiring and showing concern, some silently watching. What was once a quiet group chat gradually became lively. During this time, Tang Ro elaborated on her grievances, painting a dramatic picture, instantly evoking sympathy and surprise from her 6 siblings. The chat records proceed as follows. Eldest sis Tang Weiner? What? Second bro Tang Jahao? What's going on? Oh wait, is our little sister crying? Was she bullied? Third bro Tang Chuan, who dared to bully my little sister, the third young lady of the Tang family, in my absence. They've paved their path to death. Seventh sis Tangro, I haven't eaten, sniffle sniffle, tilde 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 today. Dad and mom were busy accompanying Ling Gigi. They didn't call me down to eat. By the time I went downstairs, mom had already taken Ling Gigi to the mall, and there was only leftovers in the kitchen. I don't blame dad and mom. It's only right for them to pamper Ling Gigi. After all, Ling Gigi is the blood relative of you guys. And I'm just a fake usurper. I really didn't want to cry, but I couldn't help it. Sniffle sniffle. Family, Ru's river of sorrow is flowing. Fourth sis Tang Ying, is it her whimper or truth? Why do I find it hard to believe? How could mom and dad treat you like that? If it's truth, I might be a little interested in that biological little sister. Fifth sis Tang Zhu, alright? Fourth sis, don't fuel the fire like that when little Ro is already feeling miserable. But none of us are home now, and no one really knows what's going on. I believe mom and dad wouldn't mistreat little Ro for no reason. There must be a misunderstanding. Unfortunately, I'm currently in the capital. I've been busy preparing for the first level chef certification exam. Can't leave now. Who among you can go home? Eldest sis Tang Weiner. Fifth sis, you've honed your culinary skills to this level. First level chef certificate? That's the highest level of the nation's professional qualifications in the culinary art, representing the top-tier skill level and profound professional knowledge in the cooking industry. To obtain this level, one must pass a series of rigorous exams and evaluations, proving mastery in culinary techniques, innovation, teamwork, and food safety among others. You're truly becoming exceptional. Bravo, approximately tilde. Fifth sis Tang Zhu, thank you for the compliments, elder sister. Eldest sis Tang Weiner, keep it up. And I can't return home for now since summer break is approaching, busy taking care of the kids at home. Exhausting tilde Zishang is too mischievous. Bringing him back might disturb mom and dad's rest. Second bro Tang Zhihao, your son, elder sis, really is a bit mischievous. He's starting to get on my nerves. I can't return home for now either. I'm still in Myanmar, where scams and crimes are rampant. The two countries are preparing for a joint operation to crack down and capture big offenders. The big battle is coming. Fourth sis Tang Ying, don't ask me. I'm still on Hong Kong Island filming. It'll probably take another week or two to finish. At third bro Tang Chuan, oh right. Third bro, you mentioned contacting El the Great. Is he willing to write songs for your TV series? I'm about to finish filming my movie, still no suitable theme song. I also want El the Great to write a song for me. Money's not an issue, name your price. Third bro Tang Chuan, money. Please don't insult my idol. How could El the Great be someone after money? He regards wealth as dirt. Who cares about your measly amount of money? Fourth sis Tang Ying, chapter 421 Tang family third young master. I hope you can become loving sisters. Chapter 421 Tang family third young master. I hope you can become loving sisters. Sixth young Tang Hao, alright? Third brother, stop talking about fourth sister. She doesn't mean that ... Also, I have an announcement to make. Tonight my master and I will arrive at the Magic City. Don't inform mom and dad for now. I want to surprise them. Second young Tang Zhihao, wow. Sixth brother, you're finally coming home. Since you were taken away by your master 3 years ago, we've been communicating online. When you come back, we brothers must have a good reunion. Asterisk asterisk. Third young Tang Chuan, sixth brother, are you arriving tonight? Where will you be? Send me your location so I can pick you up. By the way, can your master really fly and disappear? Like those martial arts masters on TV dramas. Last time I asked Grandpa, he wouldn't reveal any information to me. Only saying that your master is amazing, a famous figure from 20 years ago. Sixth brother, now that you're his direct disciple, have you also become a martial arts master? Sixth young Tang Hao, Hehoy hash, I'm far from being a real martial arts master ... But in just 3 years, I've already cultivated internal strength. My master is amazed, saying I'm a rare martial arts talent with hopes of becoming a grandmother in 50 years. Anyway, one thing, I can easily handle 10 little rascals on my own now. Second young Tang Jihao. Wow tilde, are you kidding me? Why don't I believe it, underscore. Sixth brother, when you come back, let's practice together. Sixth young Tang Hao, alright, second brother. Just to clarify, don't accuse me of bullying you when I beat you. Also, third brother, you don't need to pick me up. We probably won't arrive at the Magic City until late, so we can't go home yet. Tomorrow, my master and I have to attend a death match to avenge my eldest brother. After we avenge him, I'll come home for a visit. They say the one who killed my eldest brother is also a martial arts master. But among martial arts masters, there are differences in strength. With my master's formidable power, defeating him is like slaughtering a dog. Seventh sister. Wait for me to come home. I'll help you get justice for sixth brother. Third young Tang Chuan. Death match? What is that? Never mind. Let's talk about it in detail after you return. My wife and I are on our way home, probably less than a kilometer away. As for Xiaoru's issue, when I get home, I'll talk to mom and dad to understand the situation. Fourth young Tang Ying. Wow tilde third brother, who has always stayed away from women, actually has a girlfriend now. And he directly considers her our sister-in-law? How loving is that? Where's the photo? Quick, send it out. Let me see how beautiful our future sister-in-law is that can captivate our long single third brother. Eldest young Tang Waner, I agree. Second young Tang Jihao, agree +1. Fourth young Tang Ying, agree +2. Fifth young Tang Zhu, agree +3. Sixth young Tang Hao, agree +4. Third young Tang Chuan, I'm sorry, sorry, family, I refuse +1,008,611. With a proud smile, Tangro didn't bother to look at the messages in the group chat. Third and sixth brother are both coming home soon. They love her so much, they will definitely get justice for her. Especially sixth brother, he's still a powerful martial artist, right? With him backing her up, she won't be so passive anymore. Even though dad and mom have completely betrayed, only orbiting around Tangling, the scheming girl, it doesn't matter. She still has her brothers and sisters to love her. She can struggle a bit. Tangling is just a country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world, even if she's a rich girl from the countryside. So what? She can't compete. She only brings shame to the Tang family. As the days pass, Tangro firmly believes that her family will realize that she is the one who can bring glory to the Tang family. Knock knock knock. At that moment, a maid came to report that young Master Tang Chuan is back with his girlfriend. So fast. Tang Ru's eyes lit up with joy and surprise. He's here. He's here. He's finally here to support me at the Tang family. Dang dang dang. Tangro rushed downstairs with a smile and waved to greet them as she glanced at the woman standing beside Tang Chuan, wearing a light yellow long dress and voluminous hair. Third brother, you're back. Tangro quickly descended the stairs, smiling and waving at the two, while stealing a few more glances at the woman. So this is Wu Mengmeng, right? Didn't expect third brother to like this type of woman? Yes, Zero. I'm back. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Wu Mengmeng. Mengmeng, this is my seventh sister, Tangro. You can call her Zero. Tang Chuan smiled, clearly in a good mood. After introducing the two women to each other, he then asked Tangro about the situation where she was bullied in the group chat. At the same time, a black Rolls-Royce Ghost was speeding towards the Tang family manor. In the back seat, Lin Zhuan had a gloomy expression. He was still at the company yesterday, having a cozy moment with his wife. But suddenly, his elder brother and family showed up, carrying bags of branded clothes and expensive jewelry, claiming they were small gifts for their niece-in-law, showing their respect. Despite Lin Zhuan and his wife accepting the gifts, they were then invited to their home and were asked to help out with some tricks as their eldest son was bringing a girlfriend home and wanted Lin Zhuan to help out. Even though Lin Zhuan declined several times, he couldn't resist the insistent invitation from his elder brother and sister-in-law. Seeing his parents-in-law behaving in such a subdued manner, they were almost kneeling down. Although Su Qinj had doubts, she still let Lin Zhuan come along for the trick. As for her, there was work at the office, so she couldn't accompany them. Closing parenthesis by tilde, forget it. Since it's already happening, let's enjoy the idle moment. It's not bad, I suppose. But my love-struck cousin truly admires Wu Mengmeng. If he sees his goddess with a muscular man, would he collapse on the spot? Close his heart to love. Never believe in love again. Choose to live alone forever. TSK TSK TSK. Speaking of which, my elder uncle must have watched the movies that the prospective daughter-in-law acted in. He just didn't remember. Should I send him a few links to help him remember? I remember one link is Lin Zhuan yawned, recalling the videos he had watched years ago with an evil interest. Little did he know, the other Tang family members who overheard his thoughts were already dumbfounded. What's going on? Is Wu Mengmeng a famous actress? Why does my nephew imply that even he's a fan of hers? And sweating all over, what does that mean? Does it imply that Wu Mengmeng works hard when filming, gets drenched in sweat after finishing? How could my eldest son possibly collapse at the sight of that? And close his heart to love. Never believe in love again. Choose to live lonely forever. No, there's gotta be a catch. On the driver's seat, Tang Guowen was even more confused. Have I seen movies starring Wu Mengmeng? How is that possible? Why don't I have any memory of it? I usually read newspapers and news, scoffing at those superficial youth romance dramas, deeming it a waste of time. I've never watched any of those junk movies my eldest son has acted in these past years, let alone movies by others. Recalling the photo his eldest son recently sent him of the prospective daughter-in-law, Tang Guowen pondered, but his mind was blank and he couldn't remember anything. It seems that he'll have to find an opportunity later to secretly open a browser, copy and paste that link. The answer must be there. The Tang couple looked at each other knowingly and nodded at the same time. 2.5 minutes later, they returned to the Tang family manor, and as they stepped into the Via's living room, they ran into the Tang Chuan siblings. Meanwhile, Lin Zhuan's curious gaze immediately locked onto the woman in a light yellow dress with voluminous hair standing next to them. Oh my gosh! Teacher Wu still looks so glamorous. What a tank-like figure. Naturally strong. Tilde. No wonder my cousin, wearing the green hat, can't let go. Huh. Why did it turn into a teacher again? Could our future daughter-in-law have some hidden profession on the side? A diligent gardener nurturing fresh flowers for the country? Prompted by his nephew's whispered thoughts, the Tang couple quickly followed his gaze and carefully scrutinized Wu Mengmeng, who had lowered her head shyly, trying to see if she exuded charm or not. Well, her features are decent, average, not much different from the photo, and as for the rest, nothing stands out for now. On the other hand, Tang Chuan, who also overheard the inner thoughts, raised an eyebrow with a displeased expression. This perverted cousin, lustfully staring at our dream, and then covertly belittling me in his mind, saying I'm a cuckold man. Utter nonsense. Dream had treasured her purity for decades, a precious gift, like a pearl, given to me without reservation. How could such a pure and virtuous girl ever commit an immoral act like betraying her principles and putting a green hat on me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tang Chuan was infuriated, but the immediate concern was to pursue justice for Zero. He couldn't bear to watch as she was mistreated and remain indifferent. After reprimanding Tang Dad and Mom, he then turned his gaze to the somewhat awkward Tangling, sighing deeply. E=O**. Sigh tilde. Zhaoling, I know you've had a hard time these past years, enduring a lot of grievances. You must surely hold some grudge against Zero, who replaced your 18 years of happy life. I understand your feelings, but that cannot become a reason for you to talk behind Mom and Dad's back, sowing discord between them and Zero. Both Zero and you are like my beloved sisters. I will treat you both with love and care. I hope you won't deliberately go against Zero out of jealousy, causing chaos at home and making everyone uneasy. There's a saying, harmony in the family leads to everything flourishing. I sincerely hope you can live well with Zero and become close sisters. Can you promise that to your brother? Yesterday, my sworn big brother's younger brother got married. Spread the word. Let's share together. Here are pictures of their wedding scene. The setup is quite lively, well, definitely more lively than ours. We had people come and help us decorate with happiness. Cost about $160, if I remember correctly. Their dowry was $88,000, something like that, just like the dowry I gave to my wife a few months ago. But apparently, his family didn't have enough money. I heard the younger brother put in several tens of thousands, my sworn big brother a few tens of thousands. and then borrowed $10,000 from our family to make up the dowry money. On the left is my sworn big brother, and on the right is his girlfriend. They haven't gotten married yet. I heard they are marrying at the end of the year. Anyway, they currently live in Guangzhou. Quite fashionable city folk style, right? My sworn big brother works in real estate sales. He won't be coming back to our small county town. Just wondering where he'll settle in the city, alright? After seeing others' exciting lives, let's get back to laying bricks honestly. By the way, seeking some gifts thanks. Thank you, brothers, chapter 422. Sometimes love comes and can't be blocked. Extra chapter for high school entrance exam. Wishing everyone success in the exam. When faced with Tang Jia Sanshao's accusations, Tang Ling felt unjustly treated and muttered, "It's not me. I didn't do it. Stop saying that. Who's intentionally opposing that woman?" Seeing Tang Ling stubbornly refusing to listen, Tang Chuan frowned slightly, feeling displeased. Everything that happened at noon, Zero has already told him. It was obvious that Tang Ling was sowing discord, leading their parents to neglect Zero. Despite the facts being clear, Tang Ling remained stubborn and unrepentant. Alas, it's really so disappointing. Huh? What the heck? Is my cousin wearing a green hat? Did he lose his mind? Does he even know what he's saying? Forget it, ruining it. My cousin is hopeless, with an IQ of a mere 25, lacking the ability to discern right from wrong, not even realizing he's being used as a pawn. With just a little thought, it's clear that the fake Miss Kyonjin is behind the scenes crying and complaining to incite the third young master of the Tang family to come out and act as a shield. Gives. When Lin Zhuan's inner thoughts were revealed, everyone from the Tang family present was shocked. HMPH, Zichuan, what are you saying? When did Ling specifically target Zero? Su Shiyun shot a big glance and stood up without hesitation to defend her daughter. At the same time, casting her disapproving gaze on Zero, she said, "Zero, how exactly have you been instigating your third brother behind his back? Now, say it again to me. Really? I'm so disappointed in you. When did you learn to stir up trouble behind people's backs and tattle? If you have any grievances with me or Ling, you can say it directly, instead of using your third brother to fool him into coming out to be a clown." Su Shiyun coldly hummed, feeling increasingly impatient with her daughter, whom she had raised for 18 years. She used to think of Tangro as kind, obedient, and sensible. But during this period, Tangru's actions behind her back completely overturned Su Shiyun's preconceived notions, making her even doubt life itself. Over the years, she had seen many cunning girls in the entertainment industry, but compared to Tangro, all of them paled in comparison. If it weren't for Lin Zhuan's inner thoughts revealing the truth, even she would have been completely deceived. No, IDIDN single quotes T. Mother, you really misunderstood me. Faced with the accusations, Tangru's eyes reddened instantly, cowering timidly behind Tang Chuan, continually speaking defensively. Seeing this, Tang Chuan's heart ached, almost choking. He quickly stood in front of Tangro, pleading innocence for his little sister. "Mom, why are you so harsh? Zero is naturally timid. You scared her. Moreover, Zero didn't instigate anything. She's just stating the facts. Besides, even if there was a mistake, it's not on her. This matter is indeed due to your bias." Initially, Tang Chuan did have some doubts about his sister's words, not believing that their parents would be so biased, favoring only the return of the true Miss Kyonjin. But now, seeing Tang Mama's attitude, he was convinced. After all, he had never seen Tang Dad and Tang Mama treat Zero in such a vile manner. Everything was to favor Tang Ling. To see his father confronting him for defending Zero, Su Shiyun's breathing became rapid, exclaiming repeatedly, "Rebelling, rebelling. The third young master of the Tang family is rebelling. Old Tang, what are you still standing there for? Say something. Look at your eldest son, he's grown wings now, daring to confront me. I can't control your eldest son anymore. Woo, Tilda, I'm so pitiful. After 10 months of pregnancy, I gave birth to a rebellious son." As she spoke, Su Shiyun's eyes turned red, pounding her chest and stamping her feet, displaying a heartbroken appearance while wiping her tears. This scene stunned everyone present, with Tang Chuan breaking into a cold sweat and quickly apologizing. Mom, I was wrong. I'm not blaming you. I didn't mean that. There's no one in the world as good as you Get out. You rebellious child, mother doesn't want you. On the other hand, seeing his beloved woman shedding tears due to other men, Tang Guowen immediately got angry. As the saying goes, parents are true love, children are just accidents. A mere passionate product, daring to oppose the heavens? Make his woman cry. Who gave you the courage? Fish Lang. Smack. Tang Guowen, filled with anger, reached out and slapped Tang Chuan's face. Dad, why did you hit me? It hurts. Tang Chuan, his face flushed, couldn't believe it, holding his burning cheek, feeling extremely embarrassed. I hit you because you're a rebellious son. How dare you bully my wife? Even I can't bear to see her shed a tear, and you made her cry. How dare you? It was long ago. It shouldn't have happened when the condoms were pierced, causing such a plaything like you to be exposed. At this point, Tang Guowen suddenly covered his mouth, and the whole room fell silent. Oops. Seems like I revealed something I shouldn't have. As expected, Su Shuyun's dangerous gaze immediately swept over. This old bastard. It turns out he was the one behind the scenes. No wonder my new condoms didn't work, and later he even dared to blame their poor quality due to the sensitive and embarrassing topic. The living room fell into a silence with not a single person speaking. 2.5 minutes later, Lin Zhuan, who was bored, took the initiative to change the subject, pointing to his teacher from his previous life. Cousin, is this your girlfriend? Introduce her. Oh, let me introduce her. Dad, Mom, this is the woman I've decided to protect for life, Wu Mengmeng. She's 25 years old this year, 3 years older than me. Tang Chuan, coming back to his senses, hastily pointed to his girlfriend and introduced her. Uncle, Aunt, hello. Wu Mengmeng was polite and gentle. Seeing this, the Tang couple took the opportunity to pretend they had forgotten the embarrassing secret moments ago and greeted Wu Mengmeng. Such a familiar face. The more I look, the more familiar it becomes. Where have I seen it before? Upon close observation, Tang Guowen's heart was full of confusion, and his unwavering gaze, interpreted by others, was seen as a lecherous expression. Indeed, regardless of age, all men are the same with their direct, lustful looks. Sure enough, the minor Tang family is not easy to deal with. Wu Mengmeng pretended to be shy on the surface, lowering her head, but internally, she was overjoyed and proud of her charm. Ahem, old Tang ... Su Shuyun shot her husband an eye, almost grabbing his ears fiercely. With her reminder, Tang Guowen, who had come to his senses, knew he was out of line and quickly shifted his gaze to the fiery product, saying unkindly, rebelling son, earlier I wanted to introduce you to a girlfriend. You were absolutely not willing, so why is there suddenly a girlfriend appearing now? ... Hearing this, Tang Chuan's cheeks blushed slightly, smiling shyly. Then, mustering up courage, he held Wu Mengmeng's hand, gently caressed her cheek, and looked deeply into her eyes, saying affectionately, sometimes love comes and can't be blocked. Fefta Lin Zhuan, who was sipping tea comfortably on the sofa, heard this and couldn't hold back, spewing tea all over Tang Chuan and his girlfriend. Did it have to be that cheesy? Chapter 423. I, the third young master of the Tang family, want to create a world with you. What are you doing? Tang Chuan was sprayed all over his face with tea, making him exclaim in anger. But instead of focusing on his own embarrassment, he immediately took out a tissue to help wipe his girlfriend's face, comforting her with a warm voice, and then turned to glare angrily at Lin Zhuan. Big bro, you're going too far. Are you doing this on purpose? After all, you're just an ordinary son-in-law. You must be living cautiously in the Su family, without any male dignity, unable to taste the beauty of love. So you are jealous of the love between me and Mengmeng, envy the lovebirds, but not the gods. Is that why you're targeting us intentionally? HMPH. Oh. I'm angry. Aren't you going to apologize to Mengmeng? I see you found a way to die. Be careful, I'll unleash my mother's nagging. What? Su Shuyun paused for a moment, her eyes twitching. Then she smacked the back of Tang Jiasanshao's head firmly, asserting her dominance over him. Rascal! What do you plan to do to your mother? Besides, this isn't Zhao Xuan's fault. Why apologize? Forget about the facts. If Xiao Shuan accidentally choked on the tea, you didn't care about him, yet dared to accuse him boldly? Do you have any sympathy? Is this how I've taught you all along? It's just too much. HMPF. As for being sprayed with tea, that's just your own bad luck. Who told you to sit in a spot where you'd get splashed by tea? This string of rapid-fire remarks left Tang Jiasenshao dumbfounded. He really wanted to ask if he was born to talk or not. Otherwise, how could his mother be so biased? Does she really know who her biological child is? Family closeness, understanding? Lin Zhuan is my cousin. I Tang Jiasenshao am her biological child. How could she treat a beastly cousin better than her own son? It's truly unfair. Feeling a little surprised. Aunt actually favors me that much? But my green hat cousin can't blame it all on me. He's so greasy. Saying ... love comes, it can't be stopped. This is truly giving me goosebumps. Let's have a big laugh. Everyone. Just envious of the lovebirds, but not the gods. If my foolish bean knows that he can't bear the weight of a goddess, but other men can stand up directly, what expression would he show? Hey, Tang Chuan. Damn it. How can my beastly cousin keep denigrating my dream? My dream is pure and kind. She couldn't possibly be the kind of floozy he imagines her to be. Heaven and earth can testify. The third young master of the Tang family, will only marry her in this lifetime. As a warrior of pure love, Tang Chuan believes that once he's committed to someone, he must stay steadfast. Mom, Dad, Meng is the love of my life. I have decided to marry her and take care of her for the rest of my life. If you don't have any objections, I plan to announce it on the internet tomorrow and let all our fans bless us first. At the same time, choose an auspicious day, let both parents sit down and discuss the marriage arrangements, see if we can get the marriage certificate before planning the engagement banquet. Also, I want to pay a handsome sum to my idol, asking him to write a love song that will be passed down through the ages for Meng and me. Tang Chuan's face was full of anticipation, speaking with confidence and sinking into his fantasy world. He had already drafted a detailed wedding plan, determined to have a romantic wedding of the century and make his dream the happiest woman in the world. But before he could get excited for 2.5 seconds, Tang Guowen and his wife changed their expressions, shaking their heads in unison in opposition. No, I don't agree to this marriage. You can't get married. This is non-negotiable. Facing Tang Dad and Tang Mom's resolute attitude, Tang Chuan was filled with confusion and asked anxiously, Why? Mom, how can you say that, Dad? I truly love Meng. Are you really going to break us up? Create a tragedy like Liang Shambo and Zhu Yingtai with your own hands, just like in a TV drama? In modern society, marriage is a matter of personal freedom. You have no right to intervene. Tang Chuan was extremely dissatisfied, even beginning to rebuke. In the past, Tang Dad and Tang Mom had always pressured him to marry and give them grandchildren as soon as possible. But at that time, due to seeing too many materialistic women in the entertainment industry, he lost interest in women and even grew tired of them, planning to live a lonely life forever. Fortunately, he later met a girl who made his heart flutter. Just as he made up his mind to spend his life with her, his parents suddenly objected. Unfilial child. Are you trying to kill me? Marriage is not child's play. It's about parental orders and matchmakers' words. Listen to me clearly. I said no, and I absolutely forbid you from marrying this woman. Su Shuyun's face turned cold, with a resolute attitude. Ever since she found out that his girlfriend was up to no good and almost tricked her foolish son into Myanmar, causing him trouble. Son of a, what kind of woman did you find for a girlfriend? She's not from a suitable background. What kind of life can you expect to have with her in the future? Our family is a prestigious big family. How can you marry a small star? Won't that make other families laugh at us? If you dare to be with her, don't recognize me as your father. She's just after our family's money. We can't accept a woman like that. Choose. Do you want love or a career, our family or her? What can this woman bring you? Can she help you advance in your career? Can she elevate our family status? You'd regret being with her. Do you think she really loves you? She's only after your wealth and status. When you have nothing left, will she still be by your side? She won't. As your mother, how can I watch you walk towards destruction? You must follow my arrangement. Say goodbye to this woman and marry a girl from a suitable background. Su Shuyun's performance got stronger and stronger, embodying a materialistic elder who was looking out for family interests, social status, and wealth gap as reasons to forcefully break up this unsuitable couple. Meanwhile, Tang Chuan held his girlfriend's hand firmly, ready to face all the judgment and ridicule, vowing to protect her no matter what. Damn it! How can Meng Meng talk like this? Is she really? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Coincidence. It must be a coincidence. I'm 95% sure it's just a coincidence. Tang Chuan couldn't bear to dwell on it, gritted his teeth, and pulled Wu Meng Meng into his arms, solemnly promising, Meng Meng, you are the girl I love the most. This lifetime, I can't live without you. No matter what others say, I will never leave you. I won't give up on you just because of others' biases. I'll protect you no matter what. No matter your background, it doesn't change the fact that you're the most important person in my heart. I want to be with you forever. I, the third young master of the Tang family, want to create a world with you, even if we have to go against the world. Ta-ta, open. Ta-ta, open. Ta-ta, open. This morning, I happened to pass by my old high school. Almost 10 years have passed. Times have changed. Another year of exams, but no more youthful young men like before. I recommend a short story written on December 22, 2022. It was originally blocked due to various reasons and released today after 2 years. It's just a short story. Click on my profile picture. It's the third one, Lin Hao as a son. This short story took me a few days to write, and after 2 years, it barely earned 10 yuan. Short stories are indeed a good place to go. Chapter 420 for Tang Chuan. My life motto is, a person who cries has invincible love. Tang Chuan embraces his girlfriend, glaring angrily at his parents with a face full of grief and indignation, shouting "Ta-ta kai," as if he is ready to fight the whole world for true love. No matter Dream's background, she is the most important person in my heart. I want to be with her. Don't try to break us up for any reason. Don't look down on her because of her poor background. You don't understand her goodness. I love her, and no one can separate us. Besides, so what if she's poor? Does being poor mean breaking the law? Does being poor mean being looked down upon by the wealthy? Does being poor mean not deserving to pursue happiness? I love Dream as a person. I will create a future for us together, even if it means being enemies with the whole world. Mom, Dad, your narrow-minded thinking about loving the rich and despising the poor is too limited. My love for Dream is pure, transcending materialism. I will prove our love through actions, solid as a rock. I emphasize here unequivocally that she is the one for me in this lifetime. No matter how much you oppose, no matter what obstacles and troubles we face, I will never break up with her. Dream is an indelible mark in my heart. I will protect this love for a lifetime. Through all storms, we will stick together till the end of time. Listening to Tang's passionate love declaration, everyone present couldn't help feeling awkward. This little guy has been playing too many dramas, treating movies as reality. Such pretentious lines. Is he coming out straight like that? My cousin is really something. Speaking of pretentiousness, I'd call you the strongest. I suddenly feel that this quirky couple is a perfect match. To prevent hurting others in the future, I suggest locking them up directly. If I'm not mistaken, Green Tea Dream will definitely sniff, tears in her eyes, pretending to be pitiful, saying something like green tea quotes, Tang Tang, tilde all the kindness you've shown me. I keep every bit of it in my heart. Meeting someone as outstanding as you, I feel like it's a blessing I've accumulated for 3 lifetimes. To be deeply loved by you, to have this short period of time as lovers, it feels like I've used up all my luck in this lifetime. I really don't have any other wishes. Even though you adore me so much, unfortunately, your parents don't see our love. Seeing you argue with your uncle and aunt because of me, my heart aches for you. I really don't want to put you in a difficult situation because of me. I don't want to sour your relationship with your uncle and aunt, and I don't want to destroy the deep bond between you and them. Sob, sob, sob. Listening to Lin Zhuan's inner thoughts, the Tang family's expressions turned peculiar, collectively casting curious glances at Wu Meng Meng, wondering if her actions could indeed be predicted by Lin Zhuan so accurately. At this moment, unaware of Wu Meng Meng, seeing Tang Chuan completely in her grip, a triumphant expression flashed in her eyes. Indeed, no man can escape my grasp. They all have to kneel under my control. Next, her eyes lowered, tears trickled down softly, as she whimpered softly. Tang Tang, tilde, your tenderness and care are deeply imprinted in my heart. To meet and know you is the most beautiful encounter of my life, to have your love, and to walk through that brief time of love with you. I am immensely grateful, as if all the luck has gathered in this moment. However, I understand, though your love for me is deep, your parents don't approve of our relationship. I couldn't bear to see you torn between me and your parents, and I don't want to disrupt the harmony and affection between you and your family. I don't want my love to become a barrier between you and your loved ones. So, I choose to silently step back, only wishing you well. Tang Tang, after we part, may you be happy, must become even happier. Sob, sob, sob. With tears in her eyes, Wu Mengmeng rushed into Tang Chuan's arms, crying inconsolably, showing a reluctant appearance of parting with her beloved. Tang's father, Tang's mother, damn, oh I didn't expect my nephew to be so on point. This woman, truly a dead green tea, isn't she? How come my foolish good eldest, after acting in so many melodramatic love movies, still got played around like this? Father, mother, let me say something. At this moment, Tang Ruo pondered for a moment and stood up resolutely. In order to win the favor of the third young master of the Tang family, she felt she should speak some fair words for Wu Mengmeng and try to help them come together in marriage. By doing so, she would gain another ally in the Tang family. Big brother and sister Meng truly love each other. We shouldn't forcefully separate them. Father, mother, think about it. How rare it is for Big Brother to find someone he truly likes. I believe they will be happy together. Let's not block them anymore. Let them be together, and wish them well. Look, see how pained Big Brother looks now, just because you don't approve of him being with Sister Meng. His heart must be utterly despaired at this moment. Sometimes, the gap between rich and poor really isn't the issue, because love can overcome everything. The key is that Big Brother and Sister Meng love each other and can be happy together. That is what's most important, isn't it? Father, mother, please loosen up. Agree to their marriage. Don't keep intervening. Little Ruo beseeches you for Big Brother ... sister. Tilde, Big Brother is really lucky to have you tilde with a sister like you. I am truly fortunate. Seeing Tang Ruo speaking up for him so courageously, even standing up against Tang's father and mother, Tang Chuan's expression trembled, his eyes flashing with complex emotions, surprise, touched, and deep satisfaction. He looked at Tang Ru's slightly reddened face due to excitement and her firm stance on his side, a surge of indescribable emotions welling up in his heart. Unfortunately, the siblings' strong opposition resulted in intense backlash from Tang's father and mother, even to the extent that they scolded their daughter, which they had never done in 18 years. Shut up! Tang Guowen's face turned cold, his tone stern, as he looked at Tang Ruo with icy eyes, devoid of the usual doting sentiment. You're just a child, what do you understand? Your brother's happiness isn't that simple. Everything we do is for your brother's future. You dare come here and blame us without knowing the whole story. Do you think we want this? It's all for the sake of this family. Get back to your room right now. Stop babbling here. Such harsh reprimands made Tang Ruo show a hint of astonishment on her face. Subsequently, tears welled up in her eyes, the tears swirling in her eyes as she wiped them with a look of grievance. Witnessing his sister being scolded for speaking up, Tang Chuan's face turned livid, thoroughly disappointed in his parents, chuckling disdainfully. Father, mother, how did you turn into this disdainful picture of loving the rich and despising the poor? Look at your current appearance, how ugly it is. You are no different from those evil parents in novels. I'm cursed to have such parents for 8 lifetimes. Listening to their passionate reactions to being yelled at by a man for a woman, Tang Guowen's face flushed red, clearly genuinely angry. Glaring with wide eyes, he roared angrily at his eldest son, "You little brat! Have you grown wings, speaking to your father like this? I'll tell you. Your affairs, if I say no, then it's no. This is not up for discussion, I am informing you. You have no choice in the matter." On the side, Su Shiyun was equally displeased, threatening coldly, "Zichuan, if you persist in this way, in the future, you won't get a cent of the family's wealth, the company's shares, or anything from the Tang family." Seeing his parents trying to blackmail him with inheriting the family's wealth, Tang Chuan sneered disdainfully. looking at Tang's father and mother with eyes that were both disappointed and contemptuous. "Ha ha, how shallow you are. Do you think you can control me like this? I'm not like you." The moral character of our Tang family's third youth is noble, always treating money as dirt. Am I the kind of person who bows for a few ounces of silver? Even without the Tang family, I can still earn enough money to give happiness and joy to the woman I love. You can hit me, you can curse me, but you will never shatter my longing for true love. My life motto is, a person who cries has invincible love. Having said that, Tang Chuan, without looking back, held his goddess's hand and declared that he would leave the family, severing ties with the Tang family for true love. Upon hearing this, the first person who couldn't sit still was Wu Mengmeng. The main reason she got involved with Tang Chuan was because of the Tang family background. If Tang Chuan left the family, her value would significantly decrease, something she did not want to see. Luckily, she had prepared in advance. At this point, she could only bring out the trump card. Wu Mengmeng couldn't help but laugh coldly to herself, subconsciously patting her belly. Though she didn't understand why Mr. and Mrs. Tang were so opposed to her, causing the situation to slip from her control gradually. But it was no big deal. She had a trump card that could overturn fate. She could easily manipulate Tang Guowen and his wife. Thinking to this point, Wu Mengmeng forcefully pushed away the man's hand, shedding a few drops of pitiful tears. Starting to use her green tea skills, advancing in retreat. "No, Tang, I absolutely cannot let you sever ties with your parents because of me. If that happens, even if we stay together, I will live the rest of my life with a guilty conscience." Chapter 425. Has Tang Sanshao had a child? Happy Dragon Boat Festival ***. Tang family. Wu Mengmeng stood in the center of the living room, tears shimmering in her eyes, her figure slightly frail, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Wiping away her tears, she looked at Mr. and Mrs. Tang Guowen with a look of confusion and grievance in her eyes. Then, she forced out a heartbreakingly shattered smile, a hint of self-mockery, a hint of resignation in that smile. "Mr. Tang, Mrs. Su, I still don't understand. What did I do wrong that made you so cold and so difficult to accept me? If it's because of my humble background, then I have nothing else to say. After all, I have long experienced the unfairness of this world." Wu Mengmeng tried to use the acting skills she had honed for many years, her voice trembling with a hint of reluctance. She turned her head slightly and looked at Tang San, those eyes that were once full of tenderness, now filled with deep estrangement. Mengmeng, standing in front of the goddess, Tang Chuan's gaze was complex, whispering to himself. He wanted to say something, but felt unable to speak. He knew that at this moment, Wu Mengmeng needed not his comfort, but the understanding of this world. Since the Tang family cannot accept me, why should I make things difficult for myself? I will leave now. Gently pushing Tang San away, Wu Mengmeng stood up, took a deep breath, as if trying to absorb all the grievances into her lungs. She forced out a smile like shattered glass, though broken, still shining. "Tang, I hope you can find a woman who truly matches you in the future, someone who truly understands and loves you. Farewell." Wu Mengmeng's voice carried a hint of blessing and reluctance. Then, wiping away her tears, she ran crying out of the door. Seeing this, Tang Chuan hastily waved his hand and called out, "Erkang, Mengmeng, don't leave me. How can I live without you?" Mengmeng On the other side, Wu Mengmeng paid no attention to the mournful calls behind her, silently calculating the time needed to reach her destination in her heart. 1, 2, 3, it's now. Just as Wu Mengmeng was about to step out of the door, her foot suddenly slipped, causing her to lose her balance and fall backward like a kite with a broken string. "Mengmeng!" Tang Chuan exclaimed, rushing forward to try to catch Wu Mengmeng. However, it was all too late. Wu Mengmeng stumbled and fell to the ground. Her handbag also flew out with her. Clatter, the items in the handbag scattered on the ground, and coincidentally, a white piece of paper fell out, fluttering to the ground. With sharp eyes, Tang Chuan, at a glance, saw the title on the paper, Pregnancy Test Report. In an instant, he was struck as if by lightning, numerous unbelievable thoughts flashing through his mind. Could it be? Tang Chuan picked up the report in a lightning speed, and with just one glance, his face instantly turned extremely pale. It was a pregnancy test report, with Wu Mengmeng's name written on it, and the unbelievable result that she was pregnant. Yes, the report showed that Wu Mengmeng was already pregnant. And in terms of timing, it coincided with the time they first made love. Could it be true? Mengmeng, is this true? Tang Chuan's voice trembled uncontrollably, almost unintelligible. He looked at Wu Mengmeng, his eyes filled with deep disbelief. To be honest, besides Lin Zhuan, everyone present was bewildered by this sudden news. This news was too explosive, too unexpected. Wu Mengmeng struggled to sit up. Seeing the pregnancy test report that had fallen to the ground, a hint of triumphant triumph flickered in her eyes. Soon, she composed herself emotionally, her eyes turning red, nodded sadly, and spoke softly. Yes, Tang Tang. I'm pregnant with your child. But don't worry, I won't force you to take responsibility. Your parents are right. I'm not worthy of you, not worthy to carry on the Tang family legacy. Tonight, I will go and have the baby aborted. You don't need to worry. I won't burden you. Wu Mengmeng's eyes glistened with tears, a faint bitter smile on her lips. She spoke with a choked voice, a tone of resignation and acceptance, portraying a helpless and pitiful appearance. Hearing this, Tang San trembled, his heart sinking heavily, feeling immensely pained. Even now, Mengmeng was still choosing to hurt herself to protect him. In the face of this girl, who loved him so deeply, if he remained indifferent, would he still be a man? This girl, Wu Mengmeng, he, Tang San, has determined to protect her. Not even Jesus could stop him, he said. Tang Chuan's gaze became firmer. Taking a deep breath, with a determination to confront the whole world, he solemnly assured Wu Mengmeng, I will take responsibility for you, Mengmeng. Regardless of my parents' opposition, I will marry you and take care of you and our child. After that, Tang Chuan coldly glanced at Tang's father and mother, loudly proclaiming, Parents, Mengmeng is already pregnant with my child. I will never leave her, no matter how hard you try to oppose, no matter what difficulties and pressures we face, I will never break up with her. She is the only light in my life. I will stand by her side steadfastly, build a solid fortress of love for her, and always accompany her and our child. If you still insist on opposing us being together, then consider me, Tang San, as if I had never been your son. I have been unfilial. I'm afraid I can't repay your nurturing in this lifetime. Hearing Tang San's resolute words, Tang's father and mother, who had been watching coldly just a while ago, also had complicated expressions on their faces. Before seeing the word pregnancy test report, they would never have agreed to their eldest son being with this malicious woman. But now, there was a Tang family bloodline in her belly, a grandchild of theirs. What should we do now? Su Shuyun's voice trembled, at a loss for a while. Even Tang Guowen fell silent, his face full of dilemma, his brow furrowed, speaking from the bottom of their hearts. The couple was 1000% dissatisfied with Wu Mengmeng, feeling that she was full of malice and not worthy of their son. But now, this sudden situation had put them in a dilemma. There was actually Tang family's flesh and blood in the other person's belly, causing the couple to reconsider their previous decision. Chapter 426. The tragic destiny. Tang family's third young master couldn't escape ... Tender. My stomach hurts so much. Approximately ... At that moment, Wu Mengmeng suddenly covered her abdomen and cried out in pain. Oh, what's wrong? Mengmeng, are you okay? Could it be that the fall earlier caused any problems with the baby? Thinking of this, Tang Chuanyu's heart tightened. He immediately squatted down, carefully helped up Wu Mengmeng, his face full of worrying and tension. Tang, approximately ... I'm okay, just a little pain. How can you be okay? Quick, hold on to me. I'll take you to the hospital right away. Tang Chuan was anxious, making a decisive move. He picked up Wu Mengmeng and rushed towards the door. He knew that the most important thing now was to ensure the safety of Wu Mengmeng and the baby ... Seeing the figure of his eldest son disappearing at the gate, Tang Guowen and his wife were torn with worrying in their hearts. But at this moment, they couldn't care about much else. They prioritized ensuring the safety of their grandchild, be it a grandson or granddaughter. Let's go. Let's follow them first. Zhaoling, Xiaoru, you stay at home. As for Xiaoxuan, you're a man with strength. You help your eldest uncle. In order to eavesdrop on some useful information, Tang Guowen didn't hesitate at all. He grabbed Lin Zhuan, who was eating melon, and hurriedly left the villa gate, leaving the true and false heiresses staring at each other. 2.5 minutes later, Tang Ling sat back on the sofa, picked up a small piece of cake from the table, and savored it. Seeing this scene, Tang Ru's brows furrowed slightly as she began to stand on the moral high ground, pointing at Tang Ling. Sister Ling, what about the child in Sister 3's belly? How's it now? Brother and sister-in-law are going crazy with worrying. Why aren't you worried at all, leisurely eating cake here? Are you not worried at all? Ignoring the false heiress's accusation, Tang Ling finished the last piece of cake gorgeously, then sneered, none of your business. Moreover, before anything happens, why are you calling her Sister 3 already? Taking a step back, if you are so worried about the child, why haven't I seen you chasing after them? Gives. Such hypocrisy. Faced with Tang Ling's consecutive retorts, Tang Ro couldn't help but show an expression akin to constipation, trying to justify herself. But I just don't want to cause trouble. Besides, this is also father's decision. He asked me to stay. Tang Ling tapped her ear and half smiled, half grimaced. Oh, Tilda, you're so obedient. If he asked you to eat SHT, would you gulp it down as well? You're vulgar. You're uncivilized. Facing Tang Ling's relentless teasing, Tang Ru's face turned ironclad in anger, and in the end, she could only squeeze out 2 words. Tilda TSK tilda. Meanwhile, Tang Ling was in high spirits. She enjoyed Tang Ru's frustrated, yet helpless demeanor. She hummed a tune, no longer paying attention to Tang Ro, and turned to go upstairs, getting ready to return to her own room for a nap. As Tang Ro stared at her retreating figure, a look of teeth-gritting anger flashed across her face, seething with impotent rage in her heart. You little upstart. Don't get too cocky too soon. It's not over until the last moment. No one knows who will have the last laugh. In the underground parking lot. Tang, I really didn't expect uncle and aunt to have such a big bias against me. Wu Mengmeng nestled in the arms of Tang family's third young master, tears falling like pearls off a broken string, her choked voice full of endless grievance. My love for you is heartfelt. Even before you became famous, I secretly followed you, quietly falling in love with you. Over a dozen years, being able to meet, know, and love you in the vast sea of people, this is such a rare fate. I wish so much to be your wife and spend a lifetime with you. But your parents, they seem to not accept me. Ah, Tilda, with my beauty, my extraordinary talent, and my unforgettable love for you, I am confident I will not lose to anyone. But alas, I am defeated by my own background. If only I also came from a prestigious family, how wonderful would that be? Wu Mengmeng clasped her hands together with a dreamy and yearning look. In that case, uncle and aunt might not obstruct us being together. Tang, approximately Tilda, I love you so much. I don't want to leave you. Sob. Listening to his girlfriend's helpless crying, Tang Chuan felt his heart ache as if cut by a knife. Approaching a luxury car, he carefully placed his beloved girl into the passenger seat, then took out a tissue, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, tenderly comforting. Hello. Don't cry, my dear. It's never been your fault. It's this money-driven world. As for my vulgar parents, they are just pitiful creatures bound by worldly status ideals. But rest assured, I have studied Marxist theoretical systems. I have awakened early and learned to see the world with open eyes. I will never look down on you because of your background. At this moment, Tang Guowen and his wife hurried over and happened to hear their eldest son's words. Damn it. Oh, so we're vulgar. Huh. All right. You're the only noble one. Saying you've awakened early? Learn it to see the world. I see you as a knife stabbing in the butt. Opened your eyes. But as angry as we are, for the sake of the child, Tang Guowen and his wife could only hold their noses and choose to endure. Hurriedly opening the back door, the husband and wife pulled Lin Zhuan into the car and urged their eldest son to drive quickly. What are you standing around for? Hurry and drive to the hospital. Oh, yes. Tang Chuan came to his senses, sat in the driver's seat, started the luxury car, and quickly left the underground parking lot. In the back, Lin Zhuan was using the gossip vine skill, flipping through the latest juicy gossip. He was surprised to find that Tang Chuan's fate had taken a turn. My eldest uncle's family is so tragic, right? They were all fooled by a fake pregnancy test report. However, This Wu Mengmeng is indeed quite cunning. Today, everything has been planned out. Even at the hospital, insiders have been arranged. Just miscarry on the way to the hospital, and with the doctor's collaboration, spin a story about future infertility due to this miscarriage, and so on, caught off guard. My big uncle's family, who were worried and chaotic, will surely feel immense guilt towards Wu Mengmeng from now on. Especially this foolish Outdudu in the future. He will definitely be completely controlled, obedient to Wu Mengmeng's every word. And in the end, when he realizes he is given everything, and it was all a scam. Angry and rushing over, he will encounter his goddess and manager naked, the two flesh forms in a hot and heavy affair, sweating profusely. From then on, this pure love war god, unable to accept the truth, will completely become a fool, becoming a tool for pleasure-seeking couples. When they get bored of him, they will find the opportunity to sell him to mine in Africa, and he will eventually die from being sodomized by black men. Chapter 427 Love Brain slowly awakens, begins to open its eyes to the world on the bustling highway. In the back seat of a luxury car, Tang Guowen and his wife were completely dumbfounded. This passionate product of theirs is too tragic, isn't it? It's like a reincarnation of a bad star. Not to mention being tricked into selling kidneys and hearts in Myanmar, or being sold to Africa for mining and dying tragically at the hands of black people. Tragic. How fitting is the word tragic. Life is truly a big tragedy, isn't it? Thankfully, with their nephew, a gold finger, by their side, the Tang family wouldn't be a complete tragedy. Tang Guowen and his wife once again felt fortunate, each holding onto their big nephew's arms, as if afraid he might run away midway. Lin Zhuan. What's going on here? It's one thing for the auntie to do this, but uncle, why are you hugging so tightly? Two men should not be so intimate. This could lead to misunderstandings. I don't like fencing at all. Meanwhile, Tang Guowen and his wife were unaware of their nephew's strangeness. They were thinking about how to expose Wu Mengmeng's true face and completely shatter their eldest son's puppy love soul. After learning that the pregnancy was a hoax, the couple silently breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if Wu Mengmeng really carried the bloodline of the Tang family, they would be caught in a difficult situation. Neither opposing nor supporting. Thankfully, that scenario didn't happen. Now that they knew Wu Mengmeng's true nature, they were even less likely to approve of their eldest son being with her. But their passionate product, being a senior puppy love expert, simply couldn't hear any of their words. Who knows, he might even think that they were trying to break up his love on purpose and deliberately fabricate lies to destroy it. Ooh, headache. As expected by Tang Guowen and his wife, Tang Chuan, sitting in the driver's seat, didn't believe a word of what his despicable cousin said. Fake pregnancy. Fake miscarriage. Joining forces to cuckold him. Provoking him into idiocy. Selling him to Africa for mining. Leading to his death at the hands of black people. Nonsense. It's all nonsense, just baseless talk. Tang Chuan was stubborn, unwilling to wake up from his blissful puppy love dream. He freed a hand gripping the steering wheel and gently placed it on Wu Mengmeng's abdomen, his face full of tenderness, as if he could already see a happy future with a family of 3. Little one, you must be born healthy. Mom and Dad will always protect you. In the back seat of the luxury car, Tang Dad and Tang Mom put on elder faces. They couldn't figure out what misdeeds they must have done in their past lives to have such a top-notch puppy love in this lifetime. Hun, be careful. Watch out ahead. At that moment, Lin Zhuan, with sharp eyes, sat up straight and exclaimed. Just then, a SF Express 3-wheeler rushed out from a corner. Before Tang Chuan could react, the two vehicles collided slightly, fortunately causing minimal damage. An opportunity. Wu Mengmeng's eyes lit up. Seizing this rare chance, she covered her stomach, pretending to cry out in pain. Gia! Ouch, so painful. Following this, the light yellow hem of her skirt revealed a ghastly flow of blood. Ah! What's this go-oh? Tang Chuan, seeing Wu Mengmeng bleeding profusely, was shocked and at a loss. Mengmeng, are you okay? Mengmeng, it's my fault for not driving carefully. Mengmeng, I'm sorry. Tang Chuan wept like a ghost, completely dispelling his suspicions of Wu Mengmeng. Fake pregnancy. With all this blood, how could it be a fake pregnancy? Indeed, his despicable cousin had exposed it clearly, a classic case of baseless talk. At that moment, even Tang Guowen and his wife were stunned by the sight of blood, their eyes filled with uncertainty. Blood. Why was there blood? How could there be so much blood with a fake miscarriage? Could it possibly be her menstruation coming at an unfortunate time? Open the window. Quickly open the window. See ya, help. I'm going to choke to death. This smell is so stinky. I can't stand it. How much pig's blood did they use for this? Looking at the strange and rare expressions on my uncle's family, they probably think that Wu Mengming really had a miscarriage, right? Speechless, she deliberately broke the blood bag tied to her leg to create the illusion of a miscarriage. I bet she's about to act all pitiful and say something like, "Tang tang, Tilda, I'm pretty sure the baby is most likely gone. But don't be sad, this is just an accident, we'll definitely have another child in the future. Cough cough cough, open the window first." Lin Zhuan's cough was heard, waking up the Tang family members in the car. As the car window was lowered, Tang Chuan slightly flared his nostrils, and a terrible stench blew in, almost making him vomit. However, Tang Chuan managed to suppress his nausea, and his gaze subconsciously shifted to Wu Mengming's skirt, which was soaked in blood. A hint of suspicion appeared in his eyes. Unaware of this, Wu Mengming was secretly pleased with herself, still playing her role as a green tea pretending to be innocent. She pretended to show a bit of weakness and guilt, with teary eyes and a trembling voice. "Tang tang, I'm pretty sure the baby is most likely gone. But don't be sad, it was just an accident, we will definitely have another child in the future." Wu Mengming spoke, as she bit her lips tightly, seemingly bearing the great pain of losing the child by herself, trying to shoulder the sadness with her frail shoulders. Upon seeing this, Tang Chuan's doubts gradually faded under her soft act. Mengming seemed so frail and pained. It didn't seem like she was faking it, right? Besides, her precious first time was taken by him. Impressive. No wonder she's such a good actress. She's playing the green tea role to perfection. Everything is part of her scheme, and the so-called baby is just a fake she created, and she can act so convincingly. What a fool I am. Did he really think that Wu Mengming gave him her first time? In this day and age, doesn't he know there's something called hymenoplasty? Wu Mengming's skirt. There's a thin string tied to the blood bag. Should I remind my cousin to pull it? Once he does, we can expose Wu Mengming's trick immediately. But uncle and aunt have been kind to me, and just watching them being deceived seems a bit wrong. A thin string. Hearing Lin Zhuan's thoughts, the Tang family members all turned their attention to Wu Mengming's skirt. They noticed a thin string, barely visible, tied around her skirt. Upon seeing this, Tang Chuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The words in his head echoed, making him even more upset. Did I get tricked? Hymenoplasty. Unable to accept the truth, he desperately wanted to prove that his cousin was wrong and immediately reached for Wu Mengming's skirt. Tang tang. Tilda, I really hope to keep this child. He's the result of our love. I even bought clothes for him, planned his future, and came up with a few possible nicknames, imagining how he would grow up healthy. Unaware of what was happening, Wu Mengming was still immersed in her active grief over the lost child, gazing at Tang Chuan with tear-filled eyes. The next moment, her words were abruptly cut off. She suddenly felt something unusual between her legs, as if something was pulled off forcefully. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and the object hit the ground hard. The remaining pig's blood splattered everywhere, staining the entire car mat. Quiet. It's so quiet, Tilda. The silence was the most terrifying. Tilda. Wu Mengming's beautiful eyes widened, her breathing became rapid, and the unexpected situation left her brain frozen, unable to move or think. What now? What should I do? Damn it! How did this idiot notice? He should have always been in my control. How did he dare to embarrass me like this? Slowly coming back to her senses, Wu Mengming's eyes darkened as her mind raced to figure out how to salvage the situation. Luckily, the fool didn't have much of a brain, so tricking him shouldn't be too hard. Damn! I didn't even need to remind him. He figured out the blood bag himself. Could it be that my cousin's IQ is at a child's level? But it's no use. No matter how high his IQ, if he's love-struck, he won't escape the woman's control. Wu Mengming must be stubborn and try to talk her way out of it. In just a few lines, she convinced my cousin. Tang, approximately Tilda, I really love you so much. But I know with my family background, I'm not good enough for your family. I had no choice but to resort to this plan, thinking I could get past your parents and then confess the truth. Tang Tang, Tilda, I really love you. I don't want to break up with you. Woo woo Tilda Tilda, of course, if you feel deceived and can't forgive me, I'll understand. As long as you can be happy, I can choose to leave. After all, the story of Cinderella marrying the prince only happens in fairy tales. Now, the dream should end. As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Mengmeng covered her face and began crying, hitting her chest and sobbing dramatically. If it were before, Tang Chuan would have been deeply moved and comforted her gently. But this time, hearing the exact words he had just heard in his mind, Tang Chuan felt like his whole body went cold. The city is full of deep tricks. I want to go back to the countryside. My cousin was right. Oh. Could it be everything Wu Mengmeng has shown me until now was fake? A disguise. That shouldn't be. Why? Could it be because of money? But if Wu Mengmeng is a gold digger, only after my money, then why did she refuse all the expensive gifts I gave her before? She said she was independent and didn't need anything from me. A self-sufficient girl like her. How could she be that kind of money-hungry woman? This doesn't add up at all. No, I'm not falling for this. TSK. Just as I thought, as soon as Wu Mengmeng says these words, my love-struck cousin will fall for it again. After all, Wu Mengmeng has always been so good at pretending. Especially in front of my cousin, she's portrayed herself as a pure, virtuous woman with no interest in money. What he doesn't know is that Wu Mengmeng has a bigger scheme in mind, and she's aiming to become the Tang family's young mistress. Between the two, she knows which is more important. In order to create a different image in my cousin's mind, Wu Mengmeng has been very careful, never accepting expensive gifts from him. But privately, she's stolen many of his valuable items and sold them to fund her extravagant lifestyle. But my cousin is always careless. He probably never noticed. Tang Chuan's expression changed dramatically. With Lin Zhuan's reminder, he recalled losing small items in recent days. However, he never suspected theft. Since they weren't worth much, he didn't care much about it. Now, hearing his cousin's words, could those things have been stolen by Mengmeng? Chapter 428, Wu Mengmeng's true face exposed, Tang Jia's third young master collapses, whining. Wu Mengmeng covered her face, crying, portraying a pitiful image of a victim. But behind the palms covering her eyes, her expression was full of displeasure. Damn it! The female protagonist was pounding her chest and stamping her feet, crying her heart out. Why hasn't that damn lick dog come to comfort me? Is he plotting against me? I thought I had thoroughly brainwashed and tamed that damn lick dog. Humph. It seems I was too optimistic. The road to training a dog is still long and arduous. If it were in the past, the lick dog beside her would have been moved to hold her, comforting her gently. And she could have nestled into the man's arms, sobbing and pouring her grievances out, acting out this bitter drama to the end. But unfortunately, things don't always go as planned. Tang Chuan was frozen in place as if he were dead, not moving a muscle. This made Wu Mengmeng annoyed, but also a bit uneasy. However, Tang Chuan's days of obedience and compliance had given Wu Mengmeng great confidence. She didn't believe this dog of a man beside her could leave her. Tang, tilde. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have pretended to be pregnant to deceive you. Let's break up. Perhaps we are really not suitable. I'll leave now. We'll never see each other again. I'll just leave here. Wu Mengmeng, with a pale and fragile face, embraced Tang Chuan unwillingly. Then she opened the car door and ran forward regardless of everything. This. Watching the goddess-swaying figure, Tang Chuan, coming back to his senses, couldn't help but show a look of heartache and pity on his face, subconsciously wanting to catch up. On the other side, on a ride-sharing vehicle, a delivery guy walked nervously toward Tang's family. At that moment, he felt unlucky. When he saw that the vehicle he accidentally hit was a luxury car that he could never afford. The delivery guy's legs went weak, almost unable to walk. He approached with a mournful face and forced out a smile uglier than crying, begging, "Bosses, I accidentally hit your car just now. But I really didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Look at this repair bill. Can you please lower it, make it cheaper for me? I'm just a poor worker. I can't afford it. Please. Oh, I have elderly and children at home. I really can't afford too much." Tang Chuan frowned at the delivery guy blocking his way. just about to send him off with a few words. But the guy suddenly brightened up, rubbed his eyes, and quickly came to Wu Mengmeng, exclaiming in surprise, "Ms. Wu." Seeing that he seemed to recognize her, Wu Mengmeng's body stiffened, looking flustered, and she covered her face. At this moment, she didn't care to pretend to cry anymore, turned her head and ran in another direction, stammering, "It's not me, you've got the wrong person. I'm not Ms. Wu." The delivery guy didn't care about these. Excitedly stopping Wu Mengmeng, he patted his chest and confidently said, "I couldn't be wrong, Ms. Wu. Don't underestimate your dedicated fan. You have accompanied me through countless lonely nights as my idol. Even if you turn to ashes, I could still recognize you at first sight. I have downloaded and treasured every one of your movies. Whenever I have time, I take them out and carefully watch. I might know your body even better than you do, like the small mole on your buttocks that you may not have noticed." The delivery guy, meeting his idol for the first time, was extremely excited. To improve the relationship and reduce the compensation amount, he talked endlessly, showing off the knowledge he had accumulated over the years of watching movies. As he spoke, a sly smile unconsciously appeared on his acne-covered face. Oh, don't say any more." At this moment, Wu Mengmeng wanted to cry but couldn't. If she had known she had such a devoted fan before, she would have felt proud and secretly pleased. But now she really wanted to sew this person's mouth shut. He already knew everything about her. "Mengmeng, this is your fan. What does he mean by those words? What kind of movies are you filming in Baodao?" At first, Tang Chuan was happy that the goddess had a fan. But as the delivery guy's words became more and more suspicious, his face began to turn green on the spot. Combined with the meaningful smile on the delivery guy's face, an unbelievable suspicion grew in his mind. Hey, her my green hat little cousin. Could it be that he doesn't know Wu Mengmeng's profession? Gives no. Looking at his expression that's as ugly as eating SHT, rather than saying he doesn't know, it seems he just doesn't want to accept reality. Poor love-stricken brain, still holding fantasies about Meng. If he were to see his goddess surrounded by big men, wouldn't he collapse on the spot? Sealing his heart, not believing in love anymore, lonely to old age. TSK. Speaking of which, the big uncle must have watched the movies performed by his almost daughter-in-law. He just forgot, right? Listening to his nephew's reminder once again, and the information implied by the delivery guy, Tang Guowen's eyelids twitched, embarrassed to the point of scraping the ground with his feet. He finally remembered why he had always felt that Wu Mengmeng looked familiar. He actually knew her. In the past, he had seen this female lead in the domestic special section during every sleepless night, and he had watched several movies she starred in, fantasizing. Who would have thought ... And now, she almost became his daughter-in-law. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. It can't be ... And at this moment, the most on the verge of collapse was Tang's third young master. Trembling his lips, with a heart full of hope and shaking hands, he opened the Quark browser, entered the web link mentioned in Lin Zhuangxinsong's letter. In an instant, dozens of white videos flashed before his eyes. Tang Chuan's eyes widened, tearing up, roaring to the sky. Because in the videos, the female lead covered in big men was none other than his goddess ... Wu Mengmeng. 360 rotation. Kneeling. Praying for love power. Chapter 429. Tang Chuan. The awakening of a loyal dog. When you reject being a loyal dog, why cry when you stop licking? Tang Chuan's face was as pale as paper as he stared blankly at the screen of his phone, showing those unsightly pornographic videos. And the leading lady in the video, with a charming face, turned out to be his beloved girlfriend Wu Mengmeng. Every charming gesture, every shy look from her in the video felt like needles piercing Tang Chuan's heart. He felt like he was in an ice house, unable to accept the reality before him. The girl, who was always gentle and caring, bringing him laughter and comfort, turned out to have such a disgraceful past. She was actually a former adult film actress. Despair flooded over Tang Chuan like a dark tide. He felt like his heart was being torn apart, only able to painfully scratch his hair, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, as rage and pain intertwined in his heart, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Mengmeng, what is going on here? Tell me, that person in the video isn't you, right? How could you? How could you be this kind of person? Tang Chuan's voice was hoarse and trembling, unable to believe everything, as if the whole world was collapsing at this moment. Seeing Wu Mengmeng bow her head in a pitiful manner, staying silent, Tang Chuan, unable to control his anger any longer, eyes red, roared as he aimed the phone screen at Wu Mengmeng, wanting her to explain. Wu Mengmeng, what is going on here? Tell me. You must tell me. Faced with Tang Chuan's genuine anger, Wu Mengmeng felt a bit panicked. She bit her lip, trying to explain, Tang, listen to my explanation. It's all in the past. If you love me so much, how can you judge me based on my past profession? Is your love for me that shallow? At that time, I had no choice. It was all for a living. Past events? Had no choice? Tang Chuan widened his eyes, barely able to believe the absurd reasons he heard, and yelled, you can film those kinds of things just for a living. Your reason is really too ridiculous. Hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Wu Mengmeng's face. But she still tried to defend herself. Tang Chuan, if you love me, you shouldn't judge my past. It was just a dream and pursuit of mine, a young attempt. You know, at that time, I put in a lot for my dream. You can't deny our feelings because of this little mistake. Wu Mengmeng gently held the man, trying to use a woman's tenderness to ease Tang Chuan's anger. She was still hoping to marry into Tang's family and become a lady of the house. Naturally, she had to struggle hard and find ways to hold on to Tang Chuan. I know, Tang, maybe it's hard for you to accept my past experiences for a moment. But please believe me, I have changed now. I cherish our relationship more, love you more. You can't deny our future because of what I did in the past. Watching Wu Mengmeng's pitiful green tea-like expression, Tang Chuan wavered for a moment in his heart. But thinking about her disgraceful past, he still firmly said, Mengmeng, I can't accept your past. As a pure love warrior with spiritual cleanliness, I can't pass this test in my heart. Let's go our separate ways and never cross paths again. Upon hearing this, a hint of anger flashed in Wu Mengmeng's eyes. But she concealed it deeply, instantly turning teary-eyed and choking. Tang, how can you be so heartless to me? Actually, this can't all be blamed on me. I just made a mistake that all women would make. Leaving the facts aside, can't you be generous enough to forgive me once? I love you. I truly love you. It's the 21st century. I just had a bit more experience with men. Past events should stay in the past. The key is that I love you now. My heart is with you. You can't deny everything because of a small mistake in the past. Wu Mengmeng continued to argue in self-justification, her green tea-like appearance almost driving Tang Chuan to explode. Enough! Wu Mengmeng, stop with your excuses. Tang Chuan roared, your words make me sick. Get out! As an awakened loyal dog, he was going to stand up. Wu Mengmeng, however, was unyielding, tears streaming down as she sobbed, Tang, how can you be so cruel to me? I put so much effort into this relationship with you. You can't just turn your back on me like this. You have to understand me, accept me, smack. Tang Chuan, unable to take it anymore, slapped Wu Mengmeng hard in the face. When I was a loyal dog, you ignored me. Now that I've stopped licking, why are you crying? You want me to understand you, accept you. Sorry, I can't do that. Wishing everyone a happy Dragon Boat Festival. At 11 o'clock at night, worshipping the gods in the ancestral hall. 1. May there be peace in the world. 2. May all my readers be healthy and successful in their endeavors. 3. May Tomato website or platform keep improving and surpass its starting point as soon as possible. Chapter 430. Pure love is dead. The harem must rise. Chapter 430. Pure love is dead. The harem must rise. Crack. Oh Tang, are you abusing me? Wu Mengmeng stumbled, covering her reddened cheek, tears swirling in her eyes. She looked at Tang Chuan incredulously, as if unable to believe he would physically hurt her. Even Tang Chuan was momentarily stunned. He looked at his own palm, as if he couldn't believe he had actually hit his former goddess. But soon, feelings of anger and despair rushed back over him. Pure love is dead. The harem must rise. Tang Chuan roared to the sky, breathing heavily after venting out, his heart filled with pain and anger. Every little moment he had spent with Wu Mengmeng flashed through his mind like a passing scene. Tang Chuan couldn't accept it. All the past warmth now seemed like a deception. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Tang Chuan, the god of love and pure love, no longer exists in this lifetime. Tang Jia's third young master vowed never to kneel or flatter any woman again. He wanted to be a scumbag, to become the top scumbag in the city. On the other side, Wu Mengmeng knew the game was up. But facing the allure of wealth and glory within reach, she refused to give up and thought she could still salvage the situation. Tang tang tilde tilde tilde, no one is perfect. I already deeply regret my mistakes and sincerely apologize to you. What more do you want? In these gentle rays of sunshine, Wu Mengmeng gently caressed her swollen cheek, tears shimmering in her eyes like a wounded green tea flower. She looked directly into Tang Chuan's cold gaze, a hint of bitter smile playing on her lips. Tang Tang, how can you be so heartless? Wu Mengmeng's voice carried a trace of choking, as if she had suffered a great injustice. I know, my past may be difficult for you to accept, but those were choices I made out of necessity for my dreams and livelihood. As a man of great stature, can't you be more understanding and empathetic towards the struggles of a girl like me? Taking a deep breath, Wu Mengmeng's voice carried a hint of reluctance. Tang Tang, I know you're angry now, disappointed in me, but I truly hope you can calm down and cherish the beautiful moments we've shared. Are you really willing to give up our bright future over a small mistake from the past? Wu Mengmeng spoke, her voice trembling, as if all her grievances and sorrows had turned into tears, streaming down her cheeks. She hoped Tang Chuan wouldn't let her go, and wished he would once again accept the green tea-like self she portrayed, becoming the loyal underdog she could command. It's a pity that her thoughts were idealistic, while reality was stark. Faced with the former goddess' sophistry and absurd reasons, the awakened Tang Chuan, far from being moved to forgive, found the whole drama increasingly ludicrous and absurd. Now, completely closing off his heart from love, he had no intention of dealing with her anymore, coldly spitting out a word, "Get lost." In a flash, Wu Mengmeng fell silent, consumed with anger and despair. She also realized she seemed to have really messed up this time. Damn it! If only she hadn't pretended to be modest at the beginning, but instead focused all her efforts on draining Tang Chuan's wealth, she wouldn't have ended up empty-handed. Wu Mengmeng regretted her actions, feeling that the benefits she had gained from Tang Chuan were too little, unchanging. At this moment, the express delivery guy who had been observing all this was the most confused. He had previously delivered packages to the Tang family estate and naturally recognized Tang Chuan, a famous actor. Unexpectedly, today he witnessed a grand drama in the wealthy family. Little brother, leave quickly. You don't have to compensate for anything. Tang Guowen spoke, wanting to quickly send the delivery guy away. He didn't want his family's scandals to become public knowledge. Oh, okay, I'll leave right now. Mr. Tang, rest assured, today I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. The express delivery guy understood the intricacies of human relationships, patting his chest with a hidden agenda. He remembered there was still a package belonging to the Tang family in his car and quickly handed it to Tang Guowen. By the way, I'm sorry, Mr. Tang. The other day, I missed sending one of the deliveries to the Tang family. Here, for you. With that, the SF Express guy quickly hopped on his three-wheeler, blending into the traffic flow in an instant. And Tang Guowen, with a puzzled expression, opened the document pouch to find his face turning a ghastly shade. The next moment, he slammed the file on Tang Chuan's head. Look at this. See what kind of woman you've gotten yourself involved with. Humph. Sold out and counting money for others. Tang Chuan, puzzled, picked up the file folder sent by his former best friend Song Zi. It was the same friend who had tried to spike his drink with an additive at the rap party and had tried to seduce him while acting in the TV drama as the second leading man. Tang Chuan frowned and opened the folder, shockingly finding all kinds of incriminating evidence against Wu Mengmeng, such as her affair with Tang Chuan's manager, spicy photographs of SM play, clearly annotated with times, locations, etc., and records of Wu Mengmeng's 8 abortions, meticulously detailing which hospital, which doctor, and so on. Wu Mengmeng, in the past few days, was Tang Chuan's girlfriend in public, but behind the scenes, she was a female sea king who had sexual contact with over a dozen men. Combined with those she had contact with during her acting days, she easily reached hundreds. looking at the photos of Wu Mengmeng engaging in 3 petaseconds, 4 petaseconds, 5 petaseconds, to as much as a 1 OP, all subverting common values, Tang Chuan felt both horrified and nauseated. This wasn't just about being cuckolded anymore. It was like stepping into a vast grain field of betrayal. The file also contained Wu Mengmeng's history of contracting STDs, her treatment at a hospital in the imperial capital, and her acts of theft and scamming. Participating in pig-killing scams, defrauding a group of elderly people, causing them to lose everything and commit suicide by drinking pesticides. Using her boyfriend's name to sell fake cosmetics to fanatic fans, causing some girls to disfigure themselves overnight. Instigating her manager to sign false contracts and swindle money by falsely inflating prices. It amounted to $1 billion. As Tang Chuan looked at the evidence that exposed Wu Mengmeng's true colors, his face turned livid, his lips trembling with anger. He found it hard to believe that the once deeply loved angelic girl had such a monstrous side. Her actions were simply heinous, beyond words. I really misjudged you. Call the police. I'll call 110 right away. A woman like you, who preys on men, deserves to stay in prison forever. I won't allow you to harm other men. Initially, Tang Chuan had intended to turn a blind eye and cut off all ties with Wu Mengmeng. But upon learning of her true nature, he was both angry and heartbroken, driven by a sense of justice. Tang Chuan decided to personally sever this karma and send this woman with a venomous heart to jail. Don't. Tang, approximately. You can't do this to me. I'll leave right away. I promise you, I'll never bother you again. Please don't call the police. If you do, it's the end for me. How can you be so heartless to make me go to prison? By the way, give me back these things. They're all lies, framing me. Please don't believe them. Seeing Tang Chuan reach for the phone to call the authorities, Wu Mengmeng, terrified, lost her color, begged and pleaded, rushing forward to snatch the file folder. She was ready to do anything to avoid sitting in jail, especially since all the evidence in Tang Chuan's hands was enough to bury her alive. Damn it! Who the hell dug up this stuff? Were they deliberately trying to ruin her? What made Wu Mengmeng even more desperate was Tang Chuan, who had always obeyed her every word, this time coldly pushed her away, resolutely dialing 110. Completely panicked, Wu Mengmeng abandoned her facade of vulnerability. Her face contorted in rage, she lunged forward to grab the phone, screaming in terror, Tang Chuan, I command you. You can't call the police. Otherwise, I'll never talk to you again. Listen to me. You, this lowly underdog. You're just a pathetic lackey. You can't get me, so you want to ruin me, is that it? How dare you treat me like this? You should always be my slave, serving me and obeying me. Who gave you the courage to defy your female master? You, scum. Give me the things. I allow you to lick my toes. Watching Wu Mengmeng reveal her ugly face in full panic mode, Tang Chuan's coldness deepened in his eyes. He realized how foolish he had been to elevate this kind of person, mistaking her for a treasure and letting her confidence inflate. Even now, in the face of her delusions and arrogant words, he was not about to let her manipulate him anymore. I'm sorry. I apologize. I've awakened. It's time to open my eyes to the world. Never again will I give up an entire forest for one tree. Someone, hold her down, awaiting the judgment of justice. At Tang Jia's command, a few bodyguards rushed forward, quickly subduing the frenzied Wu Mengmeng, not letting go no matter how she struggled. 2.5 minutes later, ~BW. Imitate, the police car roared and arrived at the scene. It was the police officers who had taken away Law, Chapter 431. The exposure of fake rich girl's true identity. Tang San show no favoritism towards his sister. Chapter 431. The exposure of fake rich girl's true identity. Tang San show no favoritism towards his sister. 2.5 minutes later, ~BW. Compare and contrast, sirens blared as the police car carrying the wailing Wu Mengmeng sped towards the direction of the police station. It wasn't until the taillights disappeared completely that Tang Chuan finally turned around, facing his parents who were looking at him with relief, sincerely apologizing. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I was foolish before, actually speaking disrespectfully to you for a scheming green tea girl. The truth proves you were right. That kind of woman is not worth my efforts. I promise you, I will never be a lapdog for any woman again. Love yourself before loving others. If you don't even respect yourself, how can you possibly win the favor of women? Women admire strength. Doing this will only make them look down on you. In this society, 90% of women have a common trait. They like to talk about money with broke people, but talk about emotions with wealthy people. Men are similar too. 90% of men like to sleep with broke women, but fantasize about marrying wealthy women. It's human nature. Love is temporary, benefits are eternal. With money comes plenty of women, especially with my Tang family's appearance and background. What kind of woman can't I get? Why hang myself on one tree? Seeing his eldest son, after experiencing the pain of love, finally mature and enlightened, starting to learn to speak boldly and confidently, Tang Guowen burst into laughter, nodding in approval. Good, good, good. Truly my great son. Such a talent for talking nonsense. I don't care whether you say it from your heart or not. Anyway, I'd rather you be a scumbag than continue to be a lapdog. A lapdog, left with nothing in the end. The lapdog won't get the prize. Listening to the peculiar conversation that subverted common sense between father and son, Su Shiyun couldn't help but roll her eyes, then gave her husband a firm pinch around his waist, warning him not to corrupt their passionate product. Afterward, she remembered the evidence that incriminated Wu Mengmeng. Chew on, when you have time, go visit Songzi in prison. This time we really need to thank him. If he hadn't provided that information, how could you have recognized Wu Mengmeng's true face so quickly and let her face the consequences she deserves? Tang Guowen chimed in, nodding in agreement. Even though Songzi had ill intentions towards their great son in the past, one good turn deserves another, and this time he did provide significant help. Tang Chuan nodded, feeling a twinge of guilt in his heart. He never expected his loyal friend Songzi, despite his own incarceration, not only harbored no resentment towards him, but also painstakingly sought to expose the schemes of the green tea girl. Songzi really. I'm in tears. He is the one who loves me. This foolish cousin of his, the most, no one else. Maybe ... This is true love. The saying goes, observers see more than the players. As a romantic rival, Songzi actually noticed Wu Mengmeng's issues long ago and hinted to his cousin several times. But the regret is, back then, this foolish Odudu of mine was still immersed in the beautiful dreams woven by the scheming girl, unable to break free. Helpless, Songzi had to spend a lot of time, effort, and money, bit by bit collecting all the evidence. His original plan was to drug and expose his cousin at the wrap-up banquet, then disprove Wu Mengmeng's true face to him. In this way, when his idolized cousin learned of the unsightly side of his crush, he would surely show a devastated, utterly broken appearance. And then, Songzi could swoop in, confess his love, and completely win over his cousin. From then on, they could be shameless, men on top, day and night swordplay, living the life of affectionate chickens without ending immortals. Lin Zhuan stroked his chin, his face full of deep meaning, silently enjoying the show. Oh my oh! Sensing a few pairs of eyes staring at his buttocks, Tang Chuan immediately tensed up, feeling extremely uncomfortable. In that instant, he dismissed the idea of visiting his good friend. Damn Songzi! I thought of you as my best brother, but you only want to be my husband and want to take advantage of me. Oh, you're despicable. Oh no. Unfortunately, fate has its own plans. Songzi didn't know where he leaked the information. The timely arrival of the uncle and aunt's hands saved the day, making him regret his incarceration. His cousin was also dangerously close, successfully guarding his own flower, avoiding a disaster on the spot. However, even after being in prison, Songzi couldn't help but think day and night about his cousin, able to fall asleep only by thinking of his cousin's smiling face. This love is truly deep. Upon learning about his cousin planning to marry Wu Mengmeng, anxious Songzi immediately had someone deliver the collected evidence to his beloved. Currently, Songzi has already planned his love pursuit after being released from prison. He plans to travel to Thailand and South Korea, complete gender reassignment surgery and cosmetic procedures, change his identity, then come back to pursue me, his little cousin. TSK. Willing to do so much for a man, unwavering dedication, This may indeed be true love. Why am I suddenly moved? Sobbing touching love story? Tears in eyes. My cousin is lucky to meet a man who loves him so much. In the blessings, but unaware of them. Should I suggest he cherish it and lock it in? After all, same-sex love is true love. Opposite gender is just for reproduction. Right gives_gives. If he can't accept swordplay, he can wait until Songzi's gender changes from male to female, then they can marry each other. Otherwise, there won't be this chance anymore. For the rest of his life, my cousin's wish to find someone who loves him more than Songzi is almost impossible. Upon hearing his older cousin plotting to match him with Songzi, Tang Chuan's eyes darkened, his steps faltered, almost scared to death on the spot. He is straight. Does he not understand? Regardless of Songzi's deep affection towards him, some principles he would rather die than compromise. He is Tang San, determined to protect his flower at all costs. And that little Songzi, that scoundrel, planning to have surgery for real. Cutting his eggs into what? Scary. Shivers. It seems he will have to pay more attention to Songzi's movements after his release from prison to avoid any pitfalls. On the other hand, Tang Guowen and his wife, who also overheard his thoughts, had complex expressions on their faces, both surprised and regretful at the deep affection Songzi had for the cousin. Oh tilde tilde tilde. If only that kid were a girl. Such a deep love for their eldest son could indeed be a good match. But of all things, why does he have to be? Difficult nevertheless, upon learning that Songzi intends to undergo gender reassignment surgery. As the most open-minded parents of the 21st century, Tang Guowen and his wife feel like maybe they can accept it. Perhaps what their nephew said makes some sense. True love is between the same sex, while the opposite is just for reproduction. After Songzi changes into a woman, he can satisfy both the attributes of true love and reproduction. As long as their passionate product approves such a daughter-in-law, they could still accept her dad, mom. Why do you look at me like that? Though he felt his parents' gazes were off, Tang Chuan didn't dwell on it much, suggesting it was time to head home and search for the remaining evidence that Songzi had sent. The courier had mentioned that the delivery he missed was sent prior. Songzi had indeed mailed several packages much earlier that had already reached the Tang family. But strangely, whether it was Tang Chuan, his dad, or mom, none of them had seen those deliveries these past days. In normal circumstances, this shouldn't be the case, right? Humph! I want to see who made off with those missing deliveries. Tang Chuan's face turned a grim shade, feeling a surge of anger he couldn't release. If he had received that evidence earlier, he wouldn't have been deceived and toyed with by the scheming girl for so long. Every time he remembered the time he was played by Wu Mengmeng like a lapdog, his lips trembled from anger. Maybe we overlooked them for a moment, misplaced somewhere. Those deliveries aren't expensive items, so who in our family would deliberately steal them? That probability is less than 5%. Su Shiyun patted her older son's shoulder, comforting him to quickly overcome the emotional turmoil and not let anger control his mind easily. Beside her, Tang Guowen nodded in agreement. OWO. Even now, the couple didn't think the missing deliveries were stolen until their nephew's voice rang out again. Uncle and aunt are really self-confident. Will they find anything this time when they go back? Those pieces of evidence were taken and dealt with secretly by their beloved fake rich girl. Why did Tang Ro deliberately do this? Of course, to take control of Wu Mengmeng, her sister-in-law. With leverage over her, Wu Mengmeng will have to obediently follow her orders from now on, right? In the Tang family, she gained another puppet she can manipulate at will. As for letting her beloved older brother be played, the likelihood of living with a cuckold for a lifetime, uncommon as it is it really important? To survive, who doesn't wear a little green on their head? For Tang Ro, her interests outweigh her cousin's insignificant male dignity. Clearly, having a sister-in-law she can easily control is far more desirable than those women with unknown backgrounds who don't meet her standards. Therefore, after seeing what was in the delivery, Tang Ro immediately decided to keep it hidden. This foolish do of mine, blind in the eyes, failure as a person. Whether it's being a lapdog for a girlfriend or showing favoritism to a sister, he's the one being played with in circles. TSK. This comparison really shows that Songzi is his true love after all. Poor child, he thought the fake rich girl, and he had the same heart, that she's an angelic sister. Forget it. I'll keep quiet for now. If the truth is revealed, whether uncle and the others believe is one thing. The biggest concern is that the cousin, facing betrayal from 2 women in one day, might be driven to death by anger on the spot. Just as Lin Juan decided to distance himself from the situation, thinking it had nothing to do with him. Little did he know, Tang's family had already decoded his thoughts, clearly and openly eavesdropped. In that moment, everyone was stunned on the spot. What did we hear? Little Ro, she actually knew the true face of Wu Mengmeng a long time ago. But to achieve her filthy goals, she deliberately kept it secret, watching her dearest older brother, who had always favored and loved her, step into a deep abyss. What a treacherous heart! Theft. In Lin Juan's surprised gaze, Tang San hit hard repeatedly, only felt a surge of sweet blood in his throat. And then, a 10-meter-long blood arrow suddenly gushed from his mouth. Blood splattered into the sky. His head tilted, eyes closed. Person. Yeah. He fainted. Honey, when she hands over her salary of 1,000 yuan a month, I generously treat everyone tonight. Guests enjoy it. Everyone. How much does your partner usually hand over? Is 1,000 yuan too little? The saying goes, when women have money, they go bad. Should I have her hand over everything to prevent her from going bad? Contemplating. Chapter 432. The Destiny family, who can hear heart sounds all the time. Happy Father's Day. As evening approached, streetlights flickered on. Tang Chuan leaned against a lamppost, his face pale. It felt as if his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer, every breath cutting through his fragile heart like a sharp blade. Even the starry sky above seemed to echo his heavy heart, dim and lifeless. Suddenly, Tang Chuan clutched his chest and despairingly roared on the street, "Pain! It hurts too much!" Tang Chuan never expected that within a single day, he would be betrayed by the 2 women he cared about the most. First, he endured the betrayal of his beloved girlfriend. Then, the girl he always cherished as a younger sister, Tang Ro, disregarded his dignity as a man and ignored his descent into the abyss for her own selfish interests. These 2 incidents were like the sharpest knives continually stabbing at the softest parts of Tang Chuan's heart, leaving it riddled with wounds. Under the weight of this double blow, Tang Chuan felt a pressure in his chest, a sweetness in his throat, and a surge of fresh blood gushed out. His vision blackened, and he lost consciousness. Witnessing this, Tang Guowen and Su Xian were shocked and immediately panicked, calling out in distress, breaking the silence of the night. Son, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Don't scare your father and mother. My poor child regardless of how they scolded him on ordinary days, Tang Chuan was always the continuation of their bloodline. Watching their son suddenly spit up blood and collapse, the couple's hearts were twisted with worrying, rushing to help him up. My poor European bean, it seems I underestimated his degree of affection for Wu Mengmeng. He actually got so angry that he vomited blood. In a way, this is considered deep affection, right? It's a pity, entrusting oneself to others. Sigh, why is love in this world so complicated, constantly leading people to life and death together? Facing Tang Jia San Shao, who lay bleeding under the sky, Lin Juan couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Then, he made a suggestion to the overwhelmed Tang couple. Dear uncle, don't panic. Everything will be fine. Your nephew has a bright future ahead of him. He will be fine. The priority now is to get him to the hospital. Yes, to the hospital. Let's go to the hospital right away. When Su Xian realized the situation, with a trembling voice filled with emotions, she nodded repeatedly and quickly dialed 120 for emergency services. Soon, the Red Cross ambulance rushed over. Tang Guowen and his wife, in a rush, lifted Tang Chuan into the car and hurried to the hospital. Hello! As the saying goes, the family is the father's kingdom, the mother's world, and the children's paradise. Today is Father's Day. I am here to wish everyone a happy Father's Day. Have you all thought about what gift to give to your old father? In the hospital, the smell of disinfectant was piercing and cold. After some time, Tang Chuan slowly opened his eyes and saw the anxious faces of his parents. Son, you're finally awake. Su Xian exclaimed in surprise, tightly holding her son's cold hand. Tang Chuan tried to force a smile, but found himself lacking the strength to do so. His heart had been wounded too deeply by love. Son, what's wrong with you? Don't scare us. Tang Guowen also noticed something was off and anxiously inquired. Tang Chuan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. He felt his heart bleeding, but didn't want to worry his parents further, so he tried to appear calm and steady, mustering a stable voice. "Dad, Mom, don't worry. I'm fine, I just figured some things out." At this moment, a newfound clarity gradually appeared in Tang Chuan's eyes. The sweetness and the pain, the betrayals he had faced, seemed to dissipate like smoke, vanishing from his mind. He, Tang Jia Sanshao, suddenly viewed the world with fresh eyes. He vowed never to give his heart to any woman again. The sweet words, the tender care from the past were just his naivety. From now on, he would be a scoundrel who remained untouched by love, vowing not to let any woman have the chance to hurt him again. "Women, for the most part, are not good things," Tang Chuan muttered, his voice weak but firm. With his eyes now firm and cold, he waved his hand dismissively with no trace of care. He realized he was no longer the youth full of longing for love. From today onwards, he would lock his heart, learn to protect himself, and never allow any woman the chance to trample on his true feelings. The lapdog, who was once played around by women, had died, replaced by a new, ruthless scoundrel who only lived for himself. "All right. Dad, Mom, where's cousin?" Before I fainted, I remember he was right beside me. To avoid stirring up more trouble with his parents, Tang Chuan took the initiative to bring up his cousin. Unlike before, he now felt gratitude towards Lin Zhuan. Without his cousin's ability to foresee hearts, he might have been clueless for a lifetime, living under a green hat. At this moment, Tang Chuan just wanted to express his gratitude to his cousin. With his newfound awakening, he realized the importance of his cousin's precognition. The unpleasant memories of past conflicts with his cousin and his abominable attitude towards him because of a scheming girl filled him with regret. He wanted to slap himself for it. Thinking about it now, my good cousin's ability to foresee the future is really awesome. I was so stupid. How could I have completely overlooked such an amazing thing and focused all my attention on Wu Mengmeng instead? It's like I had a major illness. Although I don't understand why my cousin can predict the future, if I can build a good relationship with him, won't I take off in no time? Tang Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He could now see himself climbing to the peak of life. Truly, when God closes one door, he always opens a window. Tang Jia Sanshao had great fortune, chosen by the heavens as a special being who could hear heart sounds when others couldn't. Tang Chuan had decided aside from the one true God, his cousin was the one he admired the most. 5 minutes ago, your cousin was here comforting us. Well, your father, and I thought it was getting late. So in order to avoid worrying your nephew's wife, we had your cousin go home first. While Tang Jia Sanshao was indulging in various fantasies, Tang Guowen and Su Xian exchanged glances, and after a moment of contemplation, inquired simultaneously, "Son, can you also hear Zhuan's heart sound?" "Huh? You guys can too, eh?" "Yes. We can hear it, even earlier than you." "Huh?" Stunned by his parents' response, Tang Chuan was petrified, utterly dumbfounded. Witnessing their eldest son's reaction, Tang Guowen and Su Xian smiled slightly, not finding it surprising, as they had suspected based on their eldest son's occasional attitude. Now, they had completely confirmed their speculation. Subsequently, they narrated to their eldest son the story of their first encounter with their nephew in the hospital, the first time they had heard heart sounds, and the subsequent revelations that changed the course of destiny. At hearing the various events that transpired, Tang Chuan realized so much had happened in such a short time. Even the fact that he was spared, and the true face of Tang Rou, who helped a servant steal her mother's undergarments, was more despicable than he had imagined, making him think, "Beast." Currently, besides us, little Ling can also hear heart sounds. Never did we expect you would be able to as well. Perhaps our Tang family is truly blessed by the heavens, destined to exist in two-dimensional worlds alongside those mundane beings who cannot hear heart sounds. Little Chuan, how about you? When did you hear heart sounds? Please share your story. Regarding sending Tang Rou away, go ahead and do it. I have no objections. If this had been earlier, he would have hesitated and been indecisive for a while, but now, whatever. Just kick Tang Rou out as soon as possible, so she doesn't bother him. Hearing his eldest son's lack of opposition, Tang Guowen and his wife breathed a sigh of relief. Family harmony was paramount. They dreaded any disputes caused by their children. So long as you don't object. As for sending Tangro away, there's no need to hurry. In Zhuan's heart sound, it was mentioned that Tang family's ruin seemed to be related to Tangro. We can keep her here for now, for easy monitoring. Once we understand the whole situation, then we can kick her out. Tang Chuan nodded in agreement, expressing his desire to go home. After receiving the doctor's advice, no major issues, rest more, the Tang family left the hospital. Dear readers, happy Father's Day. Father's love is like a poem, understated and profound. Father's love is like a mountain, deep and weighty. Today, I composed a poem for everyone. Brothers, you can copy it down and recite it to your old father when the opportunity arises. He will definitely give you a thumbs up, greatly appreciating you and praising you for being thoughtful and grown up. Just like this dear son and grandson of mine. After reciting it, my father's eyes were filled with tears and he wept on the spot. Father's Day Ode. Father's love is silent, deep with years, supporting the family with a wide shade. Today on Father's Day, may you always be happy and warm. How was it? Quite literary, right? Have a classy demeanor, awe-inspiring, right? May every father feel the respect and love from their children, and may those of you who are children express your gratitude and love to your fathers on this day. Thank you for always supporting and accompanying us, brothers. Once again, Happy Father's Day. How do you celebrate Father's Day? Our family never used to celebrate these holidays. It's just that TikTok marketing has been too much in the past 2 years. Everywhere is celebrating and selling things. I couldn't resist it, so I went with the flow and joined in the celebration. Last Mother's Day, I gave a red envelope worth 520 yuan. This time I plan to give my father 200 yuan and treat him to a meal outside. That should be filial enough, right? Chapter 433. Does Tang Sanshao not spoil the younger sister? Boom! As the group returned to the Tang family by car, the sky had darkened, with only a few stars faintly shining. Master, Madam, young master, you're back. At the villa's entrance, Wang Mama quickly welcomed them, hesitating to speak. What's the matter, Wang Mama? Just say it. Tang Chuan asked curiously. It's about the two missies. After you left, they got into a dispute. Wang Mama recounted the entire process of the argument between the real and fake young ladies. Miss Rowe is still in her room, refusing to come out for dinner. Haven't even eaten lunch. Upon hearing this, Su Shiyun furrowed her brows and quickly asked, "And Ling Miss? Hasn't she had dinner too? Miss Ling has a good appetite. She had 2 bowls of rice, but Miss Rowe." That's good. Su Shiyun breathed a sigh of relief and interrupted Wang Mama, who was in the middle of speaking. As for Rowe, she can come down to eat when she's hungry. She has hands and feet, no need to worrying about her. Beside her, Tang Guowen nodded in agreement. That's right, no one starves to death nowadays. Wang Mama, don't bother about her. We've been too indulgent with that girl before, leading her to go on a hunger strike whenever she throws a tantrum. This bad habit needs to be corrected. All right, we haven't had dinner yet. Wang Mama, tell the kitchen to prepare something to eat. After speaking, Tang Guowen and the others walked towards the house without worrying about whether Tangro was hungry. Ah, what is this? Watching the family leave, Wang Mama was dumbfounded, utterly confused. What's going on here? Weren't they supposed to dote on Miss Rowe the most? Especially young Master Tang Chuan, known for pampering his younger sister, rushing upstairs to coax her to eat whenever she threatens with a hunger strike. How come this time Miss Rowe hasn't eaten anything all day, and Master, Madam, and the others seem to be unconcerned, instead focusing on whether Miss Ling had eaten enough? At this moment, Wang Mama keenly felt the disparity between the current situation and when Miss Ling just returned home. The Tang family's attitude towards the real and fake young ladies seemed to be completely reversed. However, as a servant, she could only silently reflect for a moment before immediately going to the kitchen to prepare food. On the 2nd floor of the villa, in a warm and elegant room filled with a pink atmosphere, Tangro lay comfortably on the bed watching TV dramas, snacking on chips and cookies. She was no fool. How could she really go on a hunger strike when her delicate body needed nourishment? It was just a deliberate act to get the attention of the Tang family. while this time seemed to have deviated slightly from her usual tactics. The bond that had formed over the years with the family was not something that an outsider who had just appeared a few days ago could sever. And this time, she had set a new record by skipping to meals. Once Tang father and Tang mother found out, they would definitely be heartbroken and bring food up to comfort her. Even if they tried to maintain their dignity and not come up themselves, Tang Sanshao would surely be extremely worried and rush up to console her. Tang Ro had a 95% absolute certainty about this, and she had already thought of a plan to continue her hunger strike, citing her concern for not being able to eat at home as a reason while praying for the well-being of her sister-in-law's child. How much Tang Sanshao loved this scheming girl, Tang Ro knew very well. Plus, the fact that she belonged to the Tang family bloodline meant that, as long as she showed enough sincere attitude, the Tang family would undoubtedly be deeply moved by her. As for Tang Ling, also a Tang family heiress. One was worried sick about her family, praying earnestly for their well-being, while the other was indifferent, not caring about the family and indulging in her own pleasures. In comparison, any normal person with emotions in their heart would know which side to lean towards. With these thoughts, a mocking smile spread across Tang Ru's lips. Humph, trying to compete with me. You still have a long way to go. Even if you're a real heiress, it's just a matter of luck. How can you compare with me? As the saying goes, among kings and nobles who would not have descendants with potential. Even if I come from humble origins, I can still defy fate and soar to the heights. ... Ding dong. Just as Tang Ro felt triumphant and thought her tactics were brilliant, her Apple iPhone suddenly rang, and Tang Ro quickly checked it, her eyes lighting up with a smile. A trusted maid had informed her of the return of the Tang family. ... Great ... The next time they come up, it will be to comfort her. ... However, she couldn't forgive Tang father and Tang mother for ignoring her earlier. Unbearable. In order to assert more control over them, she couldn't easily forgive them this time. They must come and apologize to her in a humble and submissive manner. Tang Ro narrowed her eyes, firm in her decision. So she began to prepare her emotions, ready to shed a few tears. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. How long had passed while Tang Ro was waiting for her family to come upstairs and comfort her with apologies? No one could quite say. What's going on? They should know about my hunger strike by now, so why isn't anyone coming upstairs to console me? Even if Tang father and Tang mother ignored me, why hasn't even Sanshao come to plead with me? I haven't eaten 2 meals. Such a big deal. They should drop everything and come upstairs together to coax me to come down for a meal. Why is there no movement at all? Aren't they afraid I might starve? Tang Ru's face turned pale as she paced back and forth in the room. She suddenly realized that something seemed completely out of her control. In the living room of the villa, the Tang family of 3 enjoyed their dinner, eating fruit leisurely on the sofa. At this moment, no one remembered there was a pseudo-heiress in the house who was hungry. Dad, Mom, I'll go upstairs to see if Ling has fallen asleep. If she hasn't slept yet, bring her a plate of fruit. Tang Chuan hesitated for a moment, picked up a large bowl of watermelon, and headed upstairs. Due to Tang Ru's instigation, there was a rift between him and his biological sister. Now that he knew Tang Ru's true nature, he naturally wanted to find an opportunity to apologize to Tang Ling and repair their relationship. After all, they were family with blood ties. That's right. Chuan is finally growing up and sensible. That's it. We are all the chosen ones, destined to be united. Tang Guowen beamed with joy, laughing heartily. Beside him, Su Shuyan also showed a face full of love, smiling warmly. As parents, they certainly hoped that their children could be united and loving towards each other like brothers and sisters should be. After all, they're all family. Ding dong. As Tang Chuan reached the 2nd floor, he passed by Tang Ru's room, and looking at that familiar wooden door that had been knocked on countless times, his eyes quickly turned cold. As he thought about how Tang Ro usually appeared gentle and sensible, all just a deliberate facade, Tang Chuan felt a wave of horror wash over him. At such a young age, having such cunning, he had to be cautious, especially with such a venomous heart. Just as Tang Ro was eagerly awaiting Tang Chuan to come and comfort her, the knock on the door was not at her door as expected. What? Next door? Wasn't that Tang Ling's room? Why was Sanshao knocking on ... not her door? Could it be that he had gone upstairs with fruit not for her, but for that country bumpkin Tang Ling? Asterisk click, asterisk. Just as Tangro was questioning life, she heard the door next to hers open, and then close again a moment later. Silence all around Tilda. Clearly, Tang Chuan had entered the bumpkin's room. So, even San Shao, who cherished her the most, had betrayed her. He was no longer the caring and doting good brother for her. Thinking of this, Tangro felt a mix of urgency and anger, tears of grievance welling up in her eyes. Damn it, it's all that woman's fault. Why did she have to come back and take everything from me? If it weren't for her, I would still be the little princess of the Tang family. Tangro clenched her teeth in anger, though still holding on to a glimmer of hope. Calm down. Maybe I misunderstood San Shao ... Perhaps he went to find Tang Ling first. Just to vent my anger first on my behalf, and then come later to gain my favor. Yes, that must be it. San Shao loves me so much, he couldn't possibly have distanced himself from me after just an afternoon. Yes, he must have found out that the one who angered me was that little wench Tang Ling, and now he's here to seek redress, right? In his eyes, she must seem kind-hearted, and he would certainly stop himself from scolding Tang Ling. To ensure that Tang Ling received the punishment she deserved, San Shao bypassed her silently and went to find trouble with Tang Ling instead. The more Tangro thought about it, the more it made sense. The corner of her mouth, which had been pressed down with sadness, once again rose in a smug smile. Indeed, everything is within my grasp. TSK. I hope San Shao gives Tang Ling a little wake-up call. Just to show that the bond I have formed with the Tang family over the years is unbreakable. Chapter 430 for Tang Chuan and his sister Tang Ling reconciled in an elegantly decorated room. Big brother, do you have something to tell me? This watermelon, could it be for me? Looking at Tang Chuan entering with a plate of fruit, Tang Ling felt extremely surprised. What's going on? Why is he approaching me for no reason? My blind big brother wouldn't be so kind to specially bring me fruit to eat, right? Could it be to take revenge for his non-blood-related fake sister? Is he plotting to harm me by poisoning the watermelon, intending to kill me? Regarding her big brother, who had repeatedly stood up for the fake heiress and treated her coldly, Tang Ling didn't have much favorable impression and just wanted to send him away quickly. In Tang Ling's heart, her cousin Lin Juan was the one who truly cared for her and protected her. As for the person in front of her, he was just a familiar stranger based on the blood relationship on the surface. Sensing the sense of estrangement in Tang Ling's eyes, Tang Chuan felt a pang in his heart for some unknown reason. It was then that he truly realized a fact: the person in front of him was his own sister. But since she returned home, what had he done? He had just been constantly on guard against her, afraid that Tang Ling, relying on her true heiress identity, would bully Tangro and take away everything she had, leading to her being wronged. Little did he know, everything originally belonged to Tang Ling. Tangro was the one who had taken advantage of her thief, enjoying what should have belonged to Tang Ling for 18 years, while Tang Ling had endured suffering in the Chu family village for 18 years. Now, Tang Ling wanted to take back everything that belonged to her, which was only fair and reasonable. As a true big brother, not only did he not cherish the experiences of his own sister, he had repeatedly sided with the fake heiress and bullied his own biological sister. Ah, I'm truly despicable. Especially looking at Tang Ling's thin and pale face and realizing that she was suffering from cancer, Tang Chuan felt even more regretful and self-blaming. Although her condition had been managed well through conservative treatment, it didn't change the fact that Tang Ling was still ill, and as a brother, he had not taken good care of her and had repeatedly hurt her. Little Ling, I'm sorry. As a big brother, I have failed you. Tang Chuan took a deep breath, sincerely apologizing, with no trace of his usual dissatisfaction in his tone, only deep guilt. Tang Ling was dumbfounded, looking puzzled. Had the sun risen from the west today? Or did this guy take the wrong medicine? He was actually apologizing to her. There must be a malicious plot behind this. According to the plots she had been studying intensively in the fake heiress novel these past few days. As long as the real heiress showed a friendly attitude, this blind big brother would immediately change his ugly face and mock her proudly, saying, Are you worthy of my apology? I'm just messing with you. Let me tell you, my sister is only Tangro. You uncultured hillbilly isn't qualified to be my sister. Tang Ling's mouth twitched, with a 95% certainty that the plot would develop as she expected. So, in order to not ruin her mood for no reason, she decided to play dumb and not respond. Meanwhile, Tang Chuan continued his apologies, oblivious to his biological sister, who was looking at him with an insightful gaze that seemed to see through everything. "Sister, these days I have been wrong as a brother. If you want to scold or hit me, I will accept it. I just hope you can forgive me." Even though he felt embarrassed, Tang Chuan had a relatively firm character, knowing that what was wrong was wrong. He couldn't change the fact that he had hurt his biological sister, even if he had been deceived by others. Whether it was to apologize humbly or offer material compensation, he was willing to accept unconditional punishment as long as his sister forgave him. Ever since you returned to the Tang family, Big Brother has been at a loss. After all, there was suddenly an additional blood-related stranger in the family. And the little sister, who had been cherished since childhood, was suddenly told they had no blood relationship. To tell the truth, Big Brother couldn't accept it for a moment. Especially with some people's unwitting schemes causing chaos in the family as soon as you returned. Honestly, this made Big Brother, who already didn't have much emotional foundation with you, feel even more that your arrival turned our previously peaceful family upside down. I was so blind and completely deceived by the innocent and weak appearance that Tang Ro disguised herself with. I was afraid that Tang Ro would be harmed because of your arrival, and worried that you would take advantage of your biological status to bully Tang Ro and take away everything from her. That's why I always spoke up to defend Tang Ro. Of course, Big Brother now realizes his mistake. Some things originally belonged to you, and Tang Ro is the one who took advantage of the situation. So where does the word grab come from? All of this was manipulated by Tang Ro behind the scenes, and you are the innocent one who was hurt. Big Brother feels guilty. I know that just apologizing cannot make up for the harm I caused you. After all, if apologies were effective, why would we need police? You might even think I'm just pretending, but even so, Big Brother still wants to say sorry to you. Tang Chuan bowed deeply with a sincere tone, devoid of any dissatisfaction. Is this person really repentant and changed? Did he have a moment of enlightenment? His tone, expression, and posture. It seemed like perhaps he was genuinely repenting and seeking forgiveness. Tang Ling was stunned, completely taken aback by the development of events. She had thought Tang Chuan was just playing with her, but seeing his humble demeanor made her doubt her assumptions. Inside the room, a dead silence fell, and Tang Chuan remained bowed at a 90-degree angle, his eyes flickering with nervousness. He wasn't sure if Tang Ling would forgive him, or if she would grab a broom and drive him out. After all, late feelings are cheap, and it's normal for Tang Ling not to forgive him. After realizing that Tang Chuan was genuinely apologizing to her, Tang Ling felt a bit uncomfortable, unconsciously biting her lip before expressing her true thoughts. Big Brother, lift your head. I forgive you. To be honest, I was really angry with you at first, not understanding why I was your biological sister while you kept siding with the wrong sister. Gradually, I started to understand. As the saying goes, people's hearts are made of flesh. You lived with Tang Ro for 18 years. Apart from the blood ties, there wasn't much difference between your relationship with her and your relationship with your biological siblings. And how long have we spent together? Emotionally, you naturally lean towards Tang Ro, and I can understand that. I shouldn't have immediately demanded to be treated the same as Tang Ro. I never intended to compete with Tang Ro. As long as I can live like this without worrying about food and clothing, I would be grateful. A satisfied mind is a perpetual feast. So, Big Brother, you don't need to feel guilty. You don't have to be embarrassed about me. With those words, Tang Ling couldn't help but smile. These days, her life in the Tang family had been like a dream compared to her time in the Chu family village. It was like heaven on earth. Having been through hell, Tang Ling cherished her current comfortable life even more. She was content with being well-fed and warmly dressed, and just wanted to lie down and enjoy life every day. As for getting involved in scheming against the fake heiress and competing for family affection, she had no interest at all. Another meditation session. Listening to her sister, who had suffered such grievances, still consider him and have no complaints. Tang Chuan's body trembled, deeply touched from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, he felt like Tang Ling was radiating a golden light, shining and enchanting. Oh my, where did this angelic girl come from? She was so gentle and kind. Reflecting on his previous terrible treatment of her, without a single complaint despite all she had been through, made Tang Xuan feel truly remorseful. He realized that even though Tang Ling had endured the cruel treatment from the wicked couple, her childhood had been extremely tragic. Yet he had been easily swayed by Tang Rou and turned against his own sister with hurtful words, like stabbing a knife into her heart. If it weren't for Tang Rou's wicked parents, the two children wouldn't have had their lives switched. If only Tang Ling had been given a more confident and radiant upbringing, she would for sure shine brighter than Tang Rou now. But unfortunately, ifs don't change the outcome. Only the current reality remains. Luckily, the future is still long, and he has time to make up for the mistakes he had made recently. Thinking of this, Tang Xuan subconsciously reached out and gently ruffled his sister's head with a look of pity. Sister, from now on, you are the most important sister to Tang Xuan. I will protect you. I promise you, sister, I will never let anyone bully you again. Otherwise, let me take the path of self-destruction, and every time I go out, I will be haunted by someone's birth mother. Tang Xuan passionately and solemnly vowed. Looking at Tang Xuan with his determined gaze, Tang Ling couldn't help feeling a surge of inexplicable emotions. When she came to her senses, her vision had already blurred, her delicate eyelashes fluttering, and she sniffed. Did you do it me? Do it. I'm Tang Xuan, I promise you. You are now my most beloved sister. Are you lying to me? Am I still dreaming? Tang Ling felt that it all seemed unreal and kept confirming repeatedly. She had an endearing and bewildered side, which made Tang Xuan chuckle. At that moment, as he looked at his true sister, Tang Xuan found her even more adorable. He was touched by her once again. Reflecting on his past negligence of such an adorable sister, he couldn't help but find it comical. Why would I lie to you? Don't worry. It's broad daylight. You're not dreaming. Hearing his words, Tang Ling couldn't control her emotions anymore. Tears welled up in her eyes and flowed down her face. She wasn't sure what had caused Tang Xuan's sudden change in character. Still, what mattered was that for the rest of her life, she had a brother who truly cared and protected her. She had always envied the girls her age in the village with happy families, parents who loved them, and brothers who doted on them, while she could only look on with a bitter heart, wishing for the warmth of family. She never expected that one day she would have her own real family members and experience the warmth of true affection. So, this is what it feels like to be loved by family. 4,000 characters, to be continued. Apologies, I had an argument with my wife tonight, and my mood was affected. I couldn't continue writing. I'll finish it tomorrow. As for the reason for the argument, I concluded that it was about money, and some issues from her family's side. Sigh, it feels like a woman really affects a man's state of mind, sometimes leaving me anxious and unable to focus on work. What's even more difficult is that you don't even know why she's mad. And when she's upset, even if you try to console her, she ignores you, giving you the silent treatment, not responding to anything you say. Damn. It really gets me frustrated and infuriated, clenching my fists until they creak. Unlike us men, my temperament is such that today's events are soon forgotten, and tomorrow is a happy day, quickly forgetting the unpleasant things. But women tend to dwell on small things, giving you the silent treatment for days, which I just can't seem to understand. Ahoth. Truncated. Chapter 435. Big brother-in-law is about to start his first battle of fame, making a name for himself in the Magic City. Tang's siblings were reconciling their differences over fruits when suddenly Tang Rou was eavesdropping next door. She was lying on the bed, trying to listen to the conversation on the other side. Unfortunately, the soundproofing of the room was too good, and Tang Rou couldn't hear a thing except occasional faint laughter. What's going on? Why is there laughter? It shouldn't be Tang Ling's crying voice, right? What was Tang Xuan doing next door? Wasn't he supposed to help me out? Why the laughter? Tang Rou frowned, feeling a sense of unease as if something had been completely lost. This made her inexplicably anxious. Keep calm. Maybe it's mocking laughter. Yes, definitely mocking laughter. Tang Ling, that little meanie, thought spring had come when she saw her eldest brother bringing her fruits. She assumed that the family cared about her. Little did she know that her brother was just trying to vent his frustration. While Tang Ling was feeling proud, her brother would point at her nose with a smug smile, mockingly saying, "Stupid, you think you're worthy of me serving you fruits. You have no self-awareness. I'll tell you, my sister is only little Ro, only she deserves fruits served by me. You, a country bumpkin, don't deserve it." Imagining the siblings next door turning against each other, Tang Ro calmed down slowly, and a smug smile appeared on her face again. "Oh yeah, tilde. This is the ideal plot development tilde. Deluding herself, Tang Ro finally relaxed, placing her right cheek against the wall once more, trying to eavesdrop on Tang Chuan's harsh words. Next door, the reconciled siblings were chatting warmly, sharing their childhood memories. Mostly, it was Tang Chuan talking, while Tang Ling listened quietly. Unable to ignore her curiosity, Tang Ling asked Tang Chuan about the reason for his sudden epiphany. He used to lean towards Tang Ro, but in just one afternoon, he had a change of heart and sought solace in his room. Tang Ling was curious about the unknown events that led to his transformation. In the face of her sister's curious gaze, Tang Chuan blushed and found it difficult to speak. He wanted to brush it off with a joke, but under his sister's pitiful yet insistent gaze, he finally relented and began to share what had happened after he left home in the afternoon. Laughing, Tang Ling couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing the sensational news about Wu Mengmeng's fake pregnancy, Pig's blood ties, AV actress, true love with Song Zi, and more. Wow! How could someone as bizarre as him get mixed up with these things? They had even come close to marriage. The family burst into laughter haha ahem. Big brother, I'm not laughing at you. Ha, please continue. In Tang Chuan's resentful gaze, Tang Ro pinched her thigh several times to stifle her laughter, indicating for him to go on. But as Tang Chuan solemnly declared about his awaken. Chapter 436, Su Qing's headache on a summer night sky, like a deep blue velvet, added a hint of haze and poetry. The scattered stars in the sky, like countless shimmering diamonds, embedded in the deep night sky, shining with the bright moonlight, weaving a serene and peaceful summer night scene. Inside the Su family estate, a gentle breeze blows, surrounded by silence. Only the soft hum of summer insects can be heard. I can't wait for the grandmother battle tomorrow. Su Qing enjoyed the deep tranquility that touched her heart as she pondered about the latest news passed on by Grandma Rong not long ago. Tomorrow, there will be an official life and death duel in the martial world. Two legendary martial arts grandmasters will compete. One of them is Zhang Yangping, a martial arts grandmother who became famous 20 years ago. The other's identity is unknown, rumored to be a young grandmother dominating the region before the age of 30, a martial arts prodigy. Zhang Yangping became a transcendent grandmother 20 years ago, sweeping through the Chinese martial arts world. Now, 20 years have passed, and one can only imagine how strong he has become. His opponent is powerful and mysterious, with unparalleled talent. Achieving the title of a young grandmother at such a young age is unheard of and terrifying. I must witness their battle in person. It might provide significant help for my future rise to a grandmother. If luck is on my side, I might even blood sacrifice some warriors to accelerate my cultivation. Opportunities like these that gather many warriors are rare. Despite feeling the gap in talent between herself and the young grandmother, Su Qing remained undaunted. The cultivation level of a grandmother in the eyes of ordinary martial artists may seem like an unattainable realm. But in her mind, it's just a matter of time. And to shorten this time gap, the best way is to consume a large amount of vital energy. Compared to ordinary people, the vital energy in martial artists is denser and more refined. One martial artist who has entered the inner strength stage could surpass 100 regular people. Not to mention those higher-level martial artists, they are like walking ginseng fruits. Su Qing now feels that her cultivation speed has slowed down, reaching a bottleneck. The main reason is not that her talent potential has reached its limit, but that ordinary people are no longer qualified to be her nourishment. If she wants to break through to the grandmother level within 6 months, she needs higher quality food. Thinking about this, Su Qing couldn't help but blink and let her mind wander a bit. If those two grandmasters in the duel end up injuring each other, and I happen to absorb and integrate their power, that would be great. If I could absorb the strength of two grandmasters, maybe I could instantly break through to the grandmother level. Even if I can't break through, I would be one step away. Achieving the grandmother title would be a matter of course. By then, even in front of my master, I won't feel so powerless anymore. I will truly have the power to protect those around me. Thinking about this, a look of longing appeared on Su Qing's face unconsciously. But soon, she sighed deeply in her heart. She knew she was fantasizing unrealistically. How could she be so lucky to just happen to encounter two grandmasters beaten by each other? After stopping the unrealistic daydreaming, Su Qing found herself entangled in a new problem. Tomorrow. How should I leave Lin Zhuan's side with what excuse? To disguise herself and reduce the exposure of her identity, Su Qing has been portraying herself as a disabled person with paralyzed legs. If she abruptly asks to leave for a while, he would likely question her and even insist on going together. The world of martial artists is cruel, and if there is a choice, Su Qing still hopes that the young man can stay away from this circle. She only wishes Lin Zhuan can live an ordinary and happy life. During this time, she would take on all responsibilities and hardships alone. After all, Lin Zhuan has married her and become her husband. As a responsible modern woman, since she married a man, she should take responsibility to the end, bear the burden of the family, work hard outside, and move forward with strength. She would do everything to shield her man from the storm and let him live a carefree life. Therefore, Su Qing never thought of revealing the cruel reality of warriors and revenge to Lin Zhuan. This leads to misunderstandings between them, and sometimes their communication falls short, just like now. How could she come up with a suitable excuse to leave legitimately? Su Qing pondered, feeling a headache. At that moment, in the estate, the husband and wife, immersed in sweet troubles, were unaware of the Praetor jet plane cruising at 51,000 feet above their heads. There's a plane. But why is it swinging so erratically? Lin Zhuan inadvertently looked up and saw the plane flying overhead, flickering with red starlights in the night, seeming to have an unstable course, swaying left and right. Calling headquarters. Calling headquarters. The plane has a malfunction. Please send rescue immediately. It's too late. We're about to crash. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Zhang Lao and your young apprentice. Put on your parachutes now. We must jump immediately. Sorry. The plane won't make it to the designated location. Let fate decide. We must be safe. Above the high sky, the pilot was desperate, trying to control the faulty plane. Nevertheless, the inevitable outcome was beyond his control. Helplessly, he quickly took out two parachutes and tossed them to the rear seats. There sat an old man and a young boy. Zhang Yangping. Tang Hao, Chapter 437. Hawking's grandson, Ha Chechen, the elderly Ha Chechen, had a head full of neatly combed silver hair, giving him the appearance of being close to 50 years old. He exuded a powerful spirit, radiating a commanding presence. With distinct facial features, a straight and prominent nose, and tightly closed lips beneath, he stood tall and erect. Despite the deep marks of time on his face, his eyes remained sharp as a hawk's, gleaming with a captivating light. His hands were calloused from years of martial arts practice, as if they could crush steel with a light grip. Clad in a simple black martial arts garment and carrying an ancient sword on his back, the blade of the sword was glowing red like a burning flame. He was none other than Zhang Yangping, the man who had disrupted the martial arts world 20 years ago. With a thud, Ha Chechen did not even lift his eyelids as he watched the parachute that had been thrown at his feet. His body remained straight like a javelin, completely motionless as the pilot anxiously shouted for him to put on the parachute. The pilot was frantic, knowing that this old man was a formidable martial artist and had been sent to retrieve him. Suddenly, the plane shook, and a malfunction caused it to start plummeting towards the ground. Master, please quickly put on the parachute. This is an emergency situation. We could crash at any moment, a tall and muscular bald young man next to Zhang Yangping urged, picking up a parachute and hurriedly preparing to put it on. He was young, had never had a girlfriend, and had not reunited with his family in 3 years. He did not want to die here. No need, Zhang Yangping spoke calmly. With that, he stood up and walked towards the cabin door of the Praetor jet. In a swift motion, he opened the door, and in an instant, a fierce wind rushed in. Despite the roaring wind, Zhang Yangping stood at the door, looking down below. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, his body as straight as a javelin, unmoved by the raging storm. What are you doing? The apprentice, Tang Hao, shouted in fear due to the loud wind, as he watched his master stand calmly at the open door of the aircraft, looming high above the ground below. As Tang Hao peered out the window, Trembling in fear, he realized they were soaring above the city at a very high altitude. Even though he knew his master was powerful, he had never seen him in action, and could not fathom defying the laws of physics with mere flesh and bone. Ignoring his disciples' terror, Zhang Yangping gazed towards a distant mountain. Hesitating no longer, he swiftly grabbed Tang Hao and hurled him out of the aircraft, causing the young apprentice to plummet into the sky, his screams piercing through the air. Confused by this sudden action, Tang Hao could only scream as he fell through the sky. Moments later, Zhang Yangping followed suit, jumping out of the plane after his disciple. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, the pilot was left dumbfounded. Beside Zhang Yangping, a red ancient sword seemed to come alive, flying and swirling in the air on its own. Zhang Yangping stepped on the sword, carrying his apprentice towards the distant mountains. Did I just see flying with a sword? This is not scientific at all. The pilot marveled as a wave of disbelief washed over him. With a thunderous crash, the Predator jet plummeted into the endless mountains, exploding into a dazzling fireball in the night sky. As night fell over the outskirts of the city, a luxurious mountain villa was brightly lit, resembling a celestial paradise with its elegant European-style architecture and the starlight glow of the lights against the night sky. This was the Ha family's summer retreat, where they hosted wealthy and influential guests for lavish gatherings. However, on this day, the villa was eerily quiet. On the large lawn in front of the runway, a group of people awaited the arrival of Zhang Yangping. Leading them was the 18th generation descendant of the Ha family, Ha Chechen. The once spirited young man had now lost his former vigor, his handsome face now marked with a grim and somber expression. He could not fathom why he had inherited the strange disease that plagued the first ancestor of the Ha family, Hawking. Recently, Chechen had discovered numbness around his waist, which gradually spread to his legs until he was completely paralyzed from the waist down. Despite seeking medical help from various experts, no one could reverse his condition. Now, most of Chechen's muscles had atrophied beyond recognition, leaving only minimal movement in his 3 remaining fingers and slight mobility in his head, but even his speech was starting to slur. Chapter 439. Zhang Yangping, who fell from the sky, reported the received news in detail to everyone present, leaving them dumbfounded. Who could have imagined such a rare event would also happen to them? It's over. It's over. Will Master Zhang be blown up just like that? Falling from 10,000 meters high. Shouldn't everyone feel chilly? Never expected Master Zhang would pass away before achieving his goals. What now? M_M Fubo paced back and forth anxiously in place, at a loss. Damn it. How did he end up dying now? Neither too soon nor too late. Why now precisely die? At the very least, cure me of my illness first before dying, right? Huo Kishin's face, as sharp as a knife, was clouded with gloom. Obviously, he also held a pessimistic attitude, thinking it unlikely that any human could survive such an air disaster. Stay calm. He's a grandmother of martial arts. How could he just fall like that? Send people to search first. Alive must be seen, dead must be encountered. Only Taoist he remained calm on the scene, appearing composed. Witnessing his unshaken demeanor, the others to calm down, as if they had found their backbone. In reality, Taoist he himself was not sure. After all, he had only encountered a few martial arts grandmasters, never reaching that level himself, hearing everything secondhand. So he was uncertain whether a martial arts grandmother could survive such a horrific air disaster. Nevertheless, if he were to encounter such a situation, he would likely close his eyes and await death. But according to his own estimation, even if Master Zhang could survive, he would probably be gravely injured and close to death. Aha! Where did that scream come from? At this moment, Taoist he perked up his ears, faintly hearing a sound, looking around surprised but finding nothing. Damn! Young master, look up quickly. What's that in the sky? Suddenly, a black-clad underling inadvertently looked up and saw a sight that left him dumbfounded. Everyone, following his outstretched finger, saw a streak of fiery red trace in the pitch-black night sky, steadily approaching their direction. What is it? A meteor. That can't be. Meteors are red. And why do I feel like it's getting closer? The crowd's faces were filled with curiosity and doubt. Eyes widened, trying to make out the unidentified flying object in the sky. As the red spot neared, they found it incredulous. Was there a human figure enveloped in the red light? Oh my God! Am I seeing God? What's going on? I'm hallucinating. How can a human fly in the sky? Oh my gosh. So there are really immortals in this world? Wait, he's coming toward us. Countless exclamations erupted one after another, mouths gaping, witnessing the miraculous descent. They saw the faint red light getting closer and closer, leaping over hundreds of meters in a blink of an eye, landing squarely with a bang. Boomed a deafening roar, accompanied by billowing dust, causing a brief tremor on the entire lawn. Even the swimming pool in the estate shook under this earthquake-like disturbance, rippling with waves. At this moment, silence fell over the whole place, save for the cool summer breezy hoo-hoo. No other sounds were heard. The crowd stood in shock, eyeing the figure slowly emerging from the dust. Within the rolling haze, a figure faintly appeared. The figure had his hands behind his back, standing as straight as a spear. The concrete ground beneath his feet, serving as the center point, was smashed into a large pit with irregular cracks spreading out like a spider web. At this moment, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the figure began to move. He slowly walked out of the dust, revealing himself to the world. It was then that Huo Kichen and the others could see clearly. The immortal who descended from the sky turned out to be an elderly man with all-white facial hair. The elderly man had silver hair, neatly combed back, looking close to his 50s, spirited, and exuding a commanding presence. His features were sharp, with a high bridge on his nose, tightly closed lips beneath, his tall and erect figure standing tall. Though time had etched deep lines on his face, his eyes were sharp as ever, shining with a compelling light. Hands calloused from years of martial arts practice, like signatures left by constant training, seemingly capable of crushing steel with a gentle squeeze. Clad in a simple black martial arts attire, carrying an ancient sword on his back. The sword's body entirely red like burning flames. "You are Master Zhang?" Taoist he mustered up his courage, cautiously inquired, already drawing his own conclusion. Internal energy released outward, walking on heaven and earth. These were techniques that only a grandmother could achieve, and not just anyone who recently entered the grandmother realm. It must be someone who had traveled a long way on the path of a grandmother, having deep accomplishments and years of arduous cultivation to display such abilities. Individuals of this caliber were undoubtedly amongst the strongest of their era. The only person Taoist he could think of was indeed Zhang Yangping. "Yes, it's me." As expected. Upon hearing Zhang Yangping confirm, Taoist he looked knowingly, once again filled with awe for the might of a martial arts grandmother. From a certain perspective, such individuals could no longer be looked upon with the eyes of ordinary people. Then, a hint of flattering smile crept onto his round face as Taoist he eagerly approached, starting to ingratiate himself. "Great master, I have heard of your great reputation. My surname is He, given name Ping. I have once cultivated at Mount Dragon Tiger for a period, and they are from the Huo family." Zhang Yangping's gaze was indifferent as he quickly swept the people present. He then withdrew his gaze and inquired about the upcoming death match to take place tomorrow. "Today I asked many people and confirmed that my current condition is erectile dysfunction. According to the methods I've learned, the first step to treatment is to change my daily routine. In the end, I can only rely on myself." Chapter 440. Zhang Yangping's confidence. The waves pushing behind the Yangtze River. "Ridiculous, watch me take down the next generation with one punch." Master Zhang, the mysterious master who killed your disciple, is currently with the Han family. Currently, the official location for hosting the life and death challenge of the martial world has been set at Bujiang Bay. Taoist he did not dare to be negligent, he disclosed every detail of the situation he knew. At the same time, looking at Zhang Yangping's tight-skinned face, he felt amazed and envious in his heart. Clearly, both of them belonged to the same era of old relics. He was old and frail, but Zhang Yangping seemed like a wanderer defying the passage of time. Even though he was in his old age, he appeared vigorous and agile, bearing no resemblance to other 70-year-olds with their aged and dulled appearances. This is the formidable strength of a grandmother. Breaking the law of aging in biology, rejuvenating like this is terrifying, The one who killed my disciple Fangmo, is he really a young grandmother? After hearing Taoist He's account, Zhang Yangping did not even lift an eyelid, directly asking the question that concerned him the most. "Well, to be honest, I'm not quite sure about that. But this is what the Han family claims to the outside world. And recently, Many martial artists have been coming to the Han family, seeking to make a name for themselves. Among them, there are even many well-known figures, such as Li Dao, the current head of the Shinji sect, with peak internal energy cultivation. However, all these contemporary strong individuals have disappeared without a trace. Regarding Su Fan's deeds, Zhang Yangping also couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. A martial arts grandmother not yet 30 years old. That's indeed something. Even though he considered himself a natural martial arts genius, it was only when he was nearly 40 years old that he made a breakthrough, stepping into the realm of grandmother and dominating the area. Unexpectedly, the younger generation is showing such terrifying talent. This generation even produced a successor who is so terrifyingly talented. However, reaching such heights at such a young age will certainly breed arrogance. In his time of insufficient accumulation, he blindly accepted the challenge without assessing it carefully. If the opponent continued to cultivate for another 10 years at his current level, he might indeed pose a threat. But now, hey, tomorrow, I will make that so-called young grandmother understand what it means to have someone above you even when you think you hold the highest position in the world. Listening to what Taoist he had said, Zhang Yangping's eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. A martial arts grandmother under 30. Indeed, he has some talent. Even though he considered himself a natural martial arts genius, it was only when he was nearly 40 years old that he made a breakthrough and asserted his dominance. The upcoming life and death challenge of the martial world has attracted the attention of numerous factions, most of whom are leaning towards Zhang Yangping. They don't believe that an old established veteran champion like him would fall at the hands of a young upstart. Master Zhang, you've come from afar. Please rest in the manor tonight. After adjusting to your peak condition, we will set off for Bujiang Bay tomorrow. Under Taoist T's guidance, Zhang Yangping nodded in satisfaction and strode towards the villa. During this time, he didn't even glance at the people around him, disregarding all of them. Seeing this, the person in a wheelchair, Huo Qichan, suddenly became anxious. He was still waiting for him to cure his illness. Moreover, as the distinguished young master of the Huo family, a figure of dictatorial level, even if Zhang Yangping didn't regard him highly, he should at least show some respect in front of his grandfather and greet him, right? Huo, Just as Huo Qichan was about to speak up to stop him, his mouth was covered by the quick react of the butler, who wept softly. Young Master Huo, the matter of curing illness can wait for a while. It's getting late. Let Master Zhang rest well tonight, and we can discuss other things later. The butler deeply understood the terror of powerful figures like Zhang Yangping, unpredictable in their emotions and actions, always following their whims. He feared that if his young master accidentally said something wrong and offended him, it would bring calamity to the Huo family. Since the two sides were not yet too familiar, it felt a bit awkward to ask for something right away. He would wait a few days for the relationship to become closer and more familiar before humbly making a request, and surely by then, Master Zhang would give him some face. HMPH. Huo Qichan snorted coldly, extremely dissatisfied with the butler. What do you mean the matter of curing illness can wait for a while? What could be more important now than the restoration of his ability to move? A bunch of selfish people. Chapter 441 The Cry of a Fake Missy. The Furious Tang Hao. Just as Huo Qichan was gnashing his teeth in hatred, his face, as if carved out of stone, was clouded with darkness, and in his deep eyes, a raging anger burned. Excited screams resounded one after another. Damn, where is Master? Where is Master? Wow. So awesome. I want to learn it. This sword flying move is so cool. Mastering it would definitely be a show-off weapon. Everyone turned in astonishment, only to find a 1.9 meter tall, strong bald man bouncing out of the large pit where Zhang Yangping had landed before. Tang Hao. When he fell from 10,000 meters high, he thought he was going to be smashed into minced meat and passed out from fear on the spot. Fortunately, he was not only unharmed now, but truly experienced the power of a martial arts master. This made Tang Hao more determined in his martial arts beliefs. This person is Master Jiang's disciple. After thinking of the news he had received before, Fubo remembered that Zhang Yangping did indeed board the plane with his little disciple, and he quickly approached with a smile. After introductions, the two gradually got acquainted. Indeed, a worthy disciple of Master Zhang. At such a young age, he has cultivated internal strength. Terrifying, listening to Fubo and others' lavish praises, Tang Hao quickly pretended to be modest and waved his hand. No, no, no. It's all thanks to my master's teachings. Although Tang Hao said so, anyone could tell from the proud expression on his face how pleased he was. Tang Hao, a member of the Tang family. In a wheelchair, Huo Qichen squinted his eyes. The Huo family made fortune in real estate, while Tang Guowen was a leader in the Land Development Planning Bureau, holding first-hand information. Therefore, the Huo family had always hoped to maintain good relations with the Tang family. This was also why he deliberately approached Tang Chuan, trying to become his trusted big brother. Now, not only was Tang Hao Tang Chuan's brother, but he was also Zhang Yangping's direct disciple, naturally someone to befriend intentionally. Hello, Xiao Hao, right? I'm Huo Qichen. I'm good friends with your third brother. You are Huo Qichen, the young master of the Huo family. How did you become like this? Looking at the slouched figure in the wheelchair, Tang Hao's face was full of astonishment as he exclaimed. Huo Qichen, he knew. Before he was taken away by his master years ago, the other party was the renowned domineering CEO in the city, rightfully the first heir of the Huo family. Glorious! How did the other party end up like this in just 3 short years? Unable to take care of himself in life. Perceiving Tang Hao's incredulous, sympathetic gaze, Huo Qichen seemed to touch upon his sensitive pride and turned steel-faced. Fubo quickly stepped in, explaining about his young master's unfortunate condition of suffering from ALS, and subtly suggested having Master Zhang take a look at him. I see. Rest assured. After my master avenges for my brother tomorrow, I'll ask if there's a solution. With these words, Huo Qichen's face looked much better, as he smiled in gratitude. Oh, Xiao Hao, I heard that you are related to the Lin family, to that Lin Zhuan. He seems to be your cousin. Lin Zhuan. Tang Hao recalled the incident where his younger sister had almost been taken advantage of by a beast, his face turning dark. HMPH. What cousin? That kind of heartless beast. He doesn't deserve to be my cousin. When I return this time, I plan to teach him a lesson. To avenge the humiliation from back then. Tang Hao touched his cheek, gnashing his teeth in anger, memories of the past flooding back like a movie in his mind. It happened several years ago. At that time, he was not as strong and sturdy as he is now, just a powerless student. Out of kindness, he warned Lin Zhuan to be careful about his good father. After all, throughout history, as soon as a mistress entered, the birth father would instantly turn into a stepfather. But suffering from intermittent explosive disorder, Lin Zhuan's face suddenly darkened in anger, sternly scolding him. You are not allowed to insult my beloved father. He would never treat me like that. A tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. We are a loving family. It's you who is trying to sow discord. You deserve punishment. Take this. Snap. Until now, Tang Hao could recall the embarrassment of that day. But being physically weak, he was no match for Lin Zhuan. Tang's father and mother only told him to endure and be understanding, saying that Lin Zhuan was a person suffering from explosive episodes and that family shouldn't be calculative. Because of this, he began to idolize strength, hoping to seek justice for himself in times of need. When Zhang Yangping said he wanted to take him as a disciple, Tang Hao didn't hesitate to drop out of school and follow his master to learn martial arts in the West. Now that he had returned as a king, becoming a martial artist who surpassed human limits, he probably could easily crush his beastly cousin with just a fingertip. 30 years waiting for revenge. 30 years waiting for someone to pay. It's not that I won't beat you, it's just not time. But now, the 3-year deadline has arrived. It's time for revenge, time to settle grievances, time to take revenge on the humiliation. Excitement sparked in Tang Hao's pupils, eagerly anticipating appearing in front of his beastly cousin, enjoying his regret, fear, and despair. Hey! On the side, Huo Qichen remained calm on the surface, but inside, he couldn't stop his sneering. Excellent, just as the report I investigated earlier said. That brat Lin Zhuan doesn't get along with his maternal family. The Tang family harbors deep hatred towards that relative, and both sides have cut off communication. This is great. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only could he unite with the other party in a common enemy, getting closer to the Tang family, but he could also leverage the prestige of being Zhang Yangping's disciple to suppress the Su family, to avenge the humiliation of that day. Xiao Hao, it's getting late. Let's head into the villa to chat. Fubo, have the kitchen prepare some food. I want to have a meal and talk with Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao, let's go. I'm very curious about the life of martial artists. Tell me about it when you have time. A group of people chatted and laughed, entering the holiday villa. 2.5 hours later, just as Tang Hao was eloquently boasting about how naturally he stepped into internal strength without any effort, astonishing his master, his small Xiaomi phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was a text message from his younger sister Tang Ro. Tang Hao was astonished for a moment, quickly opening the WeChat message. Big brother, Washington . Third brother, he bullied me. Wah, now that he has a new little sister, he doesn't want me anymore. Chapter 442. The Tang family's third young master officially parts ways with the fake heiress. 5 minutes ago. Tang family villa, 2nd floor. After reconciling their past grievances, the Tang siblings, Tang Chen and Tang Ling, Tang Chen reluctantly gave his younger sister a bank card with 7 digits as a small compensation. Initially, Tang Ling refused, never having seen so much money before and feeling hesitant to accept. But Tang Chen insisted, and after some persuasion, Tang Ling reluctantly accepted it. All right, little Ling, get some rest early. Good night. Big brother, good night. Thank you for the allowance. Tang Chen bid farewell, and the siblings waved to each other at the door. Click. As the door closed behind him, Tang Chen whistled happily, walking back with a light heart. Why did you spend so long in Ling's room? Suddenly, a resentful voice rang out, and Tang Chen turned to see Tang Ro standing at her own room's door, looking displeased. Tang Chen furrowed his eyebrows slightly and turned towards the direction of the voice, seeing Tang Ro with her arms crossed, clearly unhappy. Big brother, don't you know I haven't eaten all day? Tang Ro's tone was sharp, with a hint of suppressed anger, a feeling of wanting to demand answers. She was on the verge of exploding. She had thought Tang Chen entered the room of that despicable woman to seek justice for her, but the more she eavesdropped, the more it felt wrong. All she heard inside was laughter and joy, nothing like the turmoil she imagined between siblings. This meant ... Was Tang Chen really trying to please that woman? Ignoring her hunger? Even bringing fruits to her personally? Thinking about this, Tang Ro felt her anger rising, jealous and almost going mad. Why? Why was this happening? Among her 6 siblings, Big Brother had always been the one who loved her most. It was inconceivable for him to betray her. But that person, it couldn't be Big Brother, right? If it were in the past, Tang Ro would have been confident in this belief. But now, her faith had been shattered. The cruel reality was right in front of her, and she couldn't deny it. Big Brother not only chatted and bid goodnight to Tang Ling, but also gave her a bank card with 7 digits, a treatment she had never received. Tang Ro couldn't understand. Why couldn't she figure out why, in just a few days? First it was father and mother Tang, and now even Tang Chen was distancing himself from her to get close to that woman. Why? This was so unfair. What kind of magic did Tang Ling use? Tang Ro was going crazy, not afraid of competing with the real heiress in wits, but lacking information on her tactics, feeling helpless in the face of the sudden change in her family's attitude towards her. Tang Ro felt like she was going to burst into tears, unable to comprehend the situation. Are you hungry? Can't you go downstairs and find something to eat yourself? You are perfectly capable. Do you expect me or mom and dad to serve you personally? It seems like we spoiled you too much in the past. It has ruined you. Ignoring Tang Ro's changing expressions, Tang Chen's face was cold and indifferent as he spoke. Recalling the times he had spoiled his sister in the past, Tang Chen wanted to give himself a slap for being so blind and not seeing through the facade of the cunning girl. Listening to Tang Chen's heartless words, Tang Ro was dumbfounded. Was this really the same older brother who used to speak gently to her in the past? Usually, he would pay special attention to her well-being, worrying about her getting hurt. But now, even though she clearly expressed her hunger all day, Big Brother showed no concern, scolding her without hesitation. And what does it matter to you how long I stay in Ling's room? Once Ling returned to the Tang family, we were just reconnecting as siblings. Why are you jealous? Faced with Tang Ru's pitiful expression, Tang Chen did not console her as before, but instead gave her a cold look before turning to leave. He was starting to resent these manipulative acts of helplessness from girls like Wu Mengmeng and Tang Ro, who would cry and act pitiful in front of men. It was infuriating. On the other side, Tang Ro, whose inner thoughts were exposed, froze for a moment, then quickly reacted by reaching out to grab Tang Chen, looking worried. Big brother, don't be angry. It's not what you think. I was just worried about your safety since you didn't come out for so long. Hearing this, Tang Chen paused, his eyes flashing with coldness as he spoke even more icily, worried about my safety. What could happen? You should know, Ling is my real sister. How could she harm me? Have I been too lenient with you? Are you trying to sow discord between us siblings? Humph! Under Tang Chen's fierce gaze, Tang Ro was taken aback and instinctively stepped back a few steps. She had never seen such a ruthless side of her brother before. His usually gentle face was now showing a cold anger towards her. And all of this because of the appearance of the Tang Ling. Just a few days ago, Tang Chen had assured her that he would teach Tang Ling a lesson and that he only had one sister, her, Tang Ro. How did all of this change so quickly, acknowledging Tang Ling as his real sister? The speed of this change was faster than turning a page. Tang Ro bit her lip, lowered her head, and with practiced skill, tears filled her eyes, using her trusty trick, sobbing. But behind those tearful eyes, a hidden malice sparkled. When she lifted her head again, tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls about to fall. Big brother, how could you misunderstand me like this? Tang Ru's voice was choked, as if she had suffered a great injustice. I was just scared, worried that the new sister might take you away. I don't want to lose you, big brother. Wah! Tang Ru's voice grew softer as tears fell, each drop seemingly telling a story of her innocence and grievance. Chapter 443. I advise you to drink mouse tail. Fine. I still have things to do, you mouse tail. Faced with Tang Ru's fake tears, Tang Jia Sanshao felt very annoyed in his heart and shook off the hand on his arm. Immediately, he turned and walked away, as if he had made a certain decision. Clatter, 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 until Tang Chuan's figure completely disappeared, leaving behind the empty corridor, only Tang Ro, crying and feeling wronged. The next moment, Tang Ro, who knew she was useless, abruptly stopped crying. At the same time, her face no longer showed the previous softness and grievance, but instead became a little cold and chilling, with hatred surging like a tide in her heart. What's going on? Why is the foolproof trick not working now? Did third brother not see me shed tears? Why didn't he come over and softly comfort me, begging for my forgiveness? Instead, he turned and left? Damn it, how dare he? Is he not afraid that I will completely ignore him? Tang Chuan, you bastard! How could you treat me like this for a cheap woman? On what basis? Why do you treat me like this? Anger burned in Tang Ru's eyes, shaking all over with rage. She gritted her teeth and, through clenched teeth, squeezed out a low, resentful curse from between her teeth. Her voice even became hoarse due to extreme anger. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from deep within her throat, filled with deep resentment and hatred. Since the incident began, this was the first time Tang Ro experienced losing control of her emotions. With nowhere to vent her anger, she turned and walked into her room, slamming the door shut heavily. Bang! In the room, Tang Ro could no longer suppress the anger in her heart, throwing her computer, desk, clothes, and other items all over the floor, creating a mess. At this moment, her features twisted with anger. The once delicate facial features now looked particularly fierce and terrifying, as if she could drip water at any moment. 2.5 minutes later, Tang Ro, who had calmed down slightly, decided to seek help from external assistance. It just so happened that sixth brother, Tang Hao, was about to return, and he seemed to have become a formidable martial arts master. With him backing her up, the situation might not be too bad. So, Tang Ro immediately began composing a text message and took a selfie in a sad pose, then clicked send. On the other side, Huo family, summer resort. Tang Hao was speaking eloquently in front of the paralyzed Huo Qichen, boasting about his extraordinary talent and how effortlessly he entered the realm of inner strength, leaving his master astonished. Ding ding. His Xiaomi phone suddenly rang, and he took it out to see that it was a message from his sister Tang Ro. Tang Hao was confused for a moment, then quickly opened the WeChat message. Sixth brother, sob sob sob. Third brother ... Third brother, he bullied me, sob sob sob. After getting a new sister, he doesn't want me anymore. And dad and mom, it seems like they don't like me anymore either. Sixth brother, should I leave this home? Should I return the position that originally belonged to Sister Ling and wander outside alone, picking up trash to eat? Sob sob sob. I'm not afraid of hardship, but I can't bear to leave you, sixth brother, dad, and mom. But Sister Ling can't stand me, underscore. What should I do ... This. Oh, this can't be possible. Based on my understanding of dad, mom, and third brother, they couldn't have suddenly turned against Zero for no reason ... Especially third brother. He's the one who loves Zero the most among the siblings, right? Feeling bewildered, Tang Hao couldn't understand. But Zero was the good sister who had comforted him when he was down at first, and he had some personal feelings involved. Regardless of the situation, he couldn't ignore it. Tang Hao quickly made a call back, wanting to clarify the situation with his dear sister. After the call connected with Tangru's helpless sobbing, Tang Hao listened with aching heart. Zero, don't be upset for now. Tell sixth brother, what exactly happened? Sixth brother will protect you and uphold justice for you. Listening to Tang Hao's anxious and worried tone on the other end of the phone, Tangro felt a sigh of relief in her heart. Thank goodness ... Even though 3 years had passed, sixth brother still cared for me the same way. He was still so concerned about me ... In some ways, compared to that traitor Tang Chuan, sixth brother is the one who loves me the most at home. Therefore, Tangro couldn't believe that this time she would suddenly be abandoned for no reason by Tang Ling. Sixth brother, sob 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 ... Here's what happened, dad and mom ... For the rest of the time, Tangro touched on the events that had happened during this period, embellishing the truth slightly. The focus was on how dad, mom, and the others inexplicably distanced themselves from her and started to favor Tang Ling ... This puzzle was the thing Tangro was most eager to unravel at the moment. She wanted to understand even if it meant facing death, or else she would be too embarrassed to be defeated by the real heiress without a clue. I understand, Zero. But I can't go back temporarily ... After listening to his dear sister's description, Tang Hao only felt lost in a fog. He really couldn't believe that dad and mom would suddenly change their feelings. There must have been some other unknown events that had occurred. To find out exactly what had happened, he would know once he personally went home. But for now, he couldn't leave. Tomorrow his master would demonstrate his power in front of a large audience, seeking revenge for Brother Fangmo. As good fellow disciples, Tang Hao had to witness the downfall of the culprit ... Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Tang Hao's mind. He thought of a solution. Since he couldn't return home now, he would let his family come looking for him ... And incidentally, in front of his long-unseen family members, he could put on a show, presuming that when they saw his current appearance, they would surely be amazed. And that beastly cousin. Listening to Ziru's words revealing that ever since he helped the family find the real heiress ... Now his relationship with the family had greatly improved. Humph, how was that possible? Tomorrow, he would have dad and mom bring the beastly cousin as well, and let him witness the cruelty of the martial world. As an ordinary person, the cousin would surely be scared out of his mind on the spot. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, he would subtly reveal his current formidable cultivation and the invincibility of his own master, Kekiki. By that time, the beastly cousin would surely be scared to the point of peeing himself, kneeling down to apologize, and he would be able to take revenge for the offense of the past against him. Today's update will be temporarily paused. The story is a bit stuck, and I need to think about the next plot. I'm not very good at warrior battles, so I need to research. Readers, please provide a free gift, so I can boost my brain power. Chapter 444. Meeting. The big battle is about to begin. Don't worry. Little Ro, leave this matter to me to handle. After repeatedly assuring herself that she would support the other party, Tangro finally broke into a smile, and the siblings hung up the phone. Beep beep beep. Because Tang Hao had his hands free on, his conversation was picked up by Huo Qichen. Zihao, don't worry. I will make arrangements tomorrow and send someone to meet Uncle Tang's group. Seeing an opportunity to strengthen ties with the Tang family, Huo Qishan's sharp mouth quirked up. He spoke warmly. Great. Thanks, Brother Chen. Tang Hao sincerely expressed his gratitude without hesitation. Don't mention it. Come, let's drink. Tonight, we won't return until we're drunk. Brother Chen toasts first. Huo Qishan acted generous and gave a look to the maid beside him, who immediately understood and carefully handed the wine glass to Huo Deshao's lips to drink. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Just waking up, Lin Zhuan received a call from his elder uncle, asking if he was available and inviting him to watch the arena match at Bujiang Bay. Today, Bujiang Bay. Isn't that where the live fight is held by elder uncle at that time and place? After some inquiries, Lin Zhuan found out that this was actually a proposal from his younger cousin, which his sixth cousin strongly demanded. Okay, elder uncle. You guys come pick me up, I'll be waiting at home. Lin Zhuan agreed without much thought. Originally, he had intended to go to the scene of the competition, but lacked a suitable reason. Now, a chance had come just when he was dozing off. Perfect timing. Wife, I have something to tell you. When Lin Zhuan laid out everything, Su Qing's face stiffened, sighing inwardly. Alas, is this fate? Originally, she intended for Lin Zhuan to live a normal life, away from the dangerous world of martial artists. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Some things can never be avoided. But it's also for the best. If Lin Zhuan could see the cruelty of the martial arts circle in advance, he would probably choose to stay away on his own in the future. I'll go too. To protect Lin Zhuan's safety, Su Qing requested to accompany him. Ought this? Lin Zhuan was dumbfounded, scratched his head. Really? Really? Su Qing nodded firmly, with an unwavering tone. No room for doubt. Okay. Lin Zhuan shrugged helplessly, not trying to dissuade further. After all, with himself and elder uncle present, nothing major could happen just by watching from a distance. 2.5 minutes later, a car resembling a mobile luxury palace quietly parked at the entrance of the Su family mansion. As soon as Lin Zhuan stepped into the car, he felt as if he were in a carefully crafted luxury mansion. The spacious living room, the soft, comfortable sofa, spacious enough for several people, inviting guests to stretch out and enjoy leisurely moments. The dazzling crystal chandelier cast a gentle light, reflecting the warm luster of the solid wood floor. The bedroom space was surprisingly spacious, with a large double bed covered in top-quality silk bedding, as soft as a cloud. In the kitchen, the high-quality marble countertop complemented the top-notch kitchenware, as if tailor-made for a Michelin star chef. In the bathroom, there was a generous bathtub and exquisite wash basin, exuding a luxurious atmosphere at all times, allowing people to enjoy comfort and relaxation. Not bad. And this car is the German brand Concorde Centurion 1200, right? Global limited edition, with a price tag of at least $2 million, luxurious enough, truly enjoyable. Lin Zhuan pushed his wife into the car's living room, greeted Tang Guowen, Tang Chuan, Tang Ling, Su Shuyun, and others, except for the displeased Tang Rou. The Tang family members stood up with smiles to greet, especially Su Shuyun, who warmly approached and embraced her niece-in-law, responding, "Isn't making money for spending. Otherwise, why earn so much money? If you don't spend now, what about when you're old or dead? Let me tell you, the most painful thing in life is when someone dies and the money isn't spent. Luckily, I can earn money myself. Otherwise, relying on your elder uncle's meager salary, the whole family would starve to death. Being a broken leader, always thinking he's something when he's actually nothing." Listening to the complaints from his wife, Tang Guowen's face darkened as he awkwardly rubbed his nose, unable to retort. After all the household expenses now relied on the earnings from his wife's company. As a man who couldn't control the economic lifeline, he could only honestly ignore what he heard. But to be fair, this couldn't all be blamed on Tang Guowen. If he really wanted to abuse his power for personal gain, plenty of businessmen would be begging to send money to his home. But Tang Guowen cared about the greater good and didn't want to break the law, just wanted to be an honest official, serving the people diligently. Soon, everyone sat in the living room, chatting and laughing. During this time, Lin Zhuan pretended to be ignorant, listening to Tang Guowen's explanations of some martial concepts, exclaiming in response, "Wow, martial artists are so amazing. flying and disappearing. So envious tilde. The sixth cousin has mastered powerful techniques. Impressive, impressive. Is today the grandmother battle? What even is a grandmother? SSS's. Isn't that like a superhero? Terrifying, tilde. Watching his amazed nephew, Tang Guowen calmly and calculatedly shared some second-hand information about martial artists he heard from Tang Hao. While he appeared calm, inside he was bursting with joy, proud and smug, pretending and making himself feel great. He had been sweating buckets from his nephew's constant issues, thinking the young man knew everything. This allowed him, the elder uncle, to lose all his dignity in front of his younger relatives, quite embarrassing. Finally catching an opportunity to enlighten the younger generation, he naturally had to show off and act all high and mighty. One word ... awesome. Just as Tang Guowen was basking in his own glory, feeling proud and elated, a familiar voice suddenly sounded, causing his face to instantly tense up, looking dumbfounded on the spot. Chapter 445. Sixth uncle's cousin is going to be killed today. In the luxurious car. Su Qinj listened and repeatedly nodded, pretending to understand, showing great interest. Beside her, Lin Zhuan exaggerated his expression, with a hint of foolishness in his clear eyes, perfectly coordinating with the loud exclamation, but constantly complaining inside. At this moment, the couple both put in a lot of effort, each putting on a performance of actor's self-cultivation. So boring. When will Uncle jump over this topic? It makes me want to sleep. I know way more about these common knowledge things than him. Acting to cooperate is so tiring. And Tang Hao, that sixth uncle, must be exaggerating. He's probably just entering the internal energy level at most, but he talks like he's more amazing than a grandmaster ... When the inner thoughts sounded, the Tang family was directly dumbfounded. Well buddy, are you acting, or what? You're so good at it, why don't you join the entertainment circle? With this level of acting, you could easily get an Oscar, right? Third young Master Tang collapsed on the sofa, severely bruised in his self-esteem. As a professional actor, he despaired to find out. His cousin's acting skills were naturally better than his by many times. At least he couldn't see any signs of acting just now. Heartbroken? However, his dear Uncle Tang suffered a greater blow than him. He thought he could show off in front of his nephew and act all high and mighty. But reality gave him a strong hit. Alright, it turns out Joker is actually me. Only Su Qinj present completely believed in the man's innocence. Indeed, it's better for Lin Zhuan to remain ignorant of worldly matters and be an ordinary person ... I must protect him. Absolutely cannot let him be frightened by the cruel martial world ... At this moment, everyone had different thoughts. Only the clueless Lin Zhuan continued to complain in his heart. Haven't seen Tang Hao, that sixth uncle, in so many years. That guy holds grudges so well. When we meet later, will he just punch me in the face? Should I fight back with my hands or feet? But, knowing his pretentious personality, most likely he'll choose to show off in front of me, boasting about how amazing he is now, how powerful his master is. Actually, I might be overthinking it. Maybe he hasn't even met me yet. And he's already been sucked dry by Zhang Yangping. In my memory, Tang Hao, that sixth uncle, was killed by his own master today ... Before dying, he had an expression of disbelief, shouting impossible. Absolutely impossible. Are you joking with me, master? And then he was struck by the possessed Zhang Yangping. His head exploded on the spot, brain bursting, sucked dry. Since we are relatives, should I remind him later? Wouldn't it be wrong to see someone suffer and not help? After all, uncle and aunt are kind to me now. If I watched them lose their beloved son helplessly, I would feel guilty. Given the current timeline development after sixth uncle's death, uncle will be gray-haired overnight, and aunt will almost cry her eyes out. Because of the loss of their beloved son, their relationship will gradually develop cracks from this point on, blaming each other, thinking they shouldn't have agreed to sixth uncle learning martial arts when every word of Lin Zhuan's inner thoughts went unnoticed by the Tang family present. Except for Tang Ling, who hadn't seen Tang Hao and had little emotional connection with him, the rest of the Tang family widened their eyes in astonishment. What? WTHOO. What did we just hear? Sixth uncle is going to die today. And it's at the hands of his most respected master. So, our initial breakdown in the relationship as a couple started from this point. And then step by step to divorce. Oh. No, Uncle Tang Guowen and Aunt Tang looked at each other, extremely grateful that they brought their nephew today. Otherwise, they would have been completely clueless. In any case, today we must save sixth uncle, change his fate. If our destines can be changed, so can his. The members of the Tang family exchanged a knowing look and nodded to each other, clearly defining the final plan for the day. Save sixth uncle. Bujiang Bay. Located on the outskirts of the city, far from the hustle and bustle of the city, it seemed like a forgotten corner of the world. It was secluded, surrounded by continuous barren mountains and ridges with scarce population. Only a winding path, faintly visible among weeds and rocks, seemed to be the only connection to the outside world. Bujiang Bay was adjacent to a rushing river, the water flowing endlessly, continuously crashing against the shore rocks, emitting a thunderous roar. The river wind whistled past, carrying the moisture of the river and the desolation of the wilderness. Normally, except for occasional tourists coming to explore the scenery, this place was rarely visited by people. However, it is this tranquility and seclusion that make it an excellent location for hosting the official annual event Jianghu Life and Death Challenge. Because it is far from the ordinary people's eyes, avoiding the mundane disturbances. The warrior's blood and passion can be freely released on this land without worrying about disturbing the peaceful lives of ordinary people. And today, Bujiang Bay once again welcomed its annual lively festival. Chapter 446. After 3 years of hard training, even though I've gone bald, I've also become stronger. On the outskirts of Bujiang Bay, I established a small town named Bujiang Town. Although the town is small, it has everything one needs. Many facilities were funded by the country specifically to serve the warriors who come here. When the car came to a stop, Lin Zhuan and a few others got off the car, and the old town chief, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately came to greet them. These must be young Master Tang Hao's family. Please come with me. Young Master Tang Hao has been waiting at the restaurant for a long time. With the old town chief leading the way, the group enjoyed the scenery while strolling in the town. At this moment, Bujiang Town was bustling with activity, with not only the original residents, but also warriors who came to watch the arena matches and official personnel maintaining public order. Lin Zhuan, full of curiosity, pushed Su Qinj in the wheelchair and looked around. Up ahead, the old town chief explained the situation of the town as they walked. Bujiang Town is self-sufficient, nestled between mountains and rivers. Therefore, the native townsfolk have hardly ever left the town, leading a life isolated from the world. It wasn't until decades ago that the official location of the annual life and death arena was set up here. This small town, which was originally isolated from the outside world, began to establish connections with the outside world. Those wearing military uniforms patrolling the streets are members of the Huaxia Warrior Alliance's Kunlun branch. The authorities send troops and guards every year to maintain stability in the town to prevent some warriors from causing trouble on the streets and endangering the safety of the townspeople. Some bastards with a bit of strength used to bully and commit crimes in the town. We were helpless. Luckily, after Kunlun discovered it, they immediately sent people over to set an example and formulated a series of response plans. After several years of stern measures, no one dared to cause trouble outside of the arena matches. Following the direction pointed out by the old town chief, Lin Zhuan and others saw rows of well-trained soldiers with guns patrolling the streets. The main street was lively, with many townspeople constantly selling various unique small items to seize the annual business opportunity. Among them, there were many outsiders, dressed in branded clothing and exuding the aura of martial artists, mingling among the crowd. But regardless of their backgrounds, these outsiders were all well-behaved and respectful. No one wanted to cause trouble here and attract the hostility of Kunlun. After all, Kunlun had the backing of the country. Unless they were fools. Even the most arrogant people would not seek their own demise, thinking they could single-handedly oppose the might of a country, right? And so, the group walked slowly forward. Suddenly, Lin Zhuan's mouth twitched. He turned his head to the right, greater than, only to find his eldest uncle sticking closely within a 1-meter radius around him. Moving his head to the left, he discovered that his eldest aunt was also very near, almost cheek to cheek. With the husband and wife on either side, they enclosed him in the middle. Of course, it didn't end there. The most extreme part was when Lin Juan turned his head and saw Tang Chuan and Tang Ling, the siblings, also sticking closely behind him, nearly stepping on his heels several times. Cough cough, uncle. Why are you all so close? Isn't it hot in the middle of summer? Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Lin Juan coughed and spoke up. Tang Guowen. Not hot at all. The weather has cooled down recently, so we can get closer to keep warm. Su Shuyun. That's right. I regret not wearing more clothes this morning. Otherwise, I wouldn't be shivering now. Tang Sanshao, it's so noisy here. We need to get closer to hear each other's conversation. Cousin, don't overthink it. Tang Ling, oh. Well, I'm not familiar with the place. I'm afraid of getting lost, so it's reasonable to stick closer, right? Lin Juan. What weird weather. Cold. Listening to the weird reasons from his uncle's family, Lin Juan raised his head and looked at the scorching sun, feeling a vein pop on his forehead. But taking a glance at the system panel and the increasing accumulation of rewards. Well, okay. Then, let's get closer. I'm not a girl. I don't mind losing out. Plus, there's money to be had. Why not do it? All for the sake of achieving the supreme immortal emperor status. Endure. Due to the system's prompts, even a regular person approaching the magnetic field range of rewards would be continuously alerted. Annoyed by the noise, Lin Juan had shut off the system prompt sound a long time ago, only enabling it under very special circumstances. So he hadn't heard the rewards announcement for a long time. But occasionally opening the system panel to see the increasing point numbers still gave him a sense of accomplishment. On the other side, huffing and puffing, the Tang family was sweating profusely, breathing heavily. But they persisted, sticking closely around Lin Juan, on his left, behind, and right. It wasn't that they wanted to huddle for warmth. The Tang family had experimented multiple times and found that, if they were more than 5 meters away, they could hardly hear Lin Juan's thoughts. No choice to save their youngest, understand the ins and outs of the situation. They had to stick closely to Lin Juan. In the tranquil and quaint town center stood a luxurious restaurant that stood out, Bujiang Restaurant. It was like a radiant pearl, contrasting with the simple surroundings. Looking from the outside, the restaurant was grand, with a solemn bright red door, fierce lion statues on both sides, as if declaring its uniqueness to the world. The flying eaves, carved beams, and painted rafters showcased luxury and refinement in every detail. However, its golden appearance stood out glaringly between the gray tile and mud walls of the town, like a discordant note breaking the town's original harmonious melody. In fact, it wasn't built spontaneously by the townspeople, but was constructed with national funding to provide a place for wandering warriors and wealthy individuals. In the restaurant at this moment, it was bustling with joy, with laughter and the sound of string instruments intertwined. Through the carved windows, the sounds wafted out, forming a vivid contrast with the town's usual peaceful atmosphere. Different factions and spectators mingled, eagerly awaiting the start of the arena matches. Inside a private box, Tang Hao in a black practice suit was having a pleasant drink with the Huo family, enjoying themselves. Today could be considered the most radiant day in his life. Learning that his master was Zhang Yangping, countless people praised him like stars surrounding the moon. Even some senior practitioners, stronger than him, still cast respectful gazes towards him, boosting Tang Hao's vanity to the skies, nearly floating away in happiness. In a wheelchair, the paralyzed Huo Qichen sat quietly on the side. He watched Tang Hao, who was swayed by the crowd's flattery, with a hint of disdain and pride in his eyes. Great! Martial artists really were simple-minded, physically developed fools easy to control. Amongst a lively conversation and laughter, a waitress came to report that Tang Guowen and the others had arrived at the restaurant. Dad, Mom, they are here. I'll go meet them. Hearing this, Tang Hao's face lit up with joy, quickly rising to go greet them. Beside him, Huo Qichen signaled the others in the room to hurry up, showing respect to the Tang family. Kid, no need, we're here. Before Tang Hao could reach the door, Tang Guowen had already pushed the door open. Dad! Tang Hao joyfully rushed to embrace his long-lost father, hugging him tightly. Dad, you have white hair. Remember to take care of yourself. Looking at the few strands of white hair on his father's head, Tang Hao's nose tingled, feeling guilty for leaving his family for so long. Haha, I'm over 50 now. A few white hairs are normal, right? But you Not bad. You've become much stronger in your physique. Good, well done. Tang Guowen patted his son's broad shoulders, looking pleased. Compared to the thin and weak appearance he had when he was taken away years ago, Tang Hao had indeed undergone a tremendous transformation into a living person. If it weren't for the familiar contours between his eyebrows and eyes, Tang Guowen might not have recognized him at all. Following behind Tang Guowen, Su Shuyan and the others also entered the box. Zihao, you've grown taller, Mom. Seeing his mother, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, Tang Hao's eyes reddened, his nose tingling even more. Su Shuyan was also deeply moved, watching her almost grown-up son, restraining herself from shedding tears several times. At this moment, Tang Sanxiao entered after his parents, saw Tang Hao exchanging pleasantries with his parents, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, little six, did you grow up with some growth hormone in these years? If I met you on the street, I definitely wouldn't recognize you. You've completely turned into a muscular man. And with this bald head and your height, how did you grow so much? Second puberty. You're even taller than me now. Can practicing martial arts make you taller? Teach me quickly. I also want." "Well, maybe not. Seeing you lose all your hair at such a young age and your appearance becoming a bit fierce, your looks have plummeted. If this is the cost of martial arts practice for the unparalleled beauty of our Tang family's third young master, I'd rather not practice." Gives. It wasn't surprising that Tang Chuan reacted strongly. It was just that his younger brother's transformation was too drastic, making it extremely hard for him to adapt. When he left home, the other party was a slender little boy, his height only reaching his nose. Now, he was at least 1.9 meters tall, and when the two brothers stood together, the older brother only reached the younger brother's nose. Shocked by the incredible changes, how could Tang Chuan not be amazed? Third brother, stop teasing me." Scratching his bald head, Tang Hao ran over with a big smile and hugged his brother. "I've worked hard for 3 years, and although I've gone bald, I've also become stronger." "All right. You're happy. That's good. If you can't find a wife in the future, I bet you'll cry." Tang Sanxiao responded with a smile, punching his younger brother's chest. Firm. Little brother, as the two brothers were emotionally engaged, sharing their experiences over the years, a sweet call rang out, making Tang Hao tremble all over, a strange sensation creeping up his spine. Looking up, he met a pair of eyes he had longed for, his breath catching, a genuine smile appearing from his heart. "Little brother, why are you ignoring me? What are you daydreaming about? Don't you remember what Xiao Ru looks like? That really saddens me. Tang Ro, dressed in ancient attire, feigned joy, calling out once again. She pretended to be pleased once more. Chapter 447. The 3-year deadline has arrived. Today, grudges will be settled, debts will be repaid. At the Fisherman's Tavern restaurant, inside the private room with the character Heaven, Lin Zhuan pushed the wheelchair and strolled slowly at the back. As soon as he entered, he saw Tang Hao and another person facing each other. He couldn't help but inwardly comment. Seeing this distant cousin is also quite clueless. He must think just like Tang Chuan before, that this younger sister is so innocent, so unpretentious, must do everything to protect her, etc. Speechless. However, if the distant cousin knows about his love that he loved so deeply and desperately in the past, the reason why they chose to break up ... It's actually because his good little sister was meddling in between. I really don't know what kind of interesting expression this distant cousin will show. Really want to see a ... Kekaki. What? When Lin Zhuan's inner thoughts rang in the ears of the Tang family members present, everyone collectively became dumbfounded. Did we hear it wrong? In the past, the sixth and a girl from the same school had a passionate love affair. Because the Tang family had always been open-minded, no one stopped the sixth's hard-earned first love. Suddenly one day, Tang Hao ran back home crying, saying he no longer believed in love and even wanted to drop out of school and so on. After questioning by Tang Guowen and others, they finally learned that while in a relationship with him, Tang Hao's first love was two-faced, flirting with other boys at the same time, a typical femme fatale. There's a saying, the deeper the love, the deeper the hurt, and the deeper the hatred. Tang Hao's heart was broken, and he sealed his heart and vowed to never touch any woman again, intending to live a lonely life like a monk. Now, hearing the hint from his nephew's inner thoughts, was there a hidden story behind that incident back then? And was Tang Rou also involved? Could it even be the mastermind behind all the troubles? Tang Guowen and his wife exchanged glances, tacitly understanding each other. They once again realized the terrifying scheming of Tang Rou. Thankfully, since discovering the true colors of Tang Rou the schemer, they have already thought about keeping their distance from each other. Now, how could they possibly stand by and watch the sixth fall into the pit by getting close to each other? With the sixth's capable brain and simple nature, wouldn't he be sold by the schemer and even happily count money for her? On the side, Tang's third son looked complicated. In the past, he couldn't understand his sixth brother's pain, thinking that it was just over a woman. Was it necessary to be so devastated for her? But now, after experiencing the messy situation with Meng. Having been deeply hurt by a woman himself, he suddenly realized the pain his sixth brother had suffered before and felt a deep resonance. Ah, the woes of brothers, huh? Oh my goodness! Oh, what's going on? Who was speaking just now? Could it be my hallucination? Facing the complex gazes of his relatives cast towards him, Tang Hao remained oblivious. At this moment, his mind was completely attracted by a sudden voice that appeared out of nowhere, searching for its source, appearing solemn. Because that inexplicable voice actually claimed that his former love interest, the reason she broke up with him, had another hidden story behind it. And it sounded like it was also related to little Rou? Humph, impossible, absolutely impossible. And at this moment, Tang Hao also noticed that the people around him seemed completely unperturbed, as if they hadn't heard the earth-shattering words just now. Hallucination! Otherwise, how could everyone around him have no reaction at all? It seems I overestimated my physical resilience, staying up all night until now. My ears are hallucinating ... Realizing that no one was aware of his unresolved past, Tang Hao finally settled down. Hello, sixth brother. Nice to meet you. I'm Tang Ling. At this moment, a somewhat timid greeting caught Tang Hao's attention. Turning his head, he saw a slender and rough-skinned girl standing there. Was this girl ... Tang Ling. So she is my biological sister, right? Looking at Tang Ling's familiar features, Tang Hao didn't doubt their blood relationship. But what surprised him was ... compared to the radiant Tang Rou. Tang Ling's overall demeanor and appearance were far from that of a wealthy young lady, more like a girl from an ordinary family. It was clear that she must have endured a lot of hardship over the years. Therefore, after returning to the Tang family, she undoubtedly held a lot of resentment towards Tang Rou, who had been living a luxurious life in her place for 18 years. So, taking advantage of their blood ties, she seized the opportunity to make things difficult for Tang Rou. Tang Hao sighed, feeling like he had grasped the essence of the situation. In all honesty, from Tang Ling's perspective, he could understand her actions and even felt a hint of pity and sympathy for his dear little sister. However, compared to the first meeting with his biological sister, his emotions were more inclined towards the sister he had spent more than 10 years with, Tang Rou. He couldn't stand by and watch Tang Rou be bullied without taking action. For Tang Hao, blood ties didn't mean much. Look at that beastly cousin. He and his uncle were biologically connected father and son. But so what? In the end, the father and son still turned against each other, took each other to court, and ended up with the uncle in jail. In this world, the emotions nurtured through daily interactions were the most valuable. Like him and Tang Rou, the close bond they had developed over the years of being siblings far surpassed the superficial blood ties. Reflecting on this, Tang Hao averted his gaze, pretending not to hear Tang Ling's friendly gesture, deliberately keeping her at a distance. He wanted to give Tang Ling a lesson and make her realize that there was him supporting Tang Rou behind the scenes, and she couldn't bully her at will. Besides, any reasonable person would understand that the past grudges had nothing to do with Tang Rou, who was just an innocent victim. Now that the Chu family and his wife had also faced the consequences, the past grudges should be put to rest instead of continuing to vent their anger on Tang Rou. Self-examining, Tang Hao himself was not the kind of person who would ignore his family members. If Tang Ling was willing to be more magnanimous and reasonable, he would not hesitate to treat her as a true sister and offer warm care. At this moment, the happiest person present was undoubtedly Tangro. Although she appeared unaffected on the surface, her heart was blooming with joy, her eyes filled with undisguised satisfaction. Indeed, sixth brother still cares the most about me. With him backing me up, let's see how this vile woman can compete with me. I don't believe it. This time, can Tangling still use some despicable means to turn sixth brother against me? Just when Tangro was reveling in her triumph, thinking she could capitalize on Tang Hao's feelings towards her without a care. You darn thing, are you deaf? Didn't you hear your sister greeting you? Raising his eyebrows, Tangguoan couldn't bear to see his precious daughter being unfairly treated. Changing his kind image from when they first met, he furrowed his brows and kicked Tang Hao's butt, scolding sternly. "Oh Dad, show me some face. I am an influential figure now." Covering his butt, Tang Hao felt embarrassed. Since becoming the personal disciple of his master after mastering internal energy, no one had dared to disrespect him in public like this. Nonsense, you may have become the President of the United States, but that doesn't change the fact that I'm your father. Quick, apologize to your sister. Say you weren't deliberately ignoring her. It was just that too much earwax blocked your ears. That's why you didn't hear her. Ignoring the sixth's grievances, Tangguoan proceeded to give him a lecture. On the side, Su Shiyun had a serious expression on her face, disregarding the pleading looks from the sixth son. "How? This is your own sister, Tangling. Greet her. Did you hear? What's this? Is it true what little Rose said, that dad and mom have forgotten about the old daughter because of the new daughter?" From the moment they entered the house, Tang Hao could clearly feel the differences in how their parents treated the two daughters. The attention of Tang Dad and Tang Mom from the beginning to the end was focused on Tangling, and they didn't even acknowledge Tangro after entering the room. Seeing the occasional glance of Tangro in his direction, Tang Hao felt suffocated with heartache. It turns out that little Ro has been struggling at home. She must have had a hard time, crying secretly under her covers every night. What about third brother? Besides himself, he was the one who loved Tangro the most in the family. Knowing him well, third brother wouldn't just let little Ro be hurt like this, right? Turning to look at third brother, Tang Hao tried to persuade him to stand up for little Ro and protect her together with him. But who would have thought? Ling, don't be upset. Sixth is out of his mind after training in martial arts for the past few years. Blind in the eyes, blind in the heart, lacking intelligence. With third brother here, we don't need this sixth. Watching his third brother quietly comforting Tangling there, Tang Hao was dumbfounded. Oh my goodness. What in the world is going on? How could even third brother betray him? Wasn't he the one who cherished little Ro the most? Just a while ago, the two brothers had vowed over the phone. The third brother swore that he only had one sister, Tangro, in his life and would never allow her to be bullied by Tangling for exploiting their blood ties, and so on. How could he turn his back on his promise so soon and become Tangling's guardian angel instead? Sensing Tang Hao's gaze, Tang's third son raised his eyebrows and glared at Tang Hao coldly. This fool, who was deceived by the schemer. Little did he know, not long ago he was also a member of the fool's army. What are you looking at? This sixth of yours is truly a fool. Ling is our own sister. Blood is thicker than water, you understand? But what did your look just now mean? What was your attitude all about? Quickly apologize to Ling. Tang Hao. Under pressure from his family, reluctantly, sixth had to compromise and offer an apology with a black face. It's okay, sixth brother. I'm not angry. Tangling shook her head, as if she didn't care whether Tang Hao considered her a true sister or not. Seeing Tang Dad, Tang Mom, and third brother standing by her side, speaking up for her, Tangling felt immensely warm in her heart. She was content and didn't desire more Ling. For some reason, after seeing his biological sisters in different attitude, Tang Hao's heart ached unexpectedly. When the atmosphere became somewhat heavy, finally, Lin Juan pushed the wheelchair, cheerfully approaching and greeted, "Hao, long time no see. You've changed a lot over the years, and you're unrecognizable from a few years ago. Even your cousin wouldn't recognize you walking on the street. Huh? Cousin. The scoundrel who almost defiled Little Ro. Is he really here? Upon hearing Lin Zhuan's voice, Tang Hao subconsciously widened his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. Indeed, for the second time, he saw the cousin who had once made him grit his teeth in anger. Oh my goodness! The 3-year deadline has arrived. Today, grudges will be settled, debts will be repaid. I'm overwhelmed. Today the whole book has been banned. Despair. The situation is that I'm paralyzed. How should I change? I feel like crying. Currently, the entire website can no longer find my book. I can only slowly make changes. I don't know when it will be back. Hope it will be soon. I will try to maintain the updates from now on. It seems to be the story of Tang Hao and Tang Ro. Anyway, it's all deleted now. It's being re-edited. It should be back soon. It's released. Thank you for your support. Normal updates have resumed. I wish tomato novels will keep getting better and better. Chapter 448. The frustrated sixth brother, under the collective protection of the Tang family, was inside the fishing and wine house guarded by Lin Zhuan. Beside the sofa sat Huo Qichen, paralyzed in a wheelchair. The moment he saw Lin Zhuan, his body, which should have been completely numb, trembled slightly in extreme anger, and his eyes shot out immense hatred. He couldn't forget the humiliation he endured in the Su family, along with the resentment of losing his wife, all of which he couldn't bear. When he saw Lin Zhuan healthy and strong, while he was paralyzed in bed, becoming disabled. Huo Qichen couldn't accept the vast difference in their realities and couldn't help but resent the injustice of the heavens. Suddenly, his gaze shifted downwards and he shockingly discovered. Su Qinj was also here, looking at the beautiful girl sitting in a wheelchair with a cold expression. Huo Qichen's mouth twitched, subconsciously wanting Fubo to quickly push him away from the scene, his heart roaring, I really want to escape. But I can't. As a fiercely proud and domineering CEO, he didn't want to lose face in front of his beloved woman, especially in his current state, sitting in a wheelchair, facing each other awkwardly. If only his lower body had feeling, perhaps he could flirt on the spot with a few sets of 3-bedroom and 1-living-room. Damn it! Why is this happening? Is this the legendary karma? He had schemed to drug Su Qinj before, wanting her to become his sleeping beauty exclusively. But who would have thought. Now, the one about to be paralyzed in such a state is himself. Even though both were currently sitting in wheelchairs, Su Qing's condition was visibly much better than his. Watching the sweet couple of lovers not far away, Huo Qichen felt extremely unequal, almost as uncomfortable as eating feces on the spot. Luckily, there wasn't a reconcilable conflict between the Tang family and Lin Zhuan. Plus, after multiple probes last night, he could confirm that Tang Hao, the apprentice of the grandmother, had an extreme aversion towards his cousin Lin Zhuan. Even if he didn't make a move, Tang Hao wouldn't let his cousin off, and ultimately even the Tang family and Zhang Yangping would be at odds with the Su family. I wonder how this bastard Lin Zhuan will deal with this. I just need to sit back and watch the drama unfold, sitting idly by to reap the benefits. Huo Qichen squinted, feeling smug, believing he had everything under control. Hey, cousin. These years, I missed you a lot. Every time I think of you, my cheeks ache. Why is that? Tang Hao smiled insidiously, deliberately emphasizing his tone. He exuded the aura of a martial artist who had just entered the realm of inner power, coupled with his 1.9-meter muscular physique, fierce appearance. At a glance, he had quite an intimidating presence. Little brat, don't think I won't casually crush you right now. Under my terrifying aura, tremble in fear. Hey. Tang Hao felt a sense of sheer delight in his heart. He had long fantasized about this day. Step forward, and his despicable cousin would be sweating profusely, begging for mercy on his knees. To Tang Hao's surprise. His despicable cousin not only showed no fear, but even reached out to touch and feel his muscles on his chest, expressing amazement. Cousin, how did you train your muscles this way? Your chest muscles are so huge, it's a bit dangerous. Ever heard of moderate exercise attracting the opposite sex, excessive exercise attracting the same sex? Tang Hao. Behind him, Su Qinj lightly gripped the wheelchair's armrest, her beautiful eyes narrowed, forming a dangerous curve. She could clearly sense Tang Hao's hostility and was prepared to strike at any moment, ready to slap Tang Hao to death. Although she didn't want to reveal her strength here, but if it was to protect her man, she couldn't care less. And at that moment, Tang Hao raised his brow, no longer wanting to waste time. He raised his hand to suppress Lin Juan, shouting angrily, "Beast! You insulted my sister and slapped my face years ago. Humph! 3 years change in the east, 3 years change in the west. I am no longer the same as before. Today, it's time to settle everything." Smack! Amid Tang Rou and Huo Qixin's amused eyes, a slap landed heavily on Lin. Oh, forehead and Tang Hao's cheek. What is this? Oh, the whole scene fell into silence. Tang Hao held his cheek, full of incredulity, stepping back repeatedly, looking at the middle-aged man standing in front of his despicable cousin. "Dad, why did you hit me?" In Tang Hao's memory, Tang Guowen was the one who detested his cousin the most because he hadn't protected little Ro well. But now, he had actually physically assaulted his own son to protect the despicable cousin. Still, defending Tang Ling could be explained by blood relations, but why would he defend the despicable cousin like this? Regardless of kinship, how could he publicly slap his own son for the sake of an uncle? Anger +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, +1. On the other side, Tang Guowen didn't care how big Erda was thinking. Rolling up his sleeves, he looked infuriated, almost being annoyed to death by this sixth brother. Having been deceived by a master who wanted to kill him, he ended up losing his life. Now, the only way to save Erda was to listen sneakily to his nephew's words to find a glimmer of hope. But this brat didn't help at all, only causing chaos. One can bear no more. Watch me. Big slap incoming. Smack. Unable to bear it any longer, Tang Guowen delivered another solid slap, landing symmetrical prints of his left and right hands on Tang Hao. You wretch! What were you planning to do to my dear nephew just now? He is your cousin. Show some respect. When your cousin hit you back then, it was for your own good. His efforts were sincere. Why can't you understand? Yet you still hold a grudge for that minor incident. Get over here. Thank your cousin for the slap bestowed upon you. Forget it. Deeds speak louder than words. A mere verbal thanks is too perfunctory, lacking sincerity. You must kowtow to your cousin now. And apologize for your earlier rudeness. Beg for forgiveness. Got it. Damn it. Is Dad out of his mind? Beating me up is for my good? Even suggesting there was a well-meaning effort behind it. I can't hate him or seek revenge, but rather, I must thank my despicable cousin for giving me a big slap and kowtow in gratitude. Oh, am I going crazy? Or is the world going crazy, Dad? Do you know what you are saying? You. You are going too far, aren't you? I'm not Li. It's really not Li. Brother, look at Dad. Tang Hao shouted in frustration, feeling like he was about to spit blood. But the man in front of him was his dear father, so he couldn't hit back, only turning to Tang San, his third brother, for help. See, after all, apart from Tang Guowen, the one who detested the vile cousin the most was Tang San. He would surely stand by his side this time, but who would have expected ... Tang San only glanced at him and walked over to Lin Juan, sincerely apologizing. Cousin, let's not remember past grudges. Don't argue with Early. His martial arts skills seem to have clouded his judgment. Why should we quarrel with an addled mind? And thanks for reuniting me with my little sister Ziling. Here, I also want to apologize for my disrespect towards you earlier. Please forgive me. This naive being ... Watching his former rival offer genuine apologies, Tang Hao was dumbfounded. Damn. What's going on? How could these words come out of Tang San's mouth? Chapter 449. Can sixth brother also hear thoughts? Forget it. Apologizing by kowtowing to sixth brother is too lenient of a punishment. It's afraid it won't alleviate cousin Biao's hatred, said Tang Jia San Xiao sighed, instructing his own mother to personally take action. Come, mother. Let sixth, who has already chosen the path of death, experience some pain. Tang Jia San made a decision, under his mother's orders. The next moment, Su Shuyan, who felt deeply connected, also moved. In order to calm Lin Juan down sooner and help his big brother survive, she directly wrapped her arm around Tang Hao's neck. A mother's intervention. Tang Hao was once again dumbfounded, unable to understand why his family would go this far for cousin Bao, who was nothing but a beast. Thankfully, Su Shiyan was just an ordinary person, and her mother's intervention skill looked intimidating, but couldn't break through Tang Hao's defense. However, Tang Hao pretended to be choked and struggled for breath, deciding to compromise for now, and inquire privately about the reason behind his family's sudden change in attitude. "Sorry, cousin," Tang Hao said. "It's okay. To recognize one's mistakes and make amends is the greatest virtue. I, cousin, am a big-hearted person, not petty," Tang Jia said sincerely. Lin Juan was quite surprised by his great cousin's protection towards him. The look in his eyes towards Tang Hao also changed. "Originally, sixth brother cousin had such hostility towards me. I really didn't want to involve myself in his inevitable demise, let him be drained dry by Zhang Yangping. But now that cousin and his family are so biased towards me, it makes me feel guilty. Perhaps I should find a reason to stop sixth brother cousin from seeking his master. Since Zhang Yangping's main targets are warriors, the stronger they are, the more he'll target them. As long as Kinj and I stay in the restaurant without going anywhere, when Zhang Yangping arrives and the warriors are begging for mercy, cousin Bao will naturally come late and show off. But after he defeats Zhang Yangping, naturally, he will be hailed as the savior by the nobles and martial arts experts present, boasting and kneeling in admiration, enjoying the limelight. Sigh. This is a common plotline in fan fiction. However, given sixth brother cousin's arrogant nature, he definitely won't listen to my advice. Instead, he'll march proudly towards his idol in the spotlight, with everyone's attention on him. His master, who has already gone astray, will be the first to strike against him, leading to the beginning of today's slaughter. Until his dying breath, sixth brother cousin will look incredulous and cry out, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Are you joking with me, master?" And then he'll be killed on the spot by the demonic Zhang Yangping, bursting his brain and turning into a human jerk. Sigh, since we're relatives, should I remind him later? It doesn't seem right to stand by and watch him die willingly, right? After all, cousin and cousin-in-law have been kind to me. If they watched their beloved son lose his life, it would be troubling. As Lin Juan's thoughts rang out, the faces of Tang Guowen and his wife lit up, breathing a sigh of relief. Finally, they saw a glimmer of hope, finding a way out for their silly young sixth brother. Initially, they had been worried about how to save sixth from the powerful warrior Zhang Yangping, as their usual methods wouldn't work and going head-on was absurd. Who could face a grandmother of martial arts? Now, with their nephew's insights, they finally knew how to save their eldest son. The only thing that surprised them was, this solution was so simple. Just stay in the private room and not leave. Although it seemed incredible, their trust in Lin Juan was unquestionable. They glanced at each other, nodding silently, determined not to let sixth brother, no matter what his intentions were, leave the room. If sixth dared to persist and sought the path of death stubbornly, then they would unite and use the exclusive family technique passed down through generations: the father's intervention, the mother's intervention, the brother's intervention, the sister's intervention. With the combined power of the four great familial interventions, they didn't believe they couldn't keep Tang Hao there. However, at this moment, the Tang family still harbored a puzzling doubt. Who exactly was the big cousin Lin Juan mentioned? How could they have the strength to defeat a grandmother of martial arts? Truly terrifying. If they were indeed distant relatives, it would still mean they were their own family. Yes, these exceptional relatives deserve to be befriended. Wait, why is that voice back again? Who is speaking? Tang Hao looked around, perplexed, unable to see anyone speaking aloud. The voice seemed to appear mysteriously in his mind, inexplicably extraordinary. What puzzled him even more was, how did his big cousin know so much about him and his master's affairs? Some of that information was so private, only known to a few within the sect. Tang Hao furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Meanwhile, the Tang family members at the scene were lost in thought as well. They had observed sixth brother's reactions and inferred that Tang Hao could also hear Lin Juan's thoughts, marking him as another chosen one. Indeed, the Tang family's ancestors seemed to have extraordinary abilities beyond the norm. On the other side, Lin Juan's attention was finally drawn to Huo Qichen, who was staring straight at him not far away. Oh, wait a minute. I remember in the original plot, this tycoon didn't have a reversion symptom, right? Seeing Huo Qichen paralyzed in a wheelchair with a crooked mouth and twisted face, Lin Zhuan was both surprised and somewhat amused. He had heard some rumors recently that Huo Qichen had a genetic reversion and had developed Tuojin syndrome, possibly becoming a completely dependent disabled person in the future. Initially, Lin Zhuan thought the rumors were exaggerated, but the situation was worse than he had imagined. Earlier, Big Cousin mentioned giving Tyrant a little punishment. I always thought it was just blocking points in Huo Qichen's waist, causing him to be paralyzed in the lower body, unable to leave the wheelchair for a lifetime. But now it seems Big Cousin's actions were much harsher than I thought. However, it's also possible that the Huo family has a genetic disease lingering in their genes, but with a very low probability of manifestation, not significantly affecting the family's lineage. As for Huo Qichen, the reason for his reversion manifestation, he probably had a certain unexpected chain reaction triggered by Big Cousin's needle technique, leading to a direct outbreak of the genetic disease. 4,000 characters, to be continued. Today, I'm busy fixing the violations. Tomorrow, I'll try to finish it all at once. This book seems to have come back to life temporarily, now looking to restore its recommend. Chapter 450, The True Face of Huo Qichen is exposed, causing the Tang family to be collectively angry. While at the hospital, I promised Kinj that within half a month, I would bankrupt the Huo family and make Huo Qichen pay for his actions. HMPH. This bastard dared to poison my wife. I will make sure he lives a life worse than death in the future. Now, it has been about a week, and it's almost time to make a move. After the arena tournament ends, the Huo family will face pressure from various forces due to Zhang Yangping's involvement, and their business will plummet. At this time, the Huo family will undoubtedly face difficulties, and Bazam will be extremely anxious. In order to regain momentum and seize the opportunity, he will definitely use various means to try to obtain the development side of the university city from Daju. This is the best time for me to set a fatal trap for the Huo family. After digesting the contents of Lin Zhuan's inner thoughts, the Tang family was shocked. When did Huo Qichen, one of the 4 tycoons of the Magic City, his paralysis is actually related to Lin Zhuan and his niece-in-law. The reason she became a vegetable was actually due to the medicine given by Huo Qichen. What kind of grudge is this to make Huo Qichen ruthlessly attempt to ruin the life of a young girl? No wonder Lin Zhuan wants to avenge his wife. And the flourishing Huo family today is about to decline? TSK. It's really like watching him build his red halls, feast his guests, then watch his towers collapse anyway. No matter from which perspective, our Tang family only needs to firmly stand by little Zhuan's side. Nothing could be wrong. The divinely chosen couple is extremely rational. Although the Tang and Huo families temporarily have no conflicts of interest, they are not willing to offend a major force for no reason. But if the eldest nephew really offends the Huo family ... then they will certainly stand by the eldest nephew's side without hesitation, united against outsiders. Especially Tang Guowen, due to the special nature of his identity. He is very cautious and usually avoids getting too close to some real estate businessmen. For example, the Huo family, whose main business is real estate, and a force founded on real estate, he has always kept his distance. However, this little devil from the Huo family once saved him with a passionate product of his, so he chose to turn a blind eye, maintaining a friendly relationship on the surface. Now it seems that his concerns were not unfounded. The little devil from the Huo family is indeed unkind. The provincial government's development project regarding the university city has just been implemented, and it is still in a top-secret stage. The other party immediately seems to be smelling blood like a cat, lurking in the dark. Now, we must be more careful to guard against the Huo family's sinister schemes. On the side, the third young master of the Tang family's expression is complex, but he didn't think too much, just feeling a bit stuck. After all, he has been through thick and thin with Brother Chen, and they still call each other brothers privately, so he doesn't want to be enemies with Huo Qichen. But Lin Zhuan cousin brother, he owes him a lot. If he had to choose, he really doesn't want to see these two brothers fight to the death. Oh headache, Alexander, on the other side, Tang Hao also overheard the inner thoughts, but he didn't believe a word. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Brother Chen, such a noble and upright person, always cherishing and valuing women. How could he harm a girl for no reason? With his proud character, rather dead than kneeling, he would never stoop to such despicable means. With him, it's purely because he appreciates my personal charm and has nothing to do with whether I come from the Tang family. It's actually the beastly cousin brother with evil intentions, surely out of jealousy for Brother Chen's talent, that he maliciously wants to destroy the Huo family. How wicked! If there is a chance, I must warn Brother Chen to be careful of the schemes of the beastly cousin brother. Tang Hao's expression is serious, deep in his conviction. After the experience of raising a glass and conspiring last night, he discovered that he and Brother Chen are like-minded, to peas in a pod.